Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3489 to Chapter 3571. No, no. The Crown Prince roared in his heart. His eyes were red. He could not accept this. If the Taishu Sacred Emperor obtained the soul-nourishing flower and increased his lifespan by half a stellar year, he would have to wait for another half a stellar year. He had waited for countless years. He could not wait any longer. If the Taishu Sacred Emperor made a breakthrough in the future, he would never be able to sit on the throne of the Sacred Emperor. In his heart, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. What's wrong? The Taishu Sacred Emperor felt that something was wrong with the Crown Prince and glanced at him coldly. No, nothing. Father, I'm just excited to see how powerful Lu Ming is. The Crown Prince's face changed and he quickly answered. Is that so? The Great Void Saint Emperor said plainly. You do have some skills. Unfortunately, your cultivation is only in the 9th Divine King realm. You're still lacking in terms of cultivation. It's hard for you to fight against a Divine Lord realm genius. The Tianyi Sacred Emperor's eyes flickered a few times before he sneered. To be honest, he was shocked by Lu Ming's strength. A wisp of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Such a powerful genius would be terrifying when he grew up. He might even be an invincible figure at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. The stronger the Taishu dynasty was, the worse it would be for the Tianyi Sacred dynasty. Is that so? Then let's continue to watch. The Taishu dynasty's leader said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-haired judge asked. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Originally, the Tianyi Sacred dynasty had a total of 9 geniuses. Previously, because both sides were injured, one of them was eliminated. Now, 3 of them were defeated by Lu Ming. There were only 5 left. Among them, there were 2 Divine Lord realm geniuses. Lu Ming intended to deal with these 2 later. He would deal with the 3 Divine Kings first. Anyway, he had to deal with them. You. Lu Ming pointed at the genius. The genius's face turned pale. Previously, there was a genius whose strength was not inferior to his, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. If he went up, he would probably be killed in an instant. Let's go all out and exhaust every bit of his divine power. A voice suddenly rang out in the young man's ears. It was Saint Lord Tianyi's voice. The young man's expression changed. He originally wanted to surrender, but now he couldn't. Clearly, Tianyi Saint Emperor did not allow for failure. He wanted to use them to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power to ensure that Qiu Qing Tian and the others would definitely win. Fight. The young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward, landing in front of Lu Ming. Then, he unleashed all of his power and used all of his techniques. In the eyes of the other young people present, this young man was very strong. He was so strong that it was terrifying. But in Lu Ming's eyes, it was very weak. Boom, the tyrant god's spear blasted out, breaking all techniques with one strike. No matter what kind of technique or secret technique it would be crushed by the spear. Then, with a scream, the young man was sent flying. It was still an instant kill. Then, he continued to challenge, and it was still an instant kill. Soon, Lu Ming won 3 rounds in a row. In this way, a total of 6 geniuses of the Tianyi Sacred dynasty were defeated by Lu Ming. There were only 2 geniuses of the Tianyi Sacred dynasty left on the scene. These 2 people were both in the Divine Lord realm. One of them was Qiu Qing Tian, and the other was the second-ranked genius of the Tianyi Sacred dynasty's younger generation called Yunji. It's finally the last 2 people. The last 2 people are both in the Divine Lord realm. Is Lu Ming a match for them? It's hard to say. A Divine Lord is much stronger than a Divine King. Moreover, those 2 people are both peerless. Geniuses. That's right. They are both peerless geniuses. A Divine Lord realm genius can easily kill a Divine King realm genius. Lu Ming may not be a match for them. At the scene, many people were discussing. Indeed, they were all peerless geniuses. Whether it was Qiu Qing Tian or Yunji, they could easily kill those people that Lu Ming had just defeated. Therefore, without fighting, it was difficult to guess who was stronger and who was weaker. The Taishu Sacred Emperor also became nervous. Of course, the Crown Prince was also extremely nervous. One was afraid of losing, and the other was afraid of winning. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-haired judge asked. No need to trouble yourself. Let the two of them come at me together. Lu Ming said. What? As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji at the same time. Was he crazy, or was he too arrogant? Lu Ming, what are you doing? The Taishu Sacred Emperor suddenly stood up and roared. This battle was related to the soul-nurturing flower and his lifespan. It was not a child's play, and absolutely no mistakes were allowed. Brother Jing, why are you so agitated? How they challenge is the young people's business. We just have to watch. The young people are confident, so we can't suppress them. The Tianyi Sacred Emperor's voice sounded, and then he said, you are free to challenge them. If you want to challenge both of them at the same time, you can. If Lu Ming wanted to challenge both of them at the same time, he would be more than happy. Lu Ming, you have to think carefully. The Taishu Sacred Emperor said coldly. Sacred Emperor, don't worry. There is no difference between two of them and one of them. I am confident. Lu Ming said with a smile. He was very clear about Qiu Qingtian's combat strength, and he was really confident. When Lu Ming had just come out of the primordial divine spirit world, he was already able to fight a barbarian tribe's second-layer divine lord to a draw. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 8th-layer divine king realm. As for Qiu Qingtian, even if he used his full strength, he could at most fight a second-layer divine lord, and he would most likely lose. Therefore, even if Lu Ming was in the 8th-layer divine king realm, he would not be afraid of Qiu Qingtian, let alone now that he had broken through to the 9th-layer divine king realm. Even if Yunji was added, it would be the same. Lu Ming was very confident, but in the eyes of others, it was arrogance. He is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? He is just a divine king. It is already incredible for a divine king to fight a divine lord, and he wants to fight two of them? Moreover, they are two top geniuses. This is absolutely impossible. It is completely impossible. Looks like his previous consecutive victories and instant kills of his opponents have inflated his self-confidence to no end. Hee, it will be fun to embarrass himself later. The people of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty sneered. However, the people of the Taishu Dynasty did not say anything. Many people of the Taishu Dynasty knew Lu Ming well. Lu Ming was a new batch of students of the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Academy. How many years had it been? Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak divine king realm. This in itself was incredible. Therefore, even if Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji, they would not think that it was impossible. Alright, since you are confident, it is up to you. I only have one condition, and that is to win. You must win. The Taishu Sacred Emperor said coldly. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and looked at Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji. Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji looked gloomy. Lu Ming dared to challenge the two of them alone. In their eyes, he was looking down on them. Since he wants to challenge us alone, let's fulfill his wish. Let him stay here forever. Yun Ji's eyes were cold and his voice was icy. That's exactly what I wanted. A divine king is too arrogant. Qiu Qingtian said coldly. Boom. Boom, their auras burst out at the same time. The auras of first-level divine lords formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Qiu Qingtian's body was covered with lightning and formed a lightning sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Yun Ji pointed his finger and a golden finger that was covered with runes suddenly appeared. It was glowing brightly and it was pointed at Lu Ming. It was a terrifying secret technique. Their attacks instantly closed in on Lu Ming. The two of them were first-level divine lords. Even if they did not use their full strength, they could easily kill an ordinary first-level divine lord. As for those below the divine lord level, it was needless to say. Boom, at that moment, Lu Ming's body shook slightly again and his aura became stronger. Battle character art, 5 times combat strength, activated. Then, the Overlord God Spear shook and 2 spear radiances shot out, colliding with Qiu Qingtian and Yunji's attacks. Two loud bangs erupted and the entire fighting ring was shaking. Of course, the battle stage was covered with runes, so the chi from their battle would be blocked and unable to disperse. After the two bangs, the attacks from both sides dissipated at the same time. He blocked it. Many people's hearts were beating wildly. Lu Ming had really blocked Qiu Qingtian and Yunji's attacks. This was unbelievable. The people from the Taishu dynasty were overjoyed. However, the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked gloomy. Didn't you see that Qiu Qingtian and Yunji did not use their full strength? They did not use their origin source secret techniques, and Lu Ming has already used his origin source secret technique. He has already used his full strength. It's obvious who is stronger. That's right. As long as Qiu Qingtian and Yunji use their full strength, Lu Ming will definitely lose. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke one after another. Under normal circumstances, using an origin source secret technique was equivalent to using one's full strength. Even Qiu Qingtian and Yunji thought so. You're Lu Ming, right? Is this all you've got? You dare to challenge the two of us? I alone can suppress you. That's right, I've only used 80% of my strength, and I haven't even used my primary secret technique yet. It's time to send you on your way. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji coldly laughed. Their auras grew even stronger. After that, they both used their source secret arts, pushing their combat prowess to the peak. Yunji's origin secret technique was a strange bronze finger that emitted an ancient and desolate aura. This bronze finger fused with Yunji's finger, causing his finger to emit a resplendent radiance. Kill! Yunji shouted and pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A huge finger that looked like the finger of a primordial deity pointed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the Overlord God spear and blasted it forward. The huge spear radiance collided with the finger. There was a loud boom, and energy overflowed. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated rapidly. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming is about to lose. Many people had the same thought in their minds. Haha, with your strength, you're overestimating yourself. Yunji laughed. Is this your full strength? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly asked. What do you mean? My strength is enough to kill you 10 times over. Yunji sneered. Is that so? If that's all you have, then this battle is over. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, he placed the Overlord God spear in front of him. In the next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the Overlord God spear. A dazzling spear radiance shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The scene was silent at first, and then there was an uproar. This is... Sever the shackles. His origin secret technique has severed the shackles. Oh my God. At this moment, not only the ordinary people, but many old monsters were also shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they could not calm down. Even the Taishu Sacred Emperor and the Tianyi Sacred Emperor stood up in shock. A 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator who could awaken the origin secret technique at such a young age was already a peerless genius. As for severing the shackles, that was even more unimaginable. Now, no matter if it was the Taishu dynasty or the Tianyi Sacred dynasty, none of the strongest geniuses had severed the shackles. So far, Lu Ming was the first. The Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor looked gloomy, but they were not too surprised. After all, Lu Ming had defeated Di Jianyi. They knew that Lu Ming must have severed the shackles of the origin secret technique. Yunji and Qiu Qingtian's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. They also wanted to sever the shackles, but they had failed countless times. But Lu Ming, who was only a 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator, had succeeded. This made them envious and jealous. Come on. Lu Ming pointed his spear at Qiu Qingtian and Yunji. So what if you have severed the shackles? You are only a 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator. How can you fight against us? Kill! Qiu Qingtian and Yunji shouted. They moved and charged at Lu Ming like meteorites. Qiu Qingtian's bead emitted endless lightning, and it even turned into a lightning enchantment that enveloped Lu Ming. It turned into a lightning sword and charged at Lu Ming. Yunji shouted. His finger glowed and pointed at Lu Ming. An even more terrifying finger pointed at Lu Ming. Wang, Lu Ming waved his overlord god spear. Instantly, two spear radiances shot out, as if they could shatter the void. Both sides' attacks collided, and the battle stage shook violently. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his spear radiance was like a dragon. Not only did he block Qiu Qingtian and Yunji's attacks, he even destroyed their attacks. The two of them retreated a few steps, and their faces were ugly. Damn it! Die! The two of them roared. They could not accept that they were still not Lu Ming's match even after joining forces. It was obvious that Qiu Qingtian and Yunji had cultivated secret physique techniques. Qiu Qingtian's secret physique technique should be related to lightning. However, their secret physique technique was not very mature. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was not even comparable to the fifth transformation of the primordial divine body. Yunji's secret physique technique was similar to Qiu Qingtian's. Qiu Qingtian's body was covered with endless lightning, as if his entire body had turned into lightning. His muscles, bones, and blood were all made of lightning. Secret physique technique? Lu Ming muttered. Of course, after using the secret body constitution technique, their strength had also increased. Once again, they charged towards Lu Ming. This time, the two of them were fighting against Lu Ming. For a moment, it was hard to determine the winner. On the huge fighting stage, the three of them were constantly clashing and killing each other. It was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the fighting stage. The main reason was that they were too shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. A 9th-layer divine king could actually fight against two 1st-layer divine monarch peerless geniuses. This was too inconceivable. It was like a fantasy story. Tiany's Sacred Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. On the other hand, Taishu's Sacred Emperor's eyes were filled with anticipation. Previously, he had already given up hope. He thought that the two countries would most likely lose this battle. He had never expected Lu Ming to suddenly appear and display such shocking strength. It was greatly out of his expectations. It seemed like there was hope for him to win. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain the soul-nourishing flower. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. Ah, damn it! Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji roared crazily as they fought. Their attacks were like a storm. They could not lose. If the two of them were not a match for a 9th-layer divine king, they would become a laughingstock. They could not accept this fact. The two of them pushed their combat strength to the maximum. However, no matter how they attacked, Lu Ming was still able to block them. Alright, it's about time to end this. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he started to control the primordial divine blood in his heart. Of course, this time, Lu Ming did not unleash the full power of the primordial divine blood. He only unleashed a portion of it. Even so, Lu Ming's body was suddenly filled with explosive power, causing his strength to increase tremendously. Buzz, the overbearing god spear shook and turned into a huge spear radiance, sweeping across the battlefield. Boom, Qiu Qingtian's lightning swords exploded and shattered. Then, as the overbearing god spear swept across, Qiu Qingtian's lightning barrier also exploded. Qiu Qingtian's face changed drastically. He groaned and retreated. Dang, in the next moment, the tyrant god spear struck Yunji's finger. His finger immediately shattered. Yunji's expression changed drastically. At that moment, he felt that his finger was about to break. His body retreated rapidly. His finger trembled incessantly and blood seeped out. Your power? Qiu Qingtian and Yunji widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. The people around them were similar to them. They were also dumbfounded. A very old monster spoke. Gee. Now, I'll finish you off. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward. Like a human-shaped dragon, he rushed forward. The overbearing god spear smashed down. It turned into layers of spear shadows, covering Qiu Qingtian and Yunji. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji shouted and tried their best to resist. However, Lu Ming's power was above theirs. When the two sides collided, their bodies retreated. Their faces were pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He continued to charge toward them. His attacks were endless. After a dozen moves, Qiu Qingtian and Yunji screamed. They were hit by Lu Ming. They vomited blood and flew out of the fighting ring. They fell heavily on the ground. They were seriously injured. Of course, Lu Ming was being merciful. If Lu Ming used all the power of the primordial divine blood, it would not be difficult to kill them. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji were defeated. The scene was deathly silent, especially the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Their minds were blank. They thought they were dreaming. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji were the two strongest heavenly geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. They were invincible. In the Tianyi sacred dynasty, they were like two mountains that pressed down on the heads of countless young people. They were the goal of all the young people. They were also the idols of all the young people. However, two of such strong heavenly geniuses had been defeated by a ninth divine king layer cultivator. It was a huge blow to them. Good. After a while, many people reacted. The people of the Taishu dynasty cheered loudly. They were incomparably excited. They had won the battle. Of course they were excited. Ha ha ha, Tianyi, you let me win. The Taishu sacred emperor laughed. He was incomparably excited. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On the side of the Taishu dynasty, the crown prince was the angriest. He was shouting madly in his heart. His eyes were incomparably ferocious. He couldn't wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Originally, he had planned everything perfectly. This time, the Taishu dynasty couldn't win. But now, because of Lu Ming, the Taishu dynasty had won. All his plans and efforts had gone up in smoke. The Taishu sacred emperor would obtain the soul-nourishing flower and his lifespan would increase by half a stellar year. If he broke through in the future, he would probably be a crown prince until he died of old age. He was indignant. He was extremely indignant. At this moment, his hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. The imperial preceptor's face was also incomparably ugly. Of course, the Tianyi sacred emperor's face was also ugly. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in the Taishu dynasty. I really didn't expect that the Taishu dynasty would have such a great opportunity. In the past, there was Jingyu, and now there is Lu Ming. Hee hee. The Tianyi sacred emperor sneered, looking at Lu Ming with deep fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. In the future, it was very likely that he would take a crucial step, break through the barrier of the Divine Lord realm, and step into a higher level. Once that happened, it would be very fatal for the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It would break the balance. In the past, Jingyu was said to have such a hope. Unfortunately, he died. And now, Lu Ming obviously had such a hope. Tianyi, you lost. Hand over the soul-nourishing flower. The Taishu sacred emperor shouted, staring at Tianyi with great anticipation. Fine, I'll give it to you. Brother Jing, although the soul-nourishing flower can increase your lifespan by half a stellar year, it's impossible for you to break through to the next realm. At most, you can live for another half a stellar year. Tianyi sneered. You don't have to worry about this. The Taishu sacred emperor said coldly, his face ugly. His lifespan was his greatest taboo. If the one who said this wasn't the Tianyi sacred emperor, he would have slapped him to death. Tianyi saint emperor sneered. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened the jade box, one could see a pitch-black flower inside. The flower was pitch black, but it emitted a sparkling luster and a rich fragrance. Many people felt their souls tremble when they smelled this fragrance. It was as though their soul power had become much purer. Is this the soul-nurturing flower? It's indeed a peerless treasure. Many people's eyes lit up. If an ordinary person obtained this soul-nurturing flower and refined it, their soul power would also increase greatly. It was a peerless treasure with immeasurable value. Of course, they were just thinking about it. The soul-nurturing flower was now the treasure of the great Void Saint Emperor. Who would dare to have such thoughts? Quickly cover it. The great void Saint Emperor hurriedly shouted. If the soul-nurturing flower was exposed outside, its medicinal properties would slowly evaporate. Every time it evaporated, the medicinal effects would decrease by a little. If it evaporated a little, it might reduce his lifespan by a few years. Naturally, he was very concerned about it. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled and closed the lid. Lushi, go and get the soul-nurturing flower. The great void Saint Emperor waved his hand and asked a close official beside him to get the soul-nurturing flower. As the great void Saint Emperor, he naturally couldn't go and get it himself. Yes, Your Majesty. The close official, Lushi, was a white-haired old man. He bowed and then flew towards Tianyi Saint Emperor. Tianyi Saint Emperor revealed a pained expression. Then, he waved his hand and the jade box flew towards Lushi. Lushi took it and flew towards the great void Saint Emperor. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Lushi, what are you doing? Why aren't you bringing it over? The great void Saint Emperor urged. He was already a little impatient. However, Lushi didn't move. Instead, he revealed a strange smile and opened the jade box. Lushi, what are you doing? The great void Saint Emperor roared. Nothing. I just want to destroy the soul-nurturing flower. Lushi smiled. Then, his divine power burst out and bombarded the jade box. As the close official of the great void Saint Emperor, Lushi's strength was also shockingly strong. He had reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. His divine power was so strong that the jade box and soul-nurturing flower in his hand exploded, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. The scene became silent all of a sudden. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lushi in a daze. This included the Taishu Saint Emperor, the Tianyi Saint Emperor, and Lu Ming. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lushi had actually destroyed the soul-nourishing flower? The Crown Prince and the State Preceptor were also dumbfounded. This was completely beyond their expectations. Although they wanted to destroy the soul-nourishing flower, they didn't dare to. This was the lifespan of the Taishu Saint Emperor. If it was destroyed, the Taishu Saint Emperor would definitely go crazy. No one could withstand the madness of the Taishu Saint Emperor. Yes, the Taishu Saint Emperor had truly gone mad. At this moment, the Taishu Saint Emperor's body started to tremble violently. His eyes turned red as a terrifying icy aura emanated from his body. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became incomparably oppressive. Lushi. A beast-like roar came out of the Taishu Saint Emperor's mouth. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. Whoosh, at this moment, Lushi did not stop in the slightest. His body shot up into the sky. His speed was frighteningly fast. Those who were not Sir Gods could not see Lushi's speed clearly at all. However, the Taishu Saint Emperor was even faster. Originally, the Taishu Saint Emperor looked like an old man in his twilight years. At this moment, he was like an ancient god that had come back to life. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His body shot out and chased after Lushi at a frightening speed. The distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. Lushi, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Violent energy surged out like a torrential storm. Even someone as strong as Lushi, an 8th-level Divine Lord, felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. It was as if he would turn into ashes in the next moment. Not good. Lushi's expression changed drastically. His body and mind were trembling. It was as if he would be destroyed in the next moment. He understood that the difference between him and the Taishu Saint Emperor was too great. An 8th-level Sir God was definitely a top-notch expert in the Taishu dynasty. Even the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings' palaces did not have such cultivation. However, compared to the Taishu Saint Emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Taishu Saint Emperor was already at the limit of the Sir God realm. He was half a step into the next realm. Boom, the Taishu Saint Emperor's withered hand reached out, and an incomparably huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed at Lushi. This palm covered over 100 million miles. It was too huge. The terrifying energy completely sealed Lushi. Lushi exploded with his full strength, but it was useless. He had already been sealed by the energy, and it was even difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, he truly understood the difference between him and the Taishu Saint Emperor. He was incomparably terrified. Barbarian Emperor, save me! Boom, as soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, the space above Lu Shi suddenly fluctuated. A huge fist suddenly appeared and slammed into the Great Void Saint Emperor's palm, causing a terrifying explosion. At this moment, the entire Taishu Saint capital seemed to tremble violently. The Taishu Saint capital was an incomparably huge ancient city that was like a planet. At this moment, it was trembling violently, as if it was about to explode. However, in the next moment, countless runes appeared in all directions of the Taishu Saint capital, forming a huge array that dissipated the energy. The Taishu Saint capital had been passed down for countless years, and the array on it was not to be underestimated. Even an existence like the Taishu Saint Emperor would not be able to break it in an instant. The energy surged wildly, and the huge palm that the Taishu Saint Emperor had formed finally collapsed. Lu Shi was overjoyed. Like a shooting star, he instantly shot out tens of millions of miles. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Shi and the Taishu Saint Emperor had already rushed into the starry sky. And in front of Lu Shi, a burly figure appeared. This figure was more than 3 meters tall, and he had a strong physique. His entire body was filled with muscles, and he was filled with explosive power. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling that he was as heavy as a mountain, and that he was indestructible and could destroy everything. Barbarian Emperor. The imperial advisor muttered, and he was shocked. Barbarian Emperor, everyone at the scene was shocked to the core. The Barbarian Emperor was the emperor of the barbarian race. He was the sovereign of the barbarian race. The Barbarian Emperor and the Taishu Saint Emperor were sworn enemies. Why would the Barbarian Emperor suddenly appear? Could it be that Lu Shi was instructed by the Barbarian Emperor? Judging from the scene just now, it was very likely. Barbarian Emperor. Lu Shi was overjoyed when he saw the Barbarian Emperor. He quickly flew behind the Barbarian Emperor and heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Barbarian Emperor. The Taishu Saint Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with violent killing intent. Did you arrange all of this? The Taishu Saint Emperor asked. The Great Void Sage Emperor stared at the barbaric emperor with murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I've arranged everything. The barbaric emperor said. Lu Shi has been with me for 5 stellar years. How did you manage to bribe him? The Great Void Sage Emperor said. It's simple. Because Lu Shi has been with me since 5 stellar years ago. The barbaric emperor said. Good, good, good. Barbaric Emperor, you've been planning this for a long time. The Great Void Sage Emperor's face darkened. He did not expect the Barbaric Emperor to have been planning this since 5 stellar years ago. After sending Lu Shi to him, the Barbaric Emperor had been waiting for him for 5 stellar years. Over such a long period of time, the Barbaric Emperor did not give himself away. It was only today that the Barbaric Emperor made his move. Haha, 5 stellar years of patience. It's all worth it. Now that you don't have the soul-nurturing flower, how many more years can you live? Isn't it satisfying to cut off all your hopes? Ha ha ha. The Barbaric Emperor laughed. These words made the Great Void Saint Emperor's killing intent even more intense. His body was filled with cold killing intent and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared, Barbaric Emperor, even if I don't have much time left, I'll still drag you down with me before I die. This is the Great Void Sage capital. You shouldn't have come. Since you're here, don't leave. Boom, the Great Void Sage Emperor's aura became even more terrifying. Divine light shone brightly like a star. The terrifying pressure caused the starry sky to tremble. With him as the center, huge cracks spread out in all directions. Terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Even though the Taishu Sacred Emperor was far away in the starry sky and was at least a few 100 million miles away from the Taishu Sacred Capital, Lu Ming and the rest could still feel a terrifying pressure on their bodies, making it hard for them to breathe. Kill. Finally, the Great Void Sage Emperor roared and charged towards the Barbaric Emperor. You old fart. Let's see how you're going to kill me. The Barbaric Emperor shouted coldly. His body moved and the starry sky exploded. With a loud boom, the two attacks collided. At this moment, the starry sky exploded and countless cracks appeared. Boundless energy spread out in all directions, traversing an unknown distance in the blink of an eye. The great void sage emperor shone and blocked the energy. However, the asteroids and planets in the distant starry sky were not so lucky. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 meteorites exploded. In addition, a huge planet was hit by a wisp of energy and directly exploded. It was too terrifying. This was the battle prowess of a Saint Emperor. With a single move, it could destroy the world. Boom! After the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor exchanged one blow, they exchanged a second blow, then a third blow. They fought an intense battle, slaughtering their way into the depths of the starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, planets would explode from time to time, like fireworks in the universe. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. With such strength, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. What amazing combat strength! Lu Ming muttered. It's just a quasi-emperor. What's the big deal? If a true emperor were to take action, that would be even more shocking. With a single palm strike, the starry sky would explode, and even the stars would crumble. In his sea of consciousness, Bone Demon spoke, revealing a trace of disdain. Quasi-emperor? True emperor? Lu Ming was stunned. The realm after the Divine Emperor realm is called the Divine Emperor. Only those who have stepped into the Divine Emperor realm are considered true emperors. Although these people are called Saint Emperors and Barbarian Emperors, they have not stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. They are only half a step into the Divine Emperor realm, so they can only be considered as quasi-emperors. Bone Demon explained. I see. The realm after the Divine Emperor realm is the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the small thousand world, there was a realm called Martial Emperor. It meant the Martial Emperor, the emperor of the martial artists. On the other hand, a Divine Emperor was an emperor among gods. Although they were both emperors, there was a huge gap between their realms. If a quasi-emperor is so terrifying, how powerful would the Divine Emperor realm be? Lu Ming muttered, truly shocked. Boom! Boom, boom. Deep in the starry sky, the battle between the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor was getting more and more intense. However, the two of them were old rivals, and both of them were quasi-emperors. It was difficult to determine the winner. Old man, it seems like you are really old. Is that all you have? Once you are dead, I will flatten the Taishu dynasty. Ha ha ha. The Barbarian Emperor laughed, deliberately provoking the Great Void Saint Emperor. This is the Great Void Saint capital. Since you are here, don't leave. Those above the Divine Emperor realm attack together and kill the Barbarian Emperor. The Great Void Saint Emperor's old voice resounded throughout the Great Void Saint capital. Kill. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A few figures soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. It's the Army King. And the sixth prince. Someone exclaimed, recognizing a few people. The few people who had attacked were not ordinary people. They were all overlords in the Taishu dynasty. One of them was the Army King of the Grand Council, who led all the troops of the Taishu dynasty. His cultivation was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. He was one of the few people in the Taishu dynasty. The other person was the Great Void Saint Emperor's younger brother. He was known as the Sixth Prince and was also a top expert. The two of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had rushed into the starry sky, wanting to help the Great Void Saint Emperor kill the Barbarian Emperor. However, the starry sky rippled like water. Few burly figures suddenly appeared. Each of them exuded an aura that was as deep as the sea, as if they were ancient beasts. These few people were all experts from the barbarian tribe. You want to kill the Barbarian Emperor? Dream on. We will be your opponents. The few barbarians shouted coldly. Their auras soared into the sky as they fought with the Army King and the Sixth Prince. Father, let me help you. With a long roar, the crowd saw the Second Prince's aura soar into the sky. He was like a divine rainbow as he charged into the starry sky. However, when the Second Prince charged out, the void rippled as well. A powerful barbarian blocked him. At this moment, the Crown Prince and the State Advisor looked at each other and nodded silently. "Father, let me help you." The crown prince roared and charged into the starry sky with the state advisor. They didn't really want to help the great void saint emperor, but they had to put on an act now. Moreover, the soul-cultivating flower had been destroyed. Even if they helped the great void saint emperor kill the barbarian emperor, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, killing the barbarian emperor would be beneficial to him. When he ascended the throne in the future, he would have one less strong opponent. Therefore, the crown prince and the state advisor joined the battle. The moment the state advisor and the crown prince joined the battle, the other top experts of the Taishu dynasty also joined the battle. For example, the Holy Thousand King and the top few kings of the 27 heavenly king mansions also joined the battle and charged into the starry sky. However, the barbarian tribe was clearly prepared this time. They had sent out a large number of top experts. When the crown prince and the others charged into the starry sky, more experts from the barbarian tribe appeared. The starry sky above the great illusionary saint capital was in a complete mess. It was too terrifying. The barbarian tribe had mobilized a large number of top experts and completely blocked the top experts of the Taishu dynasty. There were close to 20 top experts fighting in the starry sky. Boom! Boom! The people below could only see the continuous explosions in the starry sky. The terrifying sound waves caused many people to turn pale and cough out blood. The starry sky continued to explode. All the meteorites in the area were swept away and turned into cosmic dust. One after another, violent cracks appeared, covering the entire starry sky like a spider web. It was unknown how many miles it stretched. Luckily, the great illusionary saint capital was protected by an ancient array. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the shockwaves of such a terrifying battle. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at the starry sky. The shock in their eyes could not be concealed. This was the power of a divine lord above the ninth heaven. It was too terrifying and ordinary people could not match up to it. This was the top fighting force of the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe. He, it's about time for me to strike. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded from the starry sky. Following which, a figure suddenly appeared not far above the great illusionary saint capital. It was an old man with dark skin and a shriveled body. He was like a skeleton and was wrapped in a large black robe. His hair was disheveled and his face was pale. Fog constantly emanated from his body. He held a pitch-black metal bell in his hand. He looked down coldly, mainly at Lu Ming and the rest. Dang, in the next moment, he shook the metal bell in his hand and it rang. The sound of the bell was ear-piercing and visible sound waves spread out. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming felt his soul tremble violently. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and his body shook violently. Lu Ming's face turned pale and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Soul attack. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly covered his soul with the frightening feather painting. The sound of the bell was not targeted at Lu Ming alone. It was an attack that covered a large area. Puff puff, at this moment, many people with weaker cultivations and weaker soul powers spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some even fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Their souls were destroyed and they died on the spot. It's a soul attack. Wu people, he's from the Wu people. Someone roared out, recognizing this shriveled black-robed elder. Many people were shocked. The Wu people were a long way from the Taishu dynasty. They were separated by at least a dozen universe-level powers. However, there was no doubt that the Wu people were extremely powerful, and their strength was unfathomable. They were far from being comparable to the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe. To put it bluntly, although the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe were also known as universe-level forces, they were only pseudo-universe-level forces. They were not real universe-level forces. A universe-level power had to have a true godly emperor to be considered a universe-level power. The Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe only had quasi-emperors. They could only be considered as pseudo-universe-level powers. However, the Wu people were a true universe-level power. Why would the Wu people appear here to help the barbarian tribe? Why are you Wu people interfering in our battle? An elder from the Taishu dynasty shouted. We're not interfering. We're just returning a favor to the barbarian emperor. The elder from the Wu people said in a hoarse voice. Then, the iron bell in his hand rang again. Clang, the continuous sound waves covered the square below. On the square, more people's bodies trembled violently. Their faces were pale. Those with weak cultivations died directly. Only those with higher cultivations could barely withstand the sound waves. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His face was pale. What a terrifying soul attack. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He had the Jingyu scroll, which could protect his soul. However, under this kind of attack, the Jingyu scroll could not completely protect him. The sound waves still penetrated his soul. This showed how terrifying the opponent was. Lu Ming was considered to be in a good condition. The other talents from the Taishu dynasty were on the verge of collapse. They spat out blood and looked terrible. However, the talents from the Tianyi sacred dynasty were not affected at all. Obviously, the opponent was only targeting the Taishu dynasty, not the Tianyi sacred dynasty. All of you, back off. Tianyi sacred emperor's voice rang in the ears of Qiu Qingtian and the others. The talents from the Tianyi sacred dynasty hurriedly retreated to the side of Tianyi sacred emperor and the others. Haha, old man, this time you've gathered all the talents from the Taishu dynasty. Then I'll kill all the talents from the Taishu dynasty. I'll end your era. How can you compete with the barbarian tribe in the future? The barbarian emperor's unbridled laughter rang out in the starry sky. Clang, the black iron bell rang again. This time, it seemed to be targeting Lu Ming and the other talents. Its power gathered and was undoubtedly stronger. Lu Ming's face was pale. The other talents were even worse. Some of them collapsed on the ground and screamed. Damn it. Don't even think about it. I'll kill you. Roars rang out one after another. In the square, figures shot up into the sky and charged toward the old man from the Wu people. These were all experts. There were heavenly kings from the Heavenly King Mansion and top experts from the royal family. They were all 7th or even 8th level divine lords. A total of 8 people charged toward the old man from the Wu people. The space exploded, and the scene was extremely shocking. There was a terrifying whistling sound. However, the old man from the Wu people's expression did not change. He even showed a hint of contempt. He waved his hand, and 8 puppets appeared in the sky. These puppets held all kinds of weapons in their hands. They rushed toward the experts from the Taishu dynasty and slashed down with their weapons. Boom, boom. Boom, a series of explosions rang out. The 8 experts from the Taishu dynasty were all blocked. No matter how they attacked, they could not get close to the old man from the Wu people. Many people's expressions were ugly. It was said that the Wu people's methods were strange and unpredictable. It was true that they could block 8 top experts with just a few puppets. Of course, this was also related to the old man's own strength. This old man from the Wu people was definitely a 9th level divine lord or even a quasi-emperor. The experts from the Taishu dynasty kept attacking, but they could not break through the defense for a while. Tianyi, are you just going to sit there and watch the show? Let's attack together and kill these barbarians. I will reward you greatly. The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice rang out. He wanted to invite the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty to attack together. However, the Tianyi sacred emperor smiled faintly and said, Brother Jing, this is between you and the barbarians. The Tianyi sacred dynasty will not interfere. You. The Great Void Saint Emperor was furious. Did he not know what the Tianyi sacred emperor was thinking? The Tianyi sacred dynasty wanted both sides to suffer. This was the most beneficial for the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Why should he interfere? The Taishu dynasty and the barbarians fought to the death. This was what the Tianyi sacred emperor wanted to see the most. Clang, the old man of the Wu people continued to attack. The iron bell rang, shaking the soul. Ah. Finally, there were some young heaven's favorites who couldn't hold on any longer. They let out shrill cries and their faces turned ferocious. In the end, their souls exploded and they died. Even the geniuses of the 9 general stars were struggling to hold on. Geniuses at the level of the 9 general stars would more or less have some means of soul defense or treasures that could block soul attacks. However, the opponent's soul power was too strong. It was said that the Wu people specialized in soul attacks. For example, the Jiuyou Heavenly Palace of the Taishu dynasty could also attack souls, but compared to the Wu people, it was child's play. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. They would all die. Buzz, at this moment, a layer of light spread out from the spectator stands and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that the sound wave attack outside was blocked. It was completely blocked. The pressure on him lessened and he heaved a sigh of relief. The other geniuses were the same. Lan Shu. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Blue Merchant had made a move. At this moment, Blue Merchant was floating above Lu Ming and the others. A layer of light spread out from between his eyebrows and blocked all the sound wave attacks. Blue Merchant's soul was abnormally strong. He had broken through to the Divine Lord realm with pure soul power. His soul power was so strong that even a quasi-emperor couldn't compare to it. After all, the others mainly focused on cultivating their star cores and divine power, not their souls. It was just that as their cultivation increased, their soul power would also increase accordingly. The old man of the Wu people frowned and seemed a little surprised. Then, the black mist around his body thickened, and the iron bell rang nonstop. The sound waves rushed down like a tide, but they were all blocked by Blue Merchant. What a strong soul. How can you have such a strong soul? The old man of the Wu people shouted in shock. He realized that Blue Merchant's soul was far stronger than his. He was from the Wu people and was born with a strong soul. Moreover, he had a soul cultivation technique that made his soul several times stronger than other cultivators of the same level. However, his soul power alone couldn't be as strong as Blue Merchant's. Blue Merchant didn't say a word. He used his soul power to protect Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, let's see how you block me. The old man of the Wu people shouted angrily. The iron bell in his hand kept growing until it was 100 meters tall. The center of the old shaman's brows also shone with a dazzling light that fused with the bell. Clang, deafening bell chimes rang out one after another. Sound waves continued to surge downwards like a torrential river, flowing endlessly. The old man of the Wu people pushed his soul power to the extreme, wanting to destroy Blue Merchant's soul, but it was useless. Blue Merchant's forehead emitted a dazzling light that completely blocked the soul attack. Lan Shang's current soul force was already equivalent to second-level Divine Lord realm. This was pure soul force and did not have any divine power at all. Damn it, this person must have obtained some kind of soul treasure and had a heaven-defying encounter. Otherwise, his soul power wouldn't be so strong. Even the Wu people don't have that much soul power. The old man of the Wu people shouted in his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the bell stopped ringing. He didn't use the bell anymore. Instead, he wanted to use his divine power to kill Blue Merchant. But then, a shocking sword light slashed toward the old man of the Wu people. It was Holy Old Heavenly King. Holy Old Heavenly King slashed at the old man of the Wu people as he fought with a barbarian race expert. The old man of the Wu people was shocked. He quickly waved his hand, and a huge wooden puppet appeared. It held a battle sword and slashed out, clashing with Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. With a loud explosion, the huge wooden puppet retreated, but it also blocked Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. Ha ha ha, Barbarian Emperor, it seems like your plan to kill the prodigy of the Taishu dynasty is going to fail. The Great Void Sacred Emperor's laughter came from the depths of space. I didn't expect the Taishu dynasty to have someone with such strong soul power. This is beyond my expectations. The Barbarian Emperor replied coldly. It's beyond your expectations. Today, all of you will stay here. The Great Void Sacred Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, in the depths of the Great Void Sacred Capital, a few terrifying auras spread out. When these auras burst out, heaven and earth trembled. The entire Great Void Sacred Capital shook. So strong. Many people turned their gazes to the depths of the Imperial Palace, revealing looks of shock. These auras were too terrifying. They were not weaker than the Jun Wang, the 6th Xianxia, and the others. They were all top experts. There are indeed some old monsters in seclusion in the depths of the Taishu dynasty. The Tianyi Sacred Emperor whispered, but he was not too surprised. Any force would have some foundation. Their strength could not be what it looked like on the surface. The auras that appeared now were the foundation of the Taishu dynasty. They were some terrifying old monsters, but they were usually in seclusion. Whether it was the Tianyi sacred emperor or the barbarian tribe, they all had such a foundation. They would not make a move usually. They would only make a move at critical moments. Obviously, the Taishu dynasty had summoned these foundations. A few figures appeared from the depths of the palace. In the next moment, they came close and killed their way into the depths of space, killing those barbarian tribe elites. The Great Void Sacred Emperor was determined to kill the barbarian tribe elites. He was furious. He was extremely furious. The destruction of the soul-cultivating flower had driven him crazy. He had to make the barbarian tribe stay so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. It's time to leave. At this moment, the barbarian emperor's voice sounded. You want to leave? Dream on, the Great Void Sacred Emperor shouted and launched a storm of attacks at the barbarian emperor. Even one of the foundations of the Taishu dynasty rushed over to help the Great Void Sacred Emperor kill the barbarian emperor. But at this moment, the barbarian emperor's body emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the space around his body was filled with ripples. Die! The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared and punched the barbarian emperor. With a violent boom, the barbarian emperor's body disappeared in an instant. In its place was a scarecrow, which was shattered by the Great Void Sacred Emperor's fist. At the same time, the other barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, they all turned into scarecrows. As for their true bodies, they had disappeared without a trace. All the barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, disappeared in an instant. Only the scarecrows were left. Substitution technique. The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared. His face was extremely ferocious. Obviously, this was the work of the old man of the Wu people. They had long been prepared to use the substitution technique at the critical moment to teleport the barbarian emperor and the others away. The substitution technique was a strange technique of the Wu people. As long as it was set up in advance, it could teleport people away at the critical moment. It was really mysterious. Although the barbarian emperor and the others had teleportation arrays on their bodies, they needed time to activate them. In such a big battle, there was no chance to activate the teleportation arrays. As for the substitution technique, as long as it was set up in advance, they could be teleported away in an instant. This was how terrifying the Wu people were. The Wu people were a race that could be listed in the list of 10,000 primitive races. They were extremely powerful and were not something the barbarian race could compare to. Damn the Wu people! Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Of course, he only roared. He did not dare to cause trouble for the Wu people. Although he was already a boundary emperor, if he encountered a real divine emperor, he would probably be slapped to death. There was no doubt that he would not be able to escape. The scene quieted down. The crown prince and the state preceptor sneered. There were many accidents today. Because of Lu Ming, the Taishu dynasty had defeated the Tianyi sacred dynasty and obtained the soul-nourishing flower. However, because of the barbarian emperor's appearance, the soul-nourishing flower was destroyed. At least the Taishu Saint Emperor could not obtain the soul-nourishing flower and achieve their goal. Lu Ming. The crown prince and the state preceptor's eyes flashed coldly. As for Lu Ming, they could get rid of him later. Brother Jing, the competition is over. We will take our leave. Tianyi Saint Emperor stood up and cupped his fists. Go ahead. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. He was unhappy that Tianyi Saint Emperor did not help him just now. Of course, he would not make Tianyi Saint Emperor stay. If Tianyi Saint Emperor could come here, he must be prepared. There were probably many top experts in the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, if he attacked Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others, it would only benefit the barbarian race. If the barbarian race and the Tianyi sacred dynasty joined forces, the Taishu dynasty would be in danger. Therefore, although he was angry, he would not attack Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others. Let's go. Tianyi Saint Emperor could not be bothered with the Taishu Saint Emperor. He shouted and left with his people. For a moment, only the people of the Taishu dynasty were left in the square. At this moment, no one made a sound. The scene fell into silence. Everyone knew that the Taishu Saint Emperor was definitely in a rage right now. He was like a bomb that would explode at the slightest touch. Whoever offended the Taishu Saint Emperor would probably end up in a miserable state. Just like that, the entire place fell into silence. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood high up in the sky, his body emanating a tyrannical aura. He seemed to be adjusting himself. Just like that, after a long while, the Taishu Saint Emperor finally retracted his violent aura. He floated down and landed on the square. "Greetings, Saint Emperor." Everyone bowed. "Forget it." The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, and then his gaze descended onto Blue Merchant. His eyes glowed brightly as if he wanted to see through Blue Merchant. After a short while, a strange smile appeared on the corners of the Taishu Saint Emperor's mouth as he said, "Blue Merchant, you really are a peerless genius. You were actually able to take another path and cultivate your soul to the Divine Monarch realm after your stellar core was destroyed. Not bad." Blue Merchant cupped his fists and said, "You flatter me, Saint Emperor. I was just lucky to break through. Sometimes, luck is also a part of talent." The Saint Emperor smiled, and then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, "Lu Ming, your talent has exceeded my expectations. You can be said to be the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. You have even surpassed Yu'er. Also, this time, you have helped the Sacred Dynasty defeat the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. I will definitely fulfill the conditions that I have promised you. I will definitely send people to search for your parents." "Thank you, Saint Emperor." Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Saint Emperor, it would be much easier to find his parents. "Alright, all of you can leave." The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, seemingly tired. He took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the palace. The rest of the people also left. Lu Ming looked at Di Jianni. He really had an impulse to kill Di Jianni. However, when he saw Di Jianni standing beside the crown prince and the imperial advisor, he knew that he could not do it. After that, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest left and returned to the Hidden Dragon Duke's mansion. The news of the battle spread like wildfire. It spread throughout the Taishu Saint capital, and then the entire Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's fame was pushed to the peak. He also gained a lot of titles. He was the strongest genius in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He was also the leader of the 9 great generals, he was the youngest marquis in history, and so on. In short, everyone knew who Lu Ming was all of a sudden. Many people even thought that if Lu Ming did not die, he would definitely break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm in the future and become the first person in the history of the Taishu dynasty to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Yes, in the history of the Taishu dynasty, no one had really reached the Divine Emperor realm, including the one who founded the Taishu dynasty. The Taishu dynasty had gone through 6 generations of Saint Emperors, and no one had broken through the bottleneck. Back then, Jingyu was thought to be the most likely, but unfortunately, he had died. Now, Lu Ming was also thought to be the same. However, no matter how big the commotion outside was, Lu Ming stayed in the Hidden Dragon Duke's mansion to cultivate. He did not return to the Heavenly Chaos Starfield. He stayed in the Taishu Saint capital to wait for news of his parents. This wait lasted for a year. After a year, the Taishu Saint Emperor sent someone to see Lu Ming. There was news of his parents. "The Saint Emperor has investigated. Your parents might have been taken away and locked in a remote galaxy in the Dark Pine Starfield. Here is the map." An elder handed a map to Lu Ming and then left. The Taishu Saint Emperor was only helping him investigate. As for the rescue, he still had to rely on himself. Dark Pine Starfield. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He immediately called for Yuan Tsong and a few other 6th-level divine monarchs from the Dark Ape fighting race to save his parents. "Lu Ming, I will go with you. If we encounter any array or soul attacks, I can help," Blue Merchant said as he walked over. "Alright." Lu Ming nodded after pondering for a while. Indeed, Blue Merchant was strong in soul attacks and arrays. Yuan Tsong and the others could not replace him. "Lu Ming, this incident is very strange. I have a bad feeling about it. So, we should go back to the Hidden Dragon Star and bring Yuan Huan with us, just in case," Blue Merchant said. Yuan Huan was already an 8th heaven divine king and had cultivated the primitive divine body. He was strong and it would be safer to bring him along. All right. Lu Ming nodded. They immediately left the Taishu Saint capital and returned to the Hidden Dragon Star. Then, they brought Yuan Huan and a few other Dark Ape fighting tribe experts to the Dark Pine Star Field. Taishu Saint capital, deep in the palace, in a hall. The Taishu Saint Emperor was at the top of the hall. Below him, a few figures stood respectfully. Has Lu Ming and the rest left? The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Your Majesty, they have already set off not long ago. A black-robed old man said respectfully. Lan Shang, do you want to join us? The Great Void Sage Emperor asked with anticipation. As you expected, Blue Merchant and Lu Ming have set off together. The black-robed old man replied. Good, good, good. The Great Void Sage Emperor said good 3 times. His eyes shone brightly and he seemed to be extremely excited. This Blue Merchant's soul power suddenly erupted and reached the Divine Lord realm. He must have obtained some soul-type treasure. If I can obtain such a treasure, I might be able to rejuvenate my soul and extend my lifespan. The Great Void Sage Emperor muttered. His eyes were filled with greed. Previously, when Blue Merchant showed his terrifying soul power, the Great Void Sage Emperor had his suspicions. He suspected that Blue Merchant must have obtained some powerful soul-type treasure. This was the treasure he needed the most. Whether it was useful or not, he had to obtain it. The Dark Pine Star region was very far away from the Great Void Sage Emperor. It was a remote star region of the Taishu dynasty, just like the Qin Tian star region. Lu Ming and the rest went through a wormhole and arrived not far from the Dark Pine Star region. Then, they rushed towards a destination according to the map. With their current speed, they were too fast. They left planets behind them one by one. Before long, a huge planet appeared in front of them. This was a desolate planet. It was a dead planet. There were no living beings around it. There were no other planets or stars. It was filled with silence and desolation. It was also dark. This was very remote. If not for the map, they wouldn't have been able to find it. The map showed that Lu Ming's parents were on this planet. Let's go. Lu Ming muttered. Then, they retracted their auras and flew towards the planet. Soon, they landed on the planet. It was dark and desolate. There were no living beings. They followed a direction and slowly searched. Not long after, fog appeared in front of them. It was extremely dense. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Blue Merchant cautioned. His soul power was strong and his senses were sharp. Shushu. As soon as Lan Shang finished his words, there was a terrifying air-rending sound in the surroundings. The void exploded and a few sword gleams pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their speed was shockingly fast. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying, Lu Ming felt that he would not be able to withstand even one of these sword lights. He would be killed in one strike. Be careful. Yuan Huan and the rest were very fast, surrounding Lu Ming and Blue Merchant in the middle. Following that, several 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Race members punched out. Boom, the void was pierced as the fist of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members collided with the sword light. A terrifying explosion was heard, but the sword light was not destroyed. It was only deflected. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were also pushed back. 6th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were shocked. Clearly, the other party was also a 6th-level Divine Lord since he could repel the 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members. Who was it that kidnapped his parents and actually sent out a 6th-level Divine Lord to protect them? Moreover, there were several of them. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The sword lights retreated and charged towards them again. The 6th-level Divine Lord Realm experts were about to charge forward again. Don't make a move. Protect the Mansion Lord and the rest. Yuan Song shouted as he rushed out. As though he had sensed a trace of danger, he ordered the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members to retreat. Boom, boom. Boom, the strength of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members was at the 7th-level Divine Lord Realm. How powerful was he? As he punched out continuously, his fist force broke through the void and could kill 6th-level divine lords. But at this moment, one of the sword lights suddenly exploded, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that far exceeded the 6th-level divine lord realm. It clashed with Yuan Song's fist continuously. A few terrifying explosions rang out, and a violent force swept out. A huge explosion occurred on the planet beneath their feet. In an instant, magma soared into the sky and the entire planet exploded. But the lava fragments formed by the explosion were all turned into ashes under the energy of Yuan Song and that sword light's collision, turning into cosmic dust. Following that, Yuan Song's figure swayed and he retreated 3 steps in a row. And the sword light that he got also drifted back. 7th-level divine lord realm. Lu Ming and the rest sucked in a cold breath. The other party actually had a 7th-level divine lord realm expert. Fortunately, Yuan Song sensed danger just now and personally took action. Otherwise, those 6th-level divine lord realm dark ape fighting tribe members would be in danger. At least one of them would be killed. The planet exploded. Lu Ming and the rest stood in the cosmic void. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a flash, many figures in black robes appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 12 of them and they surrounded them. Who are you guys? Why did you kidnap my parents? Lu Ming shouted. Kidnap your parents? We don't know where your parents are at all. One of the black-robed men sneered. What? Lu Ming was shocked. If the other party didn't know where his parents were, then why did the Taishu Saint Emperor say that? Could it be that the Taishu Saint Emperor was lying to him? Lu Ming, it seems like we've fallen into a trap. This is an ambush. Blue Merchant's face turned ugly. That's right. You've fallen into a trap. This is indeed an ambush. Don't think of leaving today. A cold voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's aura was even more terrifying. 8th-level divine lord realm. Yuan Huan said with a grave expression. The other party actually sent out an 8th-level divine lord realm expert. Taishu Saint Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Needless to say, these people were sent by the Taishu Saint Emperor. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Taishu dynasty who could send out such a lineup. But why did the Taishu Saint Emperor send people to ambush them? Why did he want to kill them? Thoughts spun in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, it seems like we've really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you even have an 8th-level divine lord realm existence by your side. That 8th-level divine lord black-robed man looked at Yuan Huan. This was really somewhat unexpected. Originally, they thought that the strongest person by Lu Ming's side should only be the 7th-level divine lord Yuan Huan. Because when Lu Ming submitted his merits at the Grand Council, the rest Shadow Stone showed the scene of Yuan Huan taking action. 7th-level divine lord realm cultivation. But it didn't show Yuan Huan. They didn't expect that there was actually an 8th-level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side. Yuan Huan, you protect Battle Ancestor well. Leave these people to me. Yuan Huan stepped forward. A powerful aura spread out, making the entire starry sky tremble. The faces of those 6th-level divine lord and even 7th-level divine lord black-robed men changed drastically and involuntarily retreated repeatedly. Kill. Suddenly, Yuan Huan suddenly attacked. An iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod swept out, incomparably huge, enveloping all the black-robed men. Yuan Huan suddenly attacked, his aura shocking. The iron staff was as large as a planet, sweeping across the starry sky. 8th-level divine lord, the moment he attacked, he displayed terrifying power. However, the other party was clearly long prepared. The instant Yuan Huan attacked, that 8th-level divine lord black-robed man also attacked. A resplendent swordlight illuminated the pitch-black universe. No idea how long it was, it slashed toward Yuan Huan. With a clank, the swordlight collided with the iron staff, erupting with an earth-shaking rumble. One blast of force after another burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind one imprint after another that was who knows how many miles long. Yuan Huan and the black-robed man retreated at the same time. You all go and carry out the mission. Leave this person to me. The 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man said to the other black-robed men. Yes. Those black-robed men received the order. Their figures flickered, rushing toward Lu Ming they all. And the 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man attacked again. Sword light shocking the heavens, killing toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan wanted to rescue Lu Ming they all, but the other party was too strong. He could only do his best to resist. The two instantly exchanged more than a dozen moves. While the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Courting death. Yuan Huan roared, his iron fists blasting out continuously. The starry sky exploded. One terrifying fist force after another pierced through the starry sky, sweeping across the starry sky, killing toward those black-robed men. But two dazzling sword lights burst forth, the power not the slightest bit weaker than Yuan Huan. The other party actually had two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses. Bang! Bang! Two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses joining hands, their strength was too strong, instantly suppressing Yuan Huan, making him retreat repeatedly. Kill! Following that, the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Retreat! Lu Ming they all retreated hastily, but the other party pursued closely, their speed astonishing. One sword light after another enveloped toward Lu Ming they all. Kill! Protect War Ancestor! The remaining Dark Ape fighting race members shouted, raising their combat power to the extreme. While protecting Lu Ming and Blue Merchant, they also fought with these black-robed men. These people's cultivations were too high. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were no match for them. For a time, a chaotic battle broke out in this area, and it was a complete mess. However, Lu Ming and the others were no match for them. After all, they had fewer people and were suppressed. Apart from Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong, Lu Ming had brought a total of 6 6th level Divine Lords from the Dark Ape fighting race. However, the other party had a total of 11 people. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Ape battle tribe had cultivated the ghost battle art, they would have been defeated long ago. Even so, they were still no match for them. They could only form a circle around Lu Ming and Blue Merchant to protect them. They only had the power to defend and had no power to counterattack. After all, those black-robed men possessed extremely powerful battle prowess. They were no ordinary people. Far away, Yuan Huan and that 8th level Divine Lord Existence's great battle became even more intense. From the looks of it, you should have just broken through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm not long ago. You're no match for me. Hunting sword, kill, kill, kill. The 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man roared. His sword light was endless. Every sword was a killing move, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. For a time, Yuan Huan was actually forced to retreat. Die! The 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man shouted coldly. Who can you kill? Yuan Huan shouted. He used the ghost battle art to the extreme and raised his battle prowess to the extreme. Following that, his body swelled rapidly and turned into a giant ape. This was the primordial divine body. Yuan Huan's cultivation was extremely high. Moreover, he was able to cultivate to the peak of the 7th level Divine Lord realm. His talent was extremely shocking. Therefore, during this period of time, Yuan Huan had already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 4th transformation. Roar, Yuan Huan roared. The iron rod swept across the sky and swept out. Clang, the iron rod collided with the other party's longsword once again. This time, the sword light shook violently and the black-robed man was forced to retreat. Primordial divine body. The other party shouted in shock. Roar, at this moment, Yuan Tsong and the other Dark Ape fighting tribe members all displayed the primordial divine body. Among them, Yuan Tsong's primordial divine body was also cultivated to the 4th transformation. The other Dark Ape fighting tribe members were weaker and were only at the 3rd transformation. Even so, their battle prowess had increased by a notch. Yuan Tsong was fighting 1 against 2. At first, he was completely at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, he had turned the tables and temporarily stabilized the situation. The 6th level Divine Lord Dark Ape fighting tribe members also temporarily blocked the other party's attack. Damn it. All of you have the primordial divine body. How could all of you have cultivated the primordial divine body? the black-robed man roared in disbelief. The primordial divine body was a powerful physique secret technique. The cultivation conditions were extremely harsh. It wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one wanted to. Firstly, one needed the cultivation method of the primordial divine body. This was already very rare and precious. Moreover, even if one had the cultivation method of the primordial divine body, the cultivation conditions were also very harsh. It was understandable that one or two geniuses could cultivate it. But why were all the Dark Ape fighting tribe members able to cultivate it? Kill. Yuan Huan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the black-robed man. He launched a violent attack. The black-robed man kept swinging his iron rod at the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man was suppressed and was forced to retreat. Hold on. Wait for me to kill this man. I'll come and save you. Yuan Huan shouted and transmitted his voice to Yuan Tsong and the others. As long as he defeated the black-robed man, the situation would be completely reversed. Don't worry. Yuan Tsong and the others replied. Lu Ming had been observing the black-robed man's attacks. Something's not right. The black-robed man's target seems to be Lan Shu. He has been staring at Lan Shu. His murderous intent has also shrouded Lan Shu. More attacks are also directed at Lan Shu. Lu Ming's mind raced. He was very surprised. He had thought that the black-robed man's target was him. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. This was because the black-robed man's murderous intent didn't land on him at all. Instead, it landed on Blue Merchant. He was just collateral damage. Clearly, Blue Merchant had also noticed this point. His eyes flickered, and he was also surprised. Yuan Tsong and the 6th level divine lords from the Dark Ape combat tribe blocked the black-robed man's attacks. Meanwhile, Yuan Huan's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! The 8th level divine lord roared. He knew that they had miscalculated this time. He didn't expect that there would be an 8th level divine lord by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, they had cultivated the primordial divine body. Originally, with their strength, killing Lu Ming, Yuan Tsong, and the others would be easy. However, they didn't expect Yuan Huan to be here. At this moment, Yuan Huan's battle strength was extremely violent. He had already suppressed him. After a long battle, he would definitely lose. Clang, right at this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out in the distant starry sky. A dazzling swordlight was like a celestial flying from outer space. It crossed the vast starry sky and slashed toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan's expression changed drastically because this swordlight could already pose a fatal threat to him. At the crucial moment, the iron staff in his hand changed. It swept away several staff shadows and blasted toward the swordlight. Clang, several deafening explosions rang out. Yuan Huan's staff shadows disappeared. His figure swayed slightly, and he retreated a few steps. A terrifying swordlight forced Yuan Huan back. Following that, the void flashed and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's speed was astonishing. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Yuan Huan. 8th level divine lord. Yuan Huan's expression was incomparably solemn. I really didn't expect them to have such a powerful existence. Fortunately, the Lord was considerate and let us follow you secretly just in case. Otherwise, you'll be doomed today. The black-robed man who appeared behind said coldly. You? Who else? The black-robed man from before said. Me. A cold voice came from the starry sky not far away. Following that, another figure appeared. Another extremely terrifying expert. Yuan Huan's heart sank and his expression became ugly. In the next moment, Yuan Huan turned around and rushed towards Lu Ming's side. Go. Yuan Huan growled. His violent aura rushed towards the black-robed men who were surrounding Yuan Huan and Lu Ming. Yuan Huan's strength was so strong that his aura was like a wave. Those black-robed men were instantly scattered and retreated in all directions. The encirclement of Lu Ming's group also dispersed. Go quickly. Yuan Huan roared anxiously. Because the two black-robed men who appeared behind him were too powerful. They were both 8th level divine lords. Yuan Huan was still confident in dealing with one such person. but 2, he would lose without a doubt. If there were 3, it would definitely be a dead end. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest also knew the seriousness of the matter and flew back one after another. Want to leave? Today, none of you can think about leaving. Kill. The 2 black-robed men who appeared behind him said coldly. Their figures flashed like black phantoms, sweeping across the universe's starry sky and rushing towards Lu Ming's group. Their speed was shockingly fast. Before they arrived, a terrifying sword light had already slashed towards Lu Ming's group. The sword light was shocking, spanning a boundless distance and was incomparably huge. It completely enveloped Lu Ming's group. No matter how they dodged, they were enveloped by the sword light. You guys go first. I'll hold them back. Yuan Huan roared. He turned around and waved his iron staff, sweeping away thousands of soldiers as he attacked the 2 sword lights. 2 loud explosions rang out, and Yuan Huan's body shook violently as he retreated. At this moment, a resplendent sword light pierced towards Yuan Huan. It was that 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed person who exchanged blows with Yuan Huan previously. This sword was too fast. And Yuan Huan had just been repelled at this time and found it hard to dodge. Yuan Huan roared and barely managed to move back a distance. However, he still couldn't completely dodge the attack. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Yuan Huan's abdomen and blood flowed out. You want to block it? Let's see how you're going to block it alone. One of the black-robed men sneered. His sword light surged once again as he charged towards Yuan Huan. While the remaining 7th-level Divine Lord and 6th-level Divine Lord black-robed people continued rushing towards Lu Ming, they all. Boom! Boom! After a few more moves, Yuan Huan was forced back again and again. Another sword wound appeared on his body, penetrating his bones. The situation was perilous. Once Yuan Huan was defeated, Lu Ming and the others would definitely die. Ha ha ha! Die for me! Kill them! Remember, capture that guy alive first. Search his body for treasures that are useful to Lord before killing him. Some of the black-robed people laughed loudly and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Right at this moment, the void exploded. A saber light slashed out, slashing directly onto one of the black-robed people. This black-robed person had 6th-level Divine Lord Cultivation, but he couldn't resist at all. He was directly split into 2 by the saber light, dying on the spot. Who's there? Several black-robed people roared in shock as they retreated. The void filled up. After that, one figure after another appeared. There was a total of 7 people. These 7 people were wrapped in blood-red robes from head to toe. Their faces couldn't be seen at all. Kill. After these red-robed people appeared, they charged towards the black-robed people. Moreover, their strength was very shocking. The person in the lead had a terrifying aura. He was an 8th-level Divine Lord expert. He charged towards Yuan Huan and slashed down with his saber, charging towards one of the black-robed people. As for the other red-robed people, they also charged towards the black-robed people and the battle became a mess. What's going on? Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were a little confused. Who sent these red-robed people? They actually came to help them. So many experts. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there weren't many forces that could send out so many experts, right? Moreover, how did they know that Lu Ming and the others would be ambushed here? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly, but he couldn't think of a reason. However, they naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The Dark Ape fighting race fought back and finally blocked the black-robed people. However, they were still at a disadvantage in the peak battlefield. Although there was an additional red-robed person joining forces with Yuan Huan, they were still only 2 people. The other party had 3 people. Yuan Huan and the red-robed person were at a disadvantage. Who are you people? How dare you spoil our plans? You're courting death. A black-robed person shouted, his voice cold. However, the red-robed person didn't say a word and attacked with all his might. Universe ring. Suddenly, a cold voice came from above the starry sky. Then, golden light shone brightly. A golden collar suddenly flew out and smashed toward an 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed person. Rumble, the starry sky kept exploding. That golden collar's power was terrifying to the extreme, piercing through the universe's starry sky. Not good. The three black-robed people's faces changed drastically. Their voices trembled, revealing a look of horror. Then, they retreated frantically. However, it was already too late. One of the black-robed people was shrouded by the golden collar. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break out. No! He roared. In the next instant, the golden collar smashed into his body. This terrifying 8th-level Divine Lord existence's body directly exploded, turning into ashes. An 8th-level Divine Lord expert died just like that. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. In the next instant, they discovered that a figure had appeared above the starry sky at some point in time. This figure was also shrouded in layers of fog, completely unable to see the appearance. It seemed that these people who appeared today were all unwilling to show their true faces to others. However, this figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. She gave a light cry and controlled the golden collar, smashing it toward the second 8th-level Divine Lord existence. Those two 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed people retreated wildly, not daring to resist at all. Because they already sensed that the person who appeared last was too terrifying, surpassing 8th-level Divine Lord. It was very likely a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Divine Lord realm, the difference of one level was the difference between heaven and earth. It was instant kill. A 9th-level Divine Lord was not what they could contend with at all. They could only retreat. You all hold them back, I'll kill them. That figure who appeared at the back opened her mouth, the voice crisp. It was clearly a woman. Only at this time did Yuan Huan and those red-robed people react to it, charging toward the other party one after another, wanting to hold the other party back. As for the woman, she controlled the Vajra ring to attack an 8th-level Divine Lord. The black-robed man frantically retreated, but the Vajra ring's speed was astonishing. It turned into a golden light and instantly caught up to him. The black-robed man roared and slashed out a sword light with all his strength. This sword was incomparably stunning. No matter what planet it would be destroyed by this sword. The starry sky was split open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Clang, in the end, the sword slashed the Vajra ring. The sword light shook violently and then directly exploded. In the end, even the black-robed man's battle sword exploded. The Vajra ring didn't stop. It carried boundless power as it bombarded the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. In just a short while, two 8th-level Divine Lords were killed in succession. This scene was simply explosive. 8th-level Divine Lords were definitely peak experts in the Taishu dynasty. One had to know that some of the weaker heavenly kings were only 7th-level Divine Lords. These people were all existences on equal footing with heavenly kings. But now, they were being killed one after another. There was only one 8th-level Divine Lord left. This person was incomparably terrified. He frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, Yuan Huan and the red-robed man pursued relentlessly. They constantly attacked and entangled this person, preventing him from activating the teleportation formation on his body to escape. At this time, the woman above controlled the Vajra ring and attacked. Who are you? I'm telling you, I'm His Majesty the Sacred Emperor's people. How dare you kill us? This is a great crime worthy of 9 familial extermination. Roared the black-robed man. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his identity because the higher-ups had instructed him not to. But now that his life was on the line, he couldn't care so much. He could only use the Taishu Sacred Emperor as a deterrent. Unfortunately, whether it was Yuan Huan, the red-robed man, or the woman above, they didn't hesitate at all. They didn't stop attacking. You're all treacherous. The final 8th-level Divine Lord only had time to let out an unwilling roar before he was struck by the Vajra ring and killed. At this point, the 3 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed men had all been killed. As for the remaining black-robed men, they were nearly scared to death. They frantically tried to escape, but Yuan Tsong, the Nether Ape battle race, and the red-robed men firmly held them back. At this time, Yuan Huan and the others charged over. You're all treacherous, the black-robed men frantically resisted, but the result was already decided. Not long after, all of the black-robed men were killed. Thank you all Divine Lord for your help. I know who sent you. You've been sent here, but I don't know who sent you. Divine Lord's divine Lord. For the black-robed man, for the woman. No need, we just don't want those people to succeed. Of the divine Lord. And the black-robed men's. Divine. The woman in the starry sky spoke. She was still shrouded in mist, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. After she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she disappeared without a trace. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were cold. This time, it was obvious that the divine Lord had tricked him into coming here. He had set up an ambush to kill them. Moreover, the divine Lord's target seemed to be Blue Merchant. Could it be because of the Soul Mother? Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of this. Lu Ming, you should have guessed it. If I'm not wrong, the divine Lord wants to kill me and take the Soul Mother for himself. Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming. His expression was ugly. He had also thought of this. Back at the divine Lord's birthday, I used my soul power to block the soul attack of the Wu people. Although I didn't use the Soul Mother, the divine Lord must have suspected that I had obtained a precious soul treasure. And now, he has a strong desire for all soul treasures. That's why he sent people to ambush us. Lan Shang continued to speak, and his speculations were not far from the mark. Those red-robed men and that woman seemed to be from two different factions. Who sent them? Why would they save us? Lu Ming frowned. He was still very puzzled. Those who know about the Divine Emperor's plan are most likely people by his side. Those red-robed men, if I'm not wrong, were sent by the Crown Prince. Blue Merchant said. The Crown Prince? This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. The Crown Prince sent them? The Crown Prince actually sent people to save them? Didn't the Crown Prince want to cut Lu Ming into pieces? Why would he send people to save them? This answer was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. As if seeing Lu Ming's confusion, Blue Merchant said, if it was only the Divine Emperor who wanted to kill you, the Crown Prince would definitely clap his hands in joy. Why would he save you? But if there was some treasure that could extend the Divine Emperor's lifespan, the Crown Prince naturally wouldn't watch the Divine Emperor succeed. With Blue Merchant's explanation, Lu Ming understood. The Divine Emperor's lifespan was coming to an end. After the Divine Emperor died, the Crown Prince would succeed to the throne. If the Divine Emperor's lifespan was extended, how could the Crown Prince succeed to the throne? Therefore, compared to Lu Ming's life, the Divine Emperor's position was more important. That was why the Crown Prince sent people to sabotage and prevent the Divine Emperor from succeeding. In that case, who sent that woman? Lu Ming thought of that woman again. There weren't many 9th-level Divine Lords in the entire Taishu dynasty, right? I don't know. I can't see through her at all. Lan Shang shook his head and furrowed his brows. They discussed for a while but still couldn't figure out the woman's background. Then, they didn't stay any longer and left. After a period of time, they were far away from Dark Pine Galaxy before stopping. Lan Shu, the Taishu Divine Emperor. Didn't get the treasure on you this time. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. He'll definitely send people to deal with you again. Lu Ming frowned, his expression grave. He was very unhappy, very unhappy. He didn't get any news of his parents, and now, Blue Merchant was targeted by the Taishu Divine Emperor. This made him furious and frustrated. Lu Ming, calm down. Your parents should be fine. The other party wants to use your parents to threaten you, so won't they do anything to your parents? Therefore, at this time, he has to raise his strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the force you control, and the more weight you carry. The more weight you carry, the more the other party will value you, and the more value you will have to be used. Your parents will be safer. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As for me, it looks like I'll have to play dead. Blue Merchant continued. Play dead? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Playing dead was indeed a good idea. But how should they carry it out? After that, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant discussed and came up with a plan. They could borrow Etion's power and lead the trouble to the barbarian tribe. They did it right away. They immediately went to Etion's place of contact and discussed with him to make a plan. Then, Lu Ming returned to the Hidden Dragon Star and led the Dark Ape fighting tribe to the battlefield of the barbarian tribe. Not long after, a piece of news spread rapidly in the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming led people to fight the barbarian tribe and was ambushed by them. They suffered heavy casualties. Even Jingyu's teacher, Blue Merchant, died in the battle and his body was taken away by the barbarian tribe. Moreover, the recording of the Rest Shadow Stone was circulated. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. After all, Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher. He was extremely talented and was a top expert in the Taishu dynasty. Unfortunately, because of Jingyu's case, his star core was destroyed and he died in the hands of the barbarian tribe. It was really a pity. This big show was naturally planned by Lu Ming and Yi Tian. Everything was fake, but they acted as if it was real. Taishu Dynasty, Imperial Palace Hall. Damn it! In the hall, there was a furious roar. The violent aura shrouded the entire imperial palace. Many guards were trembling with pale faces. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the hall, there were a few people standing below. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. Taishu Saint Emperor sat at the top. His face was distorted and full of ferocious murderous intent. Damn it. Damn Blue Merchant, damn Lu Ming, damn the barbarian tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor continued to roar in anger. He didn't understand why things turned out this way. He had arranged everything flawlessly. He pretended to have found Lu Ming's parents and deceived Lu Ming and the rest to go over. Then, he sent experts to ambush them. There were more than a dozen experts, all of whom were above the 6th Divine Lord Realm. There were even 3 8th Divine Lord Realm experts. However, they never returned. There was no news. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. How was this possible? There were so many experts by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, now that the Blue Merchant had been killed by the barbarian tribe and his corpse had fallen into the hands of the barbarian tribe, wouldn't that mean that the soul treasure was also with the barbarian tribe? Therefore, he was furious. This was related to his lifespan. He was unable to restrain his anger, and his killing intent was almost uncontrollable. After a long while, the Taishu Saint Emperor's aura finally calmed down. Men, send a message to the Berserker Emperor. Tell him that I'm willing to buy back the Blue Merchant's corpse at a high price. The Great Void Saint Emperor ordered. They naturally had a way to pass the news to the barbaric emperor. But after a period of time, the barbarian emperor replied with only 2 words, "No way, the barbarian tribe and the Taishu dynasty were mortal enemies." Not long ago, the two sides had fought a great battle at the Taishu Saint Emperor's birthday banquet. How could the barbaric emperor agree to the Great Void Saint Emperor's request? He did not even need to check or ask. As long as it was beneficial to the Great Void Saint Emperor, he would reject it. Barbarian Emperor, you're courting death. Men, give me the order to attack the barbarian tribe. I want to destroy the barbarian tribe. At the same time, mobilize the troops of all the heavenly kings and marquises' mansions and attack the barbarian tribe together. The Great Void Saint Emperor had gone mad. He wanted to launch an all-out attack on the barbarian tribe. Following the Taishu Saint Emperor's orders, the entire Taishu Holy Court was shaken. All the heavenly kings' manors and marquis manors sent out their experts to join the army. Together with the imperial army, they charged towards the barbarian tribe. Of course, the barbarian tribe was not weak either. They mobilized a huge army to fight the Taishu dynasty. A terrifying war had broken out. The Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe fought at the border. The war was endless, and a large number of experts fell every day. However, the Taishu dynasty was only slightly stronger than the barbarian tribe. How could it be easy to destroy the barbarian tribe? For a time, both sides were in a stalemate. Both sides had victories and losses, and the war was hard to determine. Lu Ming naturally led the Nether Ape fighting tribe to fight the barbarian tribe. Of course, he was just putting on an act. After a few battles, he brought his people back to the Hidden Dragon Star and let the Nether Ape fighting tribe cultivate in peace. Just like that, 10 years passed in a flash. In these 10 years, the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe were still at war. However, it was not as crazy as before. Both sides were in a stalemate, and sometimes there would be a big battle. At this time, Lu Ming received a piece of good news. It was sent to him by Etion. He finally found the whereabouts of the mid-autumn moon. More than 100 years ago, someone found traces of the autumn moon in the north of the barbarian tribe. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the autumn moon seemed to have disappeared in the lost galaxy in the north of the barbarian tribe. Lost galaxy? Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn. Lu Ming had heard of the legend of the lost galaxy. It was said that the lost galaxy was in the north of the barbarian tribe. It was a very strange galaxy. No matter what cultivation you had, as long as you entered the lost galaxy, you could forget about coming out. Throughout history, countless powerful existences, including top experts above the seventh divine lord realm, had never returned. No one had ever come out. What happened? How did the mid-autumn moon enter the lost galaxy? Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Needless to say, the mid-autumn moon must have encountered some special circumstances. Otherwise, how could she enter the lost galaxy? No, I must go and find the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming's face was filled with determination. No matter how terrifying the lost galaxy was, he had to make a trip. He could not leave the mid-autumn moon behind. Even if it was dangerous, he had to go. Moreover, he had to go immediately. The lost galaxy was strange and unpredictable. He did not know what dangers there would be. If he went later, the mid-autumn moon would be in greater danger. Immediately, he gathered Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong and told them about this matter. Blue Merchant was naturally not here. Instead, he stayed with Etion for the time being. You want to go to the lost galaxy? That's too dangerous. For countless years, no one who went in has ever come out. Lu Ming, you have to think carefully. Yuan Huan advised. I know it's dangerous, but this time I have to. Go. After I leave, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, I'll definitely come out. Lu Ming said with incomparable determination. Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong looked hesitant. However, they had been with Lu Ming for some time. They knew Lu Ming's character. Once he made up his mind, it was useless even if others tried to persuade him. Since the battle ancestor has a request, we'll go with you. We can take care of each other. Yuan Huan said. That's right. Let's go together. Yuan Tsong added. No, you have to stay here. If you go with me, who will be responsible for this place? Lu Ming rejected directly. Then I'll go with the battle ancestor. With the clan leader here, there must be someone with the battle ancestor. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. Yuan Tsong said. He had to go with Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming decided to bring Ape Tsong to the Lost Galaxy while Ape Huan oversaw the Hidden Dragon Star. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming set off on the same day. Ape Tsong brought Lu Ming along at an astonishing speed, flying along the northern border of the barbarian race. Although they encountered the barbarian race along the way, with Ape Tsong leading the way, there were no obstacles at all. After a period of time, they finally arrived at the Lost Galaxy. Looking from afar, a galaxy was suspended in the universe, shining with silver-white starlight. It was incomparably dazzling. From the looks of it, it seemed to be slowly rotating. The galaxy was actually not like a river. Looking from outside the galaxy was circular and slowly rotating. It was incomparably mysterious. Let's go. Lu Ming whispered and flew toward the Lost Galaxy with Ape Kong. As they got closer and closer, Lu Ming and Ape Tsong finally flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy. When they flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy, a burst of dazzling light shone, so bright that the two could not open their eyes. After a few breaths, the dazzling light disappeared. Lu Ming and Ape Tsong looked around, and then their expressions changed. Originally, they had just entered the edge of the Lost Galaxy, but now when they looked back, there was a vast starry sky behind them. Lonely planets were suspended in the air, and they could not see the end of it. They could not see other galaxies at all. The two tried to fly backward, but after flying for hundreds of millions of miles, they still could not fly out of the Lost Galaxy. They were really lost. It seems that the Lost Galaxy has a terrifying field energy. Once a living creature enters, it will be lost and can't find the way out. Lu Ming frowned. Autumn Moon had been here for so many years, what had happened? Ape Song, let's go. Lu Ming said to Ape Song, then flew in the opposite direction. But after a while, Lu Ming stopped, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Battle Ancestor, what's wrong? Ape Song asked. I don't know why, but ever since I entered the Lost Star River, my blood seems to be flowing faster. The primordial god blood in my body seems to be slightly pulsating, as if it is responding to something. Yes, it's an inexplicable response. Lu Ming said. He really felt that way. Sense? Where is that feeling coming from? Yuan Song's eyes lit up as he asked. There. Lu Ming pointed in a direction. If I'm not wrong, there must be something in that direction that attracted the war ancestor. Maybe the war ancestor is lucky enough to find the autumn moon girl and the way out. Yuan Song said. Could it be mid-autumn moon? Let's go. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he quickly flew in that direction. The ape followed closely behind. In the Lost Star River, one would not be able to distinguish directions. Moreover, during the process of flying, the direction would constantly change. At first, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was in front of him, but after flying for a while, the feeling appeared on the right. Lu Ming flew to the right again, and after a while, it became behind him again. Sometimes it was right, sometimes it was left, sometimes it was in front, and sometimes it was behind him. It was constantly changing, incomparably strange, and difficult to grasp. If they did not have that feeling, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Just like that, they flew for a full month. After flying for a month, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the place where he felt the feeling. Who's there? At that moment, Yuan Song suddenly shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Lu Ming was shocked and he stopped in his tracks. He, I didn't expect someone to come in again. It's been a long time since a good meal was delivered. This time, I can eat to my heart's content again. A sneer was heard, and then the void spread. A huge python suddenly appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and stared at Lu Ming and Yuan Song eerily. A python had appeared in the Lost Star River. The python stuck out its tongue, sweeping Lu Ming's body back and forth, and said coldly, "Young man, I like young people the most. The taste is fresh and tender. The last time a girl came in, the taste was really good." The python said coldly. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming's head roared, as if it was about to explode. The last time a girl came in? Could it be the autumn moon? At this moment, Lu Ming emitted a terrifying killing intent. Yuan Song, kill him for me. No, cripple him first. Lu Ming roared. Bang! Lu Ming's voice had just faded when Yuan Song directly attacked. Grabbing with a large hand, a huge palm grabbed toward the python. 7th level Divine Lord, ah, damn it. The python roared in horror. Its huge body twisted, turning around to flee. He had 5th level Divine Lord Cultivation, 2 levels lower than Yuan Kong. The moment he discovered Yuan Song's cultivation, he did not dare to stay at all. However, with a difference of 2 levels, how could he possibly escape? Yuan Song's large hand grabbed down, covering the firmament, enveloping the starry sky within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Then, he grabbed the python. The python struggled fiercely, but when Yuan Song squeezed hard, the python cried out miserably. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. You really ate a young woman? Lu Ming asked with red eyes. No, I'm lying to you guys. I did see a young woman, but before I made a move, she ran away. I can swear on my life source that I really didn't eat her. Spare me. The python cried out miserably. Lu Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Since the other party dared to swear on his life source, it was most likely true. The woman you mentioned, what did she look like? Lu Ming asked. Very beautiful, like a fairy. Immediately, the python described it again. It was really the autumn moon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moment the other party described, he knew that it was indeed the autumn moon. You're a 5th level Divine Lord, how could you let her run away? You'd better not lie to me. Lu Ming said coldly. It's true. I did want to make a move at that time, but there was an expert beside that girl. I didn't dare to make a move. The python said. An expert? Lu Ming frowned and asked again, then do you know where that woman went after that? I don't know. I really don't know what happened after that. Please spare me. I've been trapped in the Lost Star River for a year. It's so miserable. Take pity on me. The python cried out miserably. Tears actually flowed out of its eyes, looking miserable. Then you have no value. Yuan Song, kill it. Lu Ming said indifferently. No, wait, right, I remember now. Hearing that Lu Ming wanted to kill it, the python almost shrank in fear and screamed sharply. Speak. Lu Ming said coldly. They might have gone to the core area. Those who enter the Lost Star River will never be able to get out and will eventually go to the core area. The python hurriedly shouted and explained. The core land? Lu Ming and Yuan Song were curious. That's right. The core is the core of the Lost Galaxy. It's a planet. You should be able to see that in the Lost Galaxy, there's no divine aura at all. Only the planet at the core has divine aura. Therefore, all the creatures on the Lost Galaxy will eventually go to the core. The girl you're looking for may have gone to the core land too. The python quickly explained and trembled in fear, afraid that Yuan Song would kill him. Are you trying to lie to me? It's difficult to distinguish directions in the Lost Galaxy. How can other creatures find the core land? Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent. I'm not lying. If you sense it carefully, you'll definitely sense that all the energy in the Lost Galaxy is converging towards one place. Although it's extremely faint, you can still sense it if you sense it carefully. As long as you follow the direction of the energy flow, you'll be able to find the planet at the core. The python screamed in horror and quickly explained. Immediately, Lu Ming and Yuan Song sensed it carefully. Indeed, not long after, they vaguely sensed that the energy between heaven and earth was indeed flowing slowly and converging in one direction. However, the range was too small. If they didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't think that the energy was converging towards the core land. The flow of energy in space was very normal. You've sensed it, right? I'm telling the truth. If you want to go to the core land, I can take you with me. The python cried. All right, let's go together then. Lu Ming said. It was good to have an acquaintance by his side. Moreover, Lu Ming couldn't determine whether what the python said was true or false. Yuan Song immediately let go of the python. The python's body quickly shrank and turned into a skinny old man with a shifty-eyed look. My name is Python Fu. The python chuckled and introduced himself. Then, he led Lu Ming and the others in a certain direction. Along the way, Lu Ming carefully sensed that they were indeed following the direction of the energy flow. To Lu Ming's surprise, the direction of the energy flow was actually the same as the direction he sensed. In other words, the feeling also came from the planet at the core land. Just like that, they kept flying. However, their speed wasn't very fast as they couldn't use their full strength. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, they flew for another month. We're here. Python Fu revealed a look of excitement as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a huge planet suspended in the air. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming could still sense traces of divine aura emanating from it. Furthermore, that intense sensation had grown even stronger. Mid-autumn moon is here? Lu Ming revealed a hopeful expression. The three of them flew towards the planet. I'll bring you to a place. Go there and ask around. Perhaps you'll find some information. They landed on the planet and flew in a certain direction. Not long after, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared before their eyes. Giant mountains rose from the ground, with palaces built on top of them. These palaces were extremely magnificent, and there was a statue in front of each palace. These statues were all mystical dragons. Furthermore, that feeling seemed to come from this mountain range. Now, my primordial divine body has been transformed into the primordial divine dragon body. There's even a drop of primordial divine blood in my body that's related to the primordial divine dragon body. Could it be related to the divine dragon body? Lu Ming's mind kept turning. At this moment, the corners of Python Fu's mouth curled up into a sneer as he suddenly retreated. Stay here. Yuan Song noticed Python Fu's retreat. He roared and clawed at him. But at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in front of Python Fu. The saber slashed at Yuan Song's huge hand. There was an earth-shattering roar. The saber shook violently and retreated. Yuan Song's huge hand was also cut off by the saber. The next moment, a burly man appeared in front of Python Fu. He was holding a rusty saber. 7th level Divine Lord. Yuan Song's face turned solemn. Hee, there's a newcomer. This is going to be fun. Cold laughter sounded one after another. Figures appeared one after another in the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that there were more than a dozen people. Each of their aura was extremely powerful. They were at least 6th level Divine Lords. There were even quite a few who were probably above 6th level Divine Lords. Python Fu. Lu Ming stared at Python Fu with an ugly expression. Clearly, they had been tricked by Python Fu. I didn't lie to you. This is indeed the Core Lands planet. Hee. Python Fu sneered. The two of you, surrender yourselves. Be our slaves for 10 million years and we'll let you go. 10 million years? That's too little. At least 100 million years. The surrounding people laughed and stared at Lu Ming and company like cats staring at mice. Then, they closed in on Lu Ming. Battle Ancestor, leave quickly. I'll hold them back. Yuan Song roared. Then, his body changed rapidly. He displayed the primordial divine body and turned into a giant ape. At the same time, he displayed the phantom battle art and raised his combat strength to the extreme. Bang, Yuan Song suddenly attacked. Both fists blasted out consecutively, blasting toward the burly man wielding the battle blade. It's the primordial divine body. This guy is tough. Several exclamations sounded in succession. That burly man wielding the battle blade roared and also raised his aura to the extreme. The battle blade slashed out continuously. Immediately, more than a dozen blade lights appeared, slashing toward Yuan Kong. More than a dozen violent rumbles sounded in succession. Force overflowed. Fist force and blade chi swept out in all directions. Following that, the blade lights vibrated. More than a dozen blade lights collapsed virtually at the same time. That burly man wielding the battle blade retreated repeatedly. Go! Yuan Song roared and rushed out of the encirclement together with Lu Ming. Want to leave? Stop right there for me. Don't think about leaving today. The others roared and chased after Lu Ming and company. Aura erupted. Lu Ming discovered in shock that there were at least 5 people whose cultivation reached 7th level Divine Lords. There were actually so many terrifying powerhouses in the Lost Galaxy. Go that way. Lu Ming roared. Leading Yuan Song, he rushed in the direction of the palace. The other party had too many experts. If they rushed outside, they definitely could not escape the other party's pursuit. He had a feeling that if they rushed toward the palace area, there might be a turning point. In an instant, they rushed into the mountains. At that moment, the people behind them suddenly stopped. They no longer dared to chase after them. They all revealed looks of fear. Not good. Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. The other party did not dare to pursue. Could it be that this place was dangerous? Otherwise, why would the other party not dare to chase inside? How dare you disturb my cultivation? You're courting death. At this moment, a cold voice came from a palace beside Lu Ming and the rest. Then, a huge palm reached out from the palace and grabbed at Lu Ming and Yuan Kong. The palm covered the sky and was incomparably huge. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful aura that completely locked onto Lu Ming and the rest. Be careful, combat ancestor. Yuan Song roared and stepped forward. He used all his strength and threw out more than 100 punches in an instant. More than 100 fist seals finally converged into a single fist seal and bombarded the palm. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out as the palm violently trembled. In the end, with a bang, it exploded. However, the fist print that Yuan Song threw out also exploded at the same time. Yuan Song's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yuan Song, are you alright? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Yuan Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the palace with an extremely solemn expression. 8th level Divine Lord, after exchanging a blow, he discovered that the existence in the palace was actually an 8th level Divine Lord. So you've cultivated the primordial divine body. Your combat strength is not bad. Looks like I'll have to take action personally. A cold voice came from the palace. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ming only saw a phantom flash and a figure appeared outside the palace. It was a white-haired old man with a cold gaze. Senior, we're just passing by. We didn't mean to disturb you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. I don't care if you're passing by or not. If you disturb my cultivation, you'll die. The old man's eyes were cold and revealed a strong murderous intent. These guys are all twisted in their hearts. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt that the people here were extremely violent, unreasonable, and twisted in their hearts. They wanted to attack and kill at the slightest provocation. Lu Ming could understand. These people were famous powerhouses in the outside world. However, after entering the Lost Galaxy, they could not get out. They would be trapped here forever with no hope in sight. They could only wait for death here. Naturally, they would feel irritable and their hearts would be distorted. Swoosh, after the old man finished speaking, he threw out a palm and pressed down on Yuan Kong. The ape follower roared and did his best to resist. However, even if Yuan Song cultivated the primordial divine body and had the augmentation of the ghost battle art, his battle prowess was so strong that ordinary existences of the same level wouldn't be a match for him. However, the other party was an 8th level divine lord. No matter how strong Yuan Song was, he still wasn't a match for him. After barely managing to withstand a few blows, he was severely injured. Little guy, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and let you linger on with your last breath. The old man then looked at Lu Ming. His other withered hand reached out to grab Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not allow himself to be captured. He would resist to the end. Roar, at this moment, Lu Ming activated all of his strength. His primordial divine blood was also activated. His body rapidly expanded and turned into a huge divine dragon. His 9 claws stepped on the air, causing the void to tremble. What a powerful aura. A peak divine king actually has such a powerful aura. He's a divine dragon, a 9-clawed dragon. In this world, there's actually a 9-clawed dragon? No, it's not a 9-clawed dragon. It's the primordial divine body. This kid cultivated the primordial divine body. The people outside the mountain shouted in shock. In front of the palace, the old man was also shocked. Then, his eyes revealed a look of greed. Primordial divine dragon body. Ha ha ha, if I get this kid, I might be able to find a way out. The old man was ecstatic. His hand grabbed down even more firmly. Roar, Lu Ming roared and resisted frantically. But at this moment, there was a change. In front of the palace, there was a divine dragon statue. At this moment, the divine dragon statue suddenly moved. It let out a dragon roar and rushed into the sky. The dragon claws stepped on the air and slammed into the old man's large hand. Boom, there was a violent explosion. That hand was blocked. However, cracks appeared on the divine dragon statue. Lu Ming was stunned. He was a little confused. Why did the divine dragon statue move? It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the primordial divine blood in his body. The divine dragon statue here had a spirit. This kid can actually move the divine dragon statue. Ha ha ha, it might really be useful. The old man was shocked at first. Then, he was ecstatic. His aura erupted and he grabbed at Lu Ming again. Roar, the divine dragon statue continued to roar and pounced on the old man. There was another explosion. The old man's hand was blocked, but there were more cracks on the divine dragon statue. What should I do? If this goes on, I won't be able to block more than a few moves. Oh right, there are divine dragon statues in front of the other palaces. If I can mobilize them, I can definitely suppress this old man. Lu Ming's mind raced. He thought of the statues in front of the other palaces. There was a palace on every mountain in this mountain. In front of each palace, there was a divine dragon statue. There were dozens of palaces in total. Lu Ming was thinking of how to mobilize those divine dragon statues. Suddenly, boom. Boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted from those palaces one after another. These auras were incomparably terrifying. They soared into the sky like smoke signals. Following that, figures flashed. A figure actually rushed out from each palace. The aura of each figure was incomparably shocking. The weakest one was not weaker than the old man from before. All of them were existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. There were a total of more than 30 people. Lu Ming was stunned. Yuan Song was also stunned. They were too shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. There were actually so many powerhouses here. How was this possible? More than 30 existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. Even if all the powerhouses in the entire Taishu dynasty were added up, there would not be too many. Where did these people come from? Lu Ming dared to bet that these powerhouses were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was because a Divine Lord realm expert could only live for 10 stellar years at most. In other words, these people had entered the lost galaxy within these 10 stellar years. If so many powerhouses from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had entered within these 10 stellar years, it would have caused a huge commotion. Such powerhouses were all famous big shots. It was difficult not to cause a commotion when they went missing. Therefore, these people were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was very likely that they were from a more distant force. Then, Lu Ming and Yuan Song's hearts sank. So many powerhouses had appeared all of a sudden. How could they fight against them? The difference was too great. Primitive divine dragon body. What an amazing primitive divine dragon body. This kid, could it be that he has already condensed the primitive divine blood? The Lost Galaxy was a secret place of the Divine Dragon clan. With this kid, maybe we can get out. These people stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes lit up, revealing a fiery light. I was the one who discovered this kid first. The old man who started yelled and stared at the others. So what if you discovered him? I want this kid. Another old woman said coldly. Her aura was oppressive and incomparably terrifying, even stronger than the old man from before. 9th level Divine Lord, Lu Ming revealed a look of shock. This old woman was definitely a 9th level Divine Lord existence. In the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had felt the aura of a 9th level Divine Lord powerhouse before. The two were similar. You want him? Why should you want him? I even said that I want him. A deep voice sounded. A burly man sneered, not afraid of the old woman at all. Obviously, he was also a figure of the same level. Lu Ming felt a headache. This time, it was really mysterious. He really walked into a dragon's den. What should I do now? Do I have to take out the purple copper coffin again? That's a way to perish together. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found the autumn moon yet. Oh right, the divine dragon statues and that feeling came from these mountains. After coming here, the feeling of these mountains became stronger. It's as if there are divine dragons residing in these mountains. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart stirred. If he could mobilize all the divine dragon statues, he might be able to fight. Immediately, Lu Ming desperately urged the blood in his body, wanting to mobilize those statues, but there was no response. Could it be that the distance is too far? What should I do? Oh right, primordial divine dragon horn, give it a try. Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine dragon horn. With a thought, the primordial divine dragon horn appeared. At this time, the surrounding powerhouses were confronting each other. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. I think we should take down this kid together and study him. If we can find a way to get out, we can all go out together. Someone suggested. Alright, let's do that. Then let's do it. These people reached a consensus and planned to take down Lu Ming first to study him together. As for whether Lu Ming agreed or not, they could not be bothered. Why would they care if a mere divine king agreed or not? Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming at the same time. Let's do it. Lu Ming grabbed the primordial divine dragon horn and blew into it. Woo woo woo. Following this, the sound of an ancient horn could be heard. It was as if it had traveled through endless time and space. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire area. Roar roar roar. In the next moment, a series of dragon roars echoed in the sky. The divine dragon statues in front of the palace roared toward the sky and moved. Dozens of divine dragon statues flew toward Lu Ming. What happened? Those experts were shocked and subconsciously stepped aside. Then, those mystical dragon statues all appeared around Lu Ming, protecting Lu Ming in the middle. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had not expected the immemorial divine dragon horn to have such an effect. It could even command the divine dragon statue. Could this be the true usage of the ancient divine dragon horn? It seemed like he had been blind in the past to use the primordial divine dragon horn as a weapon. It was a complete waste. The surrounding experts were stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes lit up. This kid can actually control the divine dragon statue. All the more we have to take him down for research. That's right. Perhaps we can really find a way out. Those experts whispered. Then, they made their move. The void trembled and exploded. Terrifying attacks pressed towards Lu Ming. Of course, they were pressing towards those divine dragon statues. They did not want to kill Lu Ming just like that. How would they research after killing Lu Ming? Roar roar roar. All the divine dragon statues roared. Their bodies emitted a resplendent radiance as they soared into the sky. Dragon claws tore through the air and clawed at those attacks. This space shook violently and a huge explosion occurred. It was completely annihilated. However, those surrounding experts, some of them were really strong. Their cultivation reached 9th level divine lord, their strength heaven shocking. Some divine dragon statues could not withstand it at all. A series of cracks directly appeared on their bodies, then they exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen statues exploded. If this continued, these divine dragon statues would definitely not be able to block these experts. Continue. Lu Ming circulated his divine power crazily. Then, he blew the primordial divine dragon bugle. He felt that there was a force in every mountain peak. The reason why Lu Ming sensed it previously was because of this force in the mountain peak. If he could summon it, he could reverse the current situation. Woo 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 woo. The ancient bugle sounded, becoming more and more intense. Finally, it broke through the clouds. Those divine dragon statues roared and charged towards these experts like they had gone mad. At the same time, there was a strange change in the mountains and rivers. Every mountain and river suddenly emitted a resplendent radiance. Roar. Following that, a dragon's roar sounded, penetrating gold and cracking stone. The next moment, a divine dragon suddenly rushed out of the mountain peak closest to Lu Ming. This divine dragon was pitch black all over. There were 6 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was a 6-clawed divine dragon. At the scene, everyone was stunned. A 6-clawed divine dragon actually appeared in the mountain peak. What was going on? They had stayed here for so many years and actually did not discover it? No, wait, this isn't a real divine dragon. It's not a body of flesh and blood, but a soul body. This is a dragon soul. Someone cried out in surprise. That's right, this was indeed a dragon soul. Lu Ming had long seen through it. He did not expect that inside this mountain peak, there was actually a dragon soul that was summoned by his primordial divine dragon bugle. Roar. The dragon soul let out a long roar, its gaze like lightning, emitting a vast dragon pressure. Then, it pounced over toward an old man. This old man was that old man who made a move against Lu Ming at the very beginning. An enormous dragon claw directly grabbed down toward this old man. The old man was startled and blasted a palm out with all his might. A terrifying palm print pressed over toward the dragon soul. Bang, an intense rumble. That old man's body retreated explosively, his complexion turning pale. At the scene, many people sucked in a cold breath. This old man was a genuine 8th level divine lord. And this dragon's soul actually repelled the old man with one move. This kind of strength was also too terrifying. The crux was that this was just a dragon's soul. After a divine dragon died, the undying battle soul left behind did not have intelligence. Furthermore, no idea how long had passed. Such a long time had passed, a dragon's soul actually still had such powerful combat strength. This was inconceivable. What kind of strength should this dragon's soul have when it was alive? It absolutely surpassed the divine lord realm. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for just a dragon's soul to be so strong. Many people's eyes revealed looks of astonishment. Legend has it that this place is a secret base of the Divine Dragon clan. There's a Divine Dragon branch residing here. Sure enough, it's right. Someone whispered, very shocked. Woo woo woo, the ancient bugle horn sound continued to sound out. Following that, astonishing dragon roars came from several more mountain peaks. Several more mountain peaks emitted resplendent light. Dragon roars rang out, and then several huge black divine dragons charged out of the mountain peaks. These divine dragons were also dragon souls. They were pitch black and had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. They were all 6-clawed divine dragons. Several dragon souls appeared and directly pounced at Lu Ming. Not good. Quickly stop him. Attack. Some of the surrounding powerhouses roared. Their divine power soared to the sky, forming several terrifying attacks that pressed down on Lu Ming. But dragon roars rang out. Those divine dragon statues and the dragon soul that appeared first did their best to block these people's attacks. And the dragon souls that appeared later had already arrived. Their dragon claws were incomparably sharp. They directly tore through space and grabbed at those experts. Terrifying rumbles rang out. This region was constantly exploding, setting off destructive storms. However, this planet was very strange. The ground was incomparably hard, and the mountains and rivers were even more so. When the terrifying, destructive force landed on the ground, although the ground and rocks were constantly exploding, the explosions only left small craters. It had to be known that those experts that appeared later were at least 8th level divine lords. Just how terrifying was this battle? If it were outside, it would have long destroyed this planet. It could be seen that this region was very extraordinary. Wu 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 Lu Ming constantly blew the primordial divine dragon horn. To be honest, blowing the horn consumed a lot of divine power. The divine power stored in his star core had already been exhausted. But there was an endless stream of divine power coming out of the quantum character art, allowing Lu Ming's divine power to always be abundant. As the primordial divine dragon horn rang out, many mountain peaks were filled with radiance. Dragon roars rang out incessantly. Pitch-black dragon souls appeared one after another. Each of these dragon souls was a 6-clawed divine dragon. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. They were just dragon souls, but they could actually suppress 8th level divine lords. Some dragon souls were even stronger and could actually suppress 9th level divine lords. In just a moment, at least 20 dragon souls appeared. With so many souls unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks on those experts were actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Outside the mountains, the faces of Python Fu and the others were pale. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They were truly stunned by this scene. Lu Ming was actually able to summon a dragon soul. Fortunately, Lu Ming's target was not them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. Brat, shut up, shut up. An old woman roared. Her strength was very astonishing, being a 9th level divine lord. She rushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to take down Lu Ming. However, a huge dragon claw reached out to grab her. The two of them exchanged blows, and the old woman retreated quickly. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail at her. Bang, the old woman screamed and retreated quickly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Roar roar roar, dragon roars continued to resound from the remaining 10 or so mountain peaks. Then, dragon souls rushed out one after another. There were a total of 36 mountains, and each mountain had a dragon soul rushing out. 36 dragon souls and the remaining divine dragon statues were enough to completely crush those experts. Ah, with a scream, an 8th-level divine lord was forcefully torn apart by a dragon's soul and died on the spot. The remaining people were afraid. They desperately charged, wanting to escape from this place. However, the dragon's souls surrounded them, blocking this area. Old bear, why aren't you making a move? We're all going to die. Suddenly, someone roared. Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountains. The moment this aura appeared, heaven and earth became heavy and incomparably oppressive. Then, a loud roar came out. A huge bear appeared in the depths of the mountains. Yes, a huge bear that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black fur, like a mountain. Its speed was very fast. With a step, it appeared nearby. A huge bear paw slapped toward a dragon soul. Boom, that dragon soul was directly sent flying, crashing into a mountain. The mountain shook, and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming saw that the dragon soul's dragon claw shattered, as if it had disappeared into thin air. What terrifying strength, this is a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted in incomparable shock. This black bear was actually a quasi-emperor existence. Lu Ming had seen the battle between the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbaric Emperor. Both sides' auras were about the same, both earth-shattering. There was actually a quasi-emperor residing here. It was really terrifying. A quasi-emperor was much stronger than a 9th-level divine lord. You can actually summon dragon souls, interesting. The giant bear opened its mouth, its voice rumbling. It stepped forward, pressing toward Lu Ming. However, a few dragon souls pounced toward the giant bear. Although the dragon souls are strong, they're only equivalent to a divine lord. They're not my match. The giant bear shouted coldly. Its paw slapped out continuously. With each slap, a dragon soul was sent flying. No dragon soul could stop the giant bear. It kept approaching Lu Ming. Woo woo woo. Lu Ming blew continuously. Those dragon souls moved according to Lu Ming's will, gathering together and rushing toward the giant bear. With so many dragon souls attacking continuously, the power was also very astonishing. The giant bear was blocked for a moment too. What are you all still in a daze for? Attack together! The giant bear roared loudly at the others. The others were akin to waking up from a dream. Just now, when they saw the giant bear appear, they even thought that the giant bear could handle it alone. They were just about to take action and take down Lu Ming. But right at this time, a dragon roar suddenly came from this stretch of mountains and rivers. This dragon roar was exceptionally terrifying, shaking until the entire universe started trembling, completely suppressing the other dragon roars. Outside the mountains and rivers, Meng Fu and the rest of the 6th-level Divine Lord existence's bodies trembled greatly like they were electrocuted, then spewed out a mouthful of blood. 6th-level Divine Lords were directly injured by a dragon roar. 7th-level Divine Lords were still a little better, but their complexions were also pale. Only 8th-level Divine Lords and 9th-level Divine Lords were unaffected. But their expressions also changed drastically, looking in the direction where the dragon roar came from one after another. That was because this dragon roar gave them a lot of pressure. Roar, that terrifying dragon roar continued to emit. The next instant, this stretch of mountains and rivers was shining. Following that, a dragon claw reached out from the mountains and rivers. This dragon claw was pitch black. The dragon scales on it were all clearly visible. But one could still tell that this was not a body of flesh and blood, but a dragon's soul. When this dragon claw reached out, it directly clawed over toward the giant bear. The giant bear's expression changed drastically, its huge eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. With a roar, its body became even bigger. A pair of bear paws smacked out continuously, colliding together with the dragon claw. But the next instant, with two cracking sounds, the giant bear's bare paws directly broke apart. The quasi-emperor realm giant bear's palms were broken when it tried to block the dragon claw. It was bent 180 degrees and blood was gushing out of it. The giant bear's body was like a giant meteorite as it crashed to the ground. Boom, gravel flew everywhere and a giant pit was formed on the ground. The giant bear coughed out blood. Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. They could not believe what they had just seen. The giant bear was an invincible quasi-emperor realm existence. How could it be injured so easily? The opponent was only a dragon claw. What kind of existence was that? A divine emperor? It was definitely a real divine emperor. Otherwise, it would not be so strong. There was a dragon soul that had reached the divine emperor realm. It was terrifying. Boom, that dragon claw once again clawed at the giant bear. The attack was incomparably fierce. The giant bear roared and erupted with all its strength, pushing its strength to the limit. The giant bear was a quasi-emperor realm expert. It was definitely strong in all aspects. Its divine origin force had already awakened 4 times and it had also mastered the secret technique of the origin force. However, it was useless. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek when the dragon claw clawed at it. All of its attacks and defenses collapsed and it crashed to the ground again. This time, half of its body exploded. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Roar, the dragon roared and the dragon claw continued to claw at the giant bear. Surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek. It was a quasi-emperor realm expert. Even if it was trapped here, it did not want to die. Once a quasi-emperor realm expert took the last step, he would be able to enter the divine emperor realm. Perhaps he would be able to get out of here after entering the divine emperor realm. Woo, suddenly, the sound of the horn changed. The dragon claw stopped abruptly above the giant bear's head. Otherwise, the giant bear would have exploded. The giant bear heaved a sigh of relief. It almost peed in its pants. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the rest of the people. Those people's facial expression changed drastically. I am willing to surrender. I am also willing to surrender. The other experts also cried out one after another. What a joke. That dragon claw was too terrifying. There were other dragon souls as well. If they did not surrender, they would all die. Swear. Swear that you will surrender and not attack us. Lu Ming said coldly. The reason why he didn't continue to let the dragon soul kill these people was because he wanted to get information about Autumn Moon from these people. Secondly, the strength of these people was extremely shocking. If he could get out later, he would be able to borrow the strength of these people. The chances of him overturning Jing Yu's case would be much higher. That was why he spared the other party's life. I swear. I swear on my life essence that I will never attack you again. The giant bear was the first to cry out. I swear as well. Following that, the others also swore that they would never lay a hand on Lu Ming and the others. In the end, Lu Ming looked outside the mountains. Plop Python Fu's face turned pale and his body went soft. He actually knelt down and cried out, Young master, please spare me. This lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Young master, please spare me. Python Fu was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's miraculous abilities were far beyond his imagination. He had already been trapped in this place for over a star year. He didn't even know that the dragon statues here could move, and that each of these mountains could summon a dragon soul that was shockingly strong. Now, in his eyes, Lu Ming was simply a primordial dragon that had come back to life. This time, I'll spare your lives. Lu Ming said coldly. Many thanks, young master. Python Fu was overjoyed and repeatedly kowtowed. The other 7th level and 6th level divine sovereigns also expressed their thanks. At this moment, with a thought, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. Once he put away the primordial divine dragon horn, the giant dragon claw also retracted. The other dragon souls also flew towards those mountains, rushed into those mountains, and disappeared. Whoosh, only then did all the experts present let out a long sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with dread. Young master, how should I address you? A round-faced old man who looked rather amiable flew over and said with a smile. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. So it's young master Lu. This old man is Zhu Tai. Zhu Tai cupped his fists and continued, May I know how young master Lu came to the Lost Star River? Are you also looking for the divine dragon race's treasure? The divine dragon race's treasure? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He then shook his head, saying, No, I'm here to find someone. Everyone, has anyone seen this girl before? After saying that, Lu Ming took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The portrait was of the mid-autumn moon. It's her. When Lu Ming opened the portrait, almost everyone was taken aback and exclaimed one after another. You've all seen her before? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Looking at these people's expressions, he knew that they had definitely seen the mid-autumn moon. Yes, I've seen her before. Over 100 years ago, this girl came here. Everyone spoke. Then where is she now? Lu Ming asked joyfully. She left. She left over 100 years ago. Everyone spoke. What do you mean she left? Are you kidding me? Lu Ming was shocked, then his face turned gloomy. Once one entered the Lost Star River, they couldn't leave. There were so many powerful existences here, but none of them left. How could the mid-autumn moon leave? It's true, we're not lying to you. At this moment, the giant bear walked over. He recovered for a while, and the half of his body that was broken had recovered, but his aura was still weak. That girl went to an ancient passage and left this place. The giant bear said. If the ancient passage left this place, then why didn't you leave? Lu Ming said coldly, still in disbelief. Young Master Lu, what we said is true. If you want to explain, you can only start from the origin of the Lost Star River. The giant bear said. Lu Ming did not say anything and listened quietly. It is said that this Lost Star River is a base of the Divine Dragon Clan. It's a branch of the Divine Dragon Clan, the place where the six-clawed black dragon lived. However, later on, some top clans joined forces to attack the Divine Dragon Clan. The six-clawed black dragon clan went to the mother planet of the Divine Dragon Clan to rescue them. I believe young Master Lu already knows what happened after that. The Divine Dragon Clan was almost wiped out, and the six-clawed black dragon clan never returned. Even the powerful existences followed the tracks and killed all the six-clawed black dragons here. However, there are legends that the powerful existences didn't fancy the treasures of the six-clawed black dragon clan and left them behind. Therefore, many people crossed the endless Star River to come here to search for treasures, but ended up being trapped here. However, this place has an ancient passage in the starry sky, a teleportation formation that can lead to the outside world. However, it was sealed, and we couldn't open it no matter how hard we tried. Until more than 100 years ago, the girl you mentioned actually opened the teleportation formation and left this place. The giant bear explained in detail. Since the teleportation platform has been activated, why didn't you leave? Lu Ming asked again. That's because the teleportation platform has been destroyed. The moment that girl teleported away, it self-destructed. Perhaps she used the wrong method to activate it. The giant bear sighed. Where is the teleportation platform? Bring me there. Lu Ming said. It's in the depths of this mountain. Please. The giant bear waved his hand, and everyone brought Lu Ming to the depths of the mountain. Sure enough, there was a huge formation platform here. It was really huge, with a radius of several thousand li. However, many places had exploded, and many people's runes had been destroyed. Lu Ming closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. After a while, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. It was Autumn Moon's aura. That's right, he sensed Autumn Moon's aura. There was no mistake. The giant bear was right. Autumn Moon must have been here. Even though more than 100 years had passed, there was still a remnant of Autumn Moon's aura. Although it was very faint, ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, Lu Ming was too familiar with Autumn Moon. Even if it was very faint, he could still sense it. Can this teleportation platform not be repaired? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It can't be repaired. At least with our level, it's hard to repair. The giant bear and the others shook their heads. Senior Bone Devil, do you have a way to repair it? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Devil. No. Bone Devil's answer was very simple. He then said, this teleportation platform is very ingenious. It's unique to the Divine Dragon Clan. Only the Divine Dragon Clan can teleport. Other people can't teleport at all. And that girl, Autumn Moon, received the inheritance of the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. She might have mastered some unique techniques and forcibly activated this teleportation platform, Although she was teleported out, the platform was also destroyed. It's hard to repair it. It can't be repaired? Lu Ming was disappointed. It wasn't easy for him to find this place and find the whereabouts of Autumn Moon. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon had already left. Everyone, do you know where this teleportation platform leads to? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It's hard to say. It might lead to a secret base of the Divine Dragon Clan. But most likely, it leads to the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The giant bear said. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? Lu Ming was puzzled. The mother planet of the dragon race is still around. Yes. The giant bear said, the primitive universe is boundless. Not all planets are the same. Some planets are very special. For example, some of the top races on the list of 10,000 primitive tribes all have their own home planets. Their home planets are not only huge, but also very special and difficult to destroy. Not to mention divine emperors, even divine emperors or stronger existences can't destroy them. I see. Lu Ming nodded. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? It seemed that he would have to make a trip there in the future. Of course, that was under the premise that he could get out. By the way, why did you attack me before? Lu Ming asked again. Because you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. The Lost Star River is a base of the Dragon Clan. Since you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, you might be able to find a way out. That's why we attacked you. Zhu Tai smiled awkwardly. However, we didn't expect you to be able to summon the dragon soul here. Then, our chances of getting out will be greater. The dragon soul here is an undying battle soul left behind by a six-clawed black dragon that fell countless years ago. It probably still has its instincts. If you can control the dragon soul to lead the way, we might really be able to get out. The giant bear added. The others' eyes were already glowing. They came from different forces in the universe. They wanted to find the treasure of the six-clawed black dragon, but they didn't find it. Instead, they were trapped here. They really wanted to get out. Otherwise, they would die of old age here. Control the dragon soul to lead the way. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He also didn't want to be trapped here. This was a good idea. Alright. Next, I'll study how to make the dragon soul lead the way. By the way, the Lost Star River, is it just you guys? Lu Ming asked. Not only that, there are some in other places, but there aren't many. After all, those who can cross the universe to come here are all people with high cultivation. Those with low cultivation don't dare to come here. The weakest among them is a fifth-layer divine monarch. Zhu Tai explained. Lu Ming nodded and said, alright, I'm going to study it. Don't disturb me. Alright. We definitely won't disturb you. If anyone disturbs you, I'll slap them to death. The giant bear was overjoyed and almost bowed. Its eyes swept around, revealing a ferocious glint. The others naturally nodded repeatedly. How could they possibly disturb Lu Ming? Lu Ming immediately sat down at the peak of a mountain and took out some divine crystals to absorb. After a period of time, Lu Ming's condition recovered to his peak. Then, he summoned the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. After several breaths of time, the mountain below him began to shine. Then a dragon soul flew out. Lu Ming tried to use the horn to control the dragon soul. Unfortunately, he could only barely control the dragon soul to attack or stop. This seemed to be the dragon soul's instinct. As for controlling the dragon soul to do other things, he couldn't do it. I can't do it. The horn has all kinds of different tones. I just haven't figured out how to use it. If I can figure it out, it should be possible. Lu Ming pondered. Then he changed the way he blew and continued to study it. In the distance, the giant bear, Zhu Tai, and the others were eagerly watching. Don't worry. Lu Ming's core secret art is very strange. A horn that can summon a divine dragon is something I've never heard of before. It's so mysterious. It should be possible to control. We just have to wait patiently. The giant bear comforted them. In truth, he was also incomparably anxious. In the following time, Lu Ming carefully studied how to use the ancient divine dragon horn. Since Autumn Moon had already left, he had to find a way to leave the Lost Star River and return to the Taishu dynasty. He had to deal with Jingyu's matter as quickly as possible. Then he would go find Autumn Moon and Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been studying it for half a year. After half a year, he found that the ancient divine dragon horn was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. When blowing the horn, he needed to pour in divine energy. Depending on the amount of divine energy poured in, the horn sound would also be different. Naturally, the control of the dragon's soul would also be different. After half a year of trial and error, Lu Ming finally succeeded in his research. He was able to control a dragon's soul and fly around with it. If I can bring all these dragon souls out, just how strong would I be? Lu Ming's heart was burning. Lu Ming was really tempted. The combat power of these dragon souls was too strong, especially the most powerful dragon soul. It was highly likely to be at the Divine Emperor realm. If he could bring it out, he would be able to defeat the entire Taishu sacred court. However, Guimo immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Don't think too much. It's impossible to bring it out. It's already very good that the dragon souls could bring you to the border of the lost galaxy. The reason why they could survive is because this is the base of the six-clawed divine dragon. Once they leave the lost galaxy, they will soon dissipate and completely disappear in the universe. Guimo said. Lu Ming suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. Then let's go. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and stepped out. Yuan Song followed behind Lu Ming. Young Master Lu Ming, did you succeed in your research? Zhu Tai immediately came up to him with a face full of smiles. During this period of time, there were even more people outside the mountains. In total, there were more than 100 people. People from other places on this planet had gathered, waiting for the results of Lu Ming's research. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ming eagerly. It's a success, Lu Ming said. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes lit up. Their eyes were shining brightly. If it's a success, they would be able to go out. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. They were really too excited. They had waited for so many years, and finally, they saw hope. However, Lu Ming sneered and said, "But, why should I bring you out?" Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at each other. Yes, why should Lu Ming bring them out? Young Master Lu Ming, please, bring us out. If you have any requests, just say it. Zhu Tai said with a trembling body. Yes, young Master Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it. We will definitely fulfill them. We will die 1,000 times. Everyone spoke one after another, wishing that they could dig out their hearts and show it to Lu Ming. If you want me to bring you out, you have to promise me one thing. Lu Ming said. Young Master Lu Ming, just say it. Not bad, not bad. Everyone said one after another. I encountered some difficulties outside. Have you heard of the Taishu dynasty? Following which, Lu Ming briefly explained what he was going to do in the Taishu sacred court. You just have to promise me that you'll stay by my side for the time being. Once I'm done with the Taishu dynasty and overturn the verdict for Prince Jingyu, you can leave. How about it? Lu Ming said. Honestly speaking, this was a terrifying force. Because the weakest was a 5th-level divine lord. If he were to bring her out, she would definitely be able to turn the world upside down and become a powerful helper for him. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty is a quasi-emperor, it's only a sub-universe level power. That's easy, I agree. I agree as well. Immediately, everyone agreed. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty was only a quasi-emperor. Although this kind of power was also called a universe-level power, in fact, it could only be considered a sub-universe level power. True universe-level powers all had godly emperors in charge. It wasn't difficult for sub-universe level powers without godly emperors to do so. Moreover, they had been in the lost galaxy for so long, they didn't mind staying by Lu Ming's side for a while longer. Immediately, these people swore on their life origin that after leaving, they would stay by Lu Ming's side until they helped Lu Ming complete his mission in the Taishu dynasty. Alright, let's go then. Lu Ming smiled, then condensed the immemorial divine dragon horn and blew it. Soon, a dragon soul flew out. Lu Ming didn't plan to summon a few dragon souls. One was enough. Moreover, a dragon soul was easier to control and could go further. Woo-woo, the ancient horn sounded. Lu Ming stood on the dragon soul's head. The dragon soul let out a dragon roar and flew into the distance. The others followed behind the dragon soul. The dragon soul flew completely according to its instincts. It flew left and right, forward and backward, up and down without any pattern. If others were to look for it, they wouldn't be able to find it. Their speed wasn't fast. Just like this, they flew for over a month. Suddenly, the dragon soul stopped. "We're here." Lu Ming glanced around. He had a feeling that as long as they flew forward a bit more, they would arrive and be able to leave. "Everyone, if we continue flying forward, we should be able to leave," Lu Ming said. "Let me try." Someone couldn't hold back and excitedly said, then rushed out. Before they could fly out 100 miles, the space in front of them suddenly rippled like water. Then that person directly disappeared. Many people's eyes lit up. Disappearing meant that they had left. "Everyone, let's go." Lu Ming smiled, then stepped down from the dragon soul's head. Roar, the dragon soul let out a dragon roar, then turned around and flew back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Unfortunately, I can't bring them out." Lu Ming sighed. However, he was already very satisfied with being able to bring out Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. Swish! Swish, Lu Ming flew forward. He seemed to have passed through a thin film. In a flash, he discovered that he had already appeared in another universe in the starry sky. Looking back, he saw a huge galaxy in the distance, emitting starlight and slowly rotating. This was the Lost Galaxy. They had come out. "Ha ha ha, I really came out, I really came out. The heavens didn't forsake me. Ha ha ha." Lu Ming was surrounded by Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. These people looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. They had been trapped for so many years. Now that they were out, it was hard not to be excited. After a while, everyone finally calmed down. "Young Master Lu Ming, thank you." Everyone bowed and cupped their fists to Lu Ming. They were very grateful in their hearts. "No need to thank me. We're just exchanging conditions. Let's go, follow me to my station. But first, conceal your aura. Don't expose your cultivation," Lu Ming said. For the time being, these people couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, some people would be on guard. This power could only be effective if it caught people off guard. Then, they went to the hidden dragon star of the heavenly chaos star field. On the way, they encountered a group of barbarians. They wanted to stop them, but they were easily dealt with. After a while, Lu Ming and the others returned to the hidden dragon star. Yuan Huan and the others were naturally happy to see Lu Ming return. However, when Yuan Huan learned about the cultivation bases of the people Lu Ming had brought with him, he was dumbfounded. He was so agitated that he trembled. In his eyes, Lu Ming was a man of great fortune. Not only was he fine after entering the Lost Galaxy, but he had also brought out a group of terrifying experts. If this wasn't great fortune, then what was? However, when Yuan Huan regained his composure, he said something shocking. Yuan Huan revealed a shocking piece of news. 3 months ago, the barbarian emperor had fallen. What? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The barbarian emperor had fallen. During the Great Void Sacred Emperor's birthday banquet, the barbarian emperor had fought with the Great Void Sacred Emperor. That kind of strength was earth-shattering. Lu Ming remembered it clearly. The barbarian emperor was a boundary emperor, but he was much younger than the Great Void Sacred Emperor. How could he have fallen so suddenly? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. It was said that the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was assassinated by the Wu people. His head and heart were taken away, Yuan Huan said. An expert from the Wu people, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. During the Taishu dynasty's birthday banquet, an expert from the Wu people had appeared and attacked them with soul power. His methods were strange and unpredictable. If Blue Merchant had not blocked it, many of them would have been in danger. The Wu people were a true universe-level force and a member of the primitive 10,000 tribe list. They were extremely powerful and far beyond the barbarian tribe. Nobody knew how the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was killed. Cooperating with such a terrifying race was like asking a tiger for its skin. If they were not careful, they would be devoured. Battle Ancestor, Etian had sent a message saying that the barbarian tribe was in chaos. A few princes were fighting for the throne. He wanted to secretly help one of the princes become the barbarian emperor. That way, he would be able to control more barbarian tribe forces for us to use, Yuan Huan said. That's a good idea. Send a message to Etian and tell him that I'll bring people to help him, Lu Ming said. After some time, Etian replied and said that there was no need. After all, the battle between the barbarian princes was very dangerous. It involved 8th level and 9th level divine lords, and even quasi-emperors. It was very dangerous. Etian is looking down on me, Lu Ming smiled. Obviously, Etian felt that the strongest person on Lu Ming's side was Yuan Huan. Even if he went, he wouldn't be of much help. Instead, it would put Lu Ming in danger. Tell Etian that I have a way to help him. This time I will definitely go. Lu Ming said. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he cooperated with Etian, he could push a barbarian prince he could control to the throne of the barbarian emperor. In the future, he would be able to borrow the power of the barbarian tribe. He felt that the Taishu dynasty was no longer peaceful. As the Taishu Saint Emperor neared the end of his lifespan, the various forces of the Taishu dynasty began to stir. Once the Taishu Saint Emperor died, there would be chaos. And if he wanted to reverse the verdict for Jingyu, the more power he had, the better. In the end, Etian gave in to Lu Ming and agreed to let Lu Ming go. Not long after, Etian brought Lu Ming to the barbarian tribe's territory through secret means. This time, Lu Ming brought 30 experts over. All of them were brought out from the Lost Galaxy. Giant Bear, the Boundary Emperor, naturally had to follow. In addition, there were a total of 5 9th-level Divine Monarchs. Zhu Tai was one of them. The rest were 8th-level Divine Monarchs. This was a terrifying force. They were covered in black robes to prevent the barbarian tribe from recognizing that they weren't from the barbarian tribe. Lan Shu, as soon as he arrived at Etian's battleship, Lu Ming saw Blue Merchant and was very excited. Blue Merchant also smiled. During this time, Blue Merchant had been staying with Etian. Lu Ming, why did you insist on coming? This time, the barbarian princes will fight for the throne. There will be a terrifying battle. It will be very dangerous, Etian sighed. This is a good opportunity for us to control the barbarian tribe. Of course, I have to help you. These are the helpers I brought, Lu Ming smiled and then pointed to Giant Bear and the others behind him. They were, only then did Lan Shang and Etian take a closer look at Giant Bear and the others. With one look, their pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a horrified expression. Blue Merchant was a 9th-level Divine Monarch when he was at his peak. His strongest part was his soul. Now, his soul power was even stronger than when he was at his peak. As for Etian, he was even stronger. He was the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu and his cultivation had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. Thus, the 2 of them had extremely powerful sensing abilities. As soon as they sensed, they found that the people brought by Lu Ming all had strong and vigorous auras. Their vitality was as exuberant as a volcano. Experts, all of them were experts. In an instant, they judged that these people were at least 8th-level Divine Monarchs. Especially Giant Bear. He stood there like a star that would explode at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, Etian involuntarily burst out with an aura that pressed towards Giant Bear. At the same time, Giant Bear instinctively burst out with an aura that collided with Etian's aura. Boom, in the middle of the collision of the 2 auras, the space was directly torn apart, creating a dark space. However, both of them controlled their auras very well. The energy did not overflow. Both of them retracted their auras as soon as they appeared and did not cause a big shock. Boundary Emperor, Etian exclaimed in shock. Blue Merchant was not much better. Lu Ming was not only accompanied by a large group of top experts, but also a Boundary Emperor. This was a boundary emperor, who was already at the peak of forces like the barbarian tribe, Taishu dynasty, and Tianyi sacred dynasty. There were not many such figures in the entire Taishu dynasty. Apart from some hidden foundations, there were only a few boundary emperors on the surface. A quasi-emperor could play a decisive role in a battle. They finally understood that Lu Ming had to come. He only came because he had the competence to do so. Good, good. Lu Ming, with them joining us, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Etian was overjoyed. Etian, what's your plan? Also, what's the current situation of the barbarian tribe? Lu Ming asked. The barbarian tribe was different from the Taishu dynasty. The barbarian emperor was in his prime, so he did not appoint a crown prince. There was also no prince who could suppress everyone. Therefore, when the barbarian emperor suddenly fell, the competition among the princes was very intense. Among them, 3 princes were the most powerful. They were the eldest prince, the second prince, and the 5th prince. This was because these 3 princes each had the support of a boundary emperor, Etian explained. Then which prince should we support? Lu Ming asked. Not any of the 3 princes, because these 3 princes are all very ambitious and talented. If we push them to the throne, we won't be able to control it. We need to support the 8th prince. He is relatively weak and not very talented. He is easy to control, Etian said. Are you confident? Lu Ming asked. At first, I was not very confident. However, with your arrival, I am 100% confident, Etian laughed. Including me, there are a total of 5 boundary emperors in the barbarian tribe. The 3 strongest princes have the support of a boundary emperor each. The remaining 2 will remain neutral for the time being, Etian continued. Which 2? Lu Ming asked. One is me and the other is the Lord of Sky Barbarian. Hence, the 3 princes are desperately trying to rope us in. As long as one of us is successfully roped in, the situation will be completely reversed. The 3 princes have sought me out more than 3 times but I did not agree, Etian said. What should we do next? It's simple. The Lord of Sky Barbarian has been hesitating on which prince to support. As I have not expressed my opinion, he is not sure which prince he will support. This guy is very cautious. He will only choose if he has full confidence. What we need to do now is to find the Lord of Sky Barbarian and let him know our strength. He will then choose our side. As for me, I will deliberately join the eldest prince's side. Then, we will be able to determine the outcome, Etian said. Alright, let's do that, Lu Ming nodded and exclaimed in his heart. Etian was indeed the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu. He was meticulous and his plan was flawless. After a while, they set off for the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. In the south of the barbarian tribe territory, a huge mountain was suspended in the starry sky. This mountain was incredibly huge, and it was not smaller than a planet. Countless berserkers lived on the mountain, and there were as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. This was the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. At the highest point of the mountain was an incredibly tall and sturdy middle-aged berserker. He was sitting cross-legged in training, and as he did so, banging sounds came from his body. Space itself was trembling like a drum, and it was an incredibly terrifying sight. Lord of Sky Barbarian, Void Annihilation Marshal wants to see you. At this time, a burly barbarian came to report. Etian came to see me. He probably wanted to find out which prince I supported. This guy is very smart. Let him in, the Lord of Sky Barbarian smiled. Soon, Etian flew in with Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others. However, Lu Ming only brought Giant Bear and 5 rank 9 Divine Lord experts. He did not bring the others. Etian, why did you come to my heavenly barbarian mountain instead of staying in the Void Extermination Stage army? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled casually. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Now that the Emperor of Berserkers has fallen, several princes are fighting for the position of the Emperor of Berserkers. It is impossible for us to remain completely neutral. We have to choose a prince to support. Etian went straight to the point. What you said makes sense. What about you? Which prince do you plan to support? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled. He asked about Etian's choice first. He was smart. I won't hide it either. I've already sided with the 8th prince and supported him to become the emperor of berserkers, Tian said. What, this time? The Sky Barbarian Lord was taken aback. He was furious. Dao Tian, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think you can trick me with a lie? He thought Tian was tricking him into choosing the 8th prince. He did not believe it at all. Not to mention the 8th prince's talent, there was almost no one who supported the 8th prince. If he chose the 8th prince, how could he compete with the other 3 princes? In the end, he would definitely lose. It was better to choose the other princes than the 8th prince. Hence, he thought Tian was lying. Are you looking at me like I'm lying? If you don't believe me, I can swear on my life origin, Tian said with a serious face. Looking at Tian's expression, the Sky Barbarian Lord could not help but believe him. However, he frowned. Why? I want to know why. Why did you choose the 8th prince? If you chose the other princes, wouldn't you be more confident? The Sky Barbarian Lord said. I don't like the other 3 princes. Alright, Sky Barbarian, I'm here to cooperate with you. Let's support the 8th prince to become the emperor of berserkers. How about that? Tian said. Support the 8th prince? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled faintly. Tian, why should I choose the 8th prince? You should also know that the other 3 princes have already looked for me many times. As for the 8th prince, he is alone and weak. Even if he has the support of the 2 of us, he still doesn't have full confidence in winning. If I support the other princes, I will have a better chance. What if we join in? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. You? What are you? The Sky Barbarian Lord sneered and looked at Lu Ming and the rest with disdain. Before this, he had not looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In his opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just Tian's subordinates. They were not qualified for him to look at. But at this moment, when he glanced over, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and his pupils shrank. Lu Ming was naturally ignored by him. The main reason was that the people behind Lu Ming were too shocking. The Sky Barbarian Lord could tell at a glance that there were 5 9th-level Divine Lords. The most shocking one was Xianxia. He had a strong aura and was at the same level as the Sky Barbarian Lord. The disdain on his face disappeared. He quickly cupped his fists and said, sorry for the disrespect, now, we're qualified. Lu Ming continued. The Sky Barbarian Lord was displeased. He was talking to Xianxia and the rest. How could Lu Ming, a supreme being, interrupt? Don't you understand that the juniors should not interrupt when the seniors are talking? The Sky Barbarian Lord looked at Lu Ming unhappily. Boom, as soon as the Sky Barbarian Lord finished speaking, Xianxia took a step forward and a powerful aura fell on the Sky Barbarian Lord. He said coldly, his words are our words. His words are our words. Do you understand? What? This time, the Sky Barbarian Lord was even more shocked. It turned out that so many powerful figures were actually obeying Lu Ming's orders. 1 Boundary Emperor and 5 9th-level Divine Lords listened to Lu Ming. What was Lu Ming's background? It must be shocking. He knew that he had completely underestimated Lu Ming. The Sky Barbarian Lord thought quickly. How about it, Sky Barbarian? With our strength and yours, we have a 99% chance of winning if we support the 8th prince. Tian said with a smile. The Sky Barbarian Lord's eyes flickered as he pondered. After a while, he said, okay, I agree to work with you to support the 8th prince. He finally made a decision. Tian and Lu Ming already had 2 boundary emperors. In addition to the 5 9th-level Divine Lords behind Lu Ming and Tian's Void Annihilation army, their strength was shocking. Even if he chose another prince to join them, they might not win. After all, if he chose one prince, there were still 2 other princes and the 8th prince. The situation was extremely complicated and they had no chance of winning. However, if he chose the 8th prince, they would have a much higher chance of winning. The Lord of Sky Barbarian agreed to support the 8th prince. Next, they discussed the details. Tian and Lu Ming took their leave. Tian, does the barbarian tribe really only have 5 boundary emperors? They should have some hidden power, right? Lu Ming asked Tian on the way. That's right, the barbarian tribe naturally has hidden power and a few hidden boundary emperors, Tian said. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, if the other princes get help from these people, won't we lose? No, Etian laughed. The barbarian tribe was very different from the Taishu dynasty. The hidden experts of the barbarian tribe would not intervene in the fight between the princes. They only took orders from the barbarian emperor. They would only take action when the barbarian tribe was in danger, therefore, even if the princes fought to the death, they would not intervene. They would only appear and serve the new barbarian emperor when one of the princes sat on the throne. I see, Lu Ming nodded. Soon after, they returned to the Void Destroyer army and went to meet the 8th prince. The 8th prince was pleasantly surprised to know that there were so many experts. A few days later, the 1st prince sent someone to invite Etian to support the 1st prince. This time, Etian agreed directly. Of course, he agreed on purpose. This was also part of their plan. Etian deliberately sided with the 1st prince to deal with the other 2 princes and then the 1st prince. Everything was ready. They just had to wait for 2 months. 2 months was half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. According to the barbarian tribe's rules, a new barbarian emperor could be elected half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. At that time, most of the senior figures of the barbarian tribe would gather. Victory and defeat would be decided at that time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. That day was a major event for the barbarian tribe. Countless experts and senior figures gathered at the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. They knew that the new barbarian emperor was about to be born. Lu Ming, Etian, the 8th prince, the Lord of Sky Barbarian, and the others also came to the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. In front of the barbarian race's holy capital, there was a huge square where countless barbarians were gathered. Lu Ming and the others sat in a corner and waited quietly, keeping a low profile. The 5th prince had arrived, someone exclaimed softly. From the right, a large group of people stepped through the air, and a terrifying pressure surged over from that direction. An expert, they were all experts. There were too many experts in this group. The leader was a berserker who looked to be in his 30s. This person was the 5th prince of the berserker race. Following closely beside him was an old man. The aura that this old man emitted was exceptionally terrifying. Quasi-Emperor, Lu Ming immediately determined that this old man was a quasi-emperor. 5th brother, what an imposing manner. Are you trying to show us who's boss? A sneer was heard as a group of people flew over from another direction. The auras of this group of people were equally terrifying. When they clashed with the auras of the 5th prince's group, intense explosions rang out in the sky. The 2nd prince, someone whispered. All right, sit down. How can you be so hostile when you just arrived? A cold shout came from the north. There was also a group of people who stepped through the air. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. Everyone recognized that he was the 1st prince. Hee hee. The 2nd prince and the 5th prince both sneered and looked displeased. They were displeased that the 1st prince was reprimanding them. Brother, you haven't become the barbarian emperor yet. Don't talk to us in such a tone. The 2nd prince said unhappily and led his people to sit down in an area. The 5th prince also led his people to sit down. The 1st prince snorted coldly, and a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he led his people to the northern area and sat down. All right, almost everyone is here today. Now, let's start discussing the important matters. The 1st prince stood up and spoke first. The scene suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that the main event was about to begin. Father was ambushed by the Wu people and died. Now, the barbarian tribe is without a ruler. However, a country can't be without a ruler for a day. Now, half a year has passed. It's time to elect a new barbarian emperor. The 1st prince's voice echoed throughout the hall. Hee hee, then who do you think is more suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The 2nd prince asked with a cold smile. Since 2nd brother asked, I'll get straight to the point. Since ancient times, there has been an order of seniority. Father has died, so naturally, I, the eldest son, will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. The 1st prince said. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the 1st prince finished speaking, the 2nd prince laughed disdainfully. 2nd brother, what are you laughing at? The 1st prince asked with a gloomy expression. What era is it now? Why is there still an order of seniority? In my opinion, the barbarian emperor's throne is very important. We must choose a prince with the highest talent, the strongest strength, and the best future. Only then will the barbarian tribe have a future and become more prosperous. The second prince said loudly. Among the princes, in terms of talent and cultivation, the second prince was indeed the best. He was slightly stronger than the first prince and the fifth prince. What a joke. The barbarian emperor is the ruler of the tribe. What's the use of having a slightly stronger cultivation, the first prince said. You're saying that you're very convincing? The second prince retorted. Of course. The first prince said confidently. Second brother, you don't have to disagree with me. I now announce that I will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. Who has any objections? I have objections. The second prince shouted as soon as the first prince finished speaking. How dare you? The first prince shouted coldly with a gloomy expression. Second brother, I'm the eldest. You're offending me. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of father. With that, the first prince waved his hand. Boom, a middle-aged barbarian stepped out from behind the first prince. A violent aura burst out from him, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. The middle-aged man was a quasi-emperor stage cultivator. The aura of a quasi-emperor covered the sky and pressed down on the second prince. However, another quasi-emperor stepped out from behind the second prince. A terrifying aura spread out. The two terrifying auras collided, causing heaven and earth to explode. Some of the weaker cultivators were so scared that their organs trembled and they were almost scared to death. A battle between quasi-emperors was too terrifying. Teach me a lesson on behalf of father? Do you have the right to do that? The second prince sneered. You don't know what's good for you. The first prince shouted coldly. Boom, in an instant, the two quasi-emperors exchanged blows. They shot up into the sky, entered the starry sky, and exchanged blows. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently. The starry sky in the distance trembled non-stop. A large number of stars were trembling. The barbarian tribe's holy capital was similar to the great illusionary saint capital. It was covered with a large array. At this moment, it was shining brightly. Boom. Boom, boom. The two quasi-emperors fought fiercely, and it was hard to determine the winner. You have a quasi-emperor, so do I. You have the support of a 9th-level divine lord, so do I. What makes you the barbaric emperor? I should be the barbaric emperor. Now, let's fight it out, the second prince sneered and stepped out. He wanted to fight the first prince. Throughout this process, the fifth prince remained seated and did not utter a word. His eyes were filled with surprise. He really didn't expect that the first prince and the second prince would actually start fighting. This was great news for him. If the first prince and the second prince were both seriously injured, he would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. He would be a fool to speak at this time. The first prince and the second prince were confronting each other, and their subordinates were also confronting each other. There was no lack of 9th-level divine lords among them. However, they did not make a move. Instead, they watched the battle in the starry sky. Quasi-emperors were much stronger than ordinary 9th-level divine lords. Once the quasi-emperors were defeated, it would directly affect the balance of the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 moves. The battle was extremely intense. The two quasi-emperors also used their full strength. This was also related to their future. At this time, the first prince looked at Etienne and secretly gave him a look. He dared to make a move because of Etienne. Etienne had already surrendered to him, but he did not expose himself. He wanted to determine the winner at the critical moment. And now was the critical moment. Seeing the first prince's look, Etienne naturally understood. Then, with a swoosh, he soared into the sky and rushed into the battle between the two quasi-emperors. Etienne's sudden attack was too unexpected. It was beyond the expectations of many, including the quasi-emperor who supported the second prince. He did not expect Etienne to suddenly make a move. Of course, the quasi-emperor who supported the first prince naturally knew. At this moment, he used his strongest move to attack his opponent. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince shouted angrily. He could only block the attack, but Etienne had already arrived. Boom, Etienne threw a punch. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince could not block it and was directly hit in the chest. The full power attack of a quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying. The quasi-emperor supporting the second prince screamed as his body was sent flying, crashing into a huge planet. That planet was directly pierced through before crashing into another planet. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest. His bones had been shattered. With just this move, the other party was already severely injured. The first prince's quasi-emperor seized the opportunity and chased after him, launching another thunderous attack. Puff, the second prince's quasi-emperor screamed miserably. Half of his body exploded and he almost died. Although he was not dead, his aura was weak and he no longer had the strength to fight. His head was grabbed by the quasi-emperor of the first prince, and his life was in his hands. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everything happened too quickly. From Etienne's attack to the second prince's quasi-emperor being severely injured, it only took an instant. Don't kill him, the first prince's voice spread far and wide. That was a quasi-emperor. It would be a pity to kill him as long as he was severely injured. He was the one who wanted to become the barbarian emperor. If he killed all of them, he would have no subordinates he could use. What was the point of being the barbarian emperor then? Impossible, impossible. At that moment, the second prince came to his senses. His face was pale and he kept shaking his head, unable to accept what had happened. It was over. He knew that he was done for, the quasi-emperor had been defeated. He was finished. Moreover, Etienne had also sided with the first prince. He was no longer qualified to fight back. Beside him, the fifth prince's face was also pale. How could this be? This scene was completely out of his expectations. Weren't Etienne and the Lord of Sky Barbarian neutral? Why did Etienne suddenly side with the first prince? Initially, he was very happy to see the battle between the first prince and the second prince. He thought that he could reap the benefits without doing anything. He did not expect the second prince to be defeated in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the fifth prince was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have joined forces with the second prince. Swoosh! The first prince's quasi-emperor appeared in front of the fifth prince. Second brother, kill yourself. You have already lost, the first prince said coldly. If he lost, he would die. No, impossible, the second prince roared and looked at the fifth prince. Fifth brother, we might be able to defeat him if we join forces. Otherwise, we will die, you are courting death. Kill! The first prince shouted, not giving the fifth prince time to react. Boom! Boom! Etienne and the first prince's quasi-emperor charged towards the second prince. The terrifying aura made the second prince's face turn pale and his body tremble. There were many experts beside the second prince. There were 9th and 8th level divine lords. However, at that moment, their eyes flickered. For a moment, no one stepped forward. They were not enough to face two quasi-emperors. While they were stunned, the second prince was already in Etienne's hands. Let me go, big brother. Spare me. Spare me. The second prince was almost scared to death. He screamed crazily. Although his cultivation was not weak, he was not strong enough in front of Etienne. To be honest, the barbarian emperor was not very old back then. Therefore, the barbarian tribe princes were much younger than the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Their cultivation was naturally not comparable to the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Not to mention Etienne. I gave you a chance before. Unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. The first prince sneered. He took a step forward and charged towards the second prince like lightning. Then, a sword light flashed in his hand and slashed down. With a puff, the second prince was directly killed. The scene was silent. No one was too surprised by this scene. Almost everyone expected that there would be a bloody massacre today. It had always been like this. If you lost the fight for the throne, you would die. It did not matter if you were brothers. It was just that cruel. I'm willing to submit to the first prince. I'm also willing to support the first prince to become the barbarian emperor. The second prince's subordinates immediately surrendered when they saw that the second prince was dead. Great, haha. The first prince was overjoyed. After dealing with the second prince, the outcome was set. There was only the fifth prince left. He was not a threat. Fifth brother. At that moment, the first prince looked at the fifth prince. Big brother. The fifth prince's face was pale. He could not speak clearly. Fifth brother, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you. Destroy your own cultivation. The first prince said lightly. What? You want to destroy my cultivation? No, impossible. The fifth prince roared. If his cultivation was destroyed, how was he different from a cripple? This was something that no cultivator could accept. Big brother, I won't fight with you anymore. Let me go. Don't destroy my cultivation. The fifth prince roared and began to beg for mercy. Impossible. If I don't destroy your cultivation, I can only send you to accompany my second brother. The first prince said coldly. In the barbarian tribe, the second prince and the fifth prince had great power and had won over a large number of experts. As long as the fifth prince was not dead or still had his cultivation, he would be a potential threat to his position. He would not allow this to happen. Fifth prince, let's go. Let's leave this place first before we come up with a countermeasure. At this moment, the elder behind the fifth prince transmitted his voice to him. Then, a force wrapped around the fifth prince and took him to the sky in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? Take them down and kill them without mercy. The first prince roared. Etian and the other boundary emperor were already prepared. They had their eyes on the fifth prince and the boundary emperor beside him. As soon as the other party moved, they moved as well. Their speed was amazing and they caught up in an instant. Two terrifying attacks were launched at the fifth prince and the elder. The elder roared and used all his strength to fight back. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to fight against two experts. After exchanging one blow, he retreated and his face turned pale. You guys, come and help me. The elder roared at the fifth prince's subordinates. Among those people, there were 9th and 8th realm divine lords. If they were to help, they would be able to hold Etian and the rest back for a while so that they could escape. The fifth prince's subordinates were hesitant. Now that the situation had been decided, if they were to take action, they would be going against the first prince. They would not have a good ending. With this hesitation, the first prince's subordinates rushed over and surrounded these people, leaving them no room to attack. In the sky, Etian and the elder continued to attack. The two of them were fighting against one person. Moreover, the other party was carrying the fifth prince and had to protect him. They were no match for them. Even if they tried their best to resist, it would be difficult to fight back. After barely blocking more than 10 blows, he was hit and coughed up blood. Old Wu, hold them back. I'll go first. The fifth prince roared and flew backward, allowing the elder to block Etian and the elder. Unfortunately, in such a situation, he would only die faster if he left Old Wu's protection. Boom boom, the three boundary emperors exchanged another blow. Old Wu retreated and his injuries worsened. Moreover, the terrifying energy swept out in all directions. A few of the energy surged towards the fifth prince at an astonishing speed. No, no. The fifth prince roared in fright as he tried his best to block the attack. However, this was the energy produced by the battle between three quasi-emperors. How could he withstand it? The force swept over, and the fifth prince did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Forget it. With the fifth prince dead, Old Wu let out a long sigh and finally stopped resisting. Etian continuously tapped his body, sealing his cultivation. Just like that, the second prince and the fifth prince were defeated. The outcome has been decided. It seems that the eldest prince is more powerful. He actually managed to win over Etian. That's right. With two quasi-emperors helping him, he defeated the other two princes at lightning speed. Good moves. The throne of the Berserker Emperor will belong to him. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the first prince, his face was filled with joy and he was in high spirits. He stood high up in the sky and looked down at everyone. His voice rang out, now, I've inherited the position of the barbarian emperor. Is there anyone else who has any objections? The scene was dead silent. Haha, since there are no objections, let's begin the coronation ceremony. Today, I'm the barbarian emperor. The first prince said loudly. Wait a minute. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. The first prince's face turned gloomy as he looked in a direction. That was where the eighth prince was standing. It was the eighth prince who had spoken earlier. Eighth brother, what do you mean by asking me to wait a minute? A cold light flashed in the first prince's eyes as he stared at the eighth prince. The eighth prince's face turned pale. He was still afraid of the first prince. However, when he thought of Yi Tian, the master of Sky Barbarian, Lu Ming, and the others standing behind him, his courage was boosted. Everyone wanted the throne of the barbarian emperor, and he was no exception. In the past, he did not have the strength and backing to fight for it. Now that he had the strength to fight for it, why not? I don't think it's appropriate for eldest brother to be the barbarian. Emperor. The eighth prince took a deep breath and spoke. As soon as he said that, the scene fell into dead silence. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the eighth prince in horror. What's wrong with the eighth prince? Is he courting death? Didn't he see what happened to the second prince and the fifth prince? At this time, the eighth prince still dared to say such words. Is he crazy? Or is he tired of living? The first prince narrowed his eyes and exuded a cold murderous intent. Eighth brother, you said that I'm not suitable to be the barbarian emperor. Who do you think is suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The first prince said coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Me. The eighth prince replied. The scene fell silent again. Everyone looked at the eighth prince as if he was a fool. What did the eighth prince say? He's suitable to be the barbarian emperor? He's crazy. He's really crazy. The eighth prince, who is not talented enough and has no support, wants to be the barbarian emperor. Is this a joke, or is he tired of living? The first prince's face darkened. His murderous intent was extremely cold. Ha ha ha. In the end, the first prince laughed from extreme anger and said, Eighth brother, originally, you just need to enjoy life properly. A trash like you, I can't be bothered to touch you either. Unfortunately, you're tired of living and want to come out and court death yourself. Then I'll fulfill your wish. You, send eighth brother on his way. The first prince instructed a subordinate. That subordinate was a ninth-level divine lord existence. He was also a pinnacle figure in the barbarian race. Killing an eighth prince did not require a quasi-emperor to take action. Swoosh, that ninth-level divine lord powerhouse's figure flashed, charging toward the eighth prince. His speed was swift to an astonishing extent. Beside the eighth prince, sitting there was Lu Ming. Without even needing Lu Ming to open his mouth, Zhu Tai beside Lu Ming made a move. Bang, Zhu Tai smacked a palm out, exchanging a move with the other party. A terrifying explosion sounded out. That subordinate of the first prince was blocked, his figure drifting backward. This made the first prince's eyes narrow slightly. Ninth-level divine lord, eighth brother, looks like you have experts around you too. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. But wanting to compete with me with just a ninth-level divine lord, it's truly too naive. The first prince said. Who said that there's only one ninth-level divine lord? At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded out, attracting many people's gazes. However, Lu Ming and the rest were wearing black robes. This kind of black robes material was special, others could not see through them immediately. A divine king realm trash, is it your turn to speak here? The first prince said coldly. Then what about us? Giant Bear and the rest gave a light cry, all taking a step out, standing in front of Lu Ming. Following that, powerful auras erupted from their bodies. A terrifying pressure filled the air. The aura of Giant Bear and the others burst out. It was like a mountain that stood between heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made many people's faces change drastically. Boundary Emperor, you, how do you have a Boundary Emperor? The eldest prince's face changed drastically as he roared in disbelief. His eighth brother had always been incompetent. How could he have a Boundary Emperor by his side? Not only were there Boundary Emperors, but there were also as many as 5 ninth-level divine lords. This was a terrifying force. The others around were also shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. Eldest brother, you're not the only one who can have a boundary emperor following you. I have one too. The eighth prince's face was filled with confidence. Hee, eighth brother, it seems that everyone has underestimated you. However, with just one boundary emperor and 5 ninth-level divine lords, do you think you can compete with me? Didn't you see what happened to second brother and fifth brother? Also, you're really stupid. You only jumped out now. If I were you, I would have taken action earlier to fight me with fifth brother and second brother. That way, there would still be a glimmer of hope. The eldest prince sneered, his face full of ridicule. Finally, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Send eighth brother on his way." As soon as the eldest prince's voice fell, the boundary emperor who had defected to him moved. His figure was like lightning as he charged towards the eighth prince. However, Giant Bear roared angrily and slammed his paw against the boundary emperor. Both of them swayed and retreated slightly. However, Etienne remained motionless. The eldest prince frowned and said, "Etienne, why aren't you attacking? If I attacked, you would already be dead." Etienne said lightly. What? Hearing this, the eldest prince's hair stood on end. He quickly retreated and stared at Etienne. What did you say? Ha ha ha, eldest brother, didn't you hear what Marshal Etienne said? Then let me tell you. Marshal Etienne is my man. Do you understand? What? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Etienne was actually the eighth prince's man. Then why was he by the eldest prince's side and helping him deal with the second prince and fifth prince? Etienne, you traitor! The eldest prince roared. Traitor? Hee, from the very beginning, I had sided with the eighth prince. The reason why I agreed to your request was because I wanted to borrow your strength to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince. Etienne sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Etienne first borrowed the eldest prince's power to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince. Then, he helped the eighth prince deal with the eldest prince. What a profound scheme. The first prince's expression was extremely ugly. The figures of his subordinates flashed as they surrounded the first prince to protect him. All right. Etienne, eighth brother, I have really underestimated you. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Instead, I have become the mantis. However, although you have 2 quasi-emperors, the outcome of today's battle remains to be seen. The first prince bellowed and slowly regained his composure. Although the eighth prince had 2 quasi-emperors, he was not afraid because he had more experts by his side. Although he was only a quasi-emperor, he had more 9th level and 8th level divine lord experts. With so many experts working together, they might be able to fight Etienne and the others. After all, the eighth prince's foundation was not strong enough. He did not have as many 9th level and 8th level divine lords as he did. What if you include me? At this moment, another faint voice was heard. Then, a group of people stepped out. The leader was the Lord of Sky Barbarian. The others were his subordinates. The Lord of Sky Barbarian led his men to the back of the first prince and blocked his escape route. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The Lord of Sky Barbarian also wanted to intervene and help the eighth prince. Wasn't the Lord of Sky Barbarian neutral all this while? No one could figure it out, including the first prince. His pupils shrank rapidly and his face looked as though he had eaten a dead rat. He looked at the Lord of Sky Barbarian in shock and shouted, "Lord of Sky Barbarian, you are also one of the eighth brother's men?" "That's right," the Lord of Sky Barbarian said flatly. You, the first prince roared. He could not figure out why these experts were helping the eighth prince. Why? Eldest brother, destroy your own cultivation and I will spare your life. The eighth prince said flatly. Don't even think about destroying my cultivation. Don't even think about it. Kill. Kill. Kill this bastard. Kill him. The first prince roared crazily. With a ferocious face. However, the eyes of his subordinates flickered. There were 3 quasi-emperors around the eighth prince. The disparity in power was too great. If they were to fight, they would be in grave danger. They were only helping the first prince because of his wealth. There was no need for them to die with the first prince. Eighth prince, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. Prince, me too. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. A few silhouettes left the first prince's side and bowed to the eighth prince. You traitors. The first prince's eyes were red and he was furious. In the end, he roared, I will kill all of you traitors. Having said that, he pounced on those people. However, the figures of those people flashed and avoided the first prince. First prince, admit defeat. At this moment, the quasi-emperor who had pledged allegiance to the first prince let out a long sigh. The first prince froze and trembled as though he had been electrocuted. Ha ha ha, you want me to surrender? You want me to destroy my cultivation? Impossible. I would rather die than destroy my cultivation. Eighth brother, let's fight to the death. The first prince laughed and charged towards the eighth prince. The dazzling sword light went straight for the eighth prince's glabella. However, Etienne and the others were beside him. How could the first prince kill the eighth prince? Stubborn. I have no choice but to send you on your way. Etienne said coldly as he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force made the crown prince scream in pain. His body retreated like a scarecrow and fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. He was severely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. However, Etienne did not kill the first prince. He could not kill the first prince and could only leave it to the eighth prince. Eighth prince, since the first prince wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Etienne said. Hesitation flashed in the eighth prince's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. A long sword appeared in his hand. He pierced the first prince's glabella and killed him. At this point, the first prince, second prince, and fifth prince, the three princes who were most likely to compete for the throne, had all fallen. Everyone's gaze fell on the eighth prince. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince, who had been ignored at the beginning, became the one who succeeded in the end. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Greetings, barbaric emperor. Etienne was the first to bow. Greetings, barbaric emperor. Then, the sky barbarian overlord and the others followed suit. The others reacted and bowed as well. Lu Ming smiled. If the eighth prince ascended the throne and became the barbarian emperor, he would at least have the support of some of the barbarian tribe experts if there were any changes in the Taishu dynasty in the future. This was extremely beneficial to him. In this way, the barbarian tribe would not only not be his enemy but also his helper. At the critical moment, he would probably be able to give his enemies a huge surprise. After that, Lu Ming and the others had nothing to do. It was nothing more than the eighth prince ascending the throne and becoming the barbarian emperor. After that, they would hold important meetings. 3 days later, Lu Ming led Giant Bear and the others to bid farewell to Etienne. This time, Blue Merchant planned to return to the Taishu dynasty with Lu Ming. Of course, they could not do so openly. They had to return secretly. Etienne wanted to follow Lu Ming. However, the new barbarian emperor had just ascended the throne. Etienne had to stay to stabilize the barbarian emperor and make him obedient. This way, they could borrow the power of the barbarian tribe in the future. Lu Ming left with the others without alerting anyone. They returned to the Hidden Dragon Star quietly. After a while, peace was restored. Lu Ming sent people to search for news of his parents while cultivating. The Dark Ape fighting tribe also stepped up their cultivation of the primitive divine body and made great progress. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the backyard of the Hidden Dragon Star, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were drinking wine. Lan Shu, I have a question that I have always been curious about. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and asked. What is it? Blue Merchant said. Since the last time I went to the barbarian tribe, I feel that the strength of the barbarian tribe is far from that of the Taishu dynasty at its peak. Lu Ming said. In addition to those hidden resources, the barbarian tribe only had 5 quasi-emperors on the surface. Including the former barbarian emperor, there were only 6 quasi-emperors. However, Etienne was not a barbarian. He belonged to the Taishu dynasty. According to what Lu Ming knew, there were more than 6 quasi-emperors in the Taishu dynasty. Especially when Jingyu was still alive. Tian also belonged to the Taishu dynasty. In addition, it was said that Jingyu had also reached the quasi-emperor realm. Their overall strength was stronger than the barbarians. That's right. When Jingyu was still alive, the strength of the Taishu dynasty reached its peak. It was indeed much stronger than the barbarian tribe. It could even destroy the barbarian tribe. However, because the Taishu dynasty was too strong, the Tiani sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe formed an alliance to fight against the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant said. I see. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder the Taishu dynasty, which was so powerful, did not destroy the barbarian race. It turned out that the barbarian race and the Tiani sacred dynasty had formed an alliance. Later, when the Taishu dynasty weakened, the alliance between the Tiani sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe was dissolved. In this way, the three forces always maintained a balance. Uncle Lan, was Prince Jingyu really at the quasi-emperor realm? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. Prince Jingyu was the youngest quasi-emperor in the history of the Taishu dynasty. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was the real #1 expert in the Taishu dynasty. Even the current sacred emperor was no match for him. Blue Merchant said with nostalgia in his eyes. The #1 expert. Lu Ming frowned and said, since Prince Jingyu was so strong, how could he be killed later? As long as he resisted, no one in the Taishu dynasty could kill him. Prince Jingyu was a peerless genius. He was invincible among those of the same level. Such a person could even fight those of a higher level. Even if there were more experts of the same level besieging him, it was impossible to kill him. Lu Ming was puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of that woman, the current sacred imperial concubine, Kong Shishue. Lan Shang gave a long sigh. Sacred imperial concubine? Lan Shu, what happened back then? Lu Ming asked. He had only heard rumors that Prince Jingyu had violated the sacred imperial concubine and met with misfortune. Lu Ming, now that you have great power, it's time to tell you. Blue Merchant paused for a moment and continued, in fact, the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu were lovers at the beginning. They were truly in love and were regarded as a golden couple by everyone. What? Lu Ming was stunned. His mouth was wide open and he looked incredulous. This result was really out of Lu Ming's expectations. He never thought that the sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's lover at the beginning. However, Jingyu went into seclusion to break through to the next level. He went into seclusion for 1,000 years. When he came out, Kong Shishue had already become the sacred imperial concubine. That was a huge blow to Jingyu. Moreover, Jingyu's cultivation had not reached the great accomplishment stage and he could not resist. When Lan Shang sat up to hear, he let out another long sigh. Lu Ming was also silent. He could understand how big of a blow that was to Jingyu. In one seclusion, his former lover had become his mother. What a cliché. Could it be that Jingyu really violated the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming could not help but have this thought. The sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's first lover. It was not impossible that he could not let go of her. If that was the case, how could the case be overturned? Don't think too much. Blue Merchant seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and immediately said, I know Jingyu very well. He is definitely not that kind of person and would never do such a thing. Jingyu must have been framed back then. They were caught red-handed by the sacred imperial concubine. The sacred imperial concubine was furious and attacked directly. Jingyu did not even have time to react before he was severely injured. Otherwise, no one in the Taishu dynasty could have killed him. If someone framed Prince Jingyu, then the sacred imperial concubine must be involved. After so many years, has no one confronted the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming asked. I have thought about this for a long time, but the sacred imperial concubine has been living in seclusion all these years. Ordinary people can't see her at all. Moreover, the matter between the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu has become a taboo. No one dares to mention it. I have tried many times to see the sacred imperial concubine, but I was stopped. Blue Merchant sighed. It seems that if we want to overturn the case, we have to start with the sacred imperial concubine. She probably knows all the secrets. Lu Ming said, but he frowned. How could he meet the sacred imperial concubine? And how could he make her reveal the secrets? The sacred imperial concubine had abandoned Jingyu and married the sacred emperor. Later on, she had framed Jingyu. This showed how vicious this woman was. It was almost impossible to get her to reveal the secrets herself. I'm afraid that the sacred imperial concubine wasn't the only one who did that. There must be other conspirators behind the scenes. Blue Merchant said. Crown Prince. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Crown Prince. Back then, Jingyu was too outstanding and seriously threatened the Crown Prince's position. The Crown Prince had 100 reasons to frame Jingyu. It's hard to say. I have secretly investigated these years, but I haven't made much progress. Blue Merchant said. The main reason was that his cultivation was crippled and he did not have much strength. After chatting with Blue Merchant for a while, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He slowly sorted out the information he had just received and organized his thoughts. There must be a big secret in this matter. In the beginning, the imperial concubine Kong Shixue and Jingyu were lovers. Then, after Jingyu went into seclusion, Kong Shixue married the imperial concubine. Later on, when Jingyu's cultivation reached a high level, he was framed and caught by the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine attacked and injured Jingyu severely. Something must have happened. Otherwise, with Jingyu's cultivation, how could he not fight back and be severely injured? Could it be that Jingyu was seriously injured because he saw the imperial concubine suddenly arrive? Or was there another reason? After Jingyu was severely injured, Jingyu's forces were besieged by the imperial concubine. Some were killed, some were sealed, and some escaped. Even Blue Merchant's Star Corps was destroyed. However, Jingyu's subordinates were certain that Jingyu was wrongly accused. This was because Blue Merchant said that after Jingyu was severely injured, he was executed in public. However, at the crucial moment, Jingyu sent a message to Blue Merchant, saying that he was wrongly accused. This sentence was enough for him. Blue Merchant and the others firmly believed that Jingyu was wrongly accused because they knew Jingyu's character too well. Therefore, they wanted to overturn Jingyu's case. I'm afraid there's a deep secret in this matter. How should we proceed? Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. He was not far from the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Xianxia had asked Hong Yang to leave him a jade talisman. The talisman said that the location of Xianxia's group was sealed in it. As long as Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to break the seal and find out the location of Xianxia's group. Also, Autumn Moon might have gone to the Divine Dragon Mother planet. He had to search for her. However, he had promised Jingyu that it would be difficult for him to leave until the matter of the Taishu dynasty was resolved. Therefore, the matter of the Taishu dynasty had to be resolved as soon as possible. Taishu dynasty, Imperial Palace. Congratulations, Imperial Father. I did not let you down and found the Twin Life Stone. As long as you refine the Twin Life Stone, you may break through to the Divine Emperor realm and enjoy 100 stellar years of life. The second prince bowed to the Taishu Sage Emperor, holding a jade box in his hand. At this moment, the Great Void Saint Emperor was extremely excited. Divine power burst forth, and the jade box in the second prince's hand appeared in his hand. Taishu opened the jade box. There was a stone the size of the Twin Life. This piece of rock had 2 colors, and multicolored light constantly flowed on it. It was incomparably magical. Twin Life Stone, is this the legendary Twin Life Stone? The Taishu Sacred Emperor's breathing quickened. There was a peerless treasure in this world called the 3 Life Stone. This was the life had 3 lifetimes of the 3 lifetimes of the divine heavens. Was life was life was living was life. Of course, the Twin Life Stone was not the 3 Life Stone. Legend had it that it was a companion item to the 3 Life Stone, but it was also extremely rare. This was a treasure that could only be found by chance. It was 10,000 times more valuable than the divine pearls. Good. You have done a great service this time. The Taishu Sacred Emperor praised the 3 Life Stone. For someone like him who was nearing the end of his lifespan, nothing was more tempting than the Twin Life Stone. Ever since he had lived 10 stellar years of life, he could clearly feel that he was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how many spiritual pills and precious treasures he used, it was useless. His soul was shrinking and drying up day by day. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for another 200 years before he disappeared. 200 years was just a blink of an eye to them. During this time, he had become more and more irritable. Imperial Father, the twin life stone is not the 3-life stone. It has a great drawback. After refining it, there is only a 50% success rate. Once you succeed, you will be able to live another life and even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. However, if you fail, you will completely fall and vanish into thin air. The second prince bowed and said, "Even if there is only a 50% success rate, we have to give it a try." The Taishu sacred emperor's eyes were burning. How could he not know about the drawbacks of the twin life stone? However, if he did not try, he would die. If he succeeded, he would break through to the divine emperor realm and become a true divine emperor. Not only would he be extremely powerful, but his lifespan would also reach 100 stellar years. One had to know that since the establishment of the Taishu dynasty, it had only been 50 stellar years. How long was that? Even if there was only a 10% chance of success, he had to give it a try, let alone a 50% success rate. Then let me congratulate Imperial Father in advance for your successful breakthrough. The second prince bowed and said, "Good, good. You may leave. I will study it first." The Taishu sacred emperor waved his hand. The second prince left, not long after, in the depths of the second prince's residence. "Second prince, did you really give His Majesty the twin life stone?" One of the second prince's trusted aides asked. This person was an old man in a yellow robe. "The real twin life stone? How is that possible? This kind of treasure is extremely rare. If I had the real twin life stone, why would I give it to that old man?" The second prince smiled faintly. "It's fake?" If the divine emperor finds out about it, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the second prince. The yellow-robed old man's expression changed drastically. "Don't worry. I know that old man too well. The success rate of refining the twin life stone is only 50%. There is a great risk involved. Therefore, before refining the twin life stone, the old man will definitely do one thing. That is to remove all of the clan residences and control all of the Taishu dynasty's territory. This has always been the old man's wish. He wants to be the divine emperor. However, once he removes the clan residences, it will definitely cause a wave of internal strife. If he does this normally, it will cause too much of a stir and it will be detrimental to the Taishu dynasty. However, this is a great opportunity. The barbarian emperor has fallen, and the barbarian race is in chaos. They won't be able to attack us for the time being. This is the best opportunity to remove the clan residences. If he fails to refine the twin life stone, he can still be the divine emperor, right?" The second prince said. "Second prince, you're saying that the heavenly king's residences and marquis's residences won't be willing to be removed and will rise up in revolt. However, with their strength, they won't be able to contend against the divine emperor." The yellow-robed old man said. "Of course. However, isn't there still my big brother?" The second prince smiled faintly. "The crown prince?" The yellow-robed old man's eyes flickered. "My big brother has been coveting the divine emperor's position for many years. He has been waiting for a long time. Finally, the old man's lifespan is nearing its end. However, if he finds out that the old man has obtained the twin life stone and has a 50% chance of entering the divine emperor realm, what do you think he will do?" The second prince smiled as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. The yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. Even if there's only a 50% chance of success, the crown prince won't take the risk. Because once the divine emperor succeeds, the crown prince will completely lose the throne. So, he will fight with all his might and rebel? Ha ha ha, so send someone to secretly inform my big brother. The Taishu dynasty will soon have a great show. That will be our chance. The divine emperor's position will be mine." The second prince laughed loudly. The second prince had been planning for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait until the sage emperor reached the end of his lifespan. If that happened, the crown prince would naturally inherit the sage emperor's position. Moreover, once the crown prince inherited the throne, he would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to stir up the situation. A fake twin life stone could successfully stir the water into a pot of porridge. That would be his chance. Come, let the storm come even fiercer. The second prince revealed an expectant and sinister smile. Not long after, in the crown prince's residence, twin life stone, damn it, damn it. The crown prince roared, his eyes red. He had just found out through a secret channel that the second prince had found a twin life stone for the Taishu sage emperor. Although the twin life stone only had a 50% success rate, he couldn't accept it. A 50% success rate was already a very high success rate. Let alone 50%, even if the success rate was only 10%, he still wouldn't accept it. What if the Taishu sage emperor succeeded? What would he do then? Could he only be the crown prince for the rest of his life until he died of old age, unless he could break through to the divine emperor realm? But with his talent, it was basically impossible without a miracle. Old man, I wanted to let you live for a few hundred more years so that you could leave peacefully. I didn't expect you to insist on causing trouble. You're courting death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The crown prince's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. 3 days later, the confidants of the sacred emperor left the great void sacred capital and headed to the residences of the heavenly kings, marquises, generals, and soldiers to pass on an order. The Taishu sage emperor had summoned all the lords of the heavenly kings' residences, marquises' residences, generals' residences, and soldiers' residences to the Taishu sacred capital. Strange, didn't the sage emperor's birthday banquet just end? Why are they going again? Many of the lords were surprised when they received the order. Almost all the lords had attended the sage emperor's birthday banquet. How many years had it been? Why was the sage emperor summoning them to the Taishu sacred capital? Of course, since the sage emperor had given the order, they had to go. Many lords began to move. As for Lu Ming, he naturally received the order from the king and was also shocked. Strange, I feel that something bad is going to happen this time. Lu Ming frowned. His spiritual sense told him that something big was going to happen this time. I once heard from Jingyu that the Taishu Saint Emperor has always had a wish, which is to remove all the clan residences and unify all the territories under the control of the royal family. Right now, the sacred emperor's time is almost up. Before he dies, he might really do it. Besides, the Berserker emperor has just died not too long ago, and the internal structure of the Berserker tribe is not stable yet. This is a good chance, Lan Shang carefully speculated. Uncle Lan, are you saying that the Saint Emperor will eliminate all of the clan residences? But Lan Shang said. Just in case, send a message to Etian and ask him to come to the Taishu sacred court. Although he had brought many experts from the Lost Galaxy, there was only one boundary emperor. To be on the safe side, he wanted Etian to come with him to the Taishu sacred capital. 2 boundary emperors should be enough to protect themselves. Of course, he thought of the Undying Demon Lord. The Undying Demon Lord was at least a boundary emperor. Maybe even higher. Lu Ming even speculated that the Undying Demon Lord was a real divine emperor. One had to know that the Saint Devil dynasty was a country before the Taishu sacred dynasty, and the Taishu sacred dynasty had been established for about 50 stellar years. Even if the Undying Demon King was sealed, he could still survive from the Saint Devil dynasty until now. Could a quasi-emperor do that? Only a divine emperor could do that. If the Demon King was not a divine emperor, even if he had been sealed for a long time and his vitality was greatly damaged, he would have recovered some of his battle strength after breaking the seal for a long time. He would definitely be a great helper if he was not a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming felt that it was not the right time for the Undying Demon Lord to appear. The Undying Demon Lord was a big shot. He had to use him at a critical moment. After the message was sent out, Etian rushed over after some time. Of course, he was alone. He could not bring the others along. After Etian arrived, Lu Ming brought Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others to the Taishu sacred capital. Etian, Giant Bear, and the others wore thick armor and disguised themselves as Lu Ming's guards. At the same time, they restrained their aura to the extreme. Soon, the Taishu sacred capital was in sight. Who is it? At this moment, Blue Merchant shouted coldly in a direction. His soul power was shining between his eyebrows. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. Therefore, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even boundary emperors like Tian and Giant Bear could not compare to him in this aspect. His soul power has reached the Sir God level. His spiritual sense is sharp. In the starry sky ahead, there was a ripple and a figure appeared. This figure was wrapped in a black robe and was surrounded by a black fog. Her appearance could not be seen clearly. One could barely make out that the figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Lu Ming asked. "You don't need to know who sent me. My master sent me here to tell you that this trip is dangerous." After the other party finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others did not pursue because the other party did not have any ill intentions. She seemed to have good intentions. "This trip is dangerous," the other party left behind these 4 words. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant frowned. Obviously, the other party was reminding them that this trip to the Taishu sacred capital was dangerous. Could it be that this time, as Blue Merchant had guessed, the Saint Emperor was going to eliminate all the clan residences before his death? However, who was this person? Who was the master that she mentioned? Why did she send someone to warn them? It was obvious that she had good intentions. However, Lu Ming had come prepared this time. He had 2 quasi-emperors with him. Even if the Saint Emperor wanted to eliminate the clan residences, he would be able to protect himself. At most, he would just make a fuss and retreat. He did not believe that the Saint Emperor would kill all the clan residences just to eliminate the clan residences. That was impossible. Doing so would shake the foundations of the Taishu dynasty. At most, he would kill a few as a warning to others. Looks like I guessed correctly this time. Blue Merchant frowned. No matter what, if he wants to eliminate the clan residences, let him do it. As long as we have a foothold, it's fine. Lu Ming said. The marquis residences were just a name. Lu Ming did not care. As long as he had power, nothing was more important. Lu Ming and the others continued forward into the Taishu sacred capital. They arrived at the Hidden Dragon marquis residence and waited. A month later, all the clan residences had arrived at the Taishu sacred capital. Then, the Saint Emperor ordered them to gather in the palace. Behind the palace was a huge courtyard. This was where the sacred emperor usually entertained his guests. Today, it was packed with people. Tables and chairs were placed in different areas. Every heavenly king's residence and marquis residence had their own area. The highest part of the courtyard was where the Great Void Sacred Emperor and the other members of the royal family sat. Below them were the 27 areas. This was where the 27 heavenly kings' residences were located. At the bottom, there were even more tables and chairs. This was where the marquis residence, general residence, and soldier residence were located. Lu Ming brought Tian, Giant Bear, and the others to the Hidden Dragon residences area and sat down quietly. They waited quietly. Tian, Giant Bear, and the others were wearing armor. They sat behind Lu Ming and did not attract much attention. They were treated as Lu Ming's bodyguards. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Soon, Lu Ming and the others were drowned in the crowd. Half an hour later, everyone arrived. Lu Ming looked around and saw 9 Extinction Heavenly King, 9 Sabers Heavenly King, and the others. However, he did not see 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. This was because the Heavenly King of the 1,000 Holy Heavenly King residence was not 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice was heard. The Great Void Sacred Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the others stepped into the air and arrived. So many experts. Lu Ming looked around and saw a group of black-robed men behind the Sacred Emperor. These black-robed men looked calm, but Lu Ming felt a strong sense of danger from them. These people gave him a lot of pressure. The Sacred Emperor arrived and sat at the top. Greetings, Sacred Emperor. Everyone stood up and bowed. After not seeing him for a while, the Great Void Sacred Emperor looked even more lethargic. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like he was going to pass away at any time. Please take a seat. The Great Void Sacred Emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. Everyone, please drink. The Great Void Sacred Emperor raised his wine glass and took a sip. Everyone was filled with doubts. They did not know why the Taishu Saint Emperor had called them here. However, they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and raise their wine cups to take a sip. After the Saint Emperor took a sip, his eyes lit up. At this moment, the Taishu Saint Emperor was no longer lethargic. Instead, he was like a terrifying beast that had awakened, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. The reason why the Sage Emperor had gathered them here was finally going to be revealed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's gaze swept across the entire place, sweeping across everyone. I'm sure you're all curious about why I've suddenly summoned you here. I'll get straight to the point. I've summoned you here because there's a traitor among you. The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the area, sounding a little cold. What? Everyone was shocked. Heavenly King Xianxia, you secretly colluded with the Tianyi sacred dynasty and sold a large number of divine artifacts to them. Do you know your crime? Suddenly, the Great Void Sacred Emperor's gaze landed on one of the Heavenly King's manors. Heavenly King Xianxia was one of the top 8 Heavenly King mansions in the Taishu dynasty. Heavenly King Xianxia's strength was even more shocking. He was a 9th-level divine lord. However, at this moment, Heavenly King Xianxia's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, there's definitely no such thing. Are you mistaken?" Heavenly King Xianxia had indeed cooperated with the Tianyi sacred dynasty and traded treasures with each other. In fact, many Heavenly King mansions were doing this kind of thing. Everyone was well aware of it, but they could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would not be good. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor had brought it up, he naturally could not admit it. You're still quibbling. I've already collected enough evidence. Do you want me to show it to you? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. This, Heavenly King Xianxia began to break out in cold sweat. In the end, he cupped his fists and knelt down. He said, "Your Majesty, I have indeed traded divine artifacts with the Tianyi sacred dynasty. However, that was many years ago. Your Majesty, please punish me." Have you finally admitted it? Selling divine artifacts to the Tianyi sacred dynasty is a crime of treason. You must be punished. Now, cripple your own cultivation. Also, Heavenly King Xianxia Mansion does not need to exist in the future. I will send people to guard the territory of Heavenly King Xianxia Mansion. The Taishu dynasty said lightly. What? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Except for a few people, most people were shocked. He had only sold divine artifacts to the Tianyi sacred dynasty, but the Great Void Saint Emperor actually wanted to cripple Heavenly King Xianxia's cultivation and even remove Heavenly King Xianxia Mansion from the list. Heavenly King Xianxia Mansion had existed since the Taishu dynasty was established. It had experienced countless years, but now the Taishu dynasty wanted to remove it with just a few words. Heavenly King Xianxia was also stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that even if the Great Void Saint Emperor found out about this kind of thing, he would only be casually punished and hand over some treasures. He never dreamed that the Great Void Saint Emperor would actually want to cripple his cultivation. He was a 9th-level divine lord, the top combat power of the Taishu dynasty. Was he going to be crippled just like that? This was not a 9th-level divine lord. There were not many 9th-level divine lords in the entire Taishu dynasty. Moreover, he wanted to cripple the entire Heavenly King Xianxia Mansion. Saint Emperor, I refuse to accept this. Heavenly King Xianxia shouted. Since you have committed a crime, you have to accept the punishment. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I do it? The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Let's go. Suddenly, Heavenly King Xianxia roared. His body burst up and rushed towards the sky. The experts he brought followed Heavenly King Xianxia and rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Heavenly King Xianxia was an overlord after all. He would definitely not allow himself to be captured. However, when Heavenly King Xianxia rushed into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was an extremely burly figure wearing iron armor. Military King, many people were shocked. They recognized that this was the Great Void Military King, the highest commander of the Grand Council, the military king who commanded the world's troops. Kill! The military king shouted coldly as the battle spear in his hand swept out. Boom, a huge battle spear pressed towards Heavenly King Xianxia. Heavenly King Xianxia roared and erupted with all his strength. He wanted to block it, but it was useless. He could not withstand a single blow. Under the spear, Heavenly King Xianxia screamed. His arms exploded, and even half of his body exploded. His body fell to the ground and crashed heavily. Countless runes immediately spread out on the ground, enveloping the entire palace. After Heavenly King Xianxia crashed to the ground only shook a little but did not explode. Heavenly King Xianxia vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. He had already been severely injured. Although Heavenly King Xianxia had the cultivation of a 9th-level Divine Lord, the military king was a quasi-emperor. There was still a huge gap between them. He was severely injured in one move. After severely injuring Heavenly King Xianxia, the military king waved his spear again. After a series of explosions, Heavenly King Xianxia's subordinates were all severely injured. Swoosh, finally, King Jun moved and landed beside Heavenly King Xianxia. Saint Emperor, spare my life. Heavenly King Xianxia begged for mercy. You still want to resist? How can I spare you? Kill. Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. Poof, as soon as Taishu Saint Emperor finished speaking, King Jun attacked. His spear pierced through and killed Heavenly King Xianxia. A 9th-level Divine Lord, a Heavenly King of a Heavenly King mansion, was killed just like that. The scene was silent. No one spoke. Everyone's face was extremely solemn as their eyes turned. Taishu Saint Emperor actually killed Heavenly King Xianxia just because he sold the divine artifact to the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was simply unbelievable. Many of the mansion lords present had done such a thing. Were they all going to be executed? Was the Saint Emperor going crazy because his time was up? Was he going to drag them down with him? Many people's hearts sank as all kinds of thoughts ran through their minds. Do you want to be buried with Xianxia or submit to His Majesty the Saint Emperor and serve him? King Jun's gaze swept across those from Heavenly King Xianxia mansion. We are willing to submit to the Saint Emperor. Those from Heavenly King Xianxia mansion knelt down. Those who could follow Heavenly King Xianxia here were naturally loyal to him. If Heavenly King Xianxia was not dead, they would definitely resist to the end. But now that Heavenly King Xianxia was dead, it was meaningless for them to continue resisting. All right. Men, take them away first. As soon as the Saint Emperor spoke, a group of guards immediately came and took the people from Heavenly King Xianxia mansion away. Then, Taishu Saint Emperor's gaze swept across again. Many people began to feel nervous as cold sweat dripped down their backs. Especially those who had done something similar to Saint Emperor Xianxia, they were even more nervous. Heavenly King Fengxiang. Taishu Saint Emperor said lightly. This time, his gaze fell on another Heavenly King. Heavenly King Fengxiang was also a 9th-level Divine Lord. He was extremely powerful. There were 27 Heavenly King mansions in the Taishu dynasty. There was only one quasi-emperor, and that was Heavenly King Xianxia. Other than Heavenly King Xianxia, the Heavenly Kings in the top 8 Heavenly King mansions were all 9th-level Divine Lords. Among them, the first and second Heavenly King mansions had 2 9th-level Divine Lords. This was also to say that in the 27 Heavenly King palaces, there were a total of 10 9th-level Divine Lord powerhouses. The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence was ranked 5th among the 27 Heavenly King residences. But at that moment, Heavenly King Fengxiang's body trembled and his face turned pale. He stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Heavenly King Fengxiang, do you know your crime? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Your Majesty, what crime have I committed? Heavenly King Fengxiang's body trembled slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself and continued. Do you want me to say it? The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King's mansion produces a type of divine herb called the Soaring Phoenix grass, but you secretly sold it to the barbarian tribe at a high price. Don't you know that the barbarians are the mortal enemies of the Taishu dynasty? You are helping the enemy. This is a capital offense. Do you plead guilty? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Heavenly King Fengxiang's face was pale, but he naturally did not want to surrender. He said loudly, Your Majesty, I admit that I sold the Soaring Phoenix grass to the barbarians, but it was not a large amount. Furthermore, the soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence has been fighting the barbarians all these years. I am guilty, but my contributions outweigh my crimes. I do not deserve to die. A crime is a crime. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to get someone to do it? The Taishu dynasty said coldly. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Heavenly King Fengxiang suddenly laughed crazily and shouted, Jingshu, do you think I don't know what you are trying to do? You are reaching the end of your lifespan. That's why you are going crazy. You want to eliminate all the palaces and unify all the palaces in the hands of the royal family. You want to be the eternal Saint Emperor. Not only could Blue Merchant guess the Saint Emperor's motive, but these heavenly kings were not simple-minded. They could also deduce some things based on the Saint Emperor's behavior. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, Heavenly King Fengxiang might as well go all out. Not only did he call out the Taishu Saint Emperor's name, but he also directly revealed the Taishu Saint Emperor's motive. Everyone, Jingshu is crazy today. He will definitely eliminate all the palaces. Are you going to sit here and wait for death? He killed Heavenly King Xianxia first, and then I will be next. After killing me, it will be all of you. He will come one by one and take you down one by one. Are you going to wait for him to capture you? Today, we can only survive if we join forces and fight back together. Heavenly King Fengxiang roared, wanting to call on everyone to attack together. Anyway, he was going all out. As long as he could escape today, he would take his people and join the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Hearing Heavenly King Fengxiang's words, many people's eyes lit up. They understood that Heavenly King Fengxiang's words made sense. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated one by one. No one would be able to escape. Stubborn. You still want to sow discord between us. We can't let you live. Kill. The Taishu Saint Emperor shouted coldly. Boom, King Jun stepped out like a terrifying god of war. His terrifying aura forced towards Heavenly King Fengxiang. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Heavenly King Fengxiang roared. That's right. If this continues, we will all be defeated one by one. We can only survive if we join forces. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. It was Heavenly King Wushuang from the Wushuang Heavenly King residence. Heavenly King Wushuang was ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King residences. He had 2 9th-level divine lords and many other experts. Heavenly King Wushuang was a middle-aged man. He was very handsome. At this moment, divine power surrounded him. There were at least a dozen experts beside him who stood up at the same time. No one expected Heavenly King Wushuang to be the first to speak. In fact, Heavenly King Wushuang had no choice. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence secretly had business dealings with the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was a tacit agreement. But today, the Taishu Saint Emperor used this to make things difficult for them. They had no way to argue back. Moreover, Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was the leader of the 27 Heavenly Kings. They were very powerful. If the Taishu Saint Emperor really wanted to eliminate all the other Heavenly Kings, he would definitely start with Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Moreover, they did not want to be eliminated, so they could only fight back. That's right. We can only save ourselves if we join forces. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was about to attack. Alright, let's join forces. Following that, another Heavenly King from the Heavenly King residence spoke. Following that, more and more Heavenly Kings stood up and prepared for battle. King Jun stopped in his tracks. How dare you? I think you want to rebel. The Heavenly King roared. His terrifying aura filled the air, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on everyone. Following that, a few figures stepped out from behind the Taishu Saint Emperor. They appeared around the void and sealed the entire void. Most importantly, the aura of these people was extremely terrifying. A few figures walked out from behind the Great Void Saint Emperor. They sealed the space and exuded a terrifying aura. Boundary Emperors, all of them were Boundary Emperors. There were a total of 3 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the sixth prince, the younger brother of the Great Void Saint Emperor. Back then, during the Great Void Saint Emperor's birthday banquet, he fought with the powerful barbarians together with the King Jun. He was also a boundary emperor. As for the other two black-robed elders, Lu Ming did not recognize them. However, they were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were both quasi-emperors. They are the hidden experts of the Taishu dynasty. Clearly, the Great Void Saint Emperor is fully prepared today. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming behind Lu Ming. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. The others could not hear him transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. The three boundary emperors and the barbarian tribe experts surrounded everyone. Everyone looked pale. Heavenly King Wushuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and the others gathered together. They had no confidence in facing four boundary emperors. Everyone, don't be instigated by Heavenly King Fengxiang. Alright, I'll be frank. I'm going to eliminate all the clans today. The Great Void Saint Emperor said. Everyone's expression changed. Indeed. But, the Great Void Saint Emperor continued, not all the clans and lords are guilty. Today, only Heavenly King Haosen, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Wushuang are guilty. Those who are guilty should be killed. However, the other clans are innocent. As long as you surrender and dissolve your clans, I'll still give you an important position. As soon as the Great Void Saint Emperor said that, many people's eyes lit up. The Great Void Saint Emperor said that only Heavenly King Fengxiang and Heavenly King Wushuang were guilty today. As long as the others surrendered, not only would they not be killed, but they would also be given an important position. Although they were unwilling to dissolve their clans, it was better than being killed. If they resisted today, they would not be able to survive. The Great Void Saint Emperor was clearly prepared. On the battlefield, there were four quasi-emperors, including the Taishu Holy Emperor himself, and the Imperial Advisor. That was a total of 6 quasi-emperors. They didn't have a single quasi-emperor. The only quasi-emperor, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, did not come today. Clearly, the Taishu Saint Emperor was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he did not call Heavenly King Thousand Saints over. In any case, as long as he disbanded the Thousand Saints Heavenly King residence, he could slowly deal with Thousand Saints Old Heavenly King in the future. Many people had already begun to waver. Heavenly King Fengxiang and Heavenly King Wushuang's expressions changed drastically. Everyone, don't be fooled by his tricks. If you surrender today and solve the clan mansion, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill you one by one in the future. Today, the only way to survive is to fight our way out and join the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. Heavenly King Fengxiang roared. That's right. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. Heavenly King Wushuang also roared. He had already been singled out by the Taishu Saint Emperor. Today, he could only fight to the death. During this process, Lu Ming and the others were very calm and did not make any movements. Even if he were to make a move, with the manpower he brought along, as well as Heavenly King Fengxiang and the others, the odds were against them. It was not worthwhile for him to resist with Heavenly King Fengxiang and the others. In his opinion, disbanding the clan mansion was not a big deal. His hidden dragon mansion had been established not long ago, and only the combat power he had was still there. The clan mansion was just a name, and he did not care. As long as he could leave this place today, he could bring the undying demon lord with him. With the barbarian race behind him, even the Taishu Saint Emperor would not be able to touch him easily. Of course, this was because the Taishu Saint Emperor did not want to do anything to him. Otherwise, he would definitely fight back. Humans were all selfish, weren't they? A monarch doesn't joke. If I say that he is innocent, then he is innocent. If I say that I won't touch you, then I won't touch you. This is the last time I say this. If you want to die with Fengxiang and Wushuang, then I will fulfill your wish. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood up, and his terrifying aura became even more shocking. Even though they were all quasi-emperors, there were differences in strength. As for the Taishu Saint Emperor, he was half a step away from becoming a true sacred emperor. Once he unleashed his full strength, it would be earth-shattering. I will disband the clan mansion and submit to your majesty. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was an elder in a black robe. Many people were shocked as they recognized this elder in a black robe. He was the heavenly king of the Joyo heavenly king residence, heavenly king Joyo. Joyo, you, heavenly king Wushuang was furious. Alright, Joyo, I will do what I say. Those who are willing to submit to me, step aside. The Taishu Saint Emperor said. Thank you, your majesty. Heavenly King Joyo led the people of the Joyo heavenly king residence to the side. Your majesty, I am also willing to submit. Me too. Following that, the people of the other clan mansions knelt down one by one. It was already good enough that they were not killed by the Taishu Saint Emperor. After all, the clan mansion was more important than their lives. They had to save their lives first. Soon, more and more people submitted to the Taishu Saint Emperor. Heavenly King Fengxiang and Heavenly King Wushuang's faces turned darker and darker. Let's go. Charge out. Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Fengxiang roared and led the experts of the two Heavenly King residents to charge toward one of the black-robed elders. There were 2 level 9 divine lords in Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Including Heavenly King Fengxiang, there were a total of 3 level 9 divine lords. In addition to the other level 8 and level 7 divine lords, their combined power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the black-robed elder that they had chosen did not seem to have a strong aura. He was considered weak among the boundary emperors. Violent attacks surged towards the old man like raging waves. You are courting death. The black-robed elder shouted coldly as his divine power erupted. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The saber seemed to have lit up the starry sky and the universe. It was unimaginably stunning. Boom, the attacks from both sides collided heavily and there was a shocking explosion. Following that, the black-robed elder's saber light shook violently and finally exploded. The black-robed elder's body floated backward. However, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Fengxiang's attack was also blocked and their speed slowed down. Wushuang, it seems like you are about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, you are still one step away. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. At this moment, another black-robed elder, Lord Jun, and the 6th Xianxia rushed toward Heavenly King Wushuang and the others. The 4 boundary emperors had joined forces. At this moment, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Fengxiang's hearts sank. They knew that they would definitely die today. Shocking technique, you will die a horrible death. Heavenly King Fengxiang roared crazily. How dare you insult the sacred emperor? Die. Lord Jun shouted as his long spear pierced through the void, breaking through layers of defense and piercing through Heavenly King Fengxiang's forehead. On the other side, Heavenly King Wushuang was extremely powerful and was about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, he was still not a boundary emperor. Under the joint attack of the 6th Xianxia and the black-robed elder, he was instantly killed. This was a battle without any suspense. Under the joint suppression of the 4 quasi-emperors, Heavenly King Fengxiang Mansion and Heavenly King Wushuang Mansion were reduced to ashes. The 2 Heavenly Kings were killed, and the other Divine Emperor from Heavenly King Wushuang Mansion was also killed without much resistance. More than half of the other experts were also killed. The remaining experts all surrendered and were taken down by the Saint Emperor's guards. Many people at the scene felt like they were in a dream. The famous Heavenly King Wushuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Haosen had fallen just like that. These were all overlords, and it was difficult to meet them. Each of them was a top figure in the Taishu dynasty, but now, they were so worthless and were easily killed. Alright, today, all the traitors have been killed. Everyone else, please take a seat. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand. Everyone sat down, but they were still trembling with fear. However, there is still one person who must be punished today. Unexpectedly, the Taishu Saint Emperor spoke again, which shocked many people and made them fearful. Then, the Taishu Saint Emperor's gaze fell on the area at the bottom, and finally fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He did not expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to target him. Was it because of the Blue Merchant's soul mother? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, Marquis Lu. The Taishu Saint Emperor said lightly. Your Majesty, may I know why you called me? Lu Ming had calmed down, stood up, and cupped his fists. The youngest Marquis of the Taishu dynasty, reached the peak of the Divine King realm at such a young age, and suppressed all the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No wonder you are Yu Er's successor, you are even more outstanding than Yu Er. The Taishu dynasty said lightly, and his voice spread throughout the scene. As soon as he said this, the scene suddenly fell silent. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in a daze, full of surprise. There was only one Yu Er that the Taishu Saint Emperor mentioned. That was the extremely talented prince, Jing Yu. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor. At this moment, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were equally shocked. The Taishu Saint Emperor already knew. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but his mind was racing. When he saw that Lu Ming was silent, the Taishu Saint Emperor continued, "You don't have to deny it. I know Yu Er too well. Therefore, when I first saw you, I knew that you were Yu Er's successor. You have his aura on you. There's no mistake about it. Later on, when the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, you obtained third place. Originally, you could have made a condition for me, but you used that condition to save Blue Merchant. That made me even more certain. Could it be the power of a sovereign again?" Lu Ming's heart stirred. Back then, Blue Merchant had recognized him as Jing Yu's successor at first sight. In that case, others could as well, as long as they knew Jing Yu well. At this moment, the Crown Prince and State Preceptor looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were clearly surprised. They also didn't expect Lu Ming to be Jing Yu's successor. "What? Are you still going to deny it?" the Taishu Saint Emperor asked. "That's right, I am indeed Prince Jing Yu's successor." Lu Ming spoke. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide it. He would just reveal it. The moment he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. This was too surprising. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor. No wonder he was so outstanding. "I'm just curious. Since the Saint Emperor already knew that I was Jing Yu's successor, why didn't you expose me earlier?" Lu Ming continued to ask. "Why did I expose you earlier? I wanted to see how Yu's successor is like. Is he as outstanding as him? Now, it seems like you didn't disappoint me. You're even more outstanding than you were, exceeding my expectations. But now, I can't let you live." The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice turned cold. Many people, including Lu Ming, were shocked by these words. The Taishu Saint Emperor's last sentence was obviously to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. "Lu Ming, under the Blue Merchant's scheme, you've improved your strength step by step. In the end, you want to take revenge for Jing Yu, right?" The Taishu Saint Emperor's eyes were as bright as the sun, as if he could see through Lu Ming. "Revenge? Saint Emperor, you're overthinking. I just want to reverse the verdict for Prince Jing Yu. I believe that Prince Jing Yu left a message saying that he was wronged back then. I just want to find out the truth of what happened back then." Lu Ming said. "Reverse the verdict? Haha, I killed Jing Yu back then. If you want to reverse the verdict, isn't that the same as taking revenge on me?" The Taishu Saint Emperor sneered, his killing intent cold. At this moment, he was calling Jing Yu by his name. "Saint Emperor, Lu Ming has no intention of taking revenge on you. As long as you help Lu Ming find out the truth of what happened back then and clear Prince Jing Yu's name, that will be enough." Lu Ming said. "The truth? What Jing Yu did back then is the truth. Lu Ming, you've been hiding your identity and increasing your strength. You have ulterior motives and are disgraceful. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact," the Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He didn't expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to be so unreasonable and want to kill him. In his opinion, even if the Taishu Saint Emperor knew that he was Jing Yu's successor, he wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, he just wanted to reverse the verdict for Jing Yu. Could it be that there was a deeper story behind what happened back then? "Saint Emperor, are you so afraid of the truth of what happened back then? What was the truth hidden back then? Also, Jing Yu and the Saint Concubine were lovers, but you forcefully took her away. I suspect that you framed Prince Jing Yu back then." Lu Ming shouted. Since the Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, he might as well go all out and say anything. As soon as he said that, many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Audacious, truly audacious, this matter was taboo for the Saint Emperor. No one dared to mention it in front of him. Those who did were all dead, but not only did Lu Ming dare to mention it, he even said that Jinyu was framed by the Saint Emperor. He didn't know what death was. As expected, the Saint Emperor was enraged. A terrifying aura emanated from his body as he roared, "Disgraceful! Men, kill Lu Ming on the spot. No, cripple him first. I want him to beg for death." Yes. Immediately, a burly man stepped out from behind the Saint Emperor and charged at Lu Ming. This burly man was one of the Saint Emperor's guards and had the cultivation of a 9th-level divine lord. To deal with Lu Ming, there was no need for a quasi-emperor to take action. The Saint Emperor knew that Lu Ming had an 8th-level divine lord by his side. Therefore, it was enough for him to send a 9th-level divine lord guard. The relationship between the sacred imperial concubine and Jinyu had always been the Taishu sacred emperor's taboo. No one dared to mention it. After all, it was seriously too unpleasant to hear. Lu Ming actually dared to mention it in public. The sacred emperor was thoroughly enraged and directly had people kill Lu Ming. "Kneel down and kowtow to the sacred emperor and admit your mistake for me." A middle-aged guard wearing iron armor, his aura thick like the sea, stepped over in the air, a palm smacking over toward Lu Ming. An enormous palm seal formed, crushing over toward Lu Ming. This palm, forget about Lu Ming, even an 8th-level divine lord existence would also be pressed down by his palm force. Clearly, the middle-aged guard knew that there was an 8th-level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side. But so what? It was fine if the other party did not make a move. If he wanted to make a move, then kneel down together. Get lost. At this time, an angry roar came from Lu Ming's side. A burly figure rushed out explosively, slamming a punch out. The void trembled wildly. The horrifying fist force slammed into the middle-aged guard's palm seal, making his palm seal crumble instantly. The fist force did not stop, the berserk power surging wildly toward the middle-aged guard. The middle-aged guard's expression changed. Both arms trembled, forming a layer of defensive divine power, blocking the attack of the fist force. But he still retreated repeatedly. 9th-level divine lord. The middle-aged guard opened his mouth rather incredulously. The one who attacked just now beside Lu Ming was a 9th-level divine lord existence. Therefore, he was directly repelled due to his carelessness just now. But why would there be a 9th-level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side? Everyone present was stunned, looking at Lu Ming somewhat incredulously. 9th-level divine lord, in the Taishu dynasty, that was a top powerhouse. The 27 heavenly king palaces added up were just 10. Lu Ming, this junior youth's side, just a marquee manor, actually had a 9th-level divine lord existence. 9th-level divine lord, Lu Ming, I underestimated you. The great void saint sovereign was also very surprised. Previously, he did not pay attention to those people around Lu Ming at all. The way he saw it, the strongest around Lu Ming was just an 8th-level divine lord. It was not worth paying attention to at all. Therefore, he had no idea how many experts Lu Ming had by his side. In fact, it was the same for the others. In addition, Giant Bear, Etian, and the others tried their best to conceal their auras. No one noticed them at all. Lu Ming, leave now. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Alright, Giant Bear, Etian, let's go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Then, Giant Bear and the others swept up Lu Ming and rushed towards the sky. The Taishu Saint Emperor had already steeled his heart to kill him. If he didn't leave now, when would he? You think you can leave in the Imperial Palace? 6th brother, kill them. The moment Lu Ming and the others rose into the air, the Taishu Saint Emperor issued this order coldly. Boom, the 6th Xianxia soared into the sky and the space kept exploding. A terrifying saber light bloomed from the 6th Xianxia's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The 6th Xianxia was a quasi-emperor realm expert. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others with a single strike. However, at this moment, Giant Bear made his move. He roared and his body swelled rapidly. The armor on his body exploded into pieces. Then, a huge bear paw slapped towards the saber light. Boom, the saber light shook violently and then exploded with a bang. What? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The sixth Xianxia had personally made a move and his saber strike was blocked. The sixth Xianxia was a quasi-emperor. When he dealt with Heavenly King Wushuang and the others just now, he was so powerful that it made them despair. But now, his terrifying saber strike was blocked. Only a quasi-emperor could block the saber strike of a quasi-emperor and be unharmed. Lu Ming actually had a quasi-emperor by his side. What was a quasi-emperor? It was the peak combat power of the Taishu dynasty. There were only a few of them. What did Lu Ming do to have such an expert by his side? The Taishu Saint Emperor, the Crown Prince, the State Preceptor, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Attack, kill them! The Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, it was not only the sixth Xianxia who attacked again. The Jun Wang and a black-robed elder also attacked. The Saint Emperor ordered that they could not let Lu Ming and the others escape. Therefore, in an instant, 3 quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked with all their might. They were too fast. Even though Lu Ming and the others had already rushed into the starry sky, they still caught up with them. The 3 attacks were 100 times brighter than meteors. They blasted towards them and wherever they passed, the space exploded. You guys protect Lu Ming and Senior Lan. We will block the quasi-emperors. Yi Tian transmitted his voice to Zhu Tai and the other 9th-level Divine Lord experts. Then, he suddenly turned around and a huge battle saber appeared in his hands. Divine power burst forth and his armor exploded, revealing his true appearance. Yi Tian could not care less about hiding his identity now. Clang! Clang! Yi Tian's battle saber vibrated violently. 2 bright saber lights burst forth and slashed towards the Jun Wang and a black-robed elder. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying explosions rang out. In the starry sky, it was as if 2 stars had exploded, setting off a terrifying cosmic storm. In the end, the Jun Wang and the black-robed elder's attacks were blocked. However, Yi Tian was unable to defeat the 2 of them and was forced to retreat. At the same time, the giant bear and the 6th Xianxia exchanged blows and both of them retreated at the same time. Another quasi-emperor! Someone exclaimed in disbelief. There was actually another quasi-emperor by Lu Ming's side. Countless people's hearts were filled with shock and fear. 2 quasi-emperors. With such combat power, who in the Taishu dynasty could compare to them? Other than the imperial family, no one could compare to them. As for some of the older people, their eyes were filled with shock. This person looks familiar. He looks like Yi Tian. It's indeed Yi Tian, the leader of the 3 generals under Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming is indeed the successor of Jingyu. There was an uproar. Although Lu Ming had already admitted it, now that they saw Yi Tian and Lu Ming together, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was the successor of Jingyu. A group of traitors. Very well, let's catch all of you in one fell swoop today. The Great Void Sacred Emperor's cold voice rang out. Swish! 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 The Jun Wang, the 6th Xianxia, and the black-robed elder continued to attack. They pushed their combat power to the extreme and charged towards the giant bear and Yi Tian. The 5 quasi-emperors broke out in a fierce battle. However, those who could reach the quasi-emperor realm were peerless geniuses. Hence, their combat power was not much different. Only those who were abnormally strong could be invincible among their peers. Hence, it was difficult for the giant bear and Yi Tian to withstand the 2 of them alone. Leave the 2 of them to us. You go and kill Lu Ming. The Jun Wang transmitted his voice to the black-robed elder. At the same time, he launched a terrifying attack and fought with Yi Tian, freeing the black-robed elder. All right. The black-robed elder's body swayed. He bypassed Yi Tian and charged towards Lu Ming. Damn it. Yi Tian wanted to help but was entangled by the Jun Wang. I miscalculated. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that the Sage Emperor had already known of his identity and was determined to kill him. He really hadn't expected this. According to his calculations, even if the Sacred Emperor knew his identity, he might not kill him. After all, Jingyu was the one who made the mistake, and Jingyu was the Sacred Emperor's son. Wouldn't the Sacred Emperor be heartbroken if he killed Jingyu? Lu Ming was Jingyu's successor, and so many years had passed. What reason did the sacred emperor have to kill him? Was he really afraid that he would seek revenge? It was definitely not that simple. If he knew this would happen, he would have joined forces with Heavenly King Wushuang and the others. He would not be in such a passive position now. The black-robed elder was very fast. He caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. A pitch-black ghost claw grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. "Block it!" Zhu Tai shouted. Then, his figure flashed. A total of 5 ninth-layer Divine King existences beside Lu Ming attacked together. 5 dazzling attacks gathered together and bombarded the pitch-black ghost claw. The starry sky trembled and energy swept out in all directions. Then, the ghost claw shook and was pushed back. It was blocked. The 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs joined forces and blocked the black-robed Elder's attack. Heavens, 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. They were all stupefied. Today, Lu Ming had given everyone too many surprises. He actually had so many top experts around him. 2 quasi-emperors and 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. They had the power to disrupt the Taishu dynasty's situation. Why aren't you attacking? The Great Void Sacred Emperor looked at the other black-robed elder beside him. Yes. The black-robed elder's eyes flickered a few times. He did not seem to want to attack, but the Sacred Emperor had ordered him to. Just as the black-robed old man was about to attack, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out from the starry sky. It traversed the universe and was incomparably resplendent as it slashed towards the black-robed old man who was attacking Lu Ming and the others. This black-robed old man had green hair and green eyes. At this moment, his green eyes were filled with shock. He waved his hands, forming a pitch-black long spear and thrusting it forward. With a boom, the pitch-black spear collided with the sword light, and then both of them dissipated. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the starry sky. "Thousand Saints, old Heavenly King!" Someone exclaimed. That's right, this old man was Thousand Saint old Heavenly King. "Sage Emperor, it's so lively today, yet you didn't invite me." "That's not very kind of you." Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King's voice reverberated throughout the entire place. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was somewhat gloomy. The reason why he did not invite the Holy Old Heavenly King was because the Holy Old Heavenly King was a quasi-emperor. When a quasi-emperor fought with his life on the line, it was still very shocking. Xiaoqian did not invite the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King over to prevent any accidents from happening to the Xiao clan residents. As long as the Xiao clan residence was destroyed, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King would not be able to cause any trouble in the future. Xiaoqian did not expect Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King to come. Obviously, he had rushed over after hearing the news. "Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, you came at the right time. These people are all traitors. Take down the traitors for me," the Great Void Sage Emperor said coldly. "Traitors? How can Lu Ming be a traitor?" Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. "Old Heavenly King, Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu." At this moment, Blue Merchant took off his black robe, revealing his true face as he spoke to Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. "Blue Merchant, you're not dead." Seeing Blue Merchant, the Great Void Sage Emperor let out a furious roar. He instantly understood that he had been deceived. "Of course I'm not dead. Haha, as a Sage Emperor, you secretly sent people to kill me after knowing that I have a spiritual treasure on me. How laughable." Blue Merchant said coldly. Since they had completely fallen out with each other, Blue Merchant did not care about the Sage Emperor's face and directly exposed him. Many people looked at each other when they heard this. The Great Void Sage Emperor had secretly sent people to kill Blue Merchant. It was really disappointing that a Sage Emperor would do such a thing. Of course, they were only thinking about it in their hearts. They were not as bold as Blue Merchant to say it out loud. The Great Void Sage Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He said, "Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, why aren't you making a move to take down the traitor? Since Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu, how can he be a traitor? In my opinion, the matter of Jingyu back then was also very suspicious. I know Jingyu. He would never do such a thing. He was most likely framed. Lu Ming should want to find out the truth about Jingyu back then. I think it's necessary to find out the truth," Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. Thousand holy old heavenly king, are you rebelling too? The great void sage emperor said. Sage emperor, Jingyu is your most outstanding son. If he was framed, don't you want to find out the truth? Clear his name? The holy thousandth elder said. I saw what happened back then with my own eyes. There's no need to investigate further. Saint Qian, I wanted to spare your life on account of our many years of friendship. Since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you as well. The great void saint emperor said coldly. Advance and retreat with the old heavenly king. Thousand saints heavenly king roared and led the experts of his residence into the starry sky to meet up with thousand saints old heavenly king. The current thousand saints heavenly king was the son of the old thousand saints heavenly king. Naturally, he would stand by the old heavenly king's side unconditionally. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and a great battle could break out at any moment. Prince Jingyu was innocent back then. At this moment, a voice rang out. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It was like the sound of pearls and jade colliding together. Once one heard it, one's heart would calm down. As he spoke, several figures appeared in the sky above the great void holy capital. The leader was a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but her charm was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. What a beautiful woman! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This woman's beauty could be ranked in the top few among all the women he had seen. Moreover, she had a special temperament that made it difficult for people to shift their gaze away from her. The imperial concubine. Blue Merchant muttered, his eyes filled with shock. The imperial concubine? This is the imperial concubine? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen the imperial concubine. She was indeed very beautiful. No wonder the great void saint emperor wanted her for himself. At this moment, the imperial concubine became the center of attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her, not only because of her beauty, but also because of what she had just said. Prince Jingyu was innocent. In this world, the imperial concubine was the one who knew the most about what had happened back then. After all, she was the one who had been involved. Could it be that there was more to what had happened back then? Xianxia, who allowed you to come out? Go back. The great void saint emperor's face was extremely gloomy as he shouted coldly. So many years have passed. Since everyone is here today, including Jingyu's successor, it's time to clarify what happened back then. Jingyu has been wronged for so many years. It's time to clear his name. The imperial concubine said. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. The imperial concubine, Kong Xianxia, actually said that Jingyu was innocent. Wasn't she the one who had framed Jingyu back then? Xianxia, what did you say? Are you out of your mind? Go back to where you came from. Do you hear me? The great void saint emperor shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Are you still trying to threaten me now? But I've already made preparations over the years. I've already moved my family to a safe place. Your tricks are useless against me. The imperial concubine seemed to have thought of something as her eyes turned cold. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were greatly shocked and their imaginations ran wild. What did the imperial concubine mean? Could it be that the Saint Emperor used the imperial concubine's family to threaten her back then? Did he make her do something she was unwilling to do? There were many secrets hidden in this. I think you've really gone crazy. Men, bring the imperial concubine back. The great void Saint Emperor shouted coldly as endless killing intent brewed in the depths of his eyes. Jing Shu, from now on, I'm no longer under your control. From now on, I'm no longer the imperial concubine. I'm Kong Xianxia. Kong Xianxia's voice rang out as divine power emanated from her. Her glabella glowed as a golden steel ring appeared, suffused with a resplendent radiance. The other three people beside the imperial concubine, 2 old women and a middle-aged woman, were also suffused with a resplendent radiance as divine power erupted. 9th-level divine lords, the sacred imperial concubine and the 3 people that she brought were actually all 9th-level divine lord cultivation. No one was surprised. Kong Xianxia was also a peerless genius back then. Although she was not as good as Jingyu, her talent was unparalleled among her peers. It was not surprising that she had cultivated to 9th-level divine lords. However, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were still very surprised. "It's her?" Lu Ming and Blue Merchant couldn't help but exclaim softly. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant recognized Kong Shishua the moment she used the Vajra ring. Back then, the Great Void Saint Emperor had tricked Lu Ming into finding his parents. Then, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were surrounded and attacked. Two groups of people had saved them. Blue Merchant speculated that one of the groups was sent by the Crown Prince. There was another mysterious lady who used a diamond ring. Lan Shang and Lu Ming could not figure out who she was. Now that they looked at her, they understood. The person who saved them back then was Kong Shishua. It was normal for Kong Shishua, as the divine royal concubine, to know about the Taishu sage emperor's plan. In that case, before they entered the great illusionary divine capital, someone had warned Lu Ming and the rest that this danger was probably sent by the divine royal concubine. Attack. If he resists, kill him. The Great Void Saint Emperor roared, his face contorted. Protect the imperial concubine. Lu Ming shouted. He gathered with the giant bear and Etian and rushed towards Kong Shishua. Nothing must happen to Kong Shishua. Today, the truth of Jing Yu's matter would be revealed. Attack, attack together. The Great Void Saint Emperor roared at the guards behind him. Yes. The black-robed elder beside the Great Void Saint Emperor obeyed. This black-robed elder was bald. At that moment, all the divine power in his body exploded. Everyone thought that he was going to soar into the sky and attack Kong Shishua. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Poof, a dazzling sword radiance shot out from the bald black-robed elder's hand and pierced towards the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart. The Great Void Saint Emperor had never expected the bald black-robed elder to attack him. It was too late for him to block the attack. Poof, the sword radiance pierced through the Great Void Saint Emperor's back, through his heart, and through his chest. Moreover, the terrifying sword chi shot out and destroyed the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart in an instant. Then, the sword chi spread around his body. Roar, the Great Void Saint Emperor let out a beast-like roar. A terrifying force exploded like the sun. It turned into billowing waves of energy that surged towards the bald black-robed elder. The Great Void Saint Emperor was already half a step into the Divine Emperor realm. Now that he was fighting with his life on the line, his battle strength was at its peak. However, the bald black-robed elder was also a quasi-emperor. His speed was shocking. In a flash, he dodged the Great Void Saint Emperor's attack and landed beside the Crown Prince. However, some of the people around the Great Void Saint Emperor were not so lucky. Those who were below the 8th level Divine Lord realm were turned into ashes before they could even scream. Some of the 8th level and 9th level Divine Lord realm guards coughed out blood and retreated. They were severely injured. In an instant, a few hundred people died, including some concubines, princesses, and princes. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Including Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Kong Shishua. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The bald black-robed elder had actually launched a sneak attack on the Great Void Saint Emperor and severely injured him with a single move. Ah, the Great Void Saint Emperor roared. His hair was disheveled and he coughed out blood. That move just now had caused too much damage to him. It had almost destroyed his bodily functions. After all, it was a sneak attack from a quasi-emperor. It was too terrifying. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was contorted. His eyes were red as he stared at the Crown Prince and roared, "Unfilial son. It's you." The bald black-robed elder landed beside the Crown Prince. At this moment, the Crown Prince's eyes were filled with excitement. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Today's events had really exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had wanted to fight to the death and kill the Great Void Saint Emperor today. However, he did not have much confidence. However, Lu Ming had so many experts around him. They were able to restrain the Great Void Saint Emperor's forces. Moreover, even the Saint Concubine had stepped forward. All of this had distracted the Great Void Saint Emperor and made him lower his guard. All of this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. That bald black-robed elder had already sided with him. He secretly sent out a signal. The bald black-robed elder's sneak attack had indeed severely injured the Great Void Saint Emperor. "Father, your words are too harsh." The crown prince stood up calmly and said, "I have long suspected that brother Jingyu was framed. Today, it seems that it was indeed the case. However, father has repeatedly stopped the saint concubine, no, Kong Shishue, from telling the truth. After thinking about it, I decided to stand on the side of justice and use this method to stop father and force Kong Shishue to tell the truth." The crown prince found a very good reason for himself. He was not killing his father. He would only stand on the side of justice. "Saint Emperor! Your Majesty!" The sixth Xianxia and the green-haired elder exclaimed. They returned to the great void Saint Emperor's side and protected him. However, the guard king did not return to the great void Saint Emperor's side. Instead, he stepped forward and came to the crown prince's side. "You have also betrayed me?" The great void Saint Emperor glared at the guard king. The guard king could be said to have been groomed by him. He did not expect the guard king to side with the crown prince. "Your Majesty is getting old. In the future, the crown prince will be the next Saint Emperor," the guard king said plainly. "All of you." The great void Saint Emperor was enraged. He then looked at the second prince and said, "Jingkuan, go and get rid of this unfilial son. When I die, the Saint Emperor's position will be yours." The second prince's name was Jingkuan. However, the second prince sat there motionlessly as though he had not heard anything. "Unfilial son! Unfilial son!" The great void sacred emperor roared like a madman. Those heavenly kings would not help the great void sacred emperor. Today, the great void sacred emperor wanted to eliminate all the heavenly kings. These people could not wait for the great void sacred emperor to be killed. What happened today was exactly what they wanted. Today, the great void sacred emperor was truly deserted. "Kong Shishue, what happened back then? Tell us." The crown prince said to Kong Shishue. "All right." Kong Shishue nodded and said, "Back then, Crown Prince Jingyu was innocent. It was the sacred emperor who forced me to frame Crown Prince Jingyu." Kong Shishue's words shocked everyone. Once she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, and the rest were the same. They had never imagined that the mastermind behind this was actually the great void Saint Emperor. They had thought that the one who framed Jingyu was either the crown prince or the second prince. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the great void sacred emperor to be the one who framed Jingyu. The great void sacred emperor was Jingyu's father. Why? Why did he frame Jingyu? Jingyu had unparalleled talent and was the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He could have broken through to the divine emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to greater heights. Why did he frame Jingyu and want to kill him? Holy Thousand King asked, his heart full of doubts. This was also the question in everyone's mind. Not only was Jingyu his son, but he was also unparalleled. Why did the great void sacred emperor want to kill Jingyu? It's because Jingyu's talent is too strong that Jingshu killed him. Jingshu is a selfish and narrow-minded person. Kong Shishue said, her eyes full of resentment. "Shut up. Shut up for this emperor." The great void sacred emperor roared. "If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to let me say it?" Kong Shishue sneered and continued, "Jingshu is jealous of Jingyu's talent. Since Jingyu reached the quasi-emperor realm, he became even more jealous. Moreover, he is afraid that Jingyu will reach the divine emperor realm. Once Jingyu enters the divine emperor realm, he will be the uncrowned king of the Taishu dynasty, the real number one. Jingshu is afraid that his position will be threatened, so he wants to get rid of Jingyu. However, at that time, Jingyu was already invincible in the Taishu dynasty. Even Jingshu himself was no match for him. Killing Jingyu was easier said than done. Therefore, he used me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and all my relatives to threaten me. If I didn't cooperate with him, he would kill all my relatives. I had no choice but to cooperate with him and frame Jingyu. Moreover, I poisoned Jingyu's wine. At the crucial moment, Jingshu purposely arrived and attacked Jingyu when he was distracted. He severely injured Jingyu. You all know what happened after that." Following Kong Shishue's words, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that the truth would be like this. All of this had been planned by the Taishu Saint Emperor. He had even wanted to kill his own son, who was the most capable. He was truly selfish to the extreme. So it's like this, ha ha ha. Lan Shang laughed heartily, but there were tears in his eyes. The matter of Jingyu had always been a demon in Blue Merchant's heart. Because of this matter, his cultivation was crippled and he almost became a cripple. He had always wanted to find out the truth, but the truth was out of his expectation. There is actually such a person in this world. Lu Ming whispered, feeling sad for Jingyu. Jingyu was killed by his own father and his lover. However, Lu Ming did not doubt that there was indeed such a selfish person in this world. To the Great Void Sacred Emperor, he did not care about the glory of the Taishu dynasty. Even if Jingyu broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to glory, what did it have to do with him? He was not the one who led the Taishu dynasty to glory. What he wanted was his own glory. Everyone who surpassed him and threatened his position should die. There was another reason why he killed Jingyu, and that was because of me. Kang Shishue continued to speak, but her eyes were filled with sadness. That year, Jingyu and I were truly in love. However, one day, Jingshu saw me and wanted to have me. I refused, so he captured my family and held them in his hands to threaten me. In the end, I could only agree. Kang Shishue said. What? Despicable. Blue Merchant roared. Everyone came to a realization. At that time, everyone was puzzled as to why Kang Shishue would suddenly marry the Great Void Sacred Emperor and become the sacred concubine. Many people said that it was because of Kang Shishue's vanity. It turned out that the Great Void Sacred Emperor had captured Kang Shishue's family and threatened Kang Shishue. First, he threatened Kang Shishue, forcing Kang Shishue to marry him. Then, he threatened Kang Shishue, forcing Kang Shishue to frame Jingyu. Despicable, truly despicable. Lu Ming had never seen such a despicable person. As long as Jingyu is alive, the world will always think of my relationship with Jingyu. They will always think that Jingshu stole his son's woman. Therefore, only when Jingyu is dead will the world forget everything. This is also one of the reasons why he wanted to kill Jingyu. All these years, I have been secretly moving my family away. I have been looking for an opportunity to reveal the truth and prove Jingyu's innocence. Kang Shishue continued. Jingshu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Holy Thousand King shook his head and sighed. He was heartbroken for Jingyu. Back then, Jingyu was the person he valued the most. He didn't expect Jingyu to end up like this. Father, your actions are too disappointing. Originally, the Taishu dynasty could have been more glorious if brother Jingyu was alive. I didn't expect that he would be framed and killed by you. Although you are my father, today, I will seek justice for brother Jingyu. At this moment, the crown prince stepped forward and said loudly. Many people looked at him with disdain. The crown prince's words were truly shameless. Back then, the crown prince was one of the people who wanted Jingyu dead the most. If Jingyu was alive, his position as the crown prince would be unstable. Back then, many people thought that the crown prince had framed Jingyu, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Now, he said that he wanted to seek justice for Jingyu, he was just looking for an excuse to kill his father. Ha ha ha, do you really think that you can kill me today? This is the palace, my territory. I have just sent out the news that the army will be here soon. Today, I will kill all of you. All of you must die. The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared crazily. He wanted to kill everyone at the scene. Anyone who knew about this had to die. The Great Void Saint Emperor had completely lost his mind. He wanted to kill everyone present. He still had a trump card and a foundation. This was the Imperial Palace, and there was a group of Imperial guards, all of whom were experts. Furthermore, the so-called foundation of the Imperial Palace could not only consist of the two black-robed elders. There were many more quasi-emperor experts. As long as these people arrived, he could turn the tables and kill the crown prince, Lu Ming, and Kang Shishue. However, in the next moment, boom. Boom, a terrifying explosion came from the Imperial Palace. A bright sword light shot into the sky. At the same time, a divine dragon could be seen piercing through the clouds. Its aura was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there was a deafening battle cry. You've also bribed the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically as he stared at the Crown Prince. In the Taishu dynasty, there were some ancient families that had existed for even longer than the Taishu dynasty. For example, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor knew very well that these ancient families had quasi-emperors. The Sword Light and Divine Dragon figure just now were quasi-emperors. Not only that, but more than half of the Imperial Guards have also fallen into my hands. If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to attack? The Crown Prince sneered. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His attire was very similar to the bald black-robed elder and the green-haired black-robed elder. This black-robed man was extremely fast, and the aura he emitted was that of a quasi-emperor. However, there were two people chasing after the black-robed elder. These two people were quasi-emperors from the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. In an instant, the black-robed man appeared not far from the Great Void Saint Emperor. Zhu Yan, why are you alone? The Great Void Saint Emperor asked. Saint Emperor, the others have all left. They've betrayed us. The black-robed man shouted and came to the Saint Emperor's side. What? The Great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of despair. Behind them, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe had arrived. Together with the Crown Prince and the others, they surrounded the Great Void Saint Emperor and the others. Old man, you're already so old. Why aren't you dead yet? You want to use the Twin Stones to live another life? Dream. Today, I'll send you on your way. The Crown Prince roared. He couldn't wait any longer. The Crown Prince was keenly aware that the reserves of the imperial household were far greater than this. There was no time to lose. He had to kill the Sage Emperor first. In the next moment, the Army King, the Imperial Advisor, the bald black-robed elder, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Human tribe, a total of 5 quasi-emperors, joined forces to attack the Taishu Saint Emperor. On the Great Void Sage Emperor's side, there were only 3 quasi-emperors, the 6th prince, the green-haired black-robed elder, and the black-robed man. As for the Sage Emperor himself, he had been severely injured and barely had a tenth of his strength left. With so many quasi-emperors fighting, the scene was earth-shattering. Even though countless runes appeared on the ground and blocked the terrifying force, the entire great illusionary divine capital still shook violently as if it was about to explode. Let's retreat. In the starry skies, Lu Ming spoke. They retreated continuously, retreating far away to watch from afar. Kong Shishue and a few others also retreated far away, not far from Lu Ming and the others. Boom, the great illusionary divine capital shook. Terrifying divine light burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the end, the Crown Prince's side had the absolute upper hand. They had 5 quasi-emperors, while the Taishu Saint Emperor only had 3. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the 6th prince and the other 2 were forced to retreat. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared as he unleashed his remaining strength. The divine power in his body burned like flames. After exchanging a blow with the Imperial Advisor, he was still severely injured. As he retreated, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries had worsened. At this moment, the 6th prince and the green-haired black-robed elder looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, they suddenly retreated and rushed into the starry skies. They had actually escaped without a fight. Traitor! The Taishu Saint Emperor roared in despair. The Crown Prince and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not pursue. Killing the Sage Emperor was the most important thing now. Old man, you have been betrayed. Die. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince laughed maniacally as the Imperial Advisor and the others charged towards the Taishu Saint Emperor. While the Crown Prince and the Sage Emperor were fighting, the people from the Heavenly King residence and the Marquis residence had already seized the opportunity to retreat and disappear from the Taishu Saint capital. It was too dangerous to stay. No matter if the Crown Prince or the Imperial Advisor won, who knew if they would attack them? If they did not leave now, when would they leave? Your Majesty, I will advance and retreat with you. The black-robed man was very loyal. He stood in front of the sage emperor, but he was only one person. The result was already decided. Boom, the imperial advisor's punch blew a large hole in his chest. Then, the army king's spear pierced through the void and pierced through his heart. In the next instant, the bone sword race's bone sword sliced through the air and beheaded the black-robed man. A quasi-emperor had fallen, only the Taishu Saint Emperor was left. You bastard! How dare you! You will die a horrible death. The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at the crown prince like a madman. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Old man, you have already lived for 10 stellar years. What else do you want? Can't you just peacefully wait for your death? Do I have to take this step? You forced me to do this. The crown prince's face was ferocious. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. Kill. Finally, the crown prince gave the order. The imperial advisor and the others stepped forward. 5 attacks were launched at the sage emperor. Even if the Taishu Saint Emperor was at his peak, he would only die under the attacks of 5 quasi-emperors, let alone now. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared unwillingly. Under the 5 attacks, the Taishu Saint Emperor turned into ashes. A sage emperor of a generation had fallen in the hands of his own son. Ha ha ha. The crown prince laughed loudly after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor. From now on, the Taishu dynasty was his. Wait. In the next instant, the crown prince calmed down and looked at a place. Because there was still someone there who had not left. The second prince, at this time, the second prince had not left. He sat there with a smile, as if he did not know what had happened. Second brother, you actually did not take the opportunity to slip away. Haha, it seems like you also want to die. The crown prince sneered and revealed a look of ecstasy. Originally, after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor, the second prince was a big problem for him. He did not expect the second prince to still be here. Moreover, there was no expert by his side. Crown prince, be careful. I will go test him. The imperial advisor said. His body moved, and he rushed toward the second prince. Then, he grabbed at the second prince. Without any suspense, the imperial advisor grabbed the second prince's neck. The second prince did not retaliate. No, this is not the second prince. This is a fake. The imperial advisor shouted. Suddenly, with a boom, a dazzling divine light shot out from the second prince's body and then exploded. A terrifying force bombarded the imperial advisor's body. The imperial advisor was forced to retreat. Second prince suddenly exploded. A terrifying power engulfed the imperial preceptor. This power was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th-level divine lord existence might be blown to death if they were careless. The destructive force engulfed the Grand Master. The Grand Master's face changed, and he immediately set up layers of defense. The Grand Master was pushed back a few hundred meters. Although he managed to block the attack, he was in a sorry state with many injuries on his body. The second prince had been reduced to ashes. Good job, second brother. So the real person isn't here at all. You set up this trap to kill me? The crown prince's eyes were cold. Obviously, the second prince wasn't here at all. The second prince from before was a fake. He was a puppet with a terrifying force in his body. If the crown prince was the one who attacked just now, he would be in danger. Lu Ming and the group, who were a distance away, saw everything clearly. Let's go. Lu Ming said. He led Tian, Giant Bear, Holy Thousand Heavenly King, and the rest out of the place. Kong Shishue and the rest also left. The crown prince looked at the starry sky and didn't give chase. Firstly, Lu Ming and the rest were far enough away that the crown prince might not be able to catch up. Secondly, even if they caught up, Lu Ming and the rest were very powerful. If they fought with all their might, the crown prince might suffer some losses. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation and control the Taishu sacred capital. Moreover, the second prince wasn't here, which was a big problem for the crown prince. The crown prince led his men into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming and the rest soon left the Taishu sacred capital and appeared in the starry sky. Old Heavenly King, thank you for helping us again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Holy Thousand Heavenly King. I just happened to arrive. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sigh. Holy Thousand Heavenly King sighed. It seems like the Taishu dynasty is going to change completely. From what the Crown Prince said, it seems like the Saint Emperor found the twin stones and wanted to live a second life. That's why the Crown Prince took the opportunity to rebel. However, the second prince isn't here and he set up a trap. Obviously, he expected this. Everything is very complicated. Blue Merchant said. The second prince may look gentle on the surface, but he's actually very scheming. Everything that happened today must have something to do with the second prince. Otherwise, how could he have predicted it in advance? I'm afraid that the Taishu dynasty is going to fall into chaos soon. Then, the old Heavenly King looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Let's return to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone and observe the situation. Lu Ming said. Originally, Jing Yu's case had been completely overturned. Jing Yu's innocence had been cleared, and he could have left. However, there was still no news of his parents, so he couldn't leave. He had to find his parents. All right. We'll return to the Thousand Saints Heavenly King's residence first to gather our men to deal with the upcoming changes. Lu Ming, if you need anything, send someone to contact us at any time. The Holy Thousand Elder said. Thank you, Old Heavenly King. Lu Ming thanked him again. The Old Heavenly King's words clearly indicated that he was on his side. After that, Lu Ming parted ways with the Holy Thousand Elder and the rest. He brought Tian and the rest back to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone. On a barren planet south of the Taishu Holy Capital, a few figures stood quietly. The person leading them was the second prince of the Taishu Holy Emperor. Behind him were 3 people. 2 of them were dressed in black robes. They looked exactly the same as the bald old man in the black robe and the green-haired old man in the black robe. At that moment, ripples appeared in the void. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were the 6th Xianxia and the green-haired old man in the black robe. The 2 figures flashed and appeared in front of the second prince. They cupped their fists at the same time. Second prince. 6th uncle, Senior Gu, you may rise. How's the situation? The second prince asked hurriedly. Of course, he was asking about the Taishu Holy Capital. As you expected, the Crown Prince has made his move. The Holy Emperor has been killed, but the Crown Prince is still alive. The 6th Xianxia said. As expected, that's enough. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the second prince's eyes. However, there are some changes in the process. It's about Lu Ming, the 6th Xianxia said. The 6th Xianxia said. Lu Ming? The second prince looked puzzled. That's right. Immediately, the 6th prince briefly recounted what had happened. I can't believe that Lu Ming is Jing Yu's successor. Moreover, he has so many experts with him. Interesting, interesting. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. The second prince laughed loudly. He was not angry when he learned that Lu Ming had so many experts with him. Instead, he was delighted. Return to the Saint Origin starfield and announce to the world that the Crown Prince has committed treason and killed his father. The heavens will not tolerate this. I want to suppress him and get rid of this treacherous person. The second prince said coldly. Then, in a flash, they left the place. After Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Tian, and the others returned to the Heavenly Chaos starfield, they began to send people to pay close attention to the Taishu dynasty. At the same time, he asked Tian to return to the barbarian tribe and mobilize their experts to support him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stayed on the Hidden Dragon Star and paid close attention to the Taishu dynasty's movements. Not long after, news came in one after another. The Crown Prince had occupied the Taishu sacred capital. With the Taishu sacred capital as the core, he occupied a large territory. The second prince announced to the world in the Saint Origin starfield that the Crown Prince's crimes had been exposed. At the same time, he called on all the people of the Taishu dynasty to suppress the Crown Prince. For a time, the Taishu dynasty was in a state of turmoil. Everyone knew that the Taishu dynasty would soon usher in an earth-shattering war. The second prince and the Crown Prince would fight for the throne of the sacred emperor. The winner would become the new sacred emperor, while the loser would be killed. Therefore, all the clans were making careful choices. This was a huge gamble. Those who lost would face serious consequences. Of course, there were some who wanted to remain neutral and stay out of it, but they were only a minority. The major clans began to make their choices. Some joined the Crown Prince's side, while others joined the Second Prince's. For example, the Nine Sabres Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the Nine Sabres Heavenly King Palace, which were closer to the Saint Origin Starfield, all joined the Second Prince's side. The Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace chose to remain neutral. Lu Ming also chose to remain neutral and wait to see what would happen. However, there were obviously some who did not want Lu Ming to remain neutral. On this day, there was news that the Second Prince had come to visit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Second Prince had come to visit him in person? Yes. Lu Ming said. On the Hidden Dragon Star, in a large hall, the Second Prince walked in with 3 people. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 2 of them were the 6th king and a green-haired old man in a black robe. This Second Prince is not simple at all. Lu Ming thought. The 6th king and a green-haired old man in a black robe had fled without a fight. Now, it seemed that they had done it on purpose. They did not want to fight seriously at all. They were just putting on a show. What brings you here today, Second Prince? Lu Ming asked, even though he already knew the answer. He knew that the Second Prince must have found him because of his strength and wanted him to join the Second Prince's camp. Lu Ming, your strength has exceeded my expectations. The Second Prince smiled. You flatter me, Second Prince. Tell me why you're here. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I believe you already know about the situation in the Taishu dynasty. I want to fight against the Crown Prince and I need your help. The Second Prince went straight to the point. This is a problem between you and the Crown Prince. Please forgive me, Lu Ming, for not being able to interfere. Lu Ming refused immediately. Of course, he refused. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in this kind of thing. The Second Prince's expression didn't change at all when Lu Ming refused. He had a smile on his face as if he knew that Lu Ming would reject him. Lu Ming, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Why don't you take a look at this first? The Second Prince smiled faintly and took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed and an image appeared in the air. In the image, there was a courtyard. 2 figures were sitting at a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. They seemed to be talking about something with a frown on their faces. Lu Ming's heart trembled wildly. This was because these 2 figures were his parents. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, boom, Lu Ming's body emitted a violent aura and shocking killing intent. Beside him, Zhu Xiong and the others also emitted a shocking aura. So you're the one who tricked my parents? Lu Ming said coldly. He stared at the Second Prince with an icy gaze. Tricked? I only invited them to my residence as guests. Look, they're living well. I didn't mistreat them. The Second Prince looked calm and wasn't afraid at all. Although he knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, he wasn't afraid at all. Not only because he had 3 quasi-emperors with him, but also because Lu Ming's parents were in his hands. Lu Ming didn't dare to touch him. Of course, what the Second Prince did not know was that there was only one quasi-emperor beside Lu Ming. If my parents lose a single hair, I won't let you off. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He really did not expect that it was the Second Prince who had tricked his parents away. He had always thought that it was the Crown Prince. He had even suspected other forces that had a grudge against him, such as the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion or the Lan family. He had never expected it to be the Second Prince. Previously, the Second Prince had spoken up for him several times. Now, it seemed that the Second Prince's schemes were so deep that it made one's hair stand on end. Clearly, Cui Wei was one of the Second Prince's people. When he first entered the Void Academy, the Second Prince sent Cui Wei to approach him. They had already started planning for it. As long as you cooperate with me, your parents will be fine. The Second Prince smiled. Alright, I'll cooperate with you. Let my parents go. Lu Ming said coldly. If I release your parents now, what if you go back on your word? Let's wait until the Crown Prince is dead. The second prince still maintained his smile. Lu Ming's face was unusually cold. However, since his parents were in the hands of the second prince, he could only agree. In 3 months, I will launch an attack on the great illusionary Saint capital. During this time, you can mobilize your forces. The second prince continued. After speaking, he stood up and walked out. After a few steps, he stopped and looked at Lu Ming. Actually, I originally wanted Cui Wei to take your parents away because I thought that you had amazing talent and might be useful in the future. I never expected that you would have so many experts by your side. Don't you think that even the heavens are helping me? Ha ha ha. After speaking, the second prince laughed and left. Scratch, Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he could only agree to the second prince's request. After rescuing his parents, he would settle the score seriously. It's time for the undying demon to strike. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately, Lu Ming sent a message to Yi Tian, asking him to prepare the experts of the barbarian tribe. After that, Lu Ming went to the secret place of the Saint Demon Imperial Court. When he arrived at the secret place of the Saint Demon Imperial Court, he saw the undying demon king. What was your cultivation at your peak? Lu Ming asked the undying demon king. Do you still need to ask? I can survive from the Saint Demon Imperial Court until now. Do you think that a divine emperor can do the same? The undying demon king looked at Lu Ming with disdain. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep shock. It had not been long since they last met, but Lu Ming had reached the peak of the divine king realm. Moreover, the energy in his body was shocking and could explode with terrifying power. Genius, an extremely terrifying genius. When he was young, he was not as powerful as Lu Ming. You're a divine emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If the undying demon king was a divine emperor, there was no need to fight him. He could just kill the crown prince and the second prince. Ahem, I used to be a divine emperor. However, I was severely injured and sealed for so many years. My vitality was greatly damaged. Although I've recovered a little, I'm only a boundary emperor. The undying demon king smiled awkwardly. Boundary emperor? Lu Ming was stunned. Boy, don't underestimate me. Although I've only recovered to a boundary emperor, ordinary boundary emperors are nothing in front of me. The undying demon king said proudly. There were other divine emperors in the Saint Demon Imperial Court. Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, the Saint Demon Imperial Court was very powerful. It was a true universe-level force. Today's barbarian tribe and Tiani sacred dynasty were actually split from the Saint Demon Imperial Court. However, the divine emperor of the Saint Demon Imperial Court was killed by me before he could seal me. However, I was severely injured by him. Otherwise, do you think those people could seal me? The undying demon king sneered. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Saint Demon Imperial Court was indeed powerful in its heyday. There was more than one divine emperor. Today's barbarian tribe, Tiani Sacred Dynasty, and Taishu Dynasty all belonged to the Saint Demon Imperial Court. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming asked the undying demon king to gather all the experts of the Saint Demon Imperial Court and go out with him. The undying demon king was set up by the demon sealing array by the bone demon. Even if he was a divine emperor, it was useless. He could only obey. This made Lu Ming even more curious about the origin of the bone demon. According to the bone demon, Jingyu had adventured in an ancient ruin and obtained the battle character secret art and the universe myriad Dao art. Of course, the bone demon was also included. However, when Lu Ming asked about the origin of the bone demon kept silent. He said that Lu Ming's cultivation was too low and it was better for him not to know. However, the bone demon's endless means made Lu Ming very curious. He speculated that the origin of the bone demon must be amazing. Soon after, the undying demon king gathered all the experts of the Saint Demon Imperial Court. Even many old monsters who were in seclusion were pulled up by him. To Lu Ming's surprise, the Saint Demon Imperial Court had 2 quasi-emperors in addition to the undying demon king. No wonder the Saint Demon Imperial Court dared to trouble the Taishu dynasty. They were not weak. The stronger the Saint Devil dynasty was, the happier Lu Ming would be. Anyway, if he controlled the undying demon, it meant that he controlled the Saint Devil dynasty. If the people of the Saint Devil dynasty obeyed the undying demon, it meant that they obeyed Lu Ming. Although the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were curious why the undying demon obeyed Lu Ming, they did not dare to ask. This time, after the battle, when we win, I will carve out a territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. You don't have to hide here anymore. This was Lu Ming's promise to the Saint Devil dynasty. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty were looking forward to it. It had been 2 months since Lu Ming brought the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to the Hidden Dragon Star. Yi Tian had already sent news that the barbarian army had set off through the wormhole. They would rush to the Taishu dynasty at the fastest speed. At this time, an uninvited guest came to visit Lu Ming. It was the imperial concubine, Kong Shixue. Lu Ming did not blame the imperial concubine. He only sympathized with her. Although Jingyu was indirectly killed by the imperial concubine, Kong Shixue was the victim from the beginning to the end. Senior Kong, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. Kong Shixue was Jingyu's generation. Lu Ming should address her as senior. Lu Ming, given the current situation, what are your plans? If you need my help, I will do my best. Kong Shixue asked. Thank you, Senior Kong, but I have agreed to join forces with the second prince. Lu Ming said without hiding anything. Join forces with the second prince? Kong Shixue's face changed. She said, the second prince is very scheming. He has been hiding for many years. If you join forces with him and defeat the crown prince, I am afraid he will not let you go. I have no choice. My parents are in his hands. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Your parents are in the hands of the second prince? Kong Shixue frowned. She pondered for a while and said, I might be able to help you save your parents. What? Really? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes shining. I haven't been the Sage Emperor's concubine all these years for nothing. Not only have I secretly moved my family away, I've also planted people around the Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the others. I can mobilize them at any time. Right now, the Second Prince's attention is completely focused on the Crown Prince. When the battle with the Crown Prince begins, all the experts will be transferred away. At that time, my men will be able to rescue your parents. Kong Shixue said. Good, good. Then I'll leave Lu Ming to Senior Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists deeply. You're welcome. You're Jingyu's successor, and I owe Jingyu too much. Kong Shixue sighed. There was a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was reminiscing about the past. After a while, Kong Shixue said, I'll go back and make arrangements. You pretend to cooperate with the second prince first. Once I rescue your parents, I'll send you a message. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. After a short discussion, Kong Shixue left. Lan Shu, the Netherworld Mountain is sealed in the small world. How do we unlock the seal and bring it out? After Kong Shixue left, Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant. Now that the truth of Jingyu's case had come to light, it was time to release the Netherworld Mountain. Back then, it was a quasi-emperor who sealed the Netherworld Mountain. Therefore, to break the seal of the Netherworld Mountain, one must be at least at the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, the Netherworld Mountain is in the spirit space. Once its energy leaks, the spirit space will be easily destroyed. Therefore, to successfully bring the Netherworld Mountain out, I'm afraid that one must be stronger than a quasi-emperor. Blue Merchant said. Back then, the Taishu Saint Emperor was really ruthless. He had to find someone stronger than a quasi-emperor to bring the Netherworld Mountain out. Where could he find such a person in the Taishu dynasty? However, there was a candidate now, and that was the Immortal Demon. The Immortal Demon was a divine emperor at his peak, but now he had fallen to a quasi-emperor. Could he do it? Immediately, Lu Ming called the Immortal Demon over and told him about it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Although I've fallen to the quasi-emperor realm, I still have my comprehension and control. I'm not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. This is a piece of cake. The Immortal Demon was very confident. Okay, let's go. Lu Ming said. Immediately, they went to the chaotic galaxy and the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm. With an existence like the Immortal Demon leading them, their speed was too fast. They crossed the starry sky at an astonishing speed. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm. Demon King, you have to be careful. Don't destroy the spirit space. Lu Ming warned seriously. With the immortal demon's realm, a strand of energy from a random pore could crush the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm and destroy the spirit space. The primordial realm of the Heaven Realm was the place where Lu Ming was born. It was Lu Ming's hometown. He didn't want it to be destroyed. Don't worry, I have perfect control of my own power. I won't leak any energy. In fact, not to mention a divine emperor, even a quasi-emperor can freely enter and exit all the spirit space. The immortal demon said. When one reached the quasi-emperor realm, one could perfectly control their own power. They could restrain all their power and enter the spirit space like an ordinary person. It would not cause any harm to the spirit space. Of course, if he went berserk, he might be able to destroy a spirit space with a single breath. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming nodded. Wait here. The immortal demon king said. His figure flashed and directly rushed into the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant waited. The two of them didn't have to wait for too long. It was only a few minutes before the immortal demon king's figure flashed and reappeared. In his hand, he was holding a small mountain. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. It was the Netherworld Mountain. Let's go to the starry sky. Lu Ming said. They came to the starry sky. The immortal demon king waved his hand, and the Netherworld Mountain flew out. Then, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a huge mountain that floated in the starry sky. Of course, the Netherworld Mountain was not particularly big. It was only equivalent to a spirit space. It was far smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. There were also countless countries and cultivators living on the Netherworld Mountain. At this moment, countless cultivators on the Netherworld Mountain looked at the sky in shock. They felt that the sky had changed, as if the heavens and the earth had been changed. Then, an unbelievably rich divine chi surged into every corner of the Netherworld Mountain. The people of the Netherworld Mountain were about to go crazy. Oh my God, divine chi. It's all divine chi. Such rich divine chi. Compared to the divine chi in the past, it's like heaven and earth. I feel like I'm about to break through. With this divine chi, I can even break through to the realm of the gods. Shocked roars came from all over the Netherworld Mountain. In the depths of the Netherworld Mountain, on the Netherworld Island, a figure flashed and appeared above the island. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was White Fang. Divine Chi. Also, the laws of heaven and earth have changed. This is the primitive universe. Lu Ming has succeeded. Baya muttered as his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect Lu Ming to succeed so quickly. Outside Yellow Spring Mountain. Demon King, release the seal. Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. Undying Demon King nodded and waved his hands. Streams of Demon Dao divine power turned into runes and flew into Yellow Spring Mountain. Immediately, Yellow Spring Mountain was filled with light, forming a layer of resistance. This was the seal above. However, this seal had been set up for many years. With Undying Demon King's help, it did not resist for long before it was broken. Boom. Boom, boom. The moment the seal was broken, some terrifying auras burst out from the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain. Powerful auras soared into the sky and rushed into the vast starry sky. These are 9th level and 8th level divine lords. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current vision, he could naturally sense the specific realm of these auras. 1 9th level divine lord, 3 8th level divine lords, and 6 7th level divine lords. In addition, there were quite a number of 7th level divine lords. This was an absolutely terrifying force. Lu Ming did not expect that there was such a terrifying force sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island. Back then, he did not sense it at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, beams of divine light flew out from Yellow Spring Mountain. The divine light converged and figures appeared. Baya. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the person in the lead was really Baya. The 9th level divine lord was also Baya. Behind Baya was a lava giant and a snake man. Lu Ming knew all of them. Back when he entered Netherworld Island, he passed a few rounds consecutively. They were the ones who guarded the rounds. However, back then, the cultivation of the lava giant and the snake man were below the divine realm. But now, they had reached the 8th level divine lord. Lu Ming. Baya saw Lu Ming at a glance and revealed a look of joy. Then, their eyes fell on Blue Merchant. Master Lan. Baya, Naga, and the others were overjoyed. They quickly cupped their fists at Blue Merchant. White Fang, we finally meet after so many years. Blue Merchant was also full of smiles. White Fang. Lu Ming also went over to say hello. Young master, did you succeed? White Fang asked in anticipation. Success. Lu Ming nodded. The smiles on the faces of White Fang and the others became even brighter. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. Now that they heard that they had succeeded, it was hard for them to hide their excitement. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Young master, you are indeed worthy of being the successor of the prince. It has only been a few years, but your cultivation has already reached the peak divine king realm. This is beyond our expectations. White Fang sighed. Don't talk about my cultivation. What's up with your cultivation? When I saw you back then, you didn't have such a cultivation base. Lu Ming asked curiously. Young master, the ones you saw back then were not our true bodies. They were just clones formed by a wisp of divine power. Our true bodies were sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island and couldn't come out at all. White Fang explained. Haha, White Fang was one of the 3 great generals under Jingyu back then. He was a 9th level divine lord. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder White Fang had such a cultivation base. Moreover, his cultivation base back then was too low. Compared to White Fang and the others, it was a world of difference. Therefore, he felt that the lava giant, Naga, and the others were just divine transformation realm experts with a wisp of divine power. He couldn't tell the difference at all. Young master, Teacher Lan, what happened back then? Who was the one who framed His Highness? White Fang asked. Immediately, Lan Shang briefly explained the details of what had happened. After White Fang and the others heard it, they were dumbfounded. They never thought that the mastermind behind all this was the Taishu Sage Emperor. Next, there might be a final battle. I will need your help. Lu Ming said. We'll do anything. White Fang and the others looked determined. Lu Ming, come with me. The prince left something for you in Yellow Spring Mountain. Then, White Fang said. Something? Lu Ming was curious. Then, he flew into the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain with White Fang. In a stone cave, a round ball was suspended. This round ball looked like countless petals stacked together. At this moment, White Fang waved his hand and the petals on the round ball opened up, revealing a drop of blood inside. Yes, it was a drop of blood. Back then, when the prince was heavily injured, he knew that he was going to die, so he secretly sealed his remaining power into a drop of blood and let me bring it out. This drop of blood is for you. Once you use it, you can stimulate the power left behind by the prince, allowing you to erupt with great power. However, this drop of blood can only be used once. After that, it will completely dissipate. White Fang explained. Prince Jingyu's last power? Perhaps it can be used for the final battle. Lu Ming sighed softly and kept the round ball. At this moment, the Taishu dynasty was in turmoil and was divided into 2 large camps. Countless powerful people gathered in the Taishu holy capital and formed a huge army. The second prince also gathered a huge army and set off for the Taishu holy capital. At the same time, Lu Ming also led his people and set off for the Taishu holy capital. The great illusionary saint capital was an ancient city that floated in space. At this moment, the entire Taishu holy capital was extremely bright, like a sun. This was because countless runes appeared on the walls of the Taishu holy capital. These runes formed a large formation that enveloped the Taishu holy capital. On the main city wall of the Taishu holy capital, the crown prince stood above and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. Behind him were the Jun Wang, the imperial advisor, the quasi-emperors of the Bone Sword tribe, the quasi-emperors of the dragon-human tribe, the bald, black-robed youth, and the commander-in-chief of the annihilating 13 barbarian armies. This person was also a quasi-emperor and his status was not lower than the Junwang. There were a total of 6 quasi-emperors lined up in a row. Behind them were other powerful people, such as the heavenly kings of the heavenly king palaces and the family heads of the Taishu holy capital families, such as the Lan family head. These people were all powerful people and their cultivation was above the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. They were also looking into the distant sky. In the starry sky, there were countless battleships. This was the army that the second prince had gathered. On the right side of the army, there was another army. This army belonged to Lu Ming. He had brought all the powerful people under him. In addition, there were also powerful people from the Heavenly King Palace who had joined Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming had 5 quasi-emperors on his side, including the Heavenly King Xianxia. Of course, the immortal Demon King was not an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, when Holy Heavenly King saw Undying Demon King and the rest, he was really shocked. After Lu Ming's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lu Ming had even subdued the powerful people of the Saint Demon's imperial court. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Jinglin, you killed the emperor and your father. You tried to usurp the throne. The heavens will not tolerate this. Today is the day you die. The second prince stood at the forefront. His voice traveled hundreds of millions of miles and reached the Taishu holy capital. Only a 7th-level Divine Lord realm cultivator could transmit his voice so far. Ordinary Divine Lords could not do it. Father framed Brother Jingyu. His methods are too despicable. Moreover, he went crazy and wanted to eliminate the various major palaces. I had no choice but to follow the wishes of the people. Now that father has passed away, I am the crown prince. I should be the new sacred emperor. Second brother, you sent people to attack me. Now you have committed treason. The crown prince's voice was also heard. Although everyone knew what they had done, they still had to make it clear that they were not in the wrong. You murdered father. Do you think you are fit to be the new sacred emperor? Today, I will suppress you on behalf of father. Attack. The second prince's voice was heard. Then, his body flashed and he returned to a warship. Rumble, huge battleships started to move, giving off a bright light. Countless runes appeared on the battleships. Then, huge beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. The power of these light beams was extremely terrifying. Every one of them could destroy a planet. In an instant, at least 1,000 beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. At the same time, Lu Ming's battleship started to move as well. Similarly, beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. Boom! 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 More than 1,000 beams of light hit the light shield outside the Great Void Sage capital, causing the light shield to shake violently. However, this was formed by the Great Void Sage capital's array. The Great Void Sage capital had been around for so many years, constantly perfecting the array. The power of the defensive array had also reached a shocking level. These beams of light could destroy 1,000 planets in an instant, but they couldn't break through the Great Void Sage capital's array. Continue to attack. The second prince continued to give orders. The battleships continued to attack. Terrifying beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. The light shield outside the Great Void Sage capital shook violently, blocking all the beams of light. However, although the light shield blocked all the beams of light, the light shield's brightness was slowly dimming. Although the process was slow, it was indeed dimming. If this continued, the defensive array of the Great Void Sage capital would be broken sooner or later. In the middle of Lu Ming's battleship, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Undying Demon King, White Fang, and the rest all looked coldly at the crystal screen in front of the battleship. Just like that, the bombardment continued for a full day. Senior Kong, is there still no news? Lu Ming asked Kong Shishue, who was standing beside him. This time, Kong Shishue had brought a group of experts to meet up with Lu Ming. She planned to participate in the final battle. At the same time, her subordinates had already started to rescue Lu Ming's parents. As long as they succeeded, she would receive news. Not yet. They have already started. This time, the second prince has brought all the experts with him. There shouldn't be any problems. Kang Shishue said. Lu Ming nodded and waited patiently. The bombardment continued, and the light of the Great Void Holy Capital's defensive array grew dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this point, the light of the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive formation was already very dim. No matter how strong the formation was, under such continuous attacks, its power would be slowly depleted. However, with so many battleships constantly attacking, the consumption of energy was also very shocking. After a few days, the second prince and Lu Ming had almost used up all of their divine crystals. Attack! Break their formation! The second prince's voice was heard. Then, numerous figures flew out of the battleships. The second prince personally led his subordinates and charged towards the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. Let's make a move too, Lu Ming said. He also brought the Undying Demon King and the others out of the battleship and flew towards the Taishu Holy Capital. Attack! The second prince's voice was heard. Immediately, countless attacks covered the sky and charged towards the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. Among them, the attacks of the quasi-emperors were earth-shattering. They were so powerful that they covered the entire Great Illusionary Divine Capital, as if they were going to blow it up. Of course, Lu Ming only allowed the Giant Bear and Holy Thousand Heavenly King to attack. The Undying Demon King, the 2 quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil Empire, and the other experts did not attack. It was not time for them to attack yet. They would hide their strength first. With so many experts attacking, the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array shook violently and shook even more violently. Get ready! Once the array is broken, charge out and kill all the rebels. The Crown Prince's voice was heard in the Great Illusionary Divine Capital. The Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array was already about to be broken. Now that so many experts were attacking, the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive array was even more vulnerable. In just a moment. Crack! Crack! A crack appeared on the defensive array. Then, more and more cracks appeared and covered the entire defensive array. Get ready! The Crown Prince shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the defensive array exploded and dissipated into energy. Kill! Once the defensive array was broken, the Crown Prince's army rushed out and collided with the second prince's army and Lu Ming's army. An intense battle ensued. Kings against kings, soldiers against soldiers, the quasi-emperors from both sides fought fiercely. There were 6 quasi-emperors on the Crown Prince's side. On the other hand, there were only 5 quasi-emperors on the second prince's side. However, with the addition of Holy Thousand Heavenly King and the Giant Bear, Lu Ming's side had 1 more quasi-emperor and they had the upper hand. The 9th and 8th level divine lords who were below the quasi-emperors were also engaged in an intense battle. With so many experts fighting fiercely, the scene was terrifying. The force of the storm seemed to be able to destroy an entire galaxy. The storm swept across and the planets around the Great Illusionary Divine Capital exploded one after another. However, the living beings on these planets had already been moved to the Great Illusionary Divine Capital and there were not many casualties. Lu Ming, there's news. Your parents have been rescued and moved to a safe place. At this moment, Kang Shishue transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. They've been rescued. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Kang Shishue said. Alright, thank you. Lu Ming took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted, retreat. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the people he led slowly retreated. They stopped attacking and went into a defensive position. Lu Ming, what are you doing? The second prince shouted when he saw Lu Ming retreating. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm and he could not be bothered with the second prince. Bastard, do you not care about your parents' lives? If you want them to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince hollered. His voice was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears through voice transmission. However, Lu Ming ignored him and led his people to retreat from the battlefield. Seeing this, the Crown Prince was overjoyed and ordered, ignore Lu Ming and the rest. The Crown Prince's subordinates stopped pursuing Lu Ming and the rest and turned their attention to the second prince. Originally, with Lu Ming and the rest, the crown prince's side was already at a disadvantage. However, with Lu Ming's departure, the crown prince's strength increased. In an instant, the crown prince's side had turned from defeat to victory. The battle was too intense. There were continuous screams and blood splattered across the starry sky. Every moment, there were people dying. Divine kings and even divine lords were being hunted down. Boom, a quasi-emperor on the second prince's side was surrounded by two quasi-emperors from the crown prince's side. He could not hold on and retreated while coughing up blood. Second brother, today will be the day you die. The crown prince's eyes were cold as he said coldly. He did not know why Lu Ming had helped the second prince at the beginning and then suddenly retreated. However, he did not care about that. He only wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate the second prince. As long as the second prince was eliminated, Lu Ming would not be a concern. After all, Lu Ming only had 2 or 3 quasi-emperors. That was what the crown prince thought. Jinglin, do you really think you can defeat me? What a joke. The second prince sneered. At this moment, he had calmed down. His face was ferocious. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand and he sent out a message. In the next instant, a bright light shone in the north of the great void holy capital. The void there trembled continuously and rippled like water. Then, one figure after another appeared. Sir gods. All of them were Sir gods. This was because they were sent from afar through the teleportation formation. Only Sir gods could do this. Their numbers added up to a shocking 5,000. 5,000 Sir gods. This was a terrifying force. For example, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion only had about 100 Sir gods. Of course, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was the weakest among the 27 Heavenly King Mansions. The strongest Heavenly King Mansions had more than 1,000 Sir gods. There were at least tens of thousands of Sir gods in the Taishu dynasty. However, these 5,000 Sir gods had shocking auras. Every one of them was an expert. Some of the leaders had earth-shattering auras. They were all boundary emperors. Tianyi Holy Emperor. The crown prince shouted in shock. These people were all experts from the Tianyi Holy dynasty. Even Tianyi Holy Emperor had come personally. Haha, it's so lively. Let's join in the fun. Tianyi Holy Emperor laughed. He led his experts and rushed towards the crown prince. They formed an encirclement with the second prince to surround the crown prince. The crown prince was shocked. He shouted, Jing Yuan, you have defected to the Tianyi Holy dynasty. Jing Yuan was the second prince's name. What defection? We are just cooperating. Tianyi Holy Emperor, kill Jinglin. I will fulfill my promise to you. The second prince said. Don't talk to me like that. Tianyi Holy Emperor glanced at the second prince unhappily. Then, he led his men to attack the crown prince. Tianyi Holy Emperor, what did Jing Yuan promise you? I can give you double. The crown prince shouted. His face was ugly. He did not expect the second prince to hook up with Tianyi Holy Emperor. This way, he was in danger. Tianyi Saint Emperor had brought a lot of experts. There were at least 6 or 7 quasi-emperor realm experts. They were too strong. Together with the second prince's men, he couldn't fight against them at all. I'm sorry, but I'm a man of my word. Since I agreed to work with Jing Yuan first, I won't go back on my word. Kill. Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. Then, he led his men to attack the crown prince from behind. Miserable shrieks rang out as the crown prince's forces were besieged. His formation was thrown into chaos, and it was impossible to say how many experts were killed. Kill. The second prince roared and took the opportunity to surround him. At the same time, the quasi-emperors of both sides were also engaged in an intense battle. However, the crown prince's side was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for them at all. Because it was almost 2 against 1, especially Tianyi Holy Emperor, who was comparable to Taishu Holy Emperor. He was half a step into the godly emperor realm. The Tianyi Holy Emperor and another quasi-emperor surrounded a bald, black-robed old man on the crown prince's side. The bald black-robed old man was no match for him at all. All he could do was defend and not fight back. Puff, After blocking a few moves, he was hit by Taishu Holy Emperor's battle sword. With a miserable shriek, he was split into two halves. However, he was not dead yet. He controlled his broken body to retreat frantically, trying to escape. Tianyi sword formation. Tianyi Holy Emperor said coldly. Countless battle swords flew out of his eyes, forming a sword formation that surrounded the bald black-robed old man. Then, the sword formation rolled up, and the bald black-robed old man was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. He was completely dead. This was the first quasi-emperor to be killed. In this way, the crown prince's side was left with only 5 quasi-emperors, and he was even more at a disadvantage. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. This scene was also beyond their expectations. The second prince's scheming was deeper than they had imagined. It could be said that he was fully prepared. In the beginning, not only did he rely on Lu Ming's strength, but he also left a backup plan and the strength of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The crown prince was no match for him at all. The outcome has been decided. Blue Merchant said. The crown prince's defeat was already decided. There was nothing he could do. Retreat, retreat. The crown prince roared. He wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, they were completely surrounded. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors, such as Lord Jun, the state preceptor, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe, were surrounded by the second prince and the quasi-emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. Not long after, the quasi-emperor of the Bone Sword tribe screamed and was killed by several quasi-emperors. Ah! The state preceptor's hair was disheveled, and his divine power was burning fiercely. He wanted to rush out. His combat strength was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Emperor. Unfortunately, it was useless in the end. Tianyi Holy Emperor had joined forces with 2 quasi-emperors to deal with the state preceptor. No matter how strong the state preceptor was, he was powerless. In the end, he was cut in half by Tianyi Holy Emperor's sword. I surrender. At this moment, Lord Jun roared. If this went on, they would all die, so he chose to surrender. I surrender too. The quasi-emperor of the dragon human race roared. They helped the crown prince because they wanted to obtain a higher status, not to die. In the face of such a situation, they directly abandoned the crown prince. I allow you to surrender. The second prince said. They were quasi-emperors. In the future, when he inherited the sacred emperor's throne, they would be useful. He did not want to kill them all. Unfortunately, Tianyi Holy Emperor did not agree. It's best to kill these people. Don't you understand that you have to remove the roots? Tianyi Holy Emperor sneered, and his attacks became even more violent. You! The second prince gritted his teeth. How could he not know what Tianyi Holy Emperor was thinking? He wanted to weaken the power of the Taishu dynasty as much as possible now. Then, in the future, the Taishu dynasty would be restrained by the Tianyi Holy Emperor. However, at this time, the second prince wanted to borrow the power of the Tianyi Holy Emperor. He had no choice but to agree and continue to attack. Lord Jun and the others were even more desperate. Second prince, you are inviting a wolf into the house by cooperating with Tianyi Holy Emperor. Lord Jun roared. However, the second prince was determined. No matter how he shouted, it was useless. Instead, Tianyi Holy Emperor targeted him. The sword formation crushed down, and Lord Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other quasi-emperors attacked. Lord Jun screamed, and his body exploded. Under the destructive power, his body and soul were destroyed. The situation was clear. It was completely one-sided. The experts on the crown prince's side were constantly killed, and the quasi-emperors fell one after another. Soon, the crown prince's 6 quasi-emperors were all killed. And those 9th level and 8th level divine lord existences also perished in large batches. It was useless even if they surrendered. Tianyi Holy Emperor was determined to take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty. The second prince could only cooperate. The crown prince's face was pale. He stood in the starry sky, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. After a while, the crown prince's subordinates who were above the 7th level divine lord realm were almost all killed. Only then did Tianyi Holy Emperor allow the Crown Prince's subordinates to surrender. This was because those below the 7th level Divine Lord realm could not change the overall situation. In the end, the Crown Prince was surrounded by countless people, leaving him all alone. Jinglin, it's over for you. Kill yourself. The second prince said coldly. Jingyuan, fight me to the death if you have the ability. The Crown Prince roared. His eyes were red as he stared at the second prince. He found it hard to accept that he had been defeated. He had sacrificed so much, but in the end, the second prince had taken advantage of him. He couldn't accept it. Fight to the death? I don't think it's necessary. If you don't kill yourself, I'll have to get someone to do it. Sixth uncle, I'll leave him to you. The second prince said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince stepped out and a violent aura pressed down on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a 9th level Divine Lord. He was very strong, but compared to a boundary emperor, there was still a huge gap. Jingyuan, don't think about it. You won't succeed. I curse you to die a horrible death. The Crown Prince roared crazily and then rushed to the back. I'll die a horrible death? Haha, then I'll let you see how I become a sage emperor. Sixth uncle, don't kill him. Destroy his star core. I want him to watch helplessly. The second prince shouted. Boom, the sixth prince made his move. His palm covered the sky and blocked the Crown Prince's escape route. The Crown Prince roared and tried his best to resist. But it was useless. There was a huge gap between a 9th level Divine Lord and a boundary emperor. After a few moves, the Crown Prince coughed out blood. Then, the sixth prince's fist landed on his dantian. The Crown Prince let out a roar of rage and despair. Cracking sounds could be heard from his dantian. Then, a powerful wave of energy surged out. His star core was destroyed and he was now a cripple. An ordinary person's soul wasn't as strong as Blue Merchant's. With his star core destroyed, he had lost all his divine energy. He couldn't use most of his techniques, not even his secret physique technique. Secret physique techniques required divine energy to activate. At most, he could only rely on the strength of his divine body. The Crown Prince probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary divine king. He was completely crippled. The Crown Prince fell to the ground in despair. The second prince ordered people to bring him chains and lock him up. Then, the second prince looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Holy Emperor Tianyi, can you do me another favor and eliminate that group of people? The second prince said to Tianyi Saint Emperor. Of course. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled. If he could weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty, why not? If he could weaken the Taishu dynasty to a certain extent, he might be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Swish. Swish, the second prince and the others moved and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you didn't expect this, did you? Before the second prince's men arrived, his voice came from afar, full of pride. He thought he had guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. He thought that Lu Ming had retreated just now because he wanted to let him and the Crown Prince fight. Both sides would be injured and Lu Ming would be able to take advantage of the situation. Then, when he saw Tianyi Saint Emperor's men appear and eliminate the Crown Prince in one fell swoop, Lu Ming was probably scared out of his wits. That was why Lu Ming did not escape. Because Lu Ming knew that he could not escape. The second prince thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming's face was calm. He stood there and watched as the second prince and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty slowly approached. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The second prince did not attack immediately. He looked at Lu Ming and the others calmly. Kong Shishue, I didn't expect you to be here. Now, come over. Come to my side, and I can spare your life. The second prince's gaze fell on Kong Shishue. His eyes were burning with passion. Jingyuan, just give up. Even if I die, I won't have anything to do with you. Kong Shishue said coldly. Swordsman. Kong Shishue's words seemed to stab the second prince. His face twisted. After a while, the second prince recovered and smiled. He said, Kong Shishue, Do you know why father went to your family? Let me tell you, it was all arranged by me. Ha ha ha. What? It was you. Kang Shishua's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Kang Shishua was originally from a small family in the Taishu sage capital. She met Jingyu by chance and fell in love with him. However, the Taishu sage emperor had never seen Kang Shishua. When Jingyu was in seclusion, the Taishu sage emperor suddenly came to Kang Shishua's family and saw Kang Shishua. That was how the Taishu sage emperor forced Kang Shishua to marry her. She had always thought that it was a coincidence that the Taishu sage emperor came to the Kang residence. She did not expect that it was all arranged by the second prince. I met you at the same time as Jingyu. I pursued you bitterly, but you fell in love with Jingyu. If I couldn't have you, neither could Jingyu. I might as well let father destroy the both of you. At the same time, father can also deal a blow to Jingyu. Ha ha ha. Also, I knew that father was jealous of Jingyu. That was why I always sent people to tell father about Jingyu. I told him that all the officials in the Taishu sage capital believed that Jingyu was the chosen one and was the most powerful person in the Taishu dynasty. He was the uncrowned king. That was why the old man became even more jealous. In the end, he found a chance to kill Jingyu. Haha, what do you think? What do you think of my plan? I killed many birds with one stone by getting rid of Jingyu. The second prince laughed heartily. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were all shocked. They had never thought that there would be so much inside information. Back then, the second prince had also pursued Kang Shishua. However, she ended up falling in love with Jingyu. Furthermore, the Taishu sage emperor had killed Jingyu because of his jealousy. Another reason was because of the second prince. The second prince had sent people to sow discord and provoke the Taishu sage emperor. There were two reasons why the Taishu sage emperor had killed Jingyu. One was because he was jealous of Jingyu. The other was because he had snatched away Jingyu's lover, Kang Shishua. Both of these reasons were related to the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was the main culprit behind Jingyu's death. It turned out that the second prince was the mastermind behind all of this. Jingyuan, you're despicable. Kang Shishua trembled. Despicable? This is called strategy. I was unlucky to have Jinglin. He was only born earlier than me, but he was already crowned as the crown prince. There was also Jingyu. He was so talented. If I didn't get rid of the two of them, how could I become the sage emperor? Didn't I succeed now? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Kang Shishua, I'll give you one more chance. Come here and be my woman. I can let you go. The second prince said loudly. Dream on. I'd rather die. Kang Shishua's face was cold. She looked at the second prince with disgust. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince roared, his face ferocious. The second prince looked ferocious and was about to send someone to attack. In his opinion, Lu Ming only had 3 quasi-emperors, while he had 5. Together with the people from the Tianni Holy Dynasty, he could easily crush Lu Ming. Today is the day you die. Before the second prince could do anything, a cold voice was heard. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely cold. It was directed at the second prince. He must kill the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was behind everything that happened in the Taishu dynasty. Without him, even if the Holy Emperor was jealous of Jingyu, he might not have killed Jingyu. It could be said that Jingyu's real enemies were the Taishu Holy Emperor and the second prince. This person was despicable and cunning. Leaving him alive would cause endless trouble in the future. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. The second prince laughed and looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a fool. You want to kill me with your strength? It seems that you can only do so in your next life. The second prince was full of disdain. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked behind the second prince and the rest. Because in the starry sky behind them, the void fluctuated and flashed continuously. Tall and burly figures appeared there. The experts from the barbarian tribe had arrived. Obviously, the second prince, Tianni Holy Emperor, and the others also sensed it. They quickly looked behind and their expressions changed. The barbarian tribe. Someone exclaimed. Swish. Swish. As soon as the experts from the barbarian tribe appeared, they rushed toward the second prince and the others at an amazing speed. Damn it, it's Etion. The second prince saw Etion in the barbarian tribe army at a glance. Etion was Jingyu's general and had defected to Lu Ming. Now, Etion had led the experts from the barbarian tribe to attack. Obviously, the experts from the barbarian tribe were on Lu Ming's side. Damn it, why is Lu Ming with the barbarian tribe? The second prince roared in his heart. There were many experts from the barbarian tribe. The current barbarian emperor obeyed Etion. Hence, when Etion spoke, the barbarian emperor would not refuse. The barbarian emperor had given the order. It turned out that the barbarian tribe's foundation had been mobilized. In addition to the other quasi-emperors of the barbarian tribe, the number of experts they had was no less than that of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Emperor Tianyi's expression changed swiftly, and he said, Jing Yuan, leave the barbarians to me. I'll stop them while you deal with Lu Ming. End the battle quickly, and then we'll join forces to repel the barbarians. All right. The second prince nodded. Then, Tianyi Saint Emperor led the masters of the Tianyi sacred dynasty and rushed toward the barbarians. Boom boom, the experts of both sides hadn't even come into contact with each other yet, but the terrifying chi had already collided in the void. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out as the void continued to explode. In the end, the two armies clashed and slaughtered each other. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to invite the barbarian tribe. But it's still useless. Die. Kill. The second prince yelled and gave the order to attack. Immediately, the 5 quasi-emperors under his command took action. They targeted Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King. They thought that in Lu Ming's army, only Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King were quasi-emperors. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the others were not worth mentioning. Demon King, make your move. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Are you finally going to make your move? I can't wait any longer. The undying Demon King revealed a ferocious look. He laughed grimly and took a step forward. Boom, overwhelming demonic chi burst out, shaking the starry sky. The demonic power was boundless. He threw out a palm strike, and an incomparably huge palm print covered the starry sky, clashing with the second prince's 2 quasi-emperors. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out, and terrifying cracks appeared in the starry sky. The undying Demon King was unscathed, and the 2 quasi-emperors retreated rapidly. At the same time, Giant Bear, Holy Heavenly King, and the other 2 quasi-emperors of the Saint Demon Imperial Court also made their moves. The raging aura surged toward the second prince. The second prince's eyes widened rapidly, and his eyeballs were about to explode. He was in disbelief. He had never thought that there would be so many quasi-emperors in Lu Ming's army. You're from the Saint Demon Imperial Court. How dare you collude with the Saint Demon Imperial Court? The second prince roared hysterically. Kill. The undying Demon King responded with a roar. Saint Demon Wheel. The undying Demon King waved his hand, and a huge wheel appeared. It seemed to be formed by countless demon blades, and crushed toward one of the quasi-emperors under the second prince. The quasi-emperor shouted and took out a monarch-grade divine artifact, but the moment it collided with the wheel, the monarch-grade divine artifact shattered into pieces. The quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his attacks. He used his origin secret technique and blasted it toward the undying Demon King. But it was all in vain. The quasi-emperor's attack was vulnerable under the Saint Demon Wheel of the undying Demon King. The black wheel crushed all the quasi-emperor's attacks and defenses in an instant. This is impossible. The quasi-emperor opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. They were both quasi-emperors, but he was so much weaker than his opponent. He was completely vulnerable. Bang, as soon as he shouted, the Saint Demon Wheel crushed down. The quasi-emperor's body instantly exploded and turned into ashes. A quasi-emperor was almost killed in an instant. This was the strength of the undying Demon King. At his peak, he was a true divine emperor. Even if he had lost most of his cultivation and was only at the quasi-emperor level, a quasi-emperor of the same level would be vulnerable in front of him. How is this possible? The second prince was the most shocked. He was almost scared out of his wits. That quasi-emperor was killed just like that. It was hard for him to accept. Trash. After killing that quasi-emperor, the undying demon king shouted coldly and charged toward the next quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor was the sixth prince. The sixth prince's expression changed drastically, but he was firmly entangled by the heavenly saint. Buzz, the undying demon king waved his hand and another saint demon will came crashing down on the sixth Xianxia. No. The sixth prince shouted and resisted with all his strength. He was slightly stronger than the previous quasi-emperor, but he could not change the outcome. As the saint demon will crushed down, he screamed and died on the spot, following in the footsteps of the previous quasi-emperor. This time, not only were the second prince's people shocked, but the heavenly saint and the others were also shocked. Ha ha ha, Jing Yuan, you won't succeed. You'll end up like me, a loser. The crown prince laughed wildly. Seeing the second prince's experts killed, the crown prince was extremely excited. You're courting death. The second prince roared and killed the crown prince with a slap. Everyone, attack. Kill. Lu Ming ordered, and the rest of his subordinates charged toward the second prince's side. Roar, roar. 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 It was the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members all used their primitive divine bodies and turned into King Kong raging apes. They're all primitive divine bodies. Someone on the second prince's side exclaimed in shock. After the quasi-emperors were killed one after another, the morale of the second prince's army plummeted. Seeing so many primitive divine bodies, their morale was even lower. When the two sides clashed, a large portion of the second prince's army was killed. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, the second prince roared, wanting to gather his men to retreat and meet up with Saint Emperor Tiany's men. However, how could Lu Ming's side let him retreat? The undying demon king was extremely powerful. After killing two quasi-emperors in a row, the undying demon king charged toward the third quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's side already had the upper hand in terms of quasi-emperors. In addition, the undying demon king's speed was astonishing. The remaining three quasi-emperors on the second prince's side could not retreat even if they wanted to. When the undying demon king arrived, their fate was already sealed. Kill, kill, ha ha ha. The undying demon king was not a kind person. Back then, he had caused the Saint Demon Imperial Court, which was at its peak, to decline quickly. His hands were stained with blood. After being sealed for so many years, he was already full of hostility. If Guillemot had not used the anti-demon seal, he would not have been able to control the undying demon king. At this moment, the undying demon king erupted. His killing intent was extremely cold, and his attacks were like a storm. Although he had not recovered to the Saint Emperor realm, the quality of his divine power and the power of his origin source secret technique were there. Ordinary quasi-emperors were completely suppressed. The Saint Demon will crushed down, and the third quasi-emperor was killed. Then, it was the fourth and the fifth. Without any suspense, the last few quasi-emperors were firmly entangled by the holy old heavenly king, the giant bear, and the others. They could not escape at all. In a short while, the 5 quasi-emperors under the second prince were all killed. The second prince was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He knew that he was done for. The quasi-emperors were the foundation of his hegemony. With the quasi-emperors dead, he was completely finished. Ah, retreat. Run quickly. With the death of the 5 quasi-emperors, the second prince's army completely fell apart, completely collapsing. They no longer had the will to fight. They turned into birds and beasts, jumping around. The second prince reacted and wanted to escape too. Stop him, don't let him escape. Lu Ming shouted. The holy old heavenly king and the others flashed, surrounding the second prince. Tiany, save me. The second prince shouted, asking Tiany Saint Emperor for help. However, Tiany Saint Emperor was almost scared to death. He had seen the undying demon king's demonic might just now. Tiany wanted him to save the second prince? What a joke. Retreat. Retreat. Holy Sovereign Tiany roared and led his people to charge forward with all their might. They no longer lingered in the battle and retreated to the side. Tian and the others' target was not Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others. They pretended to chase for a while but did not continue. Instead, they led their men to encircle the second prince's subordinates. The second prince's face was pale. He knew that he had completely failed and could not escape. Lu Ming, I didn't think that I would lose to you in the end. Ha ha ha, the heavens are unfair. The second prince smiled bitterly. You've done so many bad things, yet you've only died now. This is the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Kong Shishua said angrily. Her and Jingyu's lives could be said to have been ruined by the second prince. Kong Shishua, come on, kill me and avenge Jingyu. It's not bad to die in your hands. The second prince looked at Kong Shishua and shouted. At the same time, he was thinking. Now, if he wanted to live, there was only one way, and that was to take someone as a hostage. Kong Shishua was not bad. As long as he took Kong Shishua as a hostage, he might be able to escape. Senior Kong, don't be rash. I want to take you as a hostage so that I can escape. Lu Ming said, seeing through the second prince's thoughts. Damn it. The second prince roared in his heart. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. He might not be able to take me down. Kong Shishua said. She was also a 9th-level divine lord like the second prince. If this person wants to die, he must die in the hands of Prince Jingyu. Leave him to me. Lu Ming said. What? Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Leave the second prince to him? How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 9th-level divine king realm. He was a whole realm away from the second prince. It was impossible to cross. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person who could cross so much distance. Lu Ming, with just you? The second prince sneered. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He was really hoping that Lu Ming would take action. This way, he could take Lu Ming down and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. Of course not with just me, but with Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming said. In the next moment, a metal ball appeared in his hand. It looked like petals wrapped together. He injected his divine power and the petals opened, revealing a drop of blood. This is, Kong Shishua saw it and her body trembled. She immediately sensed Jingyu's aura. This was left behind by Jingyu. Blue Merchant said. That's right. This is the last of Prince Jingyu's strength. Let Prince Jingyu lead his last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill Jingyuan. Lu Ming said. According to White Fang, when Jingyu was seriously injured, he sealed his remaining strength in this drop of blood. As long as Lu Ming fused with this drop of blood, he would be able to borrow Jingyu's strength. However, he could only use it once. This was a great killing weapon. If he used it in a dangerous situation, it could definitely save his life and turn the situation around. However, Lu Ming still planned to use it now. Jingyu's life was too tragic. And the second prince could be said to be Jingyu's true enemy. Lu Ming planned to lead Jingyu's last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill the second prince with his own hands. This way, Jingyu leaving behind this drop of blood would be meaningful. This would be the end of Jingyu's life. With a thought, Jingyu's blood flew toward Lu Ming's body and fused with Lu Ming's body. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying power erupted from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a figure appeared above Lu Ming. It was a handsome young man with an invincible aura. Jingyu. Prince. At this moment, Blue Merchant, Kong Shishua, Tian, Yuan Huan, and the rest trembled as they looked at the figure in a daze. This figure was none other than Jingyu. Fight. Jingyu's figure shouted. Then, in a flash, he fused with Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the power in Lu Ming's body skyrocketed. In an instant, he reached the Divine Lord realm. Then, he reached the 1st-level Divine Lord realm, 2nd-level Divine Lord realm, and 3rd-level Divine Lord realm. He only stopped when he reached the 9th-level Divine Lord realm. Back then, Jingyu was seriously injured and was not at his peak. He sealed his remaining strength and could only reach the 9th-level Divine Lord realm. However, it was enough. Jingyuan, let's fight. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, he felt endless power. It was as if he could destroy a galaxy with a wave of his hand. Of course, this was an illusion. A 9th-level Divine Lord realm was not that powerful. Lu Ming stepped out and the Tyrant God Spear appeared. He whipped the spear toward the second prince. The Tyrant God Spear expanded rapidly and filled the starry sky. The starry sky exploded continuously, forming a terrifying energy that blasted toward the second prince. Kill! The second prince roared. A fiery red spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Two incomparably huge spear lights collided. Two huge spear lights collided, erupting into a shocking explosion. The universe's starry sky was constantly exploding. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him. The Tyrant God Spear kept vibrating and almost exploded. He retreated for tens of thousands of miles before coming to a stop. With just this bit of strength, what's the use of borrowing Jingyu's strength? You will still be crushed by me. Kill! The second prince roared and became one with his spear, turning into a resplendent spear light that charged towards Lu Ming. Divine power of origin factor, 5 awakenings? Lu Ming muttered. In the collision just now, he discovered that the second prince's divine power was incomparably strong and condensed. It was due to his cultivation, but it was also due to the quality. The second prince's divine power of origin factor had already reached 5 awakenings. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation, the easier it was to comprehend divine power and awaken the divine power of origin factor. The second prince himself was a peerless genius and had cultivated to the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, he was much older than Jingyu and had cultivated for at least 2 stellar years. It was not surprising that his divine power of origin factor had awakened 5 times in such a long time. Although Lu Ming had the power of a 9th-level Divine Lord, he was still not a match for the second prince. All strength, erupt for me. Lu Ming roared and activated the battle character formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the primordial divine body. However, he was depressed to discover that the battle character formula was only effective on his own cultivation and had no effect on the borrowed strength. The primordial divine blood was easy to enter Lu Ming's body and had some effect. At least his physical body would become incomparably strong and his control over Jingyu's strength would be stronger. However, it was very useful for the secret technique of origin. Jingyu's strength poured into the secret technique of origin, allowing it to erupt with shocking power. The Tyrant God Spear vibrated and the power of severing a shackle was released. In addition to Jingyu's strength, the Tyrant God Spear's power was extremely shocking. Swoosh, Lu Ming stabbed out again, turning into a resplendent spear light and colliding with the second prince's spear light. When the spear tips collided, it was as if a star had exploded. Powerful qi overflowed and energy swept in all directions. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying again. This time, his body trembled and he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming! You don't have to do anything. Let me slap him to death. Blue Merchant, Etienne, and the others were very worried. Very clearly, even though Lu Ming borrowed Jingyu's power and had 9th-level Divine Lord cultivation, he was not second prince's match. The second prince's divine power of origin had been awakened 5 times, and he had also mastered the secret arts of origin. Don't come over. Leave him to me. Lu Ming shouted, his eyes shining brightly. This was Jingyu's final power. After fusing with Jingyu's power, it seemed to have really crossed the bottleneck of the Divine Lord realm, reaching the 9th-level Divine Lord realm. Although this power would dissipate very quickly, Lu Ming had a feeling that his path to becoming a Divine Lord had been paved. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to successfully step into the Divine Lord realm. In addition, Jingyu's power contained Jingyu's comprehension of the divine power of origin, especially the Sovereign's divine power. This was because Jingyu mainly cultivated the Sovereign's divine power. Lu Ming's Sovereign's divine power had already been awakened 4 times. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have seen the path of the Sovereign's divine power of origin. This was a great opportunity for Lu Ming. Only by fighting to his heart's content could he transform this opportunity into his own strength. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The second prince continued to attack Lu Ming. Streaks of spear light filled the universe and enveloped Lu Ming, completely enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, different secret arts of origin appeared on his body. Sovereign's Gate, wind-extinguishing boots, void-shattering sword. A total of 11 secret arts of origin floated around Lu Ming's body. At the same time, violent power poured into the 11 secret arts of origin, causing each secret art of origin to emit a dazzling radiance. Their power was pushed to the extreme. The stronger the divine power used, the more powerful the origin source secret technique would be. 11 secret arts of origin. Apart from a few people who knew Lu Ming's background, everyone else couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The same was true for the second prince. Back when he had fought against the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. Swoosh, the wind-extinguishing boots merged with Lu Ming's feet, causing his speed to increase dramatically. He rushed out and flashed rapidly, avoiding the second prince's attack. Then, the other secret arts of origin blasted towards the second prince. The Sovereign's Gate became hundreds of thousands of feet tall and pressed down on the second prince. The void-shattering sword and the heavenly demon blade slashed at the second prince from both sides. The moon of Taiyin and the sun of Taiyang shone brightly and filled the sky. Every ray of light had destructive power. The Eye of Doomsday, like a stone eye, burst out with an ancient radiance. It was terrifying and could destroy everything. Don't think that having many secret arts of origin is useful. You can't withstand a single blow. The second prince roared. The long spear in his hand burst out with even more terrifying power. He had severed a shackle. Lu Ming could see that the long spear in the second prince's hand was also a secret art of origin. Moreover, it had already severed a shackle. In the second prince's hand, its power was terrifying. The long spear in the second prince's hand shook and burst out with terrifying spear radiance. It collided with Lu Ming's various secret arts of origin. Clang! Clang, a series of explosions. All of Lu Ming's secret arts of origin were sent flying, including Lu Ming himself. I already said you can't withstand a single blow. The second prince's attacks became even more berserk. He didn't give Lu Ming any time to breathe. He wanted to take Lu Ming as a hostage. This was his only chance to survive. However, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He continued to control his 11 secret arts of origin to attack the second prince. That was because when Lu Ming had been controlling his secret arts of origin, Lu Ming had discovered that shackles had appeared on all of his secret arts. With Jin Yu's power pouring in, Lu Ming's secret arts of origin began to show their shackles. Of course, other than the Tyrant God Spear, his other secret arts all had a shackle. Lu Ming felt that he could borrow Jin Yu's power to sever those shackles. This was an excellent opportunity. He could break through in the middle of a battle. Fight, fight. Lu Ming roared and controlled his 11 secret arts to attack Jin Yu. Boom, after another series of collisions, Lu Ming was forced back. But this time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the God's Gate. It was several times stronger than before. I severed it. Lu Ming was delighted. Just now, he had successfully severed the God's Gate's shackles. Although it was just one, it was enough to increase the God's Gate's power. In the battle, Lu Ming had successfully severed one of the shackles on the Gate of Domination. Whoosh, a vortex appeared above the Gate of Domination. It spun continuously and emitted a terrifying suction force. In the vortex, a loud roar could be heard. It was similar to Wanshan's roar back then. You have severed the shackles. The second prince was shocked. Haha, let's continue. Lu Ming laughed and continued to attack the second prince. In the battle with the second prince, Lu Ming could borrow Jin Yu's power more smoothly. He pushed his power to the extreme and then severed the shackles of the origin secret skill. Otherwise, even if he borrowed Jin Yu's power, it would not be so easy to sever the shackles. It was not easy to sever the shackles of the origin secret skill. This could be seen from all the young geniuses of the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Other than Di Jiani, no one could sever the shackles. The second prince had cultivated for so many years and had only severed one shackle. So what if you have severed the shackles? Kill. The second prince was furious and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants to borrow the prince's power to sever the shackles. By the side, Lan Sheng, Yi Tian, and the rest could also tell Lu Ming's motive. What a monster. The immortal demon king exclaimed. Even he could not help but sigh. Boom. Boom, Jingyu and the second prince were engaged in another battle. Lu Ming was still defeated. He kept retreating, but he had achieved great results. Boom, the lunar moon exploded with a terrifying aura. Rays of light filled the sky. The second prince's spear radiance was enveloped by the rays of light. It was as if ice had met fire and melted. The lunar moon had also successfully severed one of the shackles. Following closely behind the lunar moon was the solar moon. It also exuded a terrifying aura and severed one of the shackles. D*it, impossible. The second prince roared. His eyes were full of jealousy. After cultivating for so many years, he had only severed a single shackle. But now, Lu Ming had severed the shackles of 3 origin source techniques in such a short time. Furthermore, he had contributed greatly to this. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Jingyuan, again. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to attack the second prince. Damn it, go to hell. The second prince roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. So what if Lu Ming had many secret techniques? So what if he had severed his shackles? He was still no match for him. However, the second prince could not achieve his goal. As the two fought, Lu Ming severed more and more shackles with his origin secret technique. Next were the boots of extinguishing wind, the sword of void shattering, and the demonic blade. One by one, the shackles were severed. About 10 minutes later, all of Lu Ming's secret arts had severed a shackle. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Lu Ming was only a 9th-tier divine king at such a young age. However, he had severed one shackle with each of the 11 secret skills of origin. His combat prowess was most likely nature-defying. The second prince was in despair, unwillingness, and fear, yes, because he realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was no longer weaker than his. With the combination of his secret techniques, Lu Ming's combat strength was above his. The lunar moon and the solar sun hung high in the sky and shone down rays of light. They were like 2 mobile turrets that bombarded the second prince. The heavenly demon blade, the void-shattering sword, and the immemorial divine dragon horn were extremely fast. They flashed and slashed around the second prince. The gate of domination was huge and came down from above. The most special thing was a bell, the bell of heavenly evildoer. Ding-ling-ling, the bell of heavenly evildoer rang. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread toward the second prince and shrouded him. At that moment, the second prince's body trembled and his glabella glowed. He was weaker than before. The bell of heavenly evildoer could attack one's soul directly. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. This was a function that he had discovered after he had severed a shackle. Lu Ming controlled the overbearing god spear and stepped on the wind destroyer boots to attack the second prince. The combination of his secret techniques was flawless. The second prince tried his best to defend himself, but he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming is going to win. Blue Merchant exhaled and his eyes shone brightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to defeat the second prince even though he had borrowed Jingyu's strength. The others nodded and were excited. At that moment, they seemed to have seen Jingyu come back to life and defeat the second prince. Lu Ming's path is vast and far beyond Prince Jingyu's. I'm afraid he won't be limited to the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant exclaimed. Ah. At this moment, the second prince let out a long howl. He could not accept that he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's tyrannical god spear. His body almost exploded. Lu Ming, die. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The second prince went crazy. The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He knew that he could not take down Lu Ming. If he could not take Lu Ming as a hostage, he would definitely die today. Therefore, he went all out and burned his divine power. Boom. Boom, the spear gleams erupted and the entire sky was filled with spear gleams. They actually pushed back Lu Ming's various origin secret skills. Suppress. Lu Ming hollered. A steady stream of divine power surged into the gate of domination. Roar, there seemed to be a giant beast roaring in the gate of domination. In the next moment, a beast claw reached out from the gate of domination and slapped at the second prince. Boom, the second prince retreated. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he pushed the gate of domination to the extreme, the gate of domination changed. At the same time, Lu Ming saw the road ahead. The road to the fifth awakening. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Break through. Lu Ming roared. At that moment, his mind was fully immersed in the sovereign's divine power. Boom, all of a sudden, his sovereign god's god force underwent a strange change. A stronger and more ancient aura burst out from it. This is the fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor. Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others were dumbfounded. At this critical moment, Lu Ming broke through again. His sovereign's divine power had successfully awakened 5 times. The fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor had increased Lu Ming's combat strength greatly. The gate of domination had also become stronger. Boom, the gate of domination continued to press down. It roared like thunder and contained destructive energy. The second prince's body shook violently. Then, the beast claw reached out and grabbed at the second prince. This time, the second prince screamed and retreated frantically, vomiting blood. After Lu Ming's sovereign's divine power had awakened 5 times, his combat strength had surpassed the second prince's. Lu Ming had fused with Jingyu's power, and it was as if he was standing at Jingyu's height, looking at the various origin secret techniques. Then, he used Jinyu's power to sever the shackles of all the origin secret techniques. Of course, the Tyrant God Spear was an exception. Because the Tyrant God Spear had already severed one shackle, it wouldn't be that easy to sever the second shackle. At the same time, Jinyu cultivated the Sovereign's God Force. Lu Ming used Jinyu's Sovereign's God Force to awaken the Sovereign's God Force for the 5th time, greatly increasing his battle strength. Under the pressure of the Sovereign's Gate, the second prince roared and coughed up blood. No, this is impossible. The second prince roared, his hair disheveled. He couldn't accept it. Lu Ming had actually broken through continuously in the battle. He was only in the 9th level of the God King realm, but his origin God Force had already awakened 5 times. The second prince had cultivated for more than 2 stellar years, but he had only managed to awaken 5 times. He was extremely jealous and unwilling to accept it. I won't lose to you. The second prince roared, and he fought back with all his might, wanting to kill Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming represented Jinyu at this moment. He couldn't lose to Jinyu, especially when it was just a little bit of Jinyu's remaining power. However, all kinds of origin secret techniques responded to him. Boom. Boom, boom. All kinds of origin secret techniques rained down on the second prince like a storm. The second prince trembled violently, and he realized that he couldn't withstand the attacks. In the end, the spear in his hand was struck by the Sovereign's Gate, and it shattered inch by inch before finally exploding. This was the second prince's origin secret technique. With his origin secret technique broken, he screamed in pain as his body flew back. At this time, Lu Ming rushed over with the wind-extinguishing boots, and the Tyrant God Spear stabbed out. Pooh, the Tyrant God Spear pierced through the second prince's body. The terrifying destructive power had already exploded in the second prince's body, destroying his bodily functions. It had even shattered the second prince's stellar core. The second prince's cultivation was crippled. The second prince screamed in agony, filled with unwillingness and despair. What's the use of scheming? Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The Tyrant God Spear trembled, and an even more violent power burst forth. The second prince's body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. After killing the second prince, Lu Ming focused his attention on the various origin secret arts and divine powers. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to see if he could borrow Jinyu's power to make another breakthrough. Unfortunately, at this time, Jinyu had already consumed a lot of energy. The remaining energy was constantly leaking into the air. There was not much energy left, and it was difficult to help Lu Ming break through. Lu Ming's aura slowly descended. 8th level Divine Lord, 7th level Divine Lord. In the starry sky, the battle continued. Lu Ming's men and the barbarian tribe's men were working together to kill the second prince's men. At this moment, the battle was slowly coming to a stop. Almost all of the second prince's trusted subordinates had died in battle, and the rest had surrendered. When Lu Ming's aura returned to normal and he regained his 9th-tier Divine King cultivation, the battle came to an end. Lu Ming, how do you feel? Lu Ming. Blue Merchant and the rest flew towards Lu Ming. I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's not delay any longer. We have control of the great illusionary sage capital. I'm afraid there are many of the Crown Prince's henchmen inside. Lu Ming said. All right. Everyone nodded and headed towards the great illusionary sage capital. The great illusionary sage capital still had the Crown Prince's henchmen. Naturally, there would be a huge battle. In the end, the great illusionary sage capital was completely under their control. At the same time, Kong Shishue had sent out a message, asking his men to bring Lu Ming's parents over. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. Kong Shishue's men brought his parents to the great illusionary sage capital. Fortunately, his parents were fine. They were healthy, and their cultivation had increased significantly. Evidently, the second prince had not made things difficult for his parents in the past 100 years. This was normal. The second prince wanted to use Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to threaten Lu Ming. If anything happened to Lu Ming and Li Ping, Lu Ming would not help him. He would probably kill the second prince. Seeing that Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were fine, Lu Ming was relieved. After chatting with the two elders for a long time, Lu Ming asked someone to bring them to rest. Great illusionary sage capital, in the palace hall. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Etian, Kong Shishue, and the rest sat together. They were discussing their future. Now, the great illusionary sage emperor, the crown prince, and the second prince were all dead. When the crown prince rebelled and assassinated the emperor, many of the royal family members were implicated. Only a few of the princes were left. However, the country could not afford to be without a ruler. Everyone, how should we deal with the Taishu dynasty? The country can't afford to be without a ruler. Blue Merchant was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I feel that we should just let Lu Ming be the Saint Emperor. Etian said. He wanted Lu Ming to take charge of the great illusionary sage capital. I think so. Yuan Huan said. Then, Lu Ming's subordinates spoke one after another, supporting Lu Ming to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Many of them were Jingyu's subordinates. In their opinion, the Taishu dynasty should belong to Jingyu. Now that Jingyu was dead, Lu Ming was Jingyu's successor. Naturally, Lu Ming should take charge of the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon Lord and a few experts from the Saint Demon's dynasty sat aside, not saying a word. Kong Shishue did not say a word. The Holy King did not say a word either. At this time, Lu Ming raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. I'm not interested in the throne. Lu Ming said. Indeed, he was not interested. Now that his horizons were broadening, he saw more and more things. He knew that the Eldritch universe was huge, and the Taishu dynasty was just a small part of it. His goal was the Eldritch universe and the Sea of Stars. He did not want to stay in the Taishu dynasty and be the emperor. Blue Merchant smiled. He was not surprised by Lu Ming's answer. With Lu Ming's talent, he would not stay in the Taishu dynasty for long. Then, who will take charge of the Taishu dynasty in the future? Blue Merchant asked. Let's choose one of the remaining princes to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Of course, it's best if he doesn't have too big of an ambition. Lu Ming said. He had reached the peak of the 9th layer Divine King realm, and by borrowing Jingyu's power, Lu Ming had touched the Divine Lord realm. The Divine Lord realm was not difficult for him at all. He felt that as long as he calmed down and cultivated in seclusion for a while, he would be able to break through smoothly. Once he reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to open the jade talisman left by Xianxia to find Xianxia and the mid-autumn moon. He would not stay in the Taishu Holy Court for too long. However, he hoped that his family and friends could cultivate in the Taishu Holy Court. Therefore, the new Taishu Holy Emperor had to be easy to control. Only then would his family be safe. At this time, Lu Ming saw that Kong Shishue was hesitant to speak. Senior Kong, if you have something to say, please speak. Lu Ming looked at Kong Shishue. To tell you the truth, Jing Shu and I once gave birth to a son. Kong Shishue said. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. Kong Shishue and Great Void Sacred Emperor had a son, who was also a prince. Kong Shishue meant that she wanted her son to take over the position of Great Void Sacred Emperor. Why haven't I heard of it before? Blue Merchant asked. That's because he looks too much like Jingyu. Kong Shishue said. Like Prince Jingyu? Blue Merchant, Etian, Baya, and the others looked at each other. Blue Merchant said, why don't we invite him in? All right. Kong Shishue nodded and left. They didn't have to wait long before a young man stepped into the hall. As soon as the young man walked into the hall, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others couldn't help but stand up with a stunned expression. This young man looked too much like Jingyu. It was as though they were cast from the same mold. Junior Jingma greets all the seniors. Jingma cupped his fists and bowed. He was neither humble nor arrogant. He was natural and unrestrained. No need for formalities. Blue Merchant waved his hand. His eyes were still fixed on Jingma. He wasn't the only one. Etian, Baya, and Yuan Huan did the same. Their stares made Jingma a little embarrassed. Emoer, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with the seniors. Kong Shishue said. Yes, mother. Jingma cupped his fists and left the hall. Similar, too similar. Too similar. Even their temperament is similar. Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others couldn't stop muttering. Shishue, why haven't I heard that you have a son with a sacred emperor? Blue Merchant asked curiously. Because he looks too much like Ji Jingyu, Jingshu doesn't like him, so he hasn't made it public. Moreover, he doesn't let Mo or wander around, which is equivalent to putting him under house arrest in one place. Kong Shishue said with a gloomy look in her eyes. Everyone fell silent. They knew that Jingma resembled Jingyu too much, and had incurred the displeasure of the Saint Emperor. At this time, Blue Merchant, Etian, White Fang, and the others looked at each other again. Ahem, Shishue, I would like to ask you a question. Please don't take offense. Blue Merchant coughed dryly. Teacher Lan, please ask. Kong Shishue said. Is Jingma Jingshu's son or Jingyu's son? Blue Merchant asked. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Well, I'm not too sure. Kong Shishue's face was completely red as she fidgeted. Blue Merchant's and the others' eyes lit up. If Kong Shishue wasn't too sure, it meant one thing. Something must have happened between Kong Shishue and Jingyu back then. Otherwise, how could Kong Shishue not be clear about it? Not long after Jingshu made me marry him, I found out that I was pregnant. Kong Shishue explained again. Blue Merchant and the others increasingly felt that Jingma might be Jingyu's son. After all, a divine lord's pregnancy was very long. It was normal for it to reach tens of thousands of years. Moreover, Jingma and Jingyu's appearance and temperament were so similar. However, if Jingma was the son of Kong Shishue and Taishu Saint Emperor, it wasn't impossible. In that case, Jingma and Jingyu were brothers. It wasn't impossible for brothers to look alike. Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others were a little confused for a while. Even Kong Shishue, the mother, couldn't figure it out. How could they figure it out? How about this? The Saint Emperor's position will be taken by Jingma. How about you all support him? Lu Ming said. Kong Shishue had helped Lu Ming a lot this time. It wasn't a bad idea to push Kong Shishue's son to the position. After all, Kong Shishue was forced to do that back then. I have no objection. I have no objection either. Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others nodded. Holy Thousand Heavenly King naturally had no objection. As for the Undying Demon King, he had been set up by Bone Demon with a demon sealing array. Naturally, he would follow whatever Lu Ming said. However, the other two quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil dynasty were a little unwilling. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses, and there weren't many experts left. If the Undying Demon King led them to attack, they would definitely be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the Undying Demon King seemed to be obedient to Lu Ming, and they didn't dare to resist. With the Undying Demon King's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. Thank you, Lu Ming. Thank you, everyone. Kong Shishue was overjoyed and thanked Lu Ming and the others. In addition, the Taishu dynasty will allocate a few star regions for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. Lu Ming said. Everyone naturally agreed to Lu Ming's request. Now, in the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had the final say. Kong Shishue and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Everyone discussed for a while, and Lu Ming took his leave. Next, the Taishu Saint Emperor needed to reorganize. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses in this internal strife. Almost most of the quasi-emperors had died in battle, and 70 to 80% of their top combat strength had been lost. In the entire Taishu dynasty, to be precise, only the Holy Heavenly King and Etian were left. The losses were too great. In the beginning, the Taishu dynasty could be said to be the strongest force among the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Now, it had become the weakest force. Whether it was the barbarian tribe or the Tianyi sacred dynasty, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annex the Taishu dynasty. Of course, the barbarian tribe had Etian, so they definitely wouldn't attack the Taishu dynasty now. However, it was hard to say about the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Therefore, Lu Ming had allocated a part of the territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. With the Undying Demon King around, the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty wouldn't dare to attack. In fact, Lu Ming could let the Undying Demon King and the others attack the Tianyi sacred dynasty. With the Undying Demon King's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to secretly kill the Tianyi sacred emperor and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't do that. He would leave sooner or later. Destroying the Tianyi sacred dynasty was meaningless to him. Only by leaving the Tianyi sacred dynasty behind could the various forces restrain each other. Lu Ming would leave soon. What he needed was an environment where his family and friends could cultivate in peace. Soon, he would bring his family and friends to the Taishu dynasty to live and cultivate. Therefore, he needed the stability of the various forces to restrain each other. With the Undying Demon King around, this could be achieved. With the Undying Demon King around, the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty wouldn't dare to attack the Taishu dynasty. This way, there would be a balance. Only the Undying Demon King himself could break the balance. However, the Undying Demon King was controlled by Lu Ming and could only obey. In this way, the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty would have a long-term period of stable development unless someone's strength surpassed the Undying Demon King. In this way, Lu Ming could leave this place with peace of mind. After that, it was time to reorganize the various territories and armies of the Taishu dynasty. After this battle, the structure of the Taishu dynasty had completely changed. Most of the Heavenly King's mansions and marquee mansions had surrendered to the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. There were too many casualties in that battle. Many Heavenly Kings and top experts of the Heavenly King's mansions were almost wiped out. There was a huge change in the Taishu dynasty, and the various factions would be reshuffled. Among them, some were quite lucky, such as the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Although the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion had sought refuge with the Second Prince, Lu Ming did not lay a finger on them in the end. However, those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were not so lucky. For example, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the War God clan. During the war, Lu Ming did not show any mercy and killed them. It was the same for the Lan family of the Taishu Sage capital and the Imperial Advisor residence. Almost all of their experts had been killed. In addition, the Heavenly King palaces that had been destroyed in the war had left a lot of empty territory. The entire Taishu dynasty would be reshuffled. Of course, Lu Ming could not be bothered with that. He left it to Kong Shishue, Blue Merchant, and the others. He cultivated in peace and sent people to the chaotic Astral River to bring his family and friends over to cultivate. Just like that, after a busy year, the Taishu dynasty finally settled down and order was restored. At this time, Jingma had ascended to the throne and became the new Sage Emperor. Naturally, there were rewards for the new emperor. Lu Ming was conferred the title of Hidden Dragon Heavenly King of the Taishu dynasty, as the first Heavenly King. Half of the Taishu dynasty's territory was under the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace's name. This area was almost the size of more than 20 heavenly king palaces in the past. Lu Ming accepted it calmly. He knew that this was Jingma. Kong Shishua wanted to win him over. He did not care about himself, but it was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others could cultivate here in the future. Lu Shenhuang did not like to take risks and liked to be with his family. Although his cultivation progress was slower, it was stable. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have time to accompany Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others accompanied him. Apart from that, Thousand Holiness Old Heavenly King Manor had also expanded by several times. Blue Merchant was conferred the title of the new imperial advisor. Yi Tian became the new general of the Taishu dynasty's army. After the enfeoffment, the Taishu dynasty was on the right track. As for the new Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming left to Yuan Huan and the others to build it. Young Master Lu Ming, we are leaving. On this day, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others said goodbye to Lu Ming. Back then, they had promised Lu Ming that they would help Lu Ming complete the Taishu Sacred Quartz matters. Now that the Taishu Sacred Quartz matters had been settled, they could leave. After all, they had been trapped in the Lost Galaxy for too long and had long wanted to go back. Alright, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Lu Ming, I come from the Sacred Bear tribe. The Sacred Bear tribe is a big tribe on the 10,000 primordial tribe list. If you have the chance in the future, you can look for me at the Sacred Bear tribe. Giant Bear said. During this period, he had seen Lu Ming's talent. It was amazing. Even the Sacred Bear tribe did not have such talent. It was not that he was weaker than Lu Ming in combat strength. In terms of combat strength and cultivation, there were many people in the Sacred Bear tribe who were stronger than Lu Ming. What he was comparing was talent. He felt that there was no one in the Sacred Bear tribe who was more talented than Lu Ming. He naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming was surprised. He did not expect Giant Bear to be from a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. There were millions of tribes and factions in the primitive universe. However, those who could enter the Primitive 10,000 tribe role were all extremely powerful. They were far from what the Taishu Sacred Dynasty or the Barbarian tribe could compare to. The Wu people he met were also a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. They were overbearing and killed the Barbarian Emperor for some unknown reason. Okay, I'll definitely pay them a visit if I have the chance. Lu Ming said. He would not miss the chance to befriend someone on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Young Master Lu Ming, I'm Zhu Tai from the Celestial Swine Tribe. I'm also a member of the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. You can come and find me if you have the chance. Zhu Tai said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the others introduced themselves, hoping that Lu Ming would meet them when he was free in the future. Of course, only Giant Bear and Zhu Tai were from the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming nodded and agreed for the time being. He might need to use them in the future. After exchanging some pleasantries, Giant Bear and the others took their leave. Not long after Giant Bear and the others left, Lu Ming's family and friends in the chaotic galaxy also came. Naturally, it was lively again. Soon, a few months passed. It's time to break through. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now, everything in the Taishu dynasty was on the right track and there was no need for him to worry. He planned to go into seclusion and break through to the Divine Lord realm in one go. Then, he would open the jade talisman left behind by Xianxia. With a wave of his hand, a large number of primordial divine crystals appeared. Old Liang, refine them for me. Lu Ming said. This time, he took out at least a few 100,000 primordial divine crystals. To break through from the Divine King realm to the Divine Lord realm, one needed to consume an astonishing amount of energy. Leave them to me. I can refine the primordial divine crystals very quickly. A suction force erupted from the measure formula, absorbing the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals and then began to refine them. Not long after, waves of pure energy began to pour into Lu Ming's body. They were absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into his own divine power. Lu Ming did not immediately break through to the Divine Lord realm. This bit of energy was far from enough. He needed to accumulate energy and wait until the energy accumulated to a certain extent before he began to break through. The Divine King realm cultivated the star core. At the Divine Lord realm, it was still the star core. However, there were also differences. To break through to the Divine Lord realm, one needed to condense a star ring outside the star core. A star ring surrounded the star core. Condensing one star ring was considered a first-level Divine Lord realm. Condensing two star rings was a second-level Divine Lord realm. At the ninth-level Divine Lord realm, there would be 9 star rings surrounding the star core. In the end, the 9 star rings and the star core would burn completely and fuse together to form a star. Then, one would enter the Divine Emperor realm. In fact, the Divine Emperor realm had another name, which was the Eternal Star realm. When the star core in the body burned and turned into a star, that was the Eternal Star realm. Of course, this was very far away from Lu Ming. What Lu Ming needed to do now was to accumulate enough energy to condense a star ring around the star core. However, Lu Ming had 11 star cores. To condense a star ring, the energy required would be very shocking. Time passed slowly, day by day, month by month. The divine power accumulated in Lu Ming's body became more and more robust. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In 30 years, the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals had been completely refined by the measure formula. Refining hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals in 30 years was also because he relied on the measure formula. If he had refined them himself, he did not know how long it would have taken. The divine power accumulated from hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals was already unbelievably robust. Lu Ming began to break through. Actually, the Divine Lord realm wasn't difficult for Lu Ming at all. There were many conditions to breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. First, one's origin divine power factor had to awaken 3 times. Only then could one condense star rings. If one's origin divine power factor hadn't awakened 3 times, it would be impossible to condense star rings. However, Lu Ming's various divine powers had already awakened 4 times. His sovereign divine power had even awakened 5 times. Condensing star rings wasn't difficult at all. In addition, he had borrowed Jing Yu's power to temporarily enter the 9th level Divine Lord realm. He already had some understanding of the Divine Lord realm. The bottleneck that blocked him no longer existed. He had already comprehended it. Therefore, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming would enter the Divine Lord realm. It was a matter of course. As Lu Ming began to break through, the aura emitted from Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached a critical point. Wang! Wang! At this time, a buzzing sound came from Lu Ming's dantian. The 11 star cores were violently vibrating. Each star core emitted a resplendent radiance. Their divine power was condensed to the extreme. Suddenly, the star cores with sovereign divine power shone brightly. A star ring appeared around them. The star ring's radiance was still somewhat dim, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was very beautiful, like the star rings of some planets in the universe. However, the star ring's beauty was filled with terrifying energy. The sovereign divine power was the first to break through. Following that, the other star cores also trembled. One by one, they condensed star rings. Overlord Spear Force, Sun Force, Sun Force. Soon, there were 11 star cores. Each star core was surrounded by a star ring, which looked incomparably beautiful. Boom! Shocking energy fluctuations erupted from Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming quickly restrained them. He had broken through. Lu Ming had officially broken through to the Divine Lord realm. He had become a Divine Lord. Lu Ming was delighted. After experiencing so much, he had finally become a Divine Lord. He had reached the realm above the Divine King realm. Before Xianxia left, she had said that Lu Ming could only look for her after he reached the Divine King realm. At that time, the realm above Godly King was incomparably distant to Lu Ming. But now, with Lu Ming taking one step at a time, he had finally realized it. While Lu Ming was breaking through, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from a barren planet in a galaxy that was extremely far away from the great illusionary stage. Then, a sword gleam soared into the sky and pierced through the depths of the starry sky. Before long, a figure charged into the sky and stood in outer space. Dense streaks of light constantly erupted from his body, slicing open vicious cracks in space. It was a young man and he was Jiani. Lu Ming, now that I've entered the Divine Lord realm, I only need one move to kill you. Emperor Sword let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered, and his aura soared. Now, I'm afraid that even if you reach 9th level Divine Lord, you might not be able to kill Lu Ming either. A clear voice rang out as a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Dark Knight rose. Jiani muttered as a tinge of fear flashed past the depths of his eyes. How do you know where I am in seclusion? Jiani asked as he revealed a tinge of wariness. Everyone else thinks that this is a barren planet, but I know that there is a sword origin pool here. It is extremely beneficial for sword cultivators, especially for someone like you who has an elemental spirit sword body. It is even more beneficial. Dark Knight Rose smiled. It's a pity that you're late. I've already absorbed all the sword origin pool. Also, you said that even if I reach 9th level Divine Lord realm, I won't be able to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean? Jiani asked. When you were in seclusion, the Taishu dynasty had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Taishu Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Grand Tutor are all dead. Dark Knight Rose said. What? What exactly happened? Jiani was shocked. Dark Knight Rose immediately told Jiani what had happened in the Taishu dynasty in detail. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be the successor of Jingyu. Moreover, there are so many people helping him. Hehe, it's really unfair. Jiani sneered and quickly regained his composure. However, the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. It seems that I have misjudged. Lu Ming's talent is beyond my imagination. However, isn't it interesting? The stronger he is, the more useful he is to me. Sooner or later, I will eat him. He. Dark Knight Rose's eyes were glowing with a strange light. Jiani shivered inexplicably. He looked at Dark Knight Rose with more and more fear. Jiani had sided with the Crown Prince. Hence, he naturally knew Dark Knight Rose and knew how terrifying Dark Knight Rose was. He couldn't afford to offend this woman. Now that the Taishu dynasty is in Lu Ming's hands, why are you looking for me? Jiani asked. Of course, I am looking for you to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is a peerless supreme talent who has great luck. However, he is not invincible. In my opinion, you are a supreme talent who is at the same level as him. Hence, you can fight against him. You also have great luck. If you had not secluded yourself in this barren land and continued to stay by the Crown Prince's side, I am afraid you would have died. It is your luck that saved you. Dark Knight Rose said. I am more powerful than him. Jiani said coldly and his eyes were filled with confidence. Now that he had stepped into the Sir God realm, he had recovered from the blow of being defeated by Lu Ming. Hence, he was more confident. Come with me. The Taishu Sacred Dynasty is just a small place. Come with me to a bigger place. I will make you stronger. Don't talk about Lu Ming. Why can't you compete with the most powerful geniuses in the primitive universe? Dark Knight Rose stared at Jiani and there was a strange look in her eyes. Jiani's body tensed up and he subconsciously retreated. He looked at Dark Knight Rose cautiously and said, Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Don't worry. I will not take advantage of you. I will stimulate your talent and make you a supreme talent who will be famous in the primitive universe. Dark Knight Rose said and she was filled with confidence. Who are you? I have inquired about you. You came from a remote star region in the Taishu dynasty and your father is only a supreme being. However, it is impossible for a supreme being to have a daughter like you. Jiani stared at Dark Knight Rose. You are not qualified to know who I am. In short, you only need to know that I can help you. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is more powerful than you think. He controls 11 types of divine powers and has cultivated 11 types of secret skills of origin. Moreover, he has already severed one of the shackles of each of the 11 secret skills of origin. Perhaps, he has already broken through to the Sir God realm. Dark Knight Rose said. She knew Lu Ming's situation like the back of her hand. What? Jiani was shocked and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, All right, I will go with you. Correct choice. Dark Knight Rose smiled and the two of them disappeared. Now, can I open the Jade Talisman? After Lu Ming broke through to the Divine Lord realm, he stabilized himself for a few days before taking out a Jade Talisman. This Jade Talisman was given to him by Xianxia under Hong Yang's instructions. It sealed the whereabouts of Xianxia. When Lu Ming injected his divine power into it, the Jade Talisman vibrated slightly before glowing. Runes appeared on it. Lu Ming continued to increase the input of his divine power. Back then, Hong Yang said that as long as one was above the Divine King realm, one would be able to open it. In other words, one would be able to open it when one reached the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming was no ordinary Divine Lord. He controlled 11 types of divine power and had awakened more than 4 times. Therefore, when Lu Ming continued to inject his divine power, he easily broke the runes on the Jade Talisman. Those runes slowly dissipated. Finally, the Jade Talisman shone brightly and a map appeared in the air. A star map. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. On the map, there was a red line. The starting point was the Taishu dynasty and it meandered forward, extending into the distant starry sky. Finally, it reached a destination. The light at the destination was very bright. Where does this lead to? Lu Ming pondered. Although he was not very clear about the starry sky map, he could see that it was extremely far away from the Taishu dynasty. There should be many star maps in the Taishu dynasty. Let's compare them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Taishu dynasty, there was a wormhole that led to the distant starry sky of the universe. It could lead to other powerful forces in the universe. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, there were also some quasi-emperors who felt that there was no hope of breaking through and would go to other places to look for opportunities. They would only return when their time was up, but they would also bring back some star maps. Lu Ming immediately set off. He found Kong Shishue and the others and told them the purpose of his visit. With Lu Ming's current status, it was easy for him to obtain a large number of starry sky maps. These starry sky maps were all marked. Lu Ming looked at them one by one and compared them with the map left behind by Xianxia. This way, he could clearly see where the map left behind by Xianxia led to. It took a few days for the comparison to be completed. Lu Ming had an incredulous look on his face. After some comparison, Lu Ming discovered that the destination of the map that Xianxia had left behind was actually the Draconic Mother Planet, yes, the Mother Planet of the Divine Dragons. This was too much of a coincidence. There was a high possibility that the Autumn Moon had gone to the Divine Dragon Mother Planet. Originally, Lu Ming was very conflicted about whether to find the Autumn Moon or Xianxia first. In the end, he decided to take a look at the clues left behind by Xianxia and see where it led to. If it was on the way, he would go to the Dragon Mother Planet first. He never expected that the starry sky map left behind by Xianxia would lead to the Dragon Mother Planet. In this case, he didn't have to be conflicted. His destination was already set. It was the Divine Dragon Mother Planet. Lu Ming couldn't wait to fly to the Dragon Mother Planet immediately. Of course, there were still some things to be arranged before he left. Now, most of Lu Ming's friends and family had arrived at the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming had established the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence and was now living in it. Lu Ming first met his parents, Lu Shenhuang, and the others. Then, he told them his plan and left behind a large number of cultivation resources. After that, he went to meet Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, Kong Shishue, and the others and told them his purpose. Blue Merchant sighed. He already knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Taishu dynasty. However, he didn't expect Lu Ming to leave so soon. Lu Ming, the primitive universe is huge. There are countless forces and experts. After you leave, you must be careful. Blue Merchant warned him seriously. Yes, especially those races on the primitive 10,000 races list. They are extremely terrifying. The skyprites of those races are also extremely strong. When I was young, I went out for a while and almost died outside. Then, I came back. Holy King Thousand Heavenly King said. He seemed to recall the scene in the past and showed a fearful expression. Thank you, everyone. I will be careful. Please take care of my family. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone touch your family. Etian said. Then, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fist and left the Taishu dynasty. Then, he went to the territory where the Saint Devil Empire lived and met the Undying Demon King. Now that the Saint Devil Empire had occupied several star regions, they were recruiting disciples in large numbers. You're leaving the Taishu dynasty? Do you need me to go with you? The Undying Demon King said, his eyes flashing a few times. No, you'd better stay in the Saint Devil Empire. However, you have to ensure the safety of my family. Lu Ming reminded him. The Undying Demon King was very strong. It would be a great help to him to bring him along. However, compared to this, it was better to leave the Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. It could maintain the balance of the Taishu dynasty. If the Undying Demon King left, the Saint Devil Empire and the Taishu dynasty might go to war. Even the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Barbarian tribe might invade the Taishu dynasty. After all, the Taishu dynasty was extremely weak now. The Barbarian tribe would be better off. However, the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty would be different. If the Undying Demon King stayed, these forces would have to behave themselves. Only by maintaining balance and stability could he ensure the safety of his family and friends. Only then could he cultivate in peace. Only then would he be able to leave with peace of mind. When everything was ready, Lu Ming went to an area in the south of the Taishu dynasty. This was because the only wormhole in the Taishu dynasty that led to the distant starry sky was here. However, when he was about to reach the wormhole, he bumped into someone unexpectedly. Lan Ling. Needless to say, Lan Ling knew that Lu Ming was leaving and deliberately waited for him here. Lan Ling, what a coincidence. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be confused and smiled. Are you going to leave the Taishu dynasty? Lan Ling asked with a complicated look in her eyes. Yes, but I will come back. We will see each other again in the future. Lu Ming smiled. He always had a special feeling when facing Lan Ling. In the beginning, Blue Merchant was determined to marry Lan Ling to him and tried his best to matchmake them. Of course, Lan Ling was desperately against it at first. However, as time passed, Lan Ling gradually stopped objecting. She found that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider, and the gap between their cultivation levels was getting bigger and bigger. Slowly, Lan Shang didn't mention this matter anymore. Although you are far ahead of me now, one day, I will catch up with you. Lan Ling looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look and gritted her teeth. Of course, I believe that. Lu Ming smiled. Of course, he was just being polite. With the speed of his improvement, no one could catch up with him. Lu Ming thought proudly. The two of them were silent for a while. It was Lu Ming who spoke first. All right, I should go. I look forward to the day when you catch up with me. Lu Ming smiled, waved, and left without looking back. In the south of the Taishu Sage capital, a huge wormhole was floating. This place was not heavily guarded, and only a few people were sent to guard it symbolically. This was because this wormhole led to a distant galaxy. It was said that it led to a powerful universe-level force, the Sacred Fire Saber sect. This was a sect, but it was a true universe-level force. It had immortal emperors, and not just one or two. It was said that there were many immortal emperors, and they were extremely powerful. They could easily destroy the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there was not much meaning in setting up a large army to guard this wormhole. If someone from the Taishu dynasty wanted to leave for the Sacred Fire Saber sect, they could not interfere. Under normal circumstances, people from the Sacred Fire Saber sect wouldn't come here. To them, this place was just a corner of the sect. When Lu Ming arrived, the guards did not dare to stop him. Goodbye, Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming looked back and then stepped into the wormhole without hesitation. This was not the first time Lu Ming had entered a wormhole, but this wormhole was exceptionally huge. It was like a void passage. As soon as Lu Ming entered the wormhole, he felt that he was rapidly traversing the void. His speed was so fast that it was as if there were endless stars flying around him. In an instant, he was probably far away from the Taishu dynasty. After a while, there was light in front of him. He found that he had appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy, What a dense divine aura. It's much denser than the Taishu dynasty. Is this the territory of the Sacred Fire Saber sect? Lu Ming whispered. Eh? Someone came through this wormhole. I don't know how many years it has been since someone came through. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming came to his senses. He swept his gaze across the room and sized it up. Behind him was the entrance of a wormhole. In front of him were a dozen people. Among the dozen people, there were elders and middle-aged men. All of them carried long sabers and exuded powerful auras. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people were all in the Immortal Lord realm. Kid, where did you come from? Oh, right, it's the Taishu dynasty. Are you from the Taishu dynasty? An old man carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked. Yes, I'm from the Taishu dynasty. Seniors, is this the Sacred Fire Saber sect? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked politely. Since he was new here and was unfamiliar with the place, he had to be polite. He really is from the Taishu dynasty. At such a young age, he already has a Divine Lord realm cultivation. It seems that he is a top genius of the Taishu dynasty. The old man sized up Lu Ming a few more times before saying, That's right, this is the Sacred Fire Saber sect. The wormhole is really fast. According to the map, the Taishu dynasty is at least a few thousand star areas away from the Sacred Fire Saber faction. But we've arrived in such a short time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and then asked, Senior, I want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Where's the wormhole to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming asked. The distance to the Dragon Clan's mother planet was incomparably far. There was no wormhole directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. One had to transit several times. The Sacred Fire Saber sect had a boundless territory. It was at least 100 times larger than the Taishu dynasty. It also had many long-distance wormholes. However, these wormholes were distributed in different places and led in different directions. There might not be many wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. You also want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I didn't expect that even a place like the Taishu dynasty would receive the news. The old man was a little surprised and muttered. What news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Listening to the old man's words, could it be that many people wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I'm not very sure. You have to go to the wormhole to inquire about the news. There are only 2 wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the Sacred Fire Saber sect, and they are distributed in different star fields of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Do you want the Sacred Fire Saber sect's starry sky map? If you do, I can sell it to you cheaply. The old man smiled. Yes, how much for one? Lu Ming asked directly. He definitely wanted the starry sky map. Otherwise, it would be 10,000 times harder to find a wormhole than to find a needle in a haystack in the vast territory of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals or a monarch elixir. The old man said. So expensive? Senior, it's just a starry sky map. Is there a need to be so expensive? Lu Ming frowned. 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals was not a problem for Lu Ming. However, it was just a starry sky map. There was no need for such a price at all. The old man obviously wanted to rip him off. As for the monarch elixir, it was a kind of divine elixir that was of great help to Divine Lord Realm powerhouses and could speed up their cultivation. At the Divine Lord Realm, the cultivation speed would be even slower. Any casual cultivation would take millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. As for the monarch elixir, it could greatly speed up the cultivation speed of the Divine Lord Realm. Therefore, its value was also very high. One monarch elixir was equivalent to 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals. It's not expensive. My starry sky map is very detailed. The old man said with a smile. No need, I'm not buying it. Lu Ming shook his head. Although he did not care about 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals, he did not want to be a fool and be ripped off by the old man. It was very simple to buy a starry sky map. He believed that it would be easy to buy it. After saying that, Lu Ming flew to the side. Want to leave without buying? Stop right there. The old man shouted coldly. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura erupted. Third-level Divine Lord Realm. This old man was a third-level Divine Lord Realm existence. At the same time, the other dozen figures also flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. One after another, their auras erupted and shrouded Lu Ming. However, the strongest one was the same as the old man, third-level Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. The rest were second-level and first-level Divine Lords. Thinking about it, this wormhole only led to the Taishu dynasty. Sacred Fire Saber sect did not put the Taishu dynasty in their eyes at all. Therefore, those who were sent to guard here were also casually sent away by a few people with low cultivation. There were no powerhouses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. They wanted to buy and sell by force. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Boy, I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Now, hand over your storage ring," the old man said coldly. Now, it was not the problem of selling the Starry Sky map. He directly wanted Lu Ming's storage ring. He had already seen that Lu Ming was just a first-level Divine Lord Realm. Even if he was very young and was a genius, how strong could a mere genius of the Taishu dynasty be? He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a slap. "Are you sure you want my storage ring? Let me leave, and I can forget about what happened just now," Lu Ming said coldly. When he first came to Sacred Fire Saber sect, he did not want to cause trouble. He just wanted to borrow the wormhole here to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, he took a step back. But Lu Ming took a step back. The other party thought that he was scared. "Haha, forget it just like that? This kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Reckon that this kid is used to being arrogant in that corner of the Taishu dynasty. Makes sense, in that place of the Taishu dynasty, reaching first-level Divine Lord at a young age is probably one of a kind. He's definitely arrogant. But this place is the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Kid, you don't understand anything. Here, right? In the Sacred Fire Saber sect, those who reach the Divine Lord realm among the younger generation are plentiful." By the side, the others laughed loudly, revealing thick mocking looks. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the storage ring, we can spare your life. Otherwise, die," the old man at the beginning yelled coldly. "Get lost." Lu Ming finally lost his patience. The strongest was merely third-level Divine Lord. Furthermore, it looked like it was also the most ordinary third-level Divine Lord. Honestly speaking, Lu Ming really did not place him in his sights. When he was at the 8th-level Divine King realm, he could contend with the 2nd-level Divine Lord existence of the barbarian race. Now, he reached 1st-level Divine Lord. Moreover, his sovereign divine power awakened 5 times. The other source secret arts all severed a shackle. His combat strength was goodness knows how many times stronger than back then. Even though the disparity between each level of the Divine Lord realm was very great. But ordinary third-level Divine Lords, Lu Ming really did not place them in his sights. Even if it was a 4th-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming had the confidence to kill him easily too. Lu Ming's get lost stunned the old man, making the others also stunned. A mere 1st-level Divine Lord brat, furthermore, it was even a brat who came from that corner of the Taishu dynasty. He actually told him to get lost, courting death. The old man was enraged at once, his eyes bursting with shocking killing intent. Clang, the battle saber on his back was unsheathed. Terrifying saber light was incomparably dazzling, slashing toward Lu Ming. A 3rd-level Divine Lord attacking, the power was very strong, able to split a planet in half. But to the current Lu Ming, it was nothing. Bang, in an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle formula, increasing his combat power by 5 times. Right now, Lu Ming had a 100% success rate in triggering the Zhan Sutra's 5-fold combat strength. Lu Ming began to study the Zhan Sutra's 6-fold combat strength. Unfortunately, 6 times combat strength was at least 10 times more difficult than 5 times combat strength. Lu Ming still didn't have the slightest clue. Lu Ming's battle symbol art increased his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he circulated all 11 types of divine powers. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the Tyrant God Spear appeared. Then, he pressed down with the force of Mount Tai. A gigantic spear light pressed down on the old man, causing the void to explode continuously. The moment the old man's saber light collided with the spear light, the saber light shattered immediately. Then, the spear light continued to press down on the old man. Ah! The old man screamed in fright. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. He was almost scared to death. It was too terrifying. The power of Lu Ming's spear completely surpassed his, and by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, the old man desperately set up layers of defense around his body. Bang! The tyrant god spear fell. The old man's defenses completely collapsed. He screamed miserably, his body flying out backward like a meteor, flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, smashing into a huge meteor. He lay in the starry sky, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He had already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, the others were dumbfounded. They were scared silly. That old man was a third-level divine lord, while Lu Ming was just a first-level divine lord. He actually instantly killed the old man in one move, severely injuring him. This combat strength was also too horrifying. Divine Lord realm, the gap between each level was very shocking. It was not casually said. Wanting to jump levels to battle was very difficult. Because those who could reach the Divine Lord realm were not weak. Their source divine power factor was at least 3 awakenings. As for being able to jump 2 levels to battle, that was even rarer. It could be said to be rare. But Lu Ming, a young man who came out of the Taishu dynasty, actually jumped 2 levels of cultivation and severely injured the old man in one move. This combat strength was truly shocking. Do you all still want my storage ring? Lu Ming opened his mouth coldly, sweeping a glance over everyone present. Now, everyone was trembling and their faces were pale. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all that old man's greed. We didn't have any ideas about Sir. That's right. The moment I saw Sir, I felt that Sir must be extraordinary. Reaching the Divine Lord realm at such a young age in the Taishu dynasty, how can you be immortal? Those people by the side immediately flattered. Although they had the numbers, they felt that even if they attacked together, they were also not Lu Ming's match. How could they still dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming's storage ring? They wished that they could immediately send Lu Ming away. I need a starry sky map. Lu Ming said coolly. I have it. Sir, I'll give it to you. Immediately, a middle-aged man took out a jade talisman and injected divine power. A starry sky map appeared in the air. The markings on it were very detailed. Lu Ming looked carefully and indeed saw some markings of wormholes. Good, not bad. Lu Ming nodded and unceremoniously put it away. Then, his figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light and left the place. Old Lu, are you all right? After Lu Ming left, everyone hurriedly looked at the old man. I was almost crippled. Sigh, this time I really kicked an iron plate. I originally wanted to make a fortune, but I didn't expect that the Taishu dynasty would have such a freakish genius. Truly unlucky. The old man sighed, his face full of misfortune. In the future, it's best not to look down on people from small places. Who knows if some freak will appear? A middle-aged man said. That's right, that's right. This time I've really gained experience. The others nodded. Lu Ming transformed into a beam of light and flew at high speed. Very soon, he had flown far away. I wonder how my current strength compares to Wan Shen in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming could not help but compare himself to Wan Shen. In the end, he concluded that Wan Shen was definitely not as strong as he was now when he was a first-level divine lord. He now had 11 origin secret techniques that had severed their shackles. Moreover, he still had the primordial divine body. Wan Shen was extremely powerful when he was a first-level divine lord. Needless to say, his primordial divine body was shockingly strong. His various origin secret techniques were even more terrifying. His divine power was unbelievably robust. However, Lu Ming's greatest advantage was the battle character art, the measure character art, and the universe myriad Dao art. With all of these added together, Lu Ming was stronger than Wan Shen when he was a first-level divine lord. However, Lu Ming felt that Wan Shen's potential was far from being fully developed. When he first met Wan Shen was a peak god king. Although Wanshan was strong, he was not overly strong. He was able to jump levels and fight a first-level god lord. He could even kill one, but he was most likely not a match for a second-level god lord. Later on, as Wanshan's cultivation increased, his combat strength also increased. His ability to fight those of a higher level also increased. As myriad gods' cultivation increased, it was as though his potential was constantly being unlocked. His ability to fight above his level also became stronger and stronger. A first-level Divine Lord myriad god's ability to fight above his level was definitely stronger than a ninth-level Divine Lord. A third-level Divine Lord myriad god's ability to fight above his level was even stronger than a first-level Divine Lord. Myriad God was born from the blood essence of dozens of primordial gods. His potential was too great and could be said to be limitless. As myriad God's cultivation increased, his potential would be unlocked and he would become stronger and stronger. Lu Ming was confident that he could surpass myriad God in terms of combat strength at the first-level Divine Lord realm. However, as his cultivation increased, it was hard to say. I still have to work hard. I wonder what realm myriad God has reached. Also, Bubbles, how are those two fellows from Dandan? World Divine Turtle and Spacetime Spirit Rat. They are extremely powerful existences even in the primitive universe. They are ranked very high on the primitive universe's 10,000 races list. With the support of resources from these two large races, their cultivation should have skyrocketed. They are probably above me now. When I find Autumn Moon and Little Qing, I'll pay them a visit. As he thought about it, Lu Ming thought of Dandan and Bubbles. It had been many years since he last saw them. Right, I haven't carved a teleportation array on my body. Flying like this is too slow. Lu Ming suddenly recalled that once he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, he could carve a teleportation array on his body. By carving a teleportation array, he could activate the teleportation array's power and directly teleport himself out. Although it couldn't be compared to riding a wormhole, it was still many times faster than flying. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of chopping firewood. I'd better find a place to carve a teleportation array before heading to the wormhole entrance. With this in mind, Lu Ming flew towards a barren planet. After landing on the planet, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. Xiao, protect me. Lu Ming waved his hand and Xiao flew out. During the War of the Taishu dynasty, Xiao had devoured countless divine artifacts. Now, it had successfully evolved and reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, it was still in the process of constantly improving. After all, the War of the Taishu dynasty had been too brutal. Countless people had died, and countless divine items had been left behind. Moreover, Xiao couldn't digest a large number of monarch-grade divine artifacts easily after devouring them. Currently, it had only digested a portion of them. In the future, Xiao would continue to refine divine artifacts and its strength would continue to increase. Alright, don't worry and cultivate. Xiao said. Immediately, Lu Ming calmed his heart and began to cultivate. In his mind, he carefully went over the details of the teleportation formation. When he had recovered to his peak state, his fingers began to move rapidly. Numerous runes appeared in his hands. One rune after another flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming's body was covered with runes that intertwined to form a large formation. This process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, Lu Ming's body was covered with runes as if he was covered in rune armor. Rise! At this time, Lu Ming shouted. The teleportation formation had reached the final step. When the last rune flew into Lu Ming's body, the runes on Lu Ming's body emitted a resplendent light like a small sun. After a while, all the light dimmed and disappeared. Lu Ming didn't look any different. All the runes were hidden under his skin and couldn't be seen from the outside. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Xiao, let's go. Lu Ming said. Xiao turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Then, Lu Ming activated his divine power and poured it into the teleportation formation on his body. Then, there were ripples in the void. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the place. In another part of the starry sky, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. I don't know how much distance I crossed in one teleportation. It should be much faster than flying. However, the amount of divine power consumed is really shocking. Lu Ming carefully felt the divine power in his body. His divine power was already very strong and he had 11 star cores. However, the teleportation just now had used up about 1/20th of his divine power. If it was an ordinary first-level divine lord, he would probably only be able to teleport twice before his divine power was exhausted. Moreover, the activation time is slow and it needs time. It's really useless in a big battle. Lu Ming pondered. This teleportation formation could only be used to travel. Then, Lu Ming continued to use the teleportation formation to teleport. After several experiments, Lu Ming realized that each teleportation could cross a few galaxies. This speed was already hundreds of times faster than flying. Lu Ming had the measure word formula and could teleport continuously. However, the Sacred Fire Saber sect's territory was too vast. Even if Lu Ming kept teleporting, he still couldn't reach the next wormhole after a few days of continuous teleportation. In fact, the divine power stored in the measure word formula was almost exhausted. Lu Ming had to stop and find a place to replenish the divine power in the measure word formula. Lu Ming absorbed the divine crystals, refined them, and converted the energy of the divine crystals into divine power. He then injected the divine power into the quantifier formula. When all the divine power was injected, he continued to refine the divine crystals to replenish his energy. This process lasted for a month. Lu Ming felt that the divine power in the measure word formula was very strong and could support him for a period of time. Only then did Lu Ming set off again. After another 3 days of continuous travel, Lu Ming finally arrived near a wormhole. This wormhole was one of the 2 wormholes from the Sacred Fire Saber sect to the direction of the Divine Dragon Clan's mother planet. Of course, it wasn't a direct route but only in that direction. Stop, this wormhole is not open to the public now. Outside the wormhole, there were experts from the Sacred Fire Saber sect guarding. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was blocked. The people guarding this wormhole were not like those who guarded the wormhole that Lu Ming came from the Taishu dynasty. Each of the people guarding this wormhole had a strong and terrifying aura. Even the leader had a mountain-like aura, not weaker than Tian, Giant Bear, and the others. He was a quasi-emperor. Senior, why is this wormhole not open to the public? Lu Ming asked. He had inquired before and found out that these wormholes were open to the public. Are you asking the obvious? The quasi-emperor glared. Senior, I really don't know. Lu Ming said with a sincere face. This wormhole is one of the paths to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet has recovered, the protective formation is lax. I heard that those below the 3rd level Divine Lord realm can already enter. During this period, many people want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, the 2 wormholes in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet are closed and no one can pass through. The Quasi-Emperor explained. The Quasi-Emperor's words stunned Lu Ming. The revival of the dragon race's mother planet? What did that mean? And it had attracted a large number of experts, which made Lu Ming frown. The more people there were, the more unforeseen events. Also, the wormhole leading to the dragon race's mother planet was actually closed. How should he get there? Senior, when will the wormhole open? Lu Ming asked. I don't know when it will open, but I know that 3 months later, the Sacred Fire Saber sect will send a group of experts to the dragon race's mother planet. They are all 3rd layer divine lords and below. The Quasi-Emperor explained, looked at Lu Ming, and continued, if you really want to go, I can point you in the right direction. This time, there is a limit to the number of people going to the dragon race's mother planet. Therefore, the Sacred Fire Saber sect has sent out 3 outstanding 3rd layer divine lords and recruited experts to form a team to go to the dragon race's mother planet. If you are confident, you can go and join one of them. Oh, where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On the nearest wood star, there is an outstanding disciple recruiting. You can give it a try, but let me remind you that the revival of the dragon race's mother planet is a great opportunity. Countless people want to get a share of it, but the number is limited. This quota will definitely go through fierce competition. Your cultivation is only 1st layer divine lord, it won't be that easy to succeed. The quasi-emperor continued. I know what I'm doing. Thank you for telling me. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left for the wood star. After Lu Ming left, these people guarding the wormhole began to discuss. You let him compete for the quota to go to the dragon race's mother planet. You're sending him to his death. How can a first-layer divine lord pass? Yes, the rule this time is that third-layer divine lords and below can go, but it will definitely attract a lot of third-layer and second-layer divine lords. It's impossible for a first-layer divine lord to pass. Several of them spoke with faint disdain. First-layer divine lord, of course he can't pass. I just casually sent him away. What does it have to do with us whether he can pass or not? The quasi-emperor from before smiled faintly. The wood star was not very far from here. Lu Ming took out a map of the stars and easily found it. He then teleported towards the wood star. Not long after, a huge planet appeared in front of Lu Ming. This planet was several times larger than the planets Lu Ming had seen before. The divine aura was extremely rich. Looking from afar, the surface of the planet was dotted with huge cities. The planet did not have any defenses, so Lu Ming flew directly towards one of the planets. So many experts. Strolling on the streets of a city, Lu Ming secretly sized up his surroundings and was shocked. There were too many experts on the streets. The streets were filled with god kings. A casual glance would reveal a god monarch. There was even no lack of 7th-level divine lord and above characters among them. Although the wood star was a very important planet for the sacred fire knife sect and ranked in the top 5, the number of such experts was still shocking. One had to know that in the Taishu dynasty, a 7th-level divine lord could command an army or become a heavenly king of a heavenly king's residence. But here, Lu Ming strolled for a while and found no less than 10 7th-level divine lords. One could imagine how many experts there were in the vast sacred fire knife sect. The sacred fire knife sect was indeed a true universe-level force. They even had several saint emperors and their strength was amazing. It was far from what sub-universe level forces like the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe could compare to. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming casually asked around and found out the information he wanted. An outstanding genius of the sacred fire knife sect called Man Ning was recruiting experts in the Sky City on the Wood Star to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This was because the next stop on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was a powerful race on the primitive 10,000 races list, the Sacred Sparrow race. After setting off from the Sacred Fire Knife sect, the next stop was the Sacred Sparrow race. The Sacred Sparrow race had a wormhole that could directly reach the star sector where the Dragon Clan's mother planet was. However, the Sacred Sparrow race only gave the Sacred Fire Knife sect a quota of 39 people. The Sacred Fire Knife sect could only send 39 people. The rest were not allowed to leave. The Sacred Sparrow race was a race on the primitive 10,000 races list. Its strength was extremely terrifying and far from what the Sacred Fire Knife sect could compare to. Since the Sacred Sparrow race had spoken, the Sacred Fire Knife sect could only comply. Therefore, the Sacred Fire Knife sect sent out 3 outstanding third-level divine lords. Each of them was to lead 12 experts and split into 3 teams to head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, during this period, the 3 outstanding disciples of the Sacred Fire Knife sect were recruiting experts everywhere. One could imagine that a large number of experts would gather on the Dragon Clan's mother planet this time. Therefore, the stronger the experts recruited, the safer the trip to the Dragon Clan's mother planet and the more opportunities one could obtain. After Lu Ming heard the news, he immediately set off for the Sky City. The Sky City was bigger than the previous city and had more experts. Lu Ming casually asked around and found out where Man Ning was recruiting. Lu Ming headed to the north of the Sky City. There was a huge square and in the middle of the square, there was a huge battle stage. At this time, the square was surrounded by Man Ning's people. There was only one entrance and there were people guarding it. Those who wanted to head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet had to sign up there. Ming'er only had 12 people and there were many people signing up. Naturally, there would be competition. Let me tell you. Don't think that you can take advantage of the Dragon Clan's mother planet just because it has recovered. That's impossible. This time, countless experts from large factions will be heading there. The competition will be extremely fierce. Those who are not strong enough had better know their limits and not send themselves to death. The person in charge of the registration was a red-skinned old man. At this time, he was shouting and warning those who were weak and not strong. However, not many people listened to the old man, and there were still a large number of people signing up. Of course, those who were below the Divine Lord realm naturally knew that they had no chance. Those who signed up were basically Divine Lords, ranging from first level to third level Divine Lords. I've already warned you. Whether you listen or not is your business. The red-skinned old man shook his head and signed up one by one. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Kid, first-level Divine Lords better not sign up. Didn't you see so many people signing up? They are all second-level Divine Lords and third-level Divine Lords. Even if you sign up, it's also impossible to get a spot. The red-skinned old man swept a glance over Lu Ming and said coolly. Senior, there's no rule that first-level Divine Lords can't sign up, right? Lu Ming said. There's indeed no rule. But even if first-level Divine Lords sign up, it's also impossible to get a spot. Why bother wasting time? The red-skinned old man said, his disdain growing thicker. In fact, first-level Divine Lords signing up were indeed fewer. The majority were second-level Divine Lords, with a few third-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, Senior, I know what I'm doing. Humph, don't listen to the advice of an old man, you'll suffer a loss. There will be a competition later. If you're killed, don't blame me for not reminding you. The red-skinned old man's voice was somewhat cold. He looked down on this kind of people who overestimated their own ability the most. He had already advised the other party and gave Lu Ming a chance, but Lu Ming did not know how to cherish it. In his view, Lu Ming, this kind of person who overestimated his own ability, was arrogant and conceited, and did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, was destined to not go far. Sooner or later, he would fall and be killed. This was the experience he had along the way. Take care of yourself. In the end, the red-skinned old man left a sentence coldly and registered Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming received a jade token, then walked into the square. I'll say it again, if your strength is not enough, don't sign up. Don't overestimate your own ability like some people. When you're killed later, it'll be too late to regret it. The red-skinned old man roared. Lu Ming smiled faintly, too lazy to bother, and walked toward the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there was a huge battle platform. On one side of the battle platform, there was a staircase extending upward. At the end of the staircase was a platform. On the platform, one could see the situation in the square or the battle platform clearly. At this moment, there were a few people on the platform. To be precise, there were a total of 7 people. In the middle was a woman. She was very beautiful, wearing silver armor, valiant and formidable. On her back, she carried a battle saber. The battle saber was constantly emitting flames, burning fiercely, causing the temperature in the air to rise. Presumably, this person was the sacred fire saber sect's outstanding disciple, Man Ning. Beside the woman, there were also 6 young men and women. All third-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, his eyesight was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, the other party did not deliberately hide their cultivation. Therefore, he could easily see the other party's cultivation. The 7 young men were actually all third-level Divine Lords. The Sacred Fire Saber School was indeed worthy of being called the Sacred Fire Saber School. Its strength was far beyond that of the Taishu dynasty. Back then, among the Taishu dynasty's junior generation, the strongest was just a first-level Divine Lord. Moreover, there were only 2. But here, they saw 7 third-level Divine Lord Young Heavens chosen all at once. Many people had already stepped onto the fighting ring. They were all people who had signed up. Lu Ming also stepped onto the Colosseum. He blended into the crowd and waited. Humph, a first-level Divine Lord also came to join in the fun, truly have no idea of death or danger. A gloomy voice sounded. It came from a young man with a cold expression. This person was also a person who registered for the competition. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other few first-level Divine Lords, his face full of disdain. This youth did not conceal his cultivation, emitting his aura unceremoniously. He was shockingly also a third-level Divine Lord existence. The other first-layer Divine Lords had ugly expressions. They did not dare to utter a word. They turned their heads away, purposely not looking at the stern youth. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a faint smile on his lips. So what of third-level Divine Lords? He really did not place them in his sights. Unless the other party was a freakish heavens chosen like Di Jiani or Morong Xiaoshui, only then would they bring pressure to Lu Ming. Ordinary heavens chosen, even if their cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming did not feel any pressure too. But how could Di Jiani and Morong Xiaoshui, this kind of heavens chosen, be so easy to encounter? One was an existence who walked out of a small kiliacosm, possessing a great lucky chance and great destiny, obtaining the origin ancient character. In many aspects, he was very similar to Lu Ming. And the other was a heavens chosen who obtained the acknowledgement of a life soul essence stone fragment. The two people could both be said to be top-notch freaks. How could they be so easy to encounter? But Lu Ming's faint smile landed in the eyes of the stern youth. It made his gaze turn frosty. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" the stern youth said in a cold voice. "What am I laughing at? What has it got to do with you?" Lu Ming casually shot a glance at the stern youth. "What has it got to do with me? Hoo, it'll be related to me very soon. You, a first-level Divine Lord trash, also want to get a spot. Really indulging in the wildest fantasies. Now, I'll give you a chance, scram off the battle stage yourself. Otherwise, if you meet me at the start, it'll be your death date," the stern youth said with a cold smile, his killing intent chilling, making people feel a chill. The other few first-layer Divine Monarchs shuddered as they felt a chill run down their spines, giving birth to a sense of fear. There was even one person whose gaze flickered a few times and directly jumped off the battle stage, running out of the plaza, directly forfeiting. No one felt surprised. First-level Divine Lords had no chance to begin with. This time, third-level Divine Lords were capped. Therefore, third-level Divine Lord existences were the most powerful. Clashing with a third-level Divine Lord expert was undoubtedly seeking death. Third-level Divine Lord is very impressive? Lu Ming said it casually, but it drew a wave of jeering laughter. Haha, what nonsense is this kid talking about? When a third-level Divine Lord faces a first-level Divine Lord, of course he's impressive. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he doesn't place third-level Divine Lord people in his sights. This kid wouldn't have run out from some corner, right? Doesn't have any common sense? By the side, the other snickered, carrying thick disdain. Third-level Divine Lords were indeed nothing impressive. Fourth-level Divine Lords, fifth-level Divine Lords and above, could all be said so. But first-level Divine Lords could not. Because third-level Divine Lords could smack a bunch of first-level Divine Lords to death with one slap. These words coming from the mouth of a first-level Divine Lord person was very laughable. Indeed nothing impressive. Then you just pray that you don't meet me at the back. The stern youth's voice was icy cold, his killing intent frosty, not concealed at all. Many people observed a moment of silence for Lu Ming. Clearly, the stern youth already had killing intent toward Lu Ming. If Lu Ming really met the stern youth at the back, there was probably only a dead end. This minor episode that happened on the battle stage, Man Ning's 7 people on the platform did not pay attention to it in the slightest. Their objective was to select suitable candidates. These people's conflicts had nothing to do with them. Time passed day by day. To Divine King and Divine Lord people, several days, even several months' time was no different from ordinary people's several seconds. In a blink, half a month passed. Alright, registration ends now. At this time, Man Ning finally opened his mouth. Then, his gaze swept across everyone on the battle stage and said, I believe that everyone also knows that I need to recruit some people this time to head to the Dragon Clan's homeworld together. More than 30 stellar years ago, the Divine Dragon Clan was annihilated by the other major clans in the universe. The experts of the Divine Dragon Clan were almost wiped out. However, at the last moment, the strongest group of existences of the Dragon Clan used their lives as the price to cast the forbidden technique, 10,000 dragon seals, and sealed the Dragon Clan's homeworld. Outsiders were unable to set foot on it. Since then, the dragon clan's homeworld has completely fallen into desolation. But now, the 10,000 dragon seals of the dragon clan's homeworld have shown signs of loosening and a flaw has appeared. Moreover, the dragon clan's homeworld has also begun to recover and various treasures have appeared. This is a great opportunity for everyone, Man Ning said. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. The Divine Dragon Clan was extremely powerful back then. They were definitely ranked in the top 10 in the entire primitive universe. They were a true overlord. Sacred Fire Saber Sect or Sacred Sparrow Clan were all trash in front of the Dragon Clan back then. They were not worth mentioning. It could be seen how many treasures existed on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If they could obtain some treasures, they might be able to soar and rise quickly. Who would want to miss out? Man Ning continued. Although the 10,000 dragon seals have loosened, it is said that the strongest can only allow third-level divine lords to enter. If stronger people want to force their way in, they will be blasted into ashes by the 10,000 dragon seals. Moreover, this time, the Sacred Sparrow tribe only gave our Sacred Fire Saber Sect 39 spots. We are divided into 3 teams, and each team has 13 people. However, I already have 6 candidates in mind, so this time I will only recruit 6 people. 6 people? Many people were taken aback as they looked at the 6 youths beside Man Ning. These 6 youths were most likely the prodigies of the Sacred Fire Saber Sect. Although the Sacred Fire Saber Sect ruled over a vast territory, not all of the territory belonged to the Sacred Fire Saber Sect. There were many affiliated sects and dynasties under them. There were also many sub-universe level forces like the Taishu dynasty. That's right. This time, there will definitely be prodigies from various major forces entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, if you want to obtain opportunities, you must have powerful combat strength. This time, I want to select the strongest 6 to join my team. Therefore, you will compete. Only the strongest 6 can join my team and head to the Dragon Clan's mother planet with me, Man Ning said. Many people looked at each other with solemn expressions. They originally thought that there would be 12 spots, but now they realized that there were only 6 spots. The pressure of competition increased sharply. Miss Man Ning, I don't think there is a need to go through so much trouble. With so many people competing, how long will it take? I suggest that we directly let third-level divine lords compete and decide the top 6 spots, and that will do. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was the cold youth from before. The moment these words came out, the expressions of those first-level divine lords and second-level divine lords changed. This way, they did not even need to compete. Wouldn't they be eliminated? I also feel that this is for the best. First and second level divine lords, even if they participate in the competition, there's no meaning to it. Another young man said. Divine Lord realm, the disparity between each level was very great. People who could cross realms to battle were all extremely few. Moreover, most of those who could participate in the registration this time were geniuses with strong combat strength. It was even more impossible for them to fight someone of a higher level. Man Ning revealed a thoughtful expression, as if he was also considering the other party's suggestion. I don't think that's appropriate. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. What a joke. If he didn't let them compete and eliminated them, wouldn't he not be able to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? This was impossible. He had to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Xianxia and Autumn Moon could both be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He was determined to get this spot. As soon as Lu Ming said that, many people turned to look at Lu Ming. It's you, this first-level divine lord trash. Seeing Lu Ming, a wisp of cold light flashed across in the cold youth's eyes and he said, You say that it's inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Combat strength has never been measured by cultivation. Lu Ming said. Hearing your meaning, your combat strength is very strong. You can contend with a third-level divine lord with first-level divine lord cultivation? The cold youth said with a look of ridicule. That's right. Lu Ming nodded his head very seriously. Ha ha ha. The cold youth laughed exaggeratedly, laughing until his entire body trembled, laughing until tears flowed out. All around, many people were also snickering, looking at Lu Ming like looking at a fool. A first-level Divine Lord person said that he could contend with a third-level Divine Lord. Was this possible? Crossing 2 levels in the Divine Lord realm, if crossing 1 level, there was still a little possibility. But crossing 2 levels, this was simply impossible. There was no possibility at all. Such a heaven's pride, even the sacred fire saber sect did not have it. This nameless brat who ran out from God knows which corner actually said that he could cross 2 levels, contending with a third-level Divine Lord existence with first-level Divine Lord cultivation. Joke, truly a colossal joke. This brat overestimates his own ability too much. I've long seen through that he's a fool, really disgusting. The red-skinned old man who was in charge of registration previously revealed a disdainful smile, a look of disgust on his face. He hated this kind of person who ran his mouth the most. Too unreliable, only knowing how to boast. On the platform, Man Ning, as well as the other 6 youths, also shook their heads. As the sacred fire saber sect's heaven's pride, it was also not that they had not seen before terrifying monsters. For example, Man Ning himself was a top monster in the sacred fire saber sect. But wanting to cross 2 levels to battle in the Divine Lord realm, Man Ning shook his head. Blindly arrogant, overestimating his own ability, such a person isn't fit to take part in this competition at all. If we let him head to the dragon race's homeworld, he'll probably cause everyone's death. A youth beside Man Ning said coldly. Brat, you'd better go down. Yes, don't take part in it. On the platform, several youths berated, wanting Lu Ming to go down. Wait a minute. At this time, the cold-faced youth shouted, since this brat is so confident, why don't we let him show us? If we don't let him show us, he'll think he's invincible. We didn't give him a chance. Brat, don't you think so? In the end, the cold-faced youth looked at Lu Ming. Of course, he was not so kind as to help Lu Ming. He wanted to embarrass Lu Ming and even find a chance to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to talk back to him before, so he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ming. You're right, if you don't let me show you, I won't be convinced. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. This caused another round of disdainful laughter. Man Ning, did you hear that? He said he wants to show us, then give him a chance to show us. The cold-faced youth looked at Man Ning. Man Ning mused for a moment, then nodded. Brat, Miss Man Ning agreed to let you show us. Now say, who do you want to challenge? The cold-faced youth said. Don't you want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance. Now, fight with me. At this moment, Lu Ming became serious, staring at the cold-faced youth. What? The scene suddenly fell silent, everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually really wanted to challenge the cold-faced youth, a third-level Divine Lord existence. Whoosh, the next moment, the scene was in an uproar. This brat is really crazy, to actually want to challenge Kudao, this is courting death. Too ignorant, I even wonder how this brat lived until now. No matter how he lived until now, I know that he definitely won't live until tomorrow. Ridiculous. You're courting death. The red-skinned elder waved his sleeves, his eyes filled with disgust. On the platform, Man Ning and the other 6 youths shook their heads with a sneer. In their opinion, Lu Ming was courting death. However, they wouldn't stop him. If he was courting death, why should they stop him? Moreover, killing wasn't prohibited in today's competition. It was normal for someone to be killed. On the other hand, Kudao was taken aback. The surprise came too suddenly. Originally, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, given his cultivation, it was really embarrassing for him to challenge a first-level Divine Lord. However, Lu Ming had taken the initiative to challenge him. If that wasn't a surprise, then what was? Alright. Since you're so confident, if I don't accept, then I won't give you a chance to show off. I accept your challenge. Kudao said hurriedly, afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. Then, let the first round begin. Man Ning spoke and waved his hand. The figures of the people in the fighting ring flashed and all of them left the fighting ring to watch the fight. Only Lu Ming and Kudao were left in the fighting ring. Kid, I'll give you a chance to make your move. I'll let you make 3 moves. If you have any trump cards, feel free to use them. You won't have a chance to use them later. Ku Dao looked at Lu Ming with an arrogant expression. I wanted to say that to you. Since you're so confident, then forget it. I'll make my move first. Lu Ming said. Many people almost laughed out loud. The reason why they did not laugh was that Lu Ming had already made his move. Afterward, the expression on their faces changed from sneering disdain to shock and deep fear. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. He activated the battle character manual and increased his combat strength by 5 times. Then, the 11 types of divine power in his body exploded. He even used the power of the Sovereign's divine power after the 5th awakening. Then, the Sovereign's gate formed and became 10,000 feet tall. It pressed down on Ku Dao. After all, Ku Dao was a 3rd-level divine lord. To be able to reach this realm at such a young age, he must be very talented. He was a proud son of heaven. Lu Ming would not underestimate him. He used a powerful force right from the start. Only the primordial divine body hadn't been used. Of course, the power of the primordial divine body hadn't been activated either. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. The boundless power of the Gate of Domination caused everyone's expression to change. As for Ku Dao, his expression changed drastically. He felt as if a planet was crashing down on him. He knew that he had misjudged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a terrifying expert. Then, with a furious roar, he unleashed all of his power and slashed out. A vast and resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Ku Dao wasn't weak. He had awakened his origin divine power factor 4 times and had mastered origin secret arts. He was much stronger than the old man who had tried to rob Lu Ming. However, the result was still destined. There was no way he could compete with Lu Ming. Boom, under the suppression of the Gate of Domination, Ku Dao's saber gleam vibrated violently before it exploded with a loud bang. A violent force bombarded Ku Dao's body. Ku Dao screamed and retreated rapidly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. The scene fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, there was no longer any ridicule on their faces. There was only shock, and confusion. One move. In just one move, Ku Dao had coughed up blood and been forced to retreat. How was that possible? That was a 1st-level divine lord. How could he defeat a 3rd-level divine lord in one move? The red-skinned old man's eyes bulged. His mouth was so wide that he could swallow a goose egg. His old face had already turned purplish-black from shame. Before, he had said that Lu Ming was overestimating himself and was arrogant. He was disgusted by Lu Ming's performance. But now, Lu Ming had used his actions to show him that Lu Ming was truly confident. That was because he had the strength to back it up. It was him who had been short-sighted, a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see. At this moment, he wished he could buy a block of tofu and kill himself. This was too embarrassing. On the platform, Man Ning and the other 6 young men rose to their feet with astounded expressions. A monster. After a while, Man Ning spat out those 2 words. She was pleasantly surprised. For Lu Ming to be able to defeat Ku Dao in one move meant that he was probably on the same level as her. Even if he was weaker, the difference wouldn't be by much. This would be a great help in their journey to the dragon race's mother planet. First move. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke slowly. Then, his divine power continuously surged into the Gate of Domination, preparing to launch a second attack. Damn it! Run! Run! Ku Dao roared inside. He knew that he definitely wasn't a match for Lu Ming. The only way to survive was to run. He turned into a ray of saber light and retreated down the stage. You want to leave now? Too late. Let's talk after 3 moves. Lu Ming icily said. Following this, the wind extinguisher boots appeared and merged with his feet. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and chased after Ku Dao. An essence secret art. A second essence secret art. As soon as the wind extinguisher boots appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. Lu Ming actually had a second essence secret art. Ancient cultivation method. He is cultivating the ancient cultivation method. No wonder he is so powerful. Someone roared, thinking that he had seen through Lu Ming's secrets. However, before he could finish his words, there was a loud clang. Lu Ming waved his hand and the void-shattering sword flew out. It tore through the air and instantly caught up with Kudao. A third essence secret art, everyone was stunned. The red-skinned elder's face had already turned into an eggplant. His body was trembling, and he wished he could find a crack to hide in. Of course, Lu Ming's essence secret art did not activate the power to sever the shackles. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would have popped out. Pucci, the Voidbreaker, slashed out and directly cut Kudao in two. Then, the gate of domination came crashing down. "Spare me, spare me!" Kudao screamed in horror. But Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he was unmoved. The gate of domination came crashing down with the force of 10,000 caddies, bringing with it a destructive force. Boom, Kudao screamed, and his body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. As for the interspatial ring, Lu Ming grabbed it and put it away. The crowd was silent as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. A monster. A word appeared in their minds. Yes, a monster. Lu Ming was definitely a monster. Otherwise, how could he kill an opponent who was 2 levels higher than him? Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Only the word monster could describe Lu Ming. "I want one of the 6 spots. Anyone who's not convinced, come up and fight." Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd. No one said a word. Kudao had been crushed. Who would dare to go up? Kudao was considered strong among 3rd-level divine lords. He had mastered an essence secret art, and his essence divine power factor had awakened 4 times. Many 3rd-level divine lords had not only not mastered an essence secret art, but their essence divine power factor had also only awakened 3 times. If Kudao was no match for him, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming waited for a long time, but no one went up to fight with him. "Since there's no one, then I'll take this spot." Lu Ming spoke, looking at Man Ning on the platform. "Brother, with your combat strength, you should get a spot." Man Ning nodded, very satisfied with Lu Ming's combat strength. Although he was only a 1st-level divine lord, his combat strength was astonishing. Going to the dragon race's mother planet together, he believed that it would be of great use. Lu Ming nodded, his figure moved, landing on the platform. "Alright, there are still 5 spots left. For the sake of fairness, let's fight one-on-one and choose the strongest, nameless." Man Ning spoke. With Lu Ming's example, he did not dare to underestimate 1st-level and 2nd-level divine lords. What if there was another person like Lu Ming? After some discussion, the competition began. On the battle platform, intense battles broke out. It was very tragic, and people were killed from time to time. However, it was naturally impossible for someone like Lu Ming to appear again. Almost no one could cross levels to fight. Some 3rd-level divine lords defeated other opponents in a crushing manner. 10 days later, the competition ended, and the final 5 spots were all out. Lu Ming also saw the battles in these few days and more or less had an idea in his heart. Some proud sons of heaven were generally like Kudao. Their origin divine power factor had undergone 4 awakenings, mastering origin secret techniques, and some other powerful secret techniques. However, no one had severed the shackles using origin secret techniques, nor did he see the origin divine power factor undergo 5 awakenings. It seemed that even in the sacred fire saber sect, it was very difficult for those below 3rd-level divine lord to undergo 5 awakenings or sever the shackles of origin secret techniques. "You all come with me, rest for a few days, then set off," Man Ning said. After that, Man Ning arranged accommodation for Lu Ming and the others. Soon, 2 days passed. 2 days later, they set off and came to a planet not far from the wormhole, meeting up with the other 2 groups of people. However, as soon as Man Ning and the others arrived on this planet, Man Ning received the news and asked her to bring them for a gathering. Soon, Lu Ming saw the other 2 groups of people in a large open space. Just like them, there was an elite disciple of the sacred fire saber sect leading 12 experts. Lu Ming swept a glance over and discovered that the other 2 groups of people were all 3rd-level divine lord existences. The 3 sides sized each other up, their eyes flickering. Although they were from the same sect, once they entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and encountered fortuitous opportunities, it was very likely that they would become competitors and snatch resources from each other. At this moment, ripples appeared in the space, and a few figures suddenly appeared in the air. A powerful aura filled the air. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The people who suddenly appeared were a white-haired old man and two burly men. What made Lu Ming's expression turn grave was that these three were all quasi-emperors. In the Sacred Fire Saber School, the Divine Emperor Realm Warriors were the top warriors. Normally, they wouldn't come out. If the Divine Emperor didn't come out, the Quasi-Emperor realm was the strongest. Greetings to the three elders. Man Ning and the others bowed. No need to be so courteous. The white-haired old man in the middle waved his hand and said, there is still more than a month before the departure time. I have called you here at the last minute because I have bad news to tell you. Bad news? Everyone's heart sank and their expressions changed. They stared at the white-haired old man, waiting for his answer. The Sacred Sparrow tribe originally gave us 39 places, which is just enough to form 3 small teams. However, not long ago, the Sacred Sparrow tribe sent news that there are not enough places. They can only send 26 people. The white-haired old man said. 26 people. Everyone's heart sank and their expressions turned ugly. There were originally 39 people, but now there were only 26 people left. This meant that 1/3 of the people would be eliminated. Elder, why did you suddenly reduce the number of places? Man Ning asked. They are afraid of competition. By reducing our number, the Sacred Sparrow tribe will face less competition. Humph, they have received benefits from us and yet they are playing such tricks. The white-haired old man snorted coldly and was very unhappy. However, the Sacred Sparrow tribe was a powerful tribe on the Eldritch 10,000 tribe list. No matter how unhappy they were, there was nothing they could do. Since you have already formed a team, we will not split you up. Our opinion is that only 2 of the 3 small teams can go. The other team can only stay. The white-haired old man said. Everyone's heart sank again. Only 2 of the 3 small teams could go, and one of them would be eliminated. The 3 small teams sized each other up. At this moment, they were emitting a strong sense of hostility. None of them wanted to give up. The dragon race's mother planet was the mother planet of a huge tribe. It had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. Now that it had recovered, the opportunity was unimaginable. If they seized this opportunity, they might be able to soar into the sky and compete with the top elites of the Eldritch universe. Elder, I think that only the 2 strongest teams can go to the dragon race's mother planet. The stronger one is, the more opportunities they can seize and obtain. At this moment, a young man in a purple robe said. He was wearing a purple feather coat and looked rich. Ziying, which team do you think is the weakest? The white-haired old man asked. It's obvious that Man Ning's team should be eliminated. Ziying pointed at Man Ning's team. Ziying, what did you say? My team is the weakest? Which eye did you use to see that? Man Ning said coldly. Like Man Ning, Ziying was also one of the 3 elite disciples of the Sacred Fire Saber sect and the leader of a team. Which eye did you use to see that? I can see with both eyes that the strength of your team is uneven. Even a first-level Divine Lord trash is in it. It can be seen that your team's strength is really not that good. Ziying revealed a disdainful smile and glanced at Lu Ming. The others were almost the same. They looked at Lu Ming and revealed a disdainful smile. Even a first-level Divine Lord could be selected. It could be seen that Man Ning's team was very weak. Ziying, do you think you can judge a person's strength by cultivation alone? Although Lu Ming is only a first-level Divine Lord, his battle strength is very strong and won't lose to anyone. Man Ning said. Ha ha ha, very strong battle strength? Man Ning, you really know how to stick gold on your face? Ziying laughed loudly, the disdain on his face becoming even thicker as he said, a first-level Divine Lord, how strong can he be? Man Ning, you wouldn't want to say that he's comparable to a 3rd-level Divine Lord, right? If that's really the case, then it's not that he's strong, but that your people are too weak. Then you all don't need to participate anymore. Going is also courting death. You're talking nonsense. Man Ning had a furious look on his face. Elder, it's very clear that there's even a first-level Divine Lord in Man Ning's team. It can be seen how weak her team is. This way, it's very simple. Excluding her, our two teams can head to the dragon race's mother planet. Ziying said. The reason why he targeted Man Ning was that the other team's strength was very shocking. He did not have confidence. The white-haired old man frowned. His thoughts were also biased towards Ziying. There was even a first-level Divine Lord in Man Ning's team. It could be seen that his strength was really not much. Going to the dragon race's mother planet was also a waste of the quota. Strength is never based on words. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lu Ming. Kid, what do you mean by this? Ziying's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Ming. Looks like your ability to understand is really not good. My words are already so clear, but I don't mind explaining it again. Strength can never be judged by words. Only by fighting can one judge strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming would not miss the opportunity to go to the dragon race's mother planet. If the other party wanted to exclude him, then he could only use his fist to fight his way in. You want to fight? Do you think you can compete with us with your first-level Divine Lord cultivation? Haha. Ziying let out a disdainful sneer. He did not believe that a first-level Divine Lord could be that strong. Divine Lord realm was not God King or Celestial God realms. One could casually fight across realms. He was very clear about how difficult it was to fight across realms in the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, the people here were all considered geniuses. It was even more difficult to fight across realms. Elder, I think Lu Ming is right. Strength is not based on words, but through fighting. I request a battle to determine which team is the weakest. Man Ning cupped his fists toward the three elders. Alright, this elder also has the same intention. Then let's have a team battle. The three teams will fight each other and have a team battle. The weakest team won't have to go to the dragon race's mother planet. Also, remember not to kill. The old man instructed. As the old man spoke, he slammed his palm on the ground. Rumble, the ground rumbled, and a huge stone battle platform emerged from the ground. This battle platform is about 1,000 miles long and wide. You guys go up and fight. Those who fall off the battle platform lose. The old man said. Ziying, let's fight. Man Ning looked at Ziying with high fighting spirit. With a swoosh, Man Ning stepped onto the battle platform first. Then, Lu Ming and the others stepped onto the battle platform one after another. They were very confident because they knew Lu Ming's combat strength. They could not use an ordinary first-level Divine Lord to measure Lu Ming's combat strength. Ziying and the rest dared to underestimate Lu Ming. They were destined to suffer a great loss. Just like Ku Dao. Ziying shouted and rushed to the fighting ring. Ziying said coldly. He was full of confidence. As soon as his words left his mouth, he dashed out and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Ziying, your opponent is me. Man Ning shouted coldly and also rushed out, charging towards Ziying. Two rays of saber light flashed and tore the void apart. They collided fiercely and the saber light swept out in all directions. Ziying and Man Ning's figures trembled as they retreated repeatedly. But in the next moment, they fought again. The sky was filled with saber light and the powerful aura formed a terrible pressure that spread in all directions. They are stronger, but their strength is still limited. Lu Ming observed for a while and had a rough idea of Ziying and Man Ning's strength. Although the two of them were stronger than the others, they were not much stronger. The Origin Divine Power Factor was still 4 times awakened and the Origin Secret Technique had not severed the shackles. It was not easy to sever the shackles of the Origin Secret Technique. The second prince of the Taishu dynasty had cultivated for 2 stellar years and reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm. But he had only severed one shackle. Back in the primordial Divine Spirit world, although they were all below the Divine Lord realm, those who entered the primordial Divine Spirit world were all geniuses of various races who cultivated the primordial Divine Body. Some of them were very talented, but only a few of them had severed the shackles of the Origin Secret Technique. Moreover, in the primordial Divine Spirit world, in those famous mountains, whether it was cultivating the Origin Divine Power Factor or the Origin Secret Technique, it was easier than outside. However, only a few people could do it. If Lu Ming had not had a series of fortuitous encounters, It would not have been so easy to sever the shackles of the origin secret technique. Boom, Ziying and Man Ning were fighting, and Lu Ming and the others were also fighting. More than 20 people on both sides were fighting. Kid, a first-level Divine Lord trash, get down. A black-faced youth sneered and rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing his saber at Lu Ming. This youth had a third-level Divine Lord cultivation and was very strong. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was not enough. Looks like I have to show some of my strength. Otherwise, if I keep being looked down upon, it won't be good for me when I go to the dragon race's mother planet. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He realized that sometimes, it was not good to be too low-key. When it was time to be high-profile, it was time to be high-profile. In an instant, the battle character art was activated. 11 types of divine power erupted and the Tyrant God Spear appeared in his hand. Wung, the Tyrant God Spear vibrated. At this moment, Lu Ming directly activated the Tyrant God Spear's power after severing the shackles. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Then, the spear swept out. Bang, without any surprise, the black-faced youth's saber light shattered. The spear did not stop, sweeping toward the black-faced youth. Ah, your origin secret technique severed the shackles. The black-faced youth let out a horrified roar. He had almost been frightened to death. At the critical moment, he used his saber to block. His saber was a monarch-grade divine artifact. Moreover, his origin secret technique was also a saber that was fused into the monarch-grade divine artifact. However, when the Tyrant God Spear struck the saber violently trembled and shattered. The black-faced youth's body flew out of the stage like a cannonball. He continued flying for over 10,000 miles before crashing into the ground. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had been heavily injured. One move. In just one move, the black-faced youth had been instantly killed. Of course, the black-faced youth hadn't died because Lu Ming had shown mercy. There was a rule before that stated that he could not kill. What? Seeing this scene, the others were greatly shocked. It wasn't just Ziying's people. Man Ning's people, the other team, and the white-haired elders group all widened their eyes. He had severed the shackles. Lu Ming's origin secret technique had actually severed the shackles and activated a terrifying power. Scram! Before anyone could react, Lu Ming had already charged over. He was invincible. No one could block one move from Lu Ming. The Tyrant God Spear swept out, and one figure after another was sent flying out of the stage. Almost in an instant, Lu Ming swept out 11 spears. Then, 11 figures flew out of the fighting ring. No one could block Lu Ming's move. 11 people flew out almost at the same time and smashed onto the ground. The 12 people brought by Ziying were sent flying just like that. Only Man Ning's people were left on the fighting ring. Ziying and Man Ning were fighting in the air. Seeing such a situation, Ziying's eyes almost popped out. He was dumbfounded and stunned. Thereafter, he was slashed by Man Ning's saber and was sent flying with severe injuries. He had yet to come back to his senses. His eyes were widened and he stared intently at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with puzzlement, horror, and other emotions. Man Ning's heart also trembled violently a few times. She knew that she still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than she imagined. Taking a few deep breaths, Man Ning calmed herself down. First-level Divine Lord, so what? Man Ning stood in the air and stared at Ziying. His disdainful voice came out. Puff, Ziying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face burning. Didn't he look down on first-level Divine Lords before? He thought that Man Ning's divine power was uneven. What was the result? It was a slap in the face. His people were all killed by Lu Ming in an instant. With such strength, he could easily crush him. He looked down on Lu Ming. Was he qualified? Amazing. The 3 elders of Sacred Fire Saber sect were also full of amazement. Lu Xian, it's our turn next. At this time, Man Ning looked at the leader of another team and issued a challenge. At this moment, Man Ning was in high spirits and full of confidence. With Lu Ming here, what was there to be afraid of? Directly crush, the leader of the other team was called Lu Xian. At this moment, his face was ugly. He forced a smile and said, "Junior Sister Man Ning, I didn't expect that there was such a genius in your team." "I was wrong. I admit defeat in this battle." Lu Xian was straightforward and directly admitted defeat. What a joke, to go up and be defeated. He was not so stupid. In any case, 2 out of the 3 teams could go, as long as they defeated Ziying's team. Previously, Lu Xian's team had always been considered the strongest of the 3 teams. He still had some confidence in defeating Ziying. Alright, the first team to win is Manning's team. They have earned the right to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The white-haired old man announced. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally settled. Now, Lu Xian and Ziying, it's your turn to compete. Whichever side loses will be eliminated. Ziying, for the sake of fairness, I'll give you time to heal your injuries. Hurry up and heal your injuries. The white-haired old man said. Ziying's expression was unsightly. The overall strength of Lu Xian's team was above his. This was also the reason why he provoked Man Ning in the beginning. As long as he defeated Man Ning, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Xian, he would still be able to obtain the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But now, he could only face Lu Xian. Focus on healing. Ziying shouted loudly. She took out a divine pill and swallowed it, focusing on healing her injuries. He was unwilling to give up just like that. He still wanted to give it a try. Ziying and his people focused on healing their injuries. Since there was still some time before they set off, everyone waited quietly. After a few days, Ziying and his people finally recovered from their injuries and returned to their peak condition. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming didn't hit them too hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recovered in a few days. After their injuries were healed, the 2 sides stepped onto the battle platform and the battle broke out. Although Lu Xian's team was stronger overall, there was a limit to their strength. The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. If it weren't for the rule that no killing was allowed, someone would have died. The 2 sides fought for more than half an hour before the outcome was decided. In the end, Lu Xian's team was slightly better and defeated Ziying's team. In the end, Man Ning and Lu Xian's teams obtained the opportunity to go to the wormhole. There was still more than a month left. They would stay nearby and wait for the time to come. After that, everything was calm. There were no accidents. More than a month passed quickly. Outside the wormhole, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Remember, when you enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you must keep a low profile and be careful. This time, countless forces in the primitive universe will send people there. It is a great opportunity and also a great danger. You must grasp it well. The white-haired elder warned solemnly. Yes, elder. Everyone nodded. Go. The white-haired elder waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others set off and entered the wormhole. After entering the wormhole, they soon arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. People of the sacred fire saber sect, follow us. Lu Ming and the rest had yet to size up their surroundings when they heard a voice. They looked forward and saw a group of more than a dozen people. These people were all wearing wings. Their eyes were sharp and their auras were terrifying. They gave off an unfathomable feeling. Quasi-emperors. Are these people all quasi-emperors? Lu Ming was shocked. He understood that this should be the territory of the sacred sparrow tribe. However, he was still shocked to see more than a dozen quasi-emperors at a glance. Lu Ming, the sacred sparrow tribe is a large tribe on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. For such a force, quasi-emperors are nothing. Even divine emperors are nothing. Bone Demon's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Even divine emperors are nothing. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. The only divine emperor he had seen so far was the immortal demon lord. Moreover, he was a severely injured divine emperor. In the sacred sparrow tribe, divine emperors were nothing. It was terrifying. But soon, Lu Ming felt relieved. After all, they were a powerful force on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. The primitive universe was vast and there were countless forces and races. Those that could be listed on the primitive 10,000 tribes list were the top races in the primitive universe. It was normal for them to be powerful. Seniors, we are from the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Man Ning and Lu Xian nodded hurriedly, trembling with fear. Although the Sacred Fire Saber sect was a powerful force, they were like ants in front of the Sacred Sparrow tribe. It was normal for Lu Xian and Man Ning to lose their composure in front of the elites of the Sacred Sparrow tribe. I know that you are from the Sacred Fire Saber sect. We are waiting for you here. Come with us. There are also some people from other forces. When everyone is here, we will set off for the dragon race's mother planet. A middle-aged man from the Sacred Sparrow tribe said calmly. However, Lu Ming saw disdain and arrogance in his eyes. The large tribes on the primitive 10,000 tribes list had the right to be arrogant in front of some small forces. They would only speak with the same attitude when facing other tribes that were also on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. Lu Xian, Man Ning, and the others trembled with fear. Lu Ming did not mind. The group followed the Sacred Sparrow tribe and arrived at a small wormhole. The Sacred Sparrow tribe was a huge force and occupied a huge territory. Even if they used teleportation to travel, it would take a long time. Therefore, the Sacred Sparrow tribe basically used wormholes to travel. For a major force like the Sacred Sparrow tribe, they would even pay a huge price to invite the spacetime spirit rats to open a wormhole for them. The almighty among the spacetime spirit mice had the ability to revert to their ancestors and could open fixed wormholes. In the regions of these great forces and races, the wormholes were like intersecting networks that connected the various regions. Otherwise, just traveling alone would take an unknown amount of time. With the wormhole, transportation was much more convenient. Through the wormhole, they soon arrived at a bustling planet. They settled down on the planet and waited. Without a doubt, the planet of the Sacred Sparrow tribe was even more bustling with true experts. There were all kinds of treasures that Lu Ming had never seen before. Lu Ming was extremely envious. Lu Ming went out for a stroll and bought some things. Brother Lu. When Lu Ming returned to his residence after buying some things, he bumped into Man Ning. Man Ning seemed to be looking for him. Miss Man Ning, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, do you know about the dreamy sacred jade? Man Ning asked with a smile. Dreamy sacred jade? What's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was his first time hearing about the dreamy sacred jade. This is it. Man Ning said. The next moment, her glabella lit up. A translucent, palm-sized jade token flew out from her glabella. This is the dreamy sacred jade. What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked. He could feel that the dreamy sacred jade was special, but he couldn't tell what it was. The dreamy sacred jade is refined by the dreamy heavenly palace. Man Ning explained with a smile. Dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming was shocked. The current primitive universe was in the era of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace ruled the primitive universe and all races submitted to it. Legend had it that there wasn't only one heavenly palace, but many different heavenly palaces. Obviously, the illusory heavenly palace was one of the heavenly palaces. The treasures refined by the dreamy heavenly palace were definitely extraordinary. As expected, Man Ning continued to explain, as long as it is bound to the Dream Jade token, anyone who has the Dream Jade token, no matter where in the universe, will be able to exchange information. What? Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. No matter which corner of the universe they were in, they could exchange information. This function was too heaven-defying. Compared to the voice transmission Jade token, it was many times stronger. In fact, the desolate universe was too big. No matter what grade the voice transmission Jade talisman was, it was useless. The distance was too far, and it was impossible to send a message directly. However, this dreamy heavenly jade was actually able to directly communicate with one another. It was truly heaven-defying. In the Taishu dynasty, he had never heard of such a thing. The Taishu dynasty was still too backward. Brother Lu, this is only one of the basic functions of the dreamy heavenly jade. The dreamy heavenly jade has many other functions. For example, there is a public area on the dreamy heavenly jade. If you send a message there, other people who have the dreamy heavenly jade will be able to see it. For example, there are various secret techniques, divine skills, and cultivation experience on the dreamy heavenly jade. Man Ning explained. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. This kind of treasure was really mysterious. He couldn't wait to have one. Miss Man Ning, where can I buy this dreamy heavenly jade? Lu Ming asked. The dreamy heavenly jade is very rare even in the sacred fire saber sect. It is a precious treasure and not many people have it. However, you can still buy it in the sacred sparrow tribe. However, I happen to have one left. Why don't I give it to Brother Lu? After saying that, Man Ning's hand shone and another jade token appeared. It was indeed the dreamy heavenly jade. It was emitting a dreamy light. Give it to me? Lu Ming was surprised. A treasure like the dreamy heavenly jade was rare even in a big force like the sacred fire saber sect. However, no one had heard of it in the Taishu dynasty. One could imagine that it was very valuable. Man Ning actually gave him a piece directly? Brother Lu is very talented and powerful. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, I am afraid we will need Brother Lu's help. Man Ning smiled and said directly. She was very direct and spoke her mind. Obviously, she wanted to befriend Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Alright, when we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, if there is a need, Lu Ming will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Of course, if it is too dangerous, please forgive Lu Ming for not being able to help. Lu Ming said. He was also very direct. If he had the ability, he would help. If he didn't, there was nothing he could do. Of course. Man Ning smiled and handed the dreamy heavenly jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. To be honest, such a treasure was really tempting. How do I use it? Lu Ming asked. Just drip a drop of blood on it and it will be bound. In this way, no one else can use it except you. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded and squeezed a drop of blood from his finger. He dripped it on the dreamy heavenly jade. Immediately, the dreamy heavenly jade absorbed the blood completely. At this time, Lu Ming and the dreamy heavenly jade had a strange connection. With a thought, the dreamy heavenly jade flew into his glabella and floated in his sea of consciousness. Then, Lu Ming's mind moved again, and an invisible picture appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Please name it. 3 big words appeared on the picture. Huh? Name it? Lu Ming was surprised. Brother Lu, the dreamy heavenly jade will form a dreamy space. The public area on it can be seen by everyone, so basically no one will use their real name. They will use a fake name to avoid their information being exposed. As if she knew what Lu Ming saw, Man Ning explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Then, what name should he give it? Along the way, I have an affinity with dragons. Let's call it Dragon Emperor. But now that the Divine Dragon Clan has been exterminated, the name Dragon Emperor is too arrogant. It will probably be targeted. Forget it, let's change it. Let's call it Bamboo Moo. Several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The name Bamboo Moo was purely a flash of inspiration. There was no other reason. Then, Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to write the 2 words Bamboo Moo on the picture. Name successful. The scene immediately changed, and different diagrams appeared one after another. These were different areas, such as the public area, the secret technique area, the divine pill area, the secret area, and so on. Let's look at the secret technique area. Lu Ming's mind moved, and then the small picture in the secret technique area rapidly enlarged and turned into another picture. Secret technique, meteor flying moon. The arrow is like a meteor, piercing through the starry sky. Secret technique, phoenix burning heaven. The fire attribute secret technique can burn the starry sky. All kinds of secret techniques appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. However, each secret technique had a price behind it. If you wanted to see it, you had to buy it. And the price was shockingly high, and it was measured in monarch pills. Lu Ming looked at it briefly and was not interested. Now that he had mastered 11 kinds of secret techniques, he had no interest in cultivating other ordinary secret techniques. Miss Manning, these secret techniques need to be purchased. How do I buy them? How do I pay for them with divine crystals or monarch pills? Lu Ming asked curiously. The dreamy heavenly palace has branches in many places. You can go to those branches to pay for some divine crystals or monarch pills, then you can spend them in the dreamy space of the dreamy divine jade. Manning said. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this was a bit like the contribution points of the sections. Many sects' identity tokens had contribution points in them, and they could be used to pay for them directly. Then, Lu Ming activated his spiritual sense and entered the public area. Suddenly, messages appeared one after another. We have arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but the seal is strong. We still have 5 years before we can enter. Analysis of the weakness of the seal on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. A series of messages appeared. This is amazing, really amazing. With this dreamy divine jade, won't I be able to know the big news and events in every corner of the primitive universe in an instant? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was definitely a supreme treasure. The Heavenly Palace's methods were really shocking. The primitive universe is vast and endless, and there are countless races. It is said that some races have developed a method called technology, which is quite mysterious. I heard that the refinement of the dreamy divine jade was inspired by technology. Man Jean explained with a smile. Thank you, Miss Manning. Lu Ming cupped his fists, expressing his sincere gratitude. With the dreamy divine jade, he would soon be able to integrate into the vast universe. He would no longer be clueless and ignorant. He wanted to go back to his room immediately and study it carefully. Brother Lu, you can study it first. If you don't understand anything, ask me. By the way, let's add each other's information. This way, we can communicate with each other. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming understood this point. For example, the communication jade talisman had to leave messages with each other before they could communicate. The two of them added each other's information, and then Man Ning left. Lu Ming couldn't wait to go back to his room and began to study the dreamy divine jade. In this way, they waited for a few months, and Lu Ming finally understood the usage of the dreamy divine jade. It was time to set off. A sacred sparrow race expert led them to a huge wormhole. This wormhole was the wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming saw a large number of young experts. There were at least 10,000 people. These youths had cultivation levels at or below the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm. They were all universe-level factions like the Sacred Fire Saber sect that needed to borrow the wormhole of the Sacred Sparrow race. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh swoosh, this group of young people was wearing feather clothes of various colors. There were both men and women. Some of them looked cold and arrogant, while others looked calm. However, all of them had powerful auras. There were several hundred of them. Swoosh divine swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh 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 swoosh. These youths were all elites of the Sacred Sparrow race. There were actually several hundred 3rd-level divine lords. One had to know, back then in the Taishu dynasty, there were only 2 people who reached level 1 divine lord. As for the Sacred Sparrow race, there were hundreds of 3rd-level divine lords. How many 1st-level and 2nd-level divine lords were there, and how many were 3rd-level divine lords and above? There was no comparison at all. Any prodigy from the Sacred Sparrow race would be a top prodigy in the Taishu dynasty. It's said that some powerful races have the blood of primitive gods flowing in their veins. They have powerful talents and rich resources. With the accumulation of resources, their cultivation is naturally stronger. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The geniuses of the Sacred Sparrow tribe were certainly talented, but their resources were also astonishing. They were not something that the Taishu dynasty could compare with. It was also reasonable for them to be powerful. I heard that the Sacred Sparrow race is only ranked around 9,000 on the prehistoric 10,000 races list. Yet, they are already so powerful. I wonder how many geniuses there are in the prehistoric universe. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, he became excited. The more prodigies there were, the better. Only then would it be exciting and motivating for him to constantly improve. Back then, in the primitive divine spirit world, there were many prodigies from various races in the prehistoric universe. However, there were many limitations. Only divine kings could enter. Once they broke through to the Divine Lord realm, they would be sent away. Moreover, only prodigies who cultivated the primitive divine body could enter. Therefore, the number of prodigies one could meet was very limited. In the vast prehistoric universe, there were countless races and forces. Thus, there were many prodigies. That was what was truly exciting. Now, follow us to the dragon race's mother planet through this wormhole. A sacred sparrow race prodigy said. Then, the sacred sparrow race took the lead and flew into the wormhole, disappearing into it. Then, Lu Ming and the others followed and disappeared into the wormhole. Not long after, they appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. At this point, Lu Ming's blood suddenly flowed at a faster speed. This place gives me a very strange feeling. It's very comfortable. It seems that we are not far from the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that he had a drop of primitive divine blood in his body, it was the primitive divine blood of the primitive divine dragon. It was normal for him to feel close to everything about the dragon race. This is the star sector where the dragon race's mother planet is located. The dragon race's mother planet is in the center of this star sector. Follow us, but we are only responsible for bringing you to the dragon race's mother planet. After that, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with the sacred sparrow race. A sacred sparrow race prodigy said. Everyone nodded. They naturally understood. Forces like the sacred fire saber sect had bribed the sacred sparrow race. Therefore, the sacred sparrow race would bring them to the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, they would not care about what happened after that. The sacred sparrow race prodigy led the way and flew forward. After a few days, a huge planet appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dong dong dong. At that moment, Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. He knew that this was the dragon race's mother planet. It was huge, too huge. The dragon race's mother planet was the largest planet that Lu Ming had ever seen. It was at least 10,000 times larger than an ordinary planet with life. The huge planet floated in the distant starry sky, exuding an ancient aura. It was as if there were many primitive divine spirits sitting there. Even though it was far away, Lin Fan could feel a strong pressure. Moreover, there was only a sun around the dragon race's mother planet. There were no other planets. Along the way, Lu Ming heard about it from others. The war that killed the dragon race had been very tragic. Other than the dragon race's mother planet and a huge star beside it, all the other planets around it had been destroyed. The surroundings of the dragon race's mother planet were empty. There were no other planets, not even a single planet. There were only a lot of meteorites floating in the distance. These little birds are here too. Hee hee, great. Shall we catch a few to try? At that moment, a few snickers came from another direction. Then, several figures flew over. They were also young men, and there were several hundred of them. They were all dressed in black robes, and their eyes were cold, like venomous snakes. Glacier Python Tribe. Many of the sacred sparrow tribe's sky prides had cold looks in their eyes. So it's the Glacier Python Tribe on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a section in the illusory sacred jade that recorded all kinds of information. For example, information on the primitive 10,000 tribes board, various perilous and secret grounds, etc. This information did not require divine gems or monarch elixirs to purchase. Lu Ming had browsed through a lot during this period of time and had a good understanding of the powerful tribes on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. The Glacier Python tribe was ranked in the 9,000th place on the primitive 10,000 tribes board, which was similar to the Sacred Sparrow tribe. However, the Glacier Python tribe and the Sacred Sparrow tribe were sworn enemies. That was because the Glacier Python tribe loved to devour the sacred sparrows. Throughout history, many members of the Sacred Sparrow tribe had been devoured by the Glacier Python tribe. At that moment, the young men from the Glacier Python tribe were looking at the young men from the Sacred Sparrow tribe with glowing eyes. It was as though they had seen delicious food. You little birds are here too. Very good. Become our delicacies. Hee hee. A young man from the Glacier Python tribe sneered. His eyes were burning with passion. You are the ones who will die. A sky pride from the Sacred Sparrow tribe shouted. His killing intent was cold as he stepped out and was about to attack. That was because he had a relative who had been devoured by the Glacier Python tribe. When he saw the glacier python tribe, he wanted to kill it. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A young man from the glacier python tribe stepped out and charged at the skypride from the sacred sparrow tribe. When the two of them collided in the void, there was a loud explosion. Boom, the starry sky shook and the two of them retreated. There was no doubt that both of them were third-level divine lords. "Little bird, I'm going to devour you." The young man of the glacier python clan revealed a ruthless look on his face. He let out a furious roar, and his body started to transform into a gigantic python. This giant python was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the youth of the sacred sparrow tribe. The python's mouth was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The young man of the sacred sparrow tribe let out a long cry. His body also transformed into a huge sacred sparrow. He flapped his wings and slashed towards the giant glacier python like a heavenly blade. The two of them fought fiercely, and energy overflowed everywhere. The other members of the Holy Sparrow tribe and the glacier python tribe did not attack. They were already close to the territory of the dragon clan's mother planet. There were probably many geniuses from large factions in the vicinity of this starry sky. If they were to start a war now, both sides would suffer great losses and they would probably be annihilated by the other races. "Very strong," Lu Ming observed carefully. The Holy Sparrow tribe and the Glacier Python tribe lived up to their names on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. In a battle of the same level, perhaps no one in the Sacred Fire Saber sect could match him. Even the strongest Man Ning and Lu Xian could not. This was an innate talent. These races had powerful bloodlines that ordinary races could not compare to. The two sides exchanged a few hundred blows. In the end, they coughed up blood and retreated. There was no clear winner. "Humph, you little birds. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, we'll annihilate all of you," the young man of the Glacier Python tribe said coldly. "We don't know who will be annihilated by then," the young man of the Holy Sparrow tribe replied forcefully. The two sides did not continue to fight. After a short standoff, the Glacier Python tribe flew in another direction. Although the Dragon Clan's mother planet has been revived, the seal of the 10,000 dragon seals is still extremely strong. Only a few weak spots can be penetrated. Moreover, it requires a fixed period of time. We can only enter when the seal is at its weakest. Now is not the time. We still need another 5 years. Now that we have brought you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you can move about on your own. Don't follow us," a young man of the Holy Sparrow tribe said to Lu Ming and the rest. After arriving at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Holy Sparrow tribe naturally did not want to bring Lu Ming and the rest along. In their opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just burdens. Having said that, the people of the Holy Sparrow tribe flew ahead. "Let's go. Let's go." The Skybrides of forces like the Sacred Fire Saber sect also left. Some of them flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to check out the situation. Some of them flew in other directions and found a meteorite to settle down near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. They would wait for 5 years to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming had learned a lot about the situation of the Dragon Clan's mother planet from the illusory Sacred Jade. Back then, the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been sealed with the 10,000 dragon seals by the last batch of elites of the Divine Dragon Clan. This seal was extremely strong. Even the top elites on the primitive 10,000 tribe board would find it difficult to enter. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been revived, the 10,000 dragon seals had begun to weaken. However, even if they had weakened, it was not that easy to enter. Now, some powerful forces had only found 18 weak spots. They were scattered in different parts of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Furthermore, these 18 weak points weren't weak all the time. After some experts had experimented with them, they had concluded that every 33 years, the seals of the weak points would be at their weakest. Only then would they be able to enter. Moreover, the strongest seal would only allow third-level divine lords to enter. If an even stronger expert tried to barge in, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Now, the 18 weak spots were in the hands of 18 powerful races. Moreover, there was another interesting point. Perhaps it was because the Divine Dragon Clan had been annihilated. Therefore, the dragon clan that had sealed the 10,000 dragon seals were filled with resentment. They were extremely repulsed by the powerful races on the myriad tribe board. The stronger the race, the greater the repulsion. Now, the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board could not enter at all. Even those below third-level divine lords could not enter. They could only enter when the seals were even weaker. Therefore, the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board had already given up after a few attempts. The elites and skyprides of these races had already left. In other words, the races that appeared in this starry sky were all races ranked below the top 100 on the primitive 10,000 tribe board. This information was obtained by Lu Ming from the illusory sacred jade. With the illusory sacred jade, many things were really a lot more convenient. Soon, only the 26 people from the sacred fire saber sect were left in this area. Should we go to the dragon clan's mother planet to investigate first or find a place to stay? Someone asked. It's not time yet. We can't enter the dragon clan's mother planet at all. It's useless to investigate. Let's find a place to stay first. Man Ning said. Everyone nodded and then flew in a direction. They found a huge meteorite nearby and landed on it. Lu Xian's team also followed Lu Ming's team and landed on the meteorite. However, they did not follow them but landed on the other side of the meteorite, separated by a long distance. Although they came from Sacred Fire Saber sect, they were competitors. After landing on the meteorite, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to look at the illusory heavenly jade in his sea of consciousness. There was a lot of useful information in the public area of the illusory heavenly jade. During this period of time, the attention of the major races in the primitive universe was focused on the divine dragon race's mother planet. Therefore, most of the topics revolved around the divine dragon race's mother planet. After browsing for a while, Lu Ming learned some useful information. Those 18 weak points were now in the hands of 18 powerful races. They were strictly controlled. If one wanted to pass through the 18 weak points, one would have to pay a large amount of divine crystals or monarch pills to those races. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. In this world, strength was the absolute truth. It was the same everywhere. The dragon race's mother planet belonged to the dragon race and not other races. However, those 18 races occupied the 18 weak points. If others wanted to pass through, they would have to pay a fee. It was because they were strong. If they were weak, they would have been destroyed long ago. If they were strong, others could only listen obediently. At the same time, Lu Ming learned that these weak points only appeared once every 33 years. Last time, the major races had already sent people in, but it seemed that they suffered heavy losses. Most of them did not pass and died. Even at the weakest time, it was not easy to pass through. It was very dangerous. However, after another 33 years, some experts speculated that this time, it should be better. It was not as dangerous as the last time. It should be easier to pass through. The dragon race's mother planet actually appeared at the beginning of the world and gave birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It's really unimaginable. Lu Ming sighed. In the public area, someone spread the origin of the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming was shocked. Some powerful races had mother planets that were born at the beginning of the world and had given birth to primordial divine spirits. It was incomparably mysterious. The divine dragon race was extremely powerful. At their peak, they could be ranked in the top 5 of the universe. The dragon race's mother planet had given birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the dragon clan's mother planet to look for opportunities. How many opportunities could there be in a dragon clan's mother planet that had nurtured over 49 primeval divine dragons and developed for countless years? More importantly, it had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. How many treasures would there be? Lu Ming's heart was also burning with passion. The primordial divine body that he cultivated was the primordial divine dragon body, which required him to continuously condense primordial divine blood. If he could obtain treasures related to the primordial divine dragon from the dragon clan's mother planet, it would be of great help to him. Moreover, Mid-Autumn Moon and Xianxia might be on the dragon clan's home planet. He had to go there. Wait, the dragon clan's mother planet has such a strong seal. If Xiaoqing is in the Dragon Clan's mother planet, how did she get in? Lu Ming frowned as he thought of this possibility. Even the top experts of the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking could not enter, but Xianxia could. Mid-Autumn Moon had entered through the teleportation platform of a secret base of the Dragon Clan. That could be explained. But what about Xianxia? However, if Xianxia was not on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, why did the map in the Jade token that he had left him point to this place? Moreover, it was left behind thousands of years ago. What was the secret behind this? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He could only wait until he entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and slowly investigate. Boom! At this moment, a meteorite in the distance exploded. Then, divine light shone and illuminated the starry sky. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the rest were alarmed. They looked in that direction. They were far away, but the starry sky was vast and unobstructed. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, they could still see some of it. Many figures were fighting and killing each other. It was very tragic, and people were dying constantly. In the primitive universe, there are some races and forces that are mortal enemies. Once you encounter them, a war will break out easily. For example, the Sacred Sparrow tribe and the Glacier Python tribe. Man Ning explained with a solemn expression. The others were the same. Now, in the galaxy around the Dragon Clan's mother planet, countless geniuses had gathered. If they were not careful, a war would break out. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be killed before they even entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet. That would be a waste. After fighting for a while, both sides suffered heavy losses. As if they were afraid, the war finally ended and they retreated. However, such a war was unavoidable. Not long after, a war broke out in another part of the starry sky. It was a tragic battle. Just like that, from time to time, a great war would break out in the starry sky. In less than half a year, Lu Ming and the others had stayed and watched dozens of great battles. On this day, a scream suddenly came from the meteorite where Lu Ming and the others were. This made Man Ning and the others' hair stand on end. They all stood up and formed a circle. They circulated their divine power and cautiously stared in the direction of the sound. At this moment, a few more screams were heard. They were incomparably mournful. It's from Lu Xian and the others. A young man spoke. His face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down. That direction was where Lu Xian and the others were staying. Let's go. We're leaving this meteorite. Man Ning made a prompt decision and was about to lead the others away. However, at this moment, a stream of light flew towards them rapidly. It was Lu Xian. They immediately saw that the stream of light was wrapped around Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with fear. He rushed towards Lu Ming and the others frantically and roared, Man Ning, save me, quickly save me. Damn it, this guy wants to drag us in. Man Ning roared. Lu Xian flew towards them and roared, trying to divert the trouble. However, at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Lu Xian's body suddenly emitted a dense black light. Then, his body stiffened, and rays of black light rushed out from his body. Lu Xian screamed miserably. His glabella shone, and his soul rushed out along with the black light. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Lu Xian's soul was about to be extracted. This was too strange. Save me, Man Ning, Lu Ming, save me. Lu Xian screamed crazily. His soul struggled violently, but it was useless. The next moment, his soul completely flew out and was caught by a skinny young man in a black robe. Lu Xian's soul was extracted, and his body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Another good soul. Hee, not bad, not bad. The skinny man sneered. He took out a wooden jar and put Lu Xian's soul inside. You're from the Wu people? Man Ning asked with a pale face. Hee, you have good taste. We're from the Wu people. A cold voice sounded. It was not the skinny young man from before. It came from another direction. A few more black-robed young men appeared in another direction. There were 4 of them in total. Together with the previous one, there were 5 of them. Their attire was very similar. They were all wearing black robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. They were all skinny, as if they were just skin and bones. Black light constantly emanated from their bodies, making them look very evil. Wu people, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This was the second time he had seen the Wu people. Back in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor of the Wu people helped the barbarians to fight against the Taishu dynasty, but he was stopped by Blue Merchant with his soul power. Later on, the barbarian emperor offended the Wu people and was killed by the Wu people. The faces of Man Ning and the others were extremely ugly, and they were also extremely terrified. The sorcerer tribe was a very famous tribe in the untainted universe. It was not only because the sorcerer tribe was extremely powerful and ranked high on the list of 10,000 tribes in the untainted universe, but also because the sorcerer tribe's means were extremely strange and terrifying. The Wu people often extracted the souls of other creatures to cultivate. They were notorious for that. Of course, the people of the sorcerer tribe knew their limits. They would not offend those tribes that were stronger than them. They would only offend those tribes that were weaker than them. Therefore, for countless years, not only did the sorcerer tribe live well, they also became stronger and stronger. Obviously, Lu Xian and the others had already had their souls extracted by the Wu people. It was their turn now. Man Ning and the others felt their hearts sink. What should we do? What should we do? Someone's voice was trembling. His body was trembling non-stop, and his face was deathly pale. Let's go. A young man couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed up and tried to escape. You want to escape? How naive. One of the Wu people took out a small drum and hit it lightly. Then, the young man who was trying to escape trembled and almost fell from the sky. Then, the Wu people young man waved his hand and 3 puppets flew out at an astonishing speed toward the young man. Ah, I'll kill you. The young man from the sacred fire saber sect roared. His saber light soared and pierced through the starry sky. The saber light split into 3 and slashed at the 3 wooden puppets. However, when the young man from the sacred fire saber sect released his saber light, the young man from the Wu people hit the drum several times. The young man from the sacred fire saber sect shook violently. His glabella glowed, and even the saber light dimmed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, this was a soul attack that could affect the soul, just like the Wu person who had appeared in the Taishu dynasty. This kind of method was somewhat similar to the people of the Jiuyou heavenly residents of the Taishu dynasty, but the degree of exquisiteness was far beyond that of the people of the Jiuyou heavenly residents. At this moment, the saber light dimmed. The 3 puppets rushed over and entered the body of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect. The young man screamed in agony. His body emitted a dense black light. Then, his soul was pulled out, just like Lu Xian's soul. With his soul taken out, the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect was left with only his physical body. He was dead. Man Ning and the others were even paler. The Wu people's methods were too strange. They specialized in dealing with souls. Only soul protection treasures could resist them. However, the barbarians' methods weren't limited to that. Even soul protection treasures couldn't resist the Wu people's attacks. Many people who were stronger than the Wu people were often defeated by the Wu people because their methods were impossible to defend against. Haha, you want to run away from us? How naive. The young man from the Wu people sneered. He grabbed the soul of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect and stuffed it into a bottle. They could use these souls to make all kinds of puppets and even higher-level substitute puppets. Therefore, souls were treasures in their eyes, especially the souls of young prodigies. This gathering of prodigies was a great opportunity for them. It was even more attractive than the dragon race's home planet. Just accept your death and you won't have to suffer. Another young prodigy from the Wu people sneered. Everyone, gather together and attack together. Let's get out of here. Man Ning said. They had no choice but to give it their all. Although she knew that even if she gave it her all, it might not work. She could tell from the fate of Lu Xian and the others. However, they couldn't just give up. It seems that you're still unwilling to give up. You're courting death. A young man from the Wu people sneered. They could tell that Man Ning and the others wouldn't give up. 5 young men from the Wu people waved their hands. A large number of puppets appeared in the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Man Ning shouted and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded, "Why rush? Just kill them." It was Lu Ming who spoke. Man Ning, who was about to dash out, paused. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. Kill them? She had to admit that Lu Ming was very powerful and had already broken one of the shackles of the origin source secret technique. However, the Wu people's methods were too strange. They could often defeat the stronger ones. Facing 5 young prodigies from the Wu people, she didn't think that Lu Ming could win. However, when she saw Lu Ming's confident smile, her heart could not help but calm down. Lu Ming was also unfathomable in her eyes. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the 5 young prodigies from the Wu people were stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This kid said he would kill us. He's just a first-level divine lord trash. This is the funniest joke I've heard in so many years. I've decided to take this kid's soul. I'd like to see what gave him such confidence." A young prodigy from the Wu people laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. In the primitive universe, other than the top 100 races, there were also some special races. The Wu people were not afraid of anyone. At the same level, the Wu people had an absolute advantage. Dong dong dong. At that moment, the young prodigy from the Wu people made his move. He hit the small drum in his hand and invisible sound waves rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Man Ning and the others shuddered. Lu Ming was the same. His body trembled slightly and his glabella glowed. He felt that his soul was being attacked by a powerful force. Even the frightening feather painting found it difficult to resist. The frightening feather painting had been refined by Jingyu himself. It could withstand soul attacks. However, the soul attacks of the Wu people were too strange. They were many times more mysterious than the 9 Serenity's heavenly kings. The frightening feather painting could withstand the soul attacks of the 9 Serenity's heavenly kings people, but it couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people. The soul attacks of the Wu people were like drills that kept spinning. They drilled through the frightening feather painting's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. In fact, although soul defense treasures were rare and precious, even a powerful faction like the Sacred Fire Saber sect had some. For example, Man Ning and the others also had soul defense treasures. However, they couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people either. "Ha ha ha, that's all you've got? Die." The Wu people laughed, and at least 10 puppets rushed towards Lu Ming's group. "It's over." At this moment, Man Ning and the others had the same thought. They didn't expect to die at the hands of the Wu people before they could even enter the dragon race's home planet. "Soul attack? You think you're the only one with it?" At this moment, Lu Ming said lightly, and then a small bell appeared above his head. Original secret technique, Bell of Evil. As soon as the Bell of Evil appeared, Lu Ming activated the power to sever the shackles. Ding ling ling, the Bell of Evil rang with a clear sound, but it was full of evil power. The key was that the young Wu people's soul attack was directly defeated by the Bell of Evil. Not only that, the Bell of Evil counterattacked, and the soul attack swept towards the young Wu people like a tide. The young Wu people's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but step back and spit out a mouthful of blood. His attack was defeated by Lu Ming and he suffered a backlash. His soul was injured. Man Ning and the others felt their souls lighten, and they were no longer attacked. "You also have a soul attack? It's an original secret technique. Damn, it severed the shackles." A few young men from the sorcerer tribe cried out in shock. "Let's kill him together." The sorcerer tribe elites took out all kinds of weapons to attack the soul. There were bells, flutes, gyukins, etc. Clang, woo-woo, all kinds of sounds rang out, and the soul attack rushed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Ding ling ling, Lu Ming kept activating the Bell of Evil. The power of a shackle severed was amazing, and it directly defeated the soul attack of the 5 young Wu people. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the Wind Destroyer boots, the Voidbreaker sword, and the Overlord spear appeared one after another. Whoosh, the Voidbreaker sword was the fastest, and it directly broke through the void, and attacked a young Wu people. Puff, the Wu people youth didn't even have time to resist before his head was cut off. But in the next moment, the body of the Wu people youth exploded and turned into a scarecrow. His body appeared in another direction, his face deathly pale. Scarecrow substitutes. The Wu people are indeed amazing. Lu Ming frowned. At the same time, he charged toward the Wu people youth with the tyrant god spear in his hand. Let's attack together. At this moment, Man Ning finally reacted to the situation. She shouted and her blade flashed. She charged towards the sorcerer tribe youth and slashed a puppet in half. At the same time, the other 10 youths also attacked. The sky was filled with saber lights. Lu Ming used the wicked bell to block the soul attack of the Wu people youth. Without the soul attack, Man Ning and the others could finally use their full strength. More than a dozen puppets were blocked by Man Ning and the others. Lu Ming dashed past them. The overbearing deity spear was small and he defeated 3 puppets consecutively. The overbearing deity spear vibrated and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth, shrouding the 5 youths from the wizard tribe. Damn it! Kill him! The 5 young men from the sorcerer tribe shouted and waved their hands continuously. More wooden puppets flew out. Ding! Ding, ding! The wicked bell kept ringing. The puppets shook violently, and wisps of black mist came out of their bodies. They even let out shrill screams. These puppets were made with souls. Now that they were attacked by the wicked bell, they were about to collapse. Lu Ming rushed over and destroyed more than a dozen puppets in an instant. Wizard God descends. The 5 Wu people youth shouted at the same time. Their skinny bodies swelled up and turned into monsters dozens of meters tall. The monsters wore bronze armor and held bronze swords. This was their origin secret art. The 5 of them had the same origin secret art. The 5 of them used their origin secret arts and attacked Lu Ming together. Gate of Domination. Lu Ming waved his hands and the Gate of Domination appeared. It expanded to 10,000 feet in size. There was a pitch-black vortex on it that kept spinning. A terrifying suction force erupted and locked the 5 members of the sorcerer tribe in place. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and waved the tyrant god spear, cutting off a shackle. Boom! Boom! Even if the 5 Wu people youth worked together, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. 2 of the Wu people youth were forced to retreat, while the other 3 suffered the brunt of the attack and their bodies exploded. During the process of the explosion, the area constantly distorted, and traces of the scarecrow appeared. They wanted to use scarecrows to escape, but this time, the area was suppressed by the Gate of Domination. The terrifying suction force had completely locked down the area. Wisps of black light appeared and let out terrified screams. No, no! Damn it, impossible! After several terrified screams, the 3 Wu people youth were completely annihilated and died on the spot. Humph, the scarecrows also have their limits. As long as this area is sealed, you won't be able to replace them. Lu Ming laughed inwardly. This made sense. Otherwise, no matter how he killed them, the Wu people could use scarecrows to replace them. That would be too heaven-defying. Wouldn't it be impossible to kill them? You dare to kill our Wu people? You're courting death. Run! The remaining 2 young sorcerer tribesmen screamed in fear and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to Lu Ming's? With the wind-extinguishing boots, he caught up to the 2 Wu people youth in a flash. Ah! Spare us! The 2 Wu people youth screamed miserably and begged Lu Ming for mercy. When they killed others and extracted their souls, they only felt exhilarated, incomparably exhilarated. They had never thought about how they would feel when they were killed. Now that they finally encountered it, they only felt fear. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming would not leave them behind. The Gate of Domination suppressed them and the Overlord Divine Spear swept across. The remaining 2 youths from the sorcerer tribe exploded and died completely. With a wave of his hand, he took the storage rings of the 5 Wu people youth. Amazing! Man Ning and the others looked at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. They had thought that Lu Ming was very powerful, but now they realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. What did they see? 5 secret techniques of origin. Lu Ming had already cast 5 types of origin secret skills, and 2 of them had already severed the shackles. Was he still human? A monster, more importantly, was this Lu Ming's limit? Was Lu Ming still hiding his strength? the more they looked at Lu Ming, the more they felt that Lu Ming was like a bottomless abyss, as deep as the sea. Man Ning's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. She knew that she had made the right bet. She had given Lu Ming a piece of dreamy divine jade in order to befriend Lu Ming. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. Let's leave this place before the Wu people come again, Lu Ming said. The Wu people were ranked very high even in the wilderness 10,000 races. There would be more than 5 prodigies here. The Sacred Sparrow tribe had a few hundred prodigies. The Wu people were much stronger than the Sacred Sparrow tribe. Their numbers would be even more shocking. If they came in a swarm, Lu Ming would be afraid. Besides, who knew if the Wu people had such terrifying prodigies? If a few monstrous prodigies came, and their cultivation was a few levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming was not confident. Alright, let's leave quickly. I think we should find a bigger meteorite with more people on it. That way, the Wu people will be more cautious and won't dare to act recklessly. Man Ning nodded. Immediately, the group of 12 left to search for bigger meteorites. The area around the dragon race's mother planet was empty. There were no other planets. Far away, there were countless meteorites that formed a circle around the dragon race's mother planet. Everyone guessed that these meteorites were probably planets near the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the past. Back then, those planets had been destroyed, resulting in the formation of meteorites. Soon, Lu Ming and the others found a huge meteorite that looked like a small planet. There were many people gathered on it. They separated in waves. Obviously, they came from different factions. Some had dozens, while others had hundreds. Lu Ming and the others landed. Some people glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but did not care. There were only 12 of them, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Lu Ming and the others found an empty space and sat down cross-legged. They waited quietly. Lu Ming did not relax. He diverted part of his attention to observe the outside world while comprehending the origin divine power factor. Now that his sovereign divine power had awakened 5 times, Lu Ming naturally wanted to awaken his other divine powers as well. One of the benefits of controlling multiple types of God power was that once one type of God power was awakened, such as the 5th awakening of the Sovereign Lord's God power, the other types of God power could be used as a reference. That way, the path of cultivation would be much easier than the first 5 awakenings. Once he awakened 2, 3, or even 5 times, and gained more experience, it would be easier for him to cultivate the higher levels of godly power. Although a few years was not a long time, Lu Ming would seize every moment to cultivate. After that, there were no more accidents. Time flew by quickly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to weaken. Everyone moved and gathered towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Let's go too. Man Ning arrived. They followed the group of people on the meteorite and flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But not long after they flew out, they were blocked. At least 1,000 people had sealed off the area. The Winged Clan. Many people's expressions changed. There was no doubt that the Winged Clan was a powerful clan in the primitive universe. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. This was a top-notch clan and was much stronger than the Sacred Sparrow clan. The Winged Clan had branches in various parts of the universe. Lu Ming had encountered many branches of the Winged Clan before. Even the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents of the Taishu dynasty had branches of the Winged Clan. However, the Winged Clan in front of him was obviously not a branch but the main clan of the Winged Clan. You are going to a weak spot on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Come with us. One of the Winged Clan's prodigies said. Everyone looked at each other, but they did not dare to disobey the Winged Clan. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. Now, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was rejecting the top 100 clans. The top 100 clans did not come, but the top 130 clans were definitely undefeatable. How would an ordinary universe-level force like the Sacred Fire Saber sect dare to say no? Everyone followed the Winged Clan and flew towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The closer they got to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the more they felt the vastness of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When they were 100 million miles away from the Dragon Clan's mother planet, they stopped. This was because they were almost within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. If they were to go any further, they would be bombarded by the 10,000 dragon seals. Looking at the Dragon Clan's mother planet from here, it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and the scenery on the planet could not be seen clearly. This fog was the 10,000 dragon seals. They flew in a direction. This doesn't seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. At this moment, someone spoke. Some people had already studied the specific locations of the 18 weak spots, but the place they were going to did not seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. That's right, this is not any of the 18 weak spots. Some time ago, our winged clan discovered a new weak spot. It can be said to be the 19th weak spot. A winged clan prodigy said. A new weak spot? Many people whispered. That's right, a new weak spot. A winged clan prodigy nodded and said with a smile, now, the other 18 weak spots are probably crowded with people. You'll have to queue for a long time if you want to go in. Moreover, if you want to go in, you'll have to pay a large number of divine crystals or monarch pills. However, this new weak spot was discovered by our winged clan, and it's under our control. If you want to go in, we won't charge a single cent. We won't charge a single cent? Many people's eyes lit up. They didn't charge a single cent, and the number of people was small, so they didn't have to queue. This couldn't be better. However, some people's eyes were filled with doubt and worry. If they didn't charge a single cent, would the winged clan be so kind, and they even specially brought them over? They had a bad premonition in their hearts. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there was an incomparably huge vortex. Like a funnel, it poured down towards the bottom of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. It's really a weak spot. Many people's eyes lit up again. Some people had seen other weak spots before, and they were indeed like vortexes. This was caused by the weakening of the 10,000 dragon seals. Now that the 10,000 dragon seals are at their weakest, it's the best time to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Alright, you guys can go in. A winged clan prodigy said. Everyone couldn't wait to fly toward the vortex. However, some people stopped, including Lu Ming. They didn't move. Wait a minute, let's see what's going on first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the others. Man Ning and the others' eyes flickered a few times before they nodded and didn't move. You're only letting us in, but you're not going in yourselves? Someone asked and looked at the winged clan. That was because none of the winged clan's prodigies moved. Instead, they landed outside the vortex and watched from afar. That made people curious. They didn't move, but they let others move. That was abnormal. You guys go in first. We'll naturally go in later. A winged clan prodigy said. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the winged men. They had a bad premonition. Even those who were in a hurry to go in stopped. They were not stupid. If they could not see that something was wrong, how could they be called geniuses? The winged men had asked them to enter first, but they did not. Something was obviously wrong. I have friends who are looking for me at another weak point. I'll enter from another weak point. Me too. I remember now. I have something to do. I have to leave for a while. Immediately, many people began to find excuses to leave. However, the winged men had already sealed off the area, blocking their way. A powerful aura filled the air. What are you trying to do? Someone's expression changed and asked. Now, everyone knew that there was something wrong with this matter. Those who did not realize that there was something wrong would be fools. If we ask you to go in, you go in. Don't you understand? A winged man's genius shouted coldly, his tone domineering. I don't believe that you'll be so kind as to let us in. This is not a weak point at all, right? Someone shouted. This is a weak point. One of the skyprides from the winged men race said, since you want to know, I will tell you. This is indeed a newly discovered weak point. However, no one has entered it before. You are the first batch. This is your fortune. What? No one has gone in before? Are you asking us to test it? Someone shouted angrily. Obviously, they were being used as guinea pigs by the winged men to pave the way. 10,000 dragon seals were extraordinary and terrifying. Such a weak point that had not been tested was definitely dangerous and full of unknowns. The winged men did not dare to test it themselves, but they brought them here to test it. It was obvious that they were sending them to their deaths. You're sending us to our deaths. Someone shouted. Don't make it sound unpleasant. Sending you to your deaths? What if this weak point can be passed easily? Wouldn't it save you a lot of money? You have to think positively. A winged man's genius sneered. Think positively. Why don't you go in yourselves? Someone shouted. Nonsense. How can trash like you be compared to the geniuses of the winged men clan? Today, even if you don't want to, you have to go in. Finally, someone from the winged men clan lost his patience and shouted coldly. How domineering. We won't go in. Everyone, we have more people. Let's join forces and charge out together. They won't be able to stop us. Someone shouted. There were over 1,000 winged men here, but there were over 2,000 people here. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to charge out. No matter how high the winged men's talent was, those who came here, the highest cultivation was just a third-level divine lord. They were also third-level divine lords. Even if there was a disparity, it would also not be very obvious. Boom boom, everyone was moved. Powerful auras erupted as they were about to rush outside. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd. He naturally wouldn't stand out. After all, his cultivation was still low, only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm. He could deal with ordinary third-level Divine Lord realm geniuses, but who knew if there were any terrifying monstrous geniuses in the winged men race? Now, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted. You're courting death. The winged men's skypride's face turned cold. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, some winged men's skyprides moved. With a flash, they turned into streaks of light and charged forward at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, there were a few screams. In an instant, dozens of people were killed on the spot. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The winged men's skyprides who attacked and those who were killed were also third-level divine lords. However, those people didn't have the strength to fight back against the winged men's skyprides. They were almost killed in an instant. In a battle of the same level, they were almost killed in an instant. The strength of the winged men's skyprides far surpassed the others. Charge, charge together! Someone shouted. Among these people, there were also extremely powerful skyprides who blocked the winged men's skyprides. For example, there was a 5-meter-tall skypride who was covered in rock armor. He was very powerful and was locked in a fierce battle with a winged men's skypride. The higher the race ranking, the stronger the talent and combat strength. However, other races would also give birth to some terrifying monstrous geniuses. These monstrous geniuses might not lose to the races with powerful talents. This youth in rock armor was one such example. He roared and charged outside. Charge! The others took the opportunity to gather and charged outside, wanting to break out of the encirclement of the winged men. However, at this moment, a few divine lights shone out from the winged men's skyprides. They were extremely dazzling and terrifying. As the divine lights swept past, a large number of skyprides exploded, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just an instant, at least 100 skyprides had died. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Boundary Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he gasped. Fortunately, he and Man Ning were at the back and weren't hit by the divine lights. Otherwise, they would have died too. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it was a Boundary Emperor who attacked just now, and there was more than one of them. Boundary Emperor, it's a Boundary Emperor. The winged men have violated the rules. Someone shouted in shock. There were terrifying experts guarding the starry sky near the dragon race's mother planet. These experts were from the top 10 sect masters. These experts had long set the rules that those who came here had to meet the conditions to enter the dragon race's mother planet. Now, only those who were third-level divine lords and below could enter. Therefore, those who came here could only be third-level divine lords. Therefore, no matter if it was the Sacred Fire Saber sect or the Sacred Sparrow race, the strongest experts who came here were third-level divine lords. It was the same for the other races and forces. Almost all of them had sent their young skyprides. But now, a boundary emperor had appeared among the winged men, which was obviously against the rules. How dare you violate the rules set by the experts of the top 10 races? I'm going to report you. That's right. The winged men will be severely punished. Many people shouted. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Some despicable races don't even have brains. Do you think that the experts of the top 10 races wouldn't know that a boundary emperor of the winged men has come here? The skyprides of the winged men sneered. What? The scene fell silent and many people's faces turned ugly. Indeed, the experts of the top 10 races were extremely powerful. How could they not know that a boundary emperor had entered this area? There was only one possibility, which was that those experts had acquiesced. I heard that the winged men and the angel race of the top 10 races have a close relationship. They might even be of the same origin. Is it true? Someone said with an ugly face and a hoarse voice. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts also sank. Many of them had heard of this rumor before. It was said that the winged men and the angels were originally from the same origin, but they eventually split. The angels were extremely powerful and ranked in the top 10 of the primitive 10,000 races. They were the true overlords of the primitive universe. What was even more terrifying was that there was a rumor that the angels had an unusual relationship with the heavenly palace. If that was the case, the angels were even more terrifying. The winged men had the angels as their backing. The top 10 races might have already known that they had secretly sent some quasi-emperors in, but they turned a blind eye to it out of respect for the angels. This was very likely. I'll say it one last time. Go and scout the way, or you'll all die. A winged man prodigy shouted coldly. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Although they were all prodigies and most of them had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, they were still too weak compared to quasi-emperors. No matter how many of them went, it was useless. They would all be killed. Moreover, there were so many winged men prodigies. Damn it. Many of them roared in their hearts, but they had no choice but to compromise. They could only scout the way for the winged men. They might be able to survive if they went to the weak spot, but they would definitely die if they fought a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's expression was also very gloomy. A quasi-emperor was not someone he could fight. The difference was too great. They could kill him with a flick of a finger. Of course, he still had a trump card, which was the purple copper coffin. He did not know what was inside the purple copper coffin, but it was extremely terrifying. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he felt more and more terrifying inside the purple copper coffin. Even divine lords and quasi-emperors could not compare to it. If he opened the purple copper coffin at all costs, Lu Ming might be able to annihilate everyone here. However, he might also lose his life. Even if he did not die, he would probably be captured or killed. Don't forget that this starry sky had already been sealed off by the top 10 races. Although he couldn't see those experts, he was sure that they were there. Moreover, the purple copper coffin was mysterious and very important. It was definitely related to the primordial divine spirit. If he took it out and those top experts found it, they would most likely kill him and take it away. Therefore, taking out the purple copper coffin here was equivalent to courting death. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming could only choose to attack the weakest point and fight for a chance of survival. Boom, a powerful quasi-emperor aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. I'll give you 3 more breaths of time. If you don't move, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice sounded. It was the quasi-emperor of the winged men. Go. Many people roared unwillingly, then turned around and rushed toward the weak points. Of course, everyone was very careful. They circulated their divine power and set up layers of defenses around themselves as they slowly flew down. The weak point was like a funnel, causing the smoke to swirl non-stop. Moreover, the range was very large. Lu Ming and the other 2,000 people could fly side by side without any problem. Slowly, they approached the funnel. There was no problem. Then, many people gathered their courage and flew down. roar, a dragon's roar resounded. Suddenly, a huge divine dragon rushed out from the smoke. This was a six-clawed divine dragon. It was 1,000 meters long and was completely black. It rushed toward a young man and tore down with its dragon claws. Its power was terrifying. Although the young man was prepared, it was useless. Under the dragon claws, his defenses collapsed and his body exploded in the air. "Be careful, it's the 10,000 dragon seals," someone shouted. This divine dragon was not a real divine dragon. It was formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. The 10,000 dragon seals were actually a kind of formation. Roar, roar. Following the appearance of the divine dragon, dragon's roar continued to resound. One divine dragon after another appeared. These divine dragons were all formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. There were 6-clawed divine dragons and 7-clawed divine dragons. Every one of them was lifelike. The dragon's roar shook the sky as they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Screams sounded. Suddenly, more than a dozen people were killed by the divine dragons and torn apart in the void. These divine dragons were very powerful. Even a third-level divine lord would find it difficult to fight against them. Damn it, there's something wrong with this weak point. It's about the same as 33 years ago. Didn't they say that after 33 years, the power of the weak point has decreased? Let's join forces. Many people roared and then joined forces to attack. 7 to 8 people joined forces to fight a divine dragon. Then, they rushed down with all their might. There was also a divine dragon that charged toward Lu Ming and the others. "Be careful!" Man Ning shouted and gathered with the others from the sacred fire saber sect. They slashed out dazzling saber lights. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on a fiery red 6-clawed divine dragon and blocked the divine dragon's attack. Roar, the fiery red divine dragon roared and its dragon claws tore through the air. The 6 dragon claws stepped toward Lu Ming and the others, bringing with them a violent force. Lu Ming activated the battle character art and increased his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated his divine power with all his might. At the same time, the tyrant god spear condensed and shot out. The spear light collided with a dragon claw and exploded with a violent bang. Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated slightly. What a powerful strength! Lu Ming frowned. The power of these condensed divine dragons was very strong. Ordinary third-level divine lord geniuses really found it hard to contend with them, unless it was those monstrous geniuses. "I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the rest. Then, an astonishing aura erupted from the tyrant god spear. At the same time, the wind-extinguishing boots condensed and fused with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming directly rushed over. The tyrant god spear pressed down horizontally. As long as 1,000 meters, it continuously resisted the dragon claws of the 6-clawed divine dragon. After 6 consecutive moves, it was hard to determine the victor. While Man Ning and the rest attacked from the side. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on the divine dragon's body, leaving behind more than a dozen long saber wounds, making the divine dragon roar continuously. Effective. The eyes of Man Ning and the rest lit up, speeding up their attacks. With Lu Ming blocking the divine dragon's attacks, they could unleash their power to their heart's content. That first-level divine lord kid is very strong. Lu Ming's performance also attracted the attention of some people from the winged men race. Many people looked at Lu Ming. A first-level divine lord has such strength. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that some small races and factions would also have such monstrous geniuses. Should we take him down and force him to reveal his secrets? The winged men race's geniuses discussed. No need. It's not like our winged men race doesn't have such strength. Let's scout the way first. Some winged men race's geniuses shook their heads. Lu Ming didn't know that his performance had already attracted the attention of the winged men race. Under his main attack, the divine dragon retreated step by step. The injuries on its body increased and in the end, Lu Ming's spear swept across its head. Its body directly exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. The other divine dragons were also defeated one after another under the joint attack of 7 to 10 people. Among them, there were also some extremely powerful heavens chosen. Their combat strength was much stronger than Man Ning's. They were likely able to jump realms and kill 4th-level Divine Lord existences. With so many people joining forces, defeating the Divine Dragon was nothing difficult. Soon, the Divine Dragons that were just formed were all killed. Lu Ming and the rest lost a few dozen people, which was not too many. The remaining people were divided into different small teams, gathered together, and slowly flew down. Roar! At this moment, another dragon roar reverberated through the sky. This dragon roar was even more terrifying than the previous dragon roar. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out and shrouded everyone. "Is this the dragon's aura?" someone exclaimed. Their faces were ugly because this dragon's aura was too strong. It was like planets were pressing on their bodies and even their souls. They needed to circulate more than half of their strength to resist this dragon's aura. What a strong dragon's aura! Lu Ming frowned. Under the suppression of this dragon's aura, his divine power was extremely difficult to circulate. It was several times more difficult than before. His cultivation was directly suppressed from 1st-level Divine Lord to below Divine Lord. Roar! Roar! At this moment, dragon roars sounded and divine dragons appeared one after another. They were similar to the divine dragons just now, but there were more of them, reaching a shocking several hundred. Not good. This time, not only Lu Ming, but the rest's faces also changed drastically. Now, their strength was suppressed by the dragon's aura and so many divine dragons appeared. How were they going to fight? The moment the several hundred divine dragons appeared, they pounced on the group. Screams sounded. Many people were directly torn apart by the divine dragons. Even if more than 10 people joined forces, it was useless because they were suppressed too badly. If a 4th-level Divine Lord or above or a Divine Emperor came in, they would be crushed to death. Roar! 2 divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. It's over. Man Ning and the rest's faces changed drastically. Can my primordial divine blood withstand this dragon's aura? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine blood. With a thought, Lu Ming activated a portion of the primordial god blood's power. Immediately, a layer of red light appeared on his body, and that dragon might was neutralized. It really worked. Lu Ming was delighted. The tyrant god spear swung out, transforming into 2 spear lights that swept towards the 2 divine dragons. After 2 rumbling sounds, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 2 divine dragons. He blocked it. Man Ning and the rest were overjoyed. However, while Lu Ming and the others managed to block it, the others were not so lucky. Hundreds of divine dragons pounced, and in an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The remaining people were scared out of their wits as they frantically retreated. Retreat! Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the others also retreated with the crowd. However, those mystical dragons roared and crazily pounced on them. These divine dragons were formed by the formation. They did not have any intelligence and did not fear death. They only knew how to hunt down the invaders. Thus, people continued to die. After a few breaths, another few hundred people had died. Originally, there were about 2,000 people, but now, there were only about 700 to 800 people left. These were all geniuses from various powerful forces. Any one of them would have been able to suppress everyone in the Taishu Holy Court and become a top expert of the younger generation. However, in a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 of them had fallen. Lu Ming deeply felt the cruelty of the primitive universe. In small places, the competition was cruel. In big places, the competition was even crueler. Run! Many people shouted and frantically retreated. Go back! Go back and explore the way. The winged men's geniuses had completely blocked their retreat. At this moment, thousands of winged men's geniuses attacked together, and the rolling waves of attack surged towards Lu Ming and the others. Many people were directly killed. You guys are so despicable. Damn it. Winged men, you will die a horrible death. Many people shouted. However, it was useless. The winged men's geniuses continued to attack, and the terrifying attacks suppressed them. There were even quasi-emperors who attacked. With a flash of divine light, more than 10 people were killed. As long as the quasi-emperors did not get within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals, they would be fine. With the winged men's geniuses blocking the way behind and the divine dragons in front, they were in a desperate situation. In the end, many people could only rush towards the weak points, hoping to break out of the encirclement and kill their way out. They gathered together and attacked crazily. They really defeated a few divine dragons and rushed down. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the others could only turn around and kill their way down. However, there were too many divine dragons. Lu Ming could not protect everyone. After a while, 5 of the sacred fire saber sex geniuses were killed, and only 6 of them were left. Everyone fought with their lives and paid the price of 500 to 600 people. The remaining 200 people finally broke through the encirclement and reached the bottom. They were about to reach the bottom of the funnel. As long as they rushed down from the bottom of the funnel, they might be able to enter the dragon race's mother planet. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying dragon roar sounded. Then, huge divine dragons appeared. These divine dragons had 9 dragon claws on their abdomens. 9-clawed dragon, there were more than 100 9-clawed dragons. Although these mystical dragons were all fake and had been formed by the formation, the 9-clawed mystical dragons that had been formed were still much stronger than the other mystical dragons. "We're finished. We're dead." Many people cried out loudly, their faces full of despair. There were other divine dragons behind them. In front, there was a 9-clawed dragon. They would not survive. This weak point was not that weak. It was too dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the other 18 weak points 33 years ago. 33 years ago, although the other 18 weak points were also very dangerous, some people had passed through them and expressed their views in the illusory sacred jade. They were not that dangerous. It was impossible to break through this place. No one could break through. It was a dead end. Roar! Roar! The 9-clawed divine spirits roared. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, and the geniuses screamed as their bodies were torn apart and crushed. Lu Ming and the others were also attacked by more than 10 9-clawed dragons. Retreat! At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Man Ning and retreated quickly. Now, he could only take care of Man Ning. He could not care about the others from the sacred fire saber sect. Man Ning had given him the illusory sacred jade. He would remember this kindness. In the process of retreating, Lu Ming waved his hand and controlled the gate of domination. He repelled a few divine dragons behind him and avoided the attacks of the 9-clawed dragon in front. However, the others were not so lucky. They were attacked from the front and back and were killed one after another. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Man Ning were left. The others were all dead. Lu Ming and Man Ning naturally attracted the attention of all the divine dragons. The remaining divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Their auras were extremely violent. It was as though Lu Ming and Man Ning would be torn apart in the next moment. More than a few hundred divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Under the terrifying dragon aura, they were like 2 small ants that would be torn apart in an instant. Roar! At this moment, an even more majestic dragon roar was heard. Lu Ming activated all of his primordial divine blood. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a huge primordial divine dragon. After turning into a primordial divine dragon, the surrounding dragon aura did not affect him at all. Moreover, his body exuded an even more ancient and pure dragon aura. Under the pressure of this dragon aura, the divine dragons formed by the 10,000 dragon seals seemed to be greatly suppressed and their strength weakened. Lu Ming stomped his dragon claw and instantly, 7 to 8 divine dragons exploded. Then, the divine dragons surrounded him and more than a dozen divine dragons exploded. Man Ning was extremely shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to turn into a primordial divine dragon. That's a primordial divine dragon. He's a dragon? No, he's a human. That's the primordial divine body. This kid has already cultivated the primordial divine body to the primordial divine blood level. Many winged men roared. He can turn into a primordial divine dragon. If we bring him to the dragon race's mother planet, will we be able to get more opportunities before others? Maybe it will really be useful? The eyes of many skyprides of the human wing tribe lit up. This was especially so for some of the demonic geniuses. The dragon race's mother planet was vast. During its heyday, there were many different kinds of dragon race guarding various places. Although they were later destroyed, there must be many ruins left behind. These ruins might be dangerous, but if they brought someone who had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, it would definitely be of great help. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming was on a killing spree, tearing apart the divine dragons one by one. Regardless of whether they had 6 claws, 7 claws, or even 9 claws, they were not real divine dragons. They were just formed by the array. They were no match for Lu Ming and were killed by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, there were not many divine dragons left. Kid, come out quickly. You don't have to continue exploring. At this moment, the winged men's prodigy shouted. Hee hee. Lu Ming replied coldly as he tore apart the last 9-clawed dragon. He floated there with no intention of retreating. Brat, did you hear what I said? Back off, we don't need you to scout the way anymore. Another winged men prodigy roared. Idiots, a bunch of birdmen. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? How dare you? Some of the skyprides of the winged men clan roared. Lu Ming actually dared to talk about them like that. Their winged men race was ranked 130 on the Great Desolate 10,000 races list. They were high and mighty, a peak race with a noble status. Lu Ming actually dared to use such a disdainful tone to speak to them. He was courting death. This time, Lu Ming ignored them and looked at the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he could rush into the dragon clan's home planet if he took another step. However, for some reason, Lu Ming still felt a sense of danger. There was also danger. It wasn't that simple. However, Lu Ming still decided to give it a try. It was impossible for him to back off. Here, he still had an advantage when he transformed into the primordial divine dragon. However, if he retreated, he wouldn't be able to resist a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming ignored the winged men and slowly approached the funnel. This attitude made the winged men furious. You're courting death. Go and take this guy down. Suddenly, dozens of winged men prodigies rushed toward Lu Ming. The divine dragon just now had been torn apart by Lu Ming. Therefore, no new divine dragon was formed. The winged men prodigies quickly approached Lu Ming. However, the dragon's might was still there. When these winged men prodigies approached Lu Ming's area, they were suppressed by the dragon's might. Their bodies trembled violently, and their strength rapidly declined. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He suddenly turned around and charged toward the winged men. 9 dragon claws continuously tore at them. Ah, how dare you! A winged man prodigy roared. Then, he was torn apart by the dragon claws and died on the spot. Following that, the other dragon claws also tore at him. The winged men prodigies screamed as their bodies exploded. In just a few seconds, dozens of winged men prodigies were all killed by Lu Ming. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming kept their storage rings. Although these winged men prodigies were very strong, they were suppressed by the 10,000 dragon seals. They were far from being Lu Ming's match and were easily killed by Lu Ming. How dare you! The remaining winged men were stunned. Then, someone roared furiously. His body was filled with cold killing intent. Someone actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies? Was he courting death? Even the races that were stronger than them wouldn't dare to kill their winged men prodigies easily. This was because the winged men had the backing of the angels, one of the top 10 races. Offending them was very likely to offend the angels. Any race would have to think twice before offending them. However, Lu Ming, a first-level divine lord trash, actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies. Moreover, he killed dozens of them. A bunch of mixed birds. I'll kill every single one of you that comes. Do you dare to come? Lu Ming said coldly. His face was filled with disdain. These winged men prodigies were domineering. If they asked him to speak, he would kill them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Moreover, he came from the distant Taishu dynasty. No one knew his background. Right now, he was all alone. What did he not dare to do? It didn't matter if you were from the winged men race or the angels race. If you offended him, he would kill you. You. Many winged men's expressions turned ugly. However, no one dared to step forward. Those dozens of people had been killed in an instant. A bunch of mixed birds. You don't dare, right? Lu Ming sneered. Since he had killed dozens of people, killing a few more people was the same. Lu Ming wanted to provoke more winged men prodigies to come in and kill a few more people. As expected, these proud winged men prodigies couldn't take it anymore. They roared, and their killing intent turned into a raging fire that was about to burn. I'll kill him. Who's with me? A winged man prodigy stepped forward. This person's feathers were golden as if they were cast from gold. He was full of majesty. It's Yu Bo. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Yu Bo was a famous prodigy in the winged men race. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, he was already famous in the winged men race. He was known to be invincible among his peers. In the winged men race, those who could fight against Yu Bo at the same level could be counted on one hand. Alright, I'll go with Yu Bo. Me too. More than a dozen winged men prodigies stepped forward. They knew that the weak area was suppressed by the dragon's might. Lu Ming had transformed into the primordial divine dragon and wouldn't be suppressed. If they went in, they would be greatly suppressed. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only level 1 Divine Lord after all, while Yu Bo's cultivation was level 3 Divine Lord. Furthermore, his combat power was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he could also kill Lu Ming. They believed in this. Moreover, there were still other winged men clan Heaven's Prides helping out. Swoosh, Yu Bo and the rest flew over towards Lu Ming's side. Man Ning, hide in my scale. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning. A huge scale opened up. Many thanks. Man Ning gave her thanks. She knew that if not for Lu Ming, she would definitely have died here already. Figure moving, Man Ning entered one of Lu Ming's scales. Lu Ming's current size was several million meters long. When Man Ning entered a piece of scale, she was like a speck of dust, not affected at all. At this moment, Yu Bo and the rest already entered the range of the weak point. Their figures trembled, their faces changing. Because they felt a powerful suppression. Yu Bo's level 3 Divine Lord cultivation was even suppressed to the level of level 2 Divine Lord here, about the same as just breaking through to level 2 Divine Lord. Level 2 Divine Lord, more than enough to kill that kid. Thick killing intent flashed past Yu Bo's eyes. His combat power was extremely powerful. In the Winged Men clan, in a battle of the same level, not many could match him. And now, his cultivation was even higher than Lu Ming's. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Kid, die for me. Yu Bo gave a cold shout, his body suffused with a resplendent golden light, turning into a wisp of blade edge, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, a long spear appeared in one of Lu Ming's dragon claws. It was the Overlord God Spear. The Overlord God Spear was incomparably huge. With a sweep, it directly destroyed this wisp of blade edge. Kill! Yu Bo bellowed, charging towards Lu Ming. A pair of golden wings emitted a resplendent brilliance, turning into 2 huge battle blades. They were golden in color, up to 1,000,000 meters long, slashing towards Lu Ming, wanting to cut Lu Ming into 2. Go! Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Overlord God Spear flew out, colliding with the opponent's blade light, setting off a violent storm and energy overflowing. Next, Lu Ming stepped into the air. His 9 dragon claws tore through the void and charged toward Yu Bo. Boom boom boom, the void vibrated. Lu Ming's dragon claws slammed down, tearing the void apart. Especially the hegemonic God Spear, it turned into a ray of light. Its speed was astonishing as it constantly stabbed towards Yu Bo. Primordial divine body origin, you think I don't have it? Do you think I don't know how to sever the shackles with a secret technique? Yu Bo said coldly. His body shone even brighter, and a golden battle blade appeared. This battle blade was Yu Bo's secret origin technique. It exuded an ancient aura. It had also severed one of the shackles. Furthermore, Yu Bo's body was unceasingly emitting blade light, making his body look like a battle blade. A type of blade body? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Obviously, Yu Bo had also cultivated a physique secret technique. It was a type of blade body, similar to Di Jianni's primordial spirit sword body. Yu Bo burst out with his full strength, turning into a dazzling blade light, attacking Lu Ming. Dang, it collided with the Overlord God Spear, causing a shocking explosion. The Overlord God Spear was sent flying, but Yu Bo's body was also pushed back. This guy's combat power is not weak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Yu Bo had been suppressed to the early second layer of the Divine Monarch realm, but his combat power was extremely strong. He could already contend with Su Mo. Lu Ming estimated that Yu Bo's combat power at the same level, even if he could not compare to Murong Qiu Shui, it was not much different. Of course, compared to Di Jiani, there was still a gap. A prodigy of this level was already very shocking. But he did not know that Yu Bo was even more shocked. This is the primordial divine body that cultivated the primordial divine blood? It is indeed terrifying, but I must kill him today. Yu Bo roared in his heart, then he shouted, I will be the main attacker, you guys support me. As his voice fell, Yu Bo once again attacked Lu Ming. He became one with the blade, and even the dragon's might was slightly broken. At the same time, the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan attacked from the side. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's head. Insignificant skill. Lu Ming sneered. He circulated his divine power, and a bell floated out. It was the heavenly evil bell. Ding-ling-ling, the heavenly evil bell rang, and invisible ripples spread out. Yu Bo and the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan were shocked, and their bodies stiffened. Their souls were attacked. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the void-shattering sword was formed. It shattered the void, and sword light flashed. It was too fast. Blood spurted out, and the Winged Men clan experts were all killed by the sword. Only Yu Bo roared at the critical moment, and his figure retreated, avoiding the killing blow. However, one of his wings was still cut off, and the feathers flew everywhere. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. You have other origin source secret techniques. Yu Bo roared, and his body retreated rapidly. He did not dare to fight anymore. Lu Ming's strength was strong, and with the origin source secret techniques that attacked the soul, it was flawless. He had to retreat. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have killed you. Before leaving, Yu Bo left a ruthless sentence. It was really embarrassing to be beaten up by Lu Ming, so he wanted to save some face by leaving a ruthless sentence. However, Lu Ming would not let him leave so easily. It's too late to leave now. Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and controlled the void-shattering sword to break the void. He instantly caught up with Yu Bo and attacked him. At the same time, Lu Ming twisted his body, and his 9 claws stepped on the air. He caught up with Yu Bo at an astonishing speed, and his dragon claws continued to claw at him. At the same time, the Overlord God Spear struck down, and the Sovereign's Gate was formed. Roar! A loud roar came from the Sovereign's Gate. Combined with the strength of a 5 awakened sovereign, its power was astonishing. Yu Bo roared and used all his strength. He slashed out a sky full of saber light, blocking the void-shattering sword and the Overlord God Spear. However, he could not block Lu Ming's dragon claws. The dragon claws stepped down, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost torn apart, and golden feathers flew everywhere. Then, the Sovereign's Gate pressed down. Yu Bo used his origin source secret technique to block, but he could not block it. The golden saber trembled continuously, and finally exploded. Yu Bo screamed miserably, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was seriously injured. Moreover, he could not retreat because the Sovereign's Gate was emitting a powerful suction force that attracted him. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, and a dragon claw grabbed at Yu Bo. No. Yu Bo roared, almost scared to death. Stop. If you dare to kill him, you'll definitely die without a burial place. The Winged Men's prodigies, and even the quasi-emperors, roared. Yu Bo was not an ordinary prodigy of the Winged Men's race, but a top prodigy. In the future, he would definitely become a powerhouse and contribute to the Winged Men's race. It would be a great loss if such a prodigy was killed. However, Lu Ming did not care. Under Yu Bo's despairing gaze, the dragon claw stepped down, and Yu Bo's body exploded. Yu Bo's body was directly crushed by Lu Ming's dragon claw. Even his soul couldn't escape. You're courting death. You're dead. Even if you have 10,000 lives, you're still dead. The winged men roared, especially the quasi-emperors. Their terrifying auras shook the void. Since you dare to attack me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. I don't care who you are. You're just a mixed bird from the winged men race. I'll kill you all the same. Lu Ming sneered, his domineering aura leaking out. You bastard, no one can save you. A quasi-emperor from the winged men race roared. You talk too much. If you want to kill me, come and kill me. Lu Ming sneered. The winged men race quietened down. No one made a move. The quasi-emperors couldn't get close. Otherwise, the 10,000 dragon seals would instantly obliterate them. The strongest among the younger generation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm. Most importantly, any 3rd level Divine Lord realm Divine Lord would be suppressed by the dragon aura. Even Yu Bo had died. The others would also suffer the same fate. You don't dare to come in, yet you're still complaining. A bunch of cowards. A mixed bird will always be a mixed bird. Lu Ming sneered. Many winged men races skyprides were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Come out and fight if you dare. The winged men races skyprides roared. You're at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, and I'm at the 1st level Divine Lord realm. You're a race that's ranked 130th on the 10,000 races list. You have powerful bloodlines, yet you're asking me to come out and fight? You're really shameless. Come in and fight. You're suppressed here, so you can have a fair fight with me. If you don't dare to have a fair fight, then shut up. Lu Ming sneered. The winged men races skyprides shut up as they couldn't speak. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Their bloodline talents were so powerful that they could easily crush smaller races at the same level as them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use their cultivation to suppress others. However, Lu Ming was too abnormal. They couldn't do anything about it. Kid, we'll let you be arrogant for now. If you have the guts, don't come out. The winged man race's skypride sneered. A bunch of cowards, I can't be bothered to accompany you. Lu Ming said sarcastically. Then, without stopping, he slowly moved towards the weak point. During this period of time, the 10,000 dragon seals were at their weakest. Each of their weak points was at their weakest. After this period of time, they would become stronger again. Lu Ming could not afford to waste time here. It was impossible for Xiaoqian to go out. The winged race quasi-emperor was guarding the place. If he went out, he would only die. It was impossible for him to continue waiting. When the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger, he would be finished. Even if he had the primordial divine dragon body, he was not confident. It was best to leave now. Lu Ming slowly flew to the bottom of the funnel. Nothing strange happened, and no divine dragon was formed. Good chance. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed to the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he had rushed out of a thin film and arrived in a new world. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar shook the world. Then, a dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void. This dragon claw was incomparably huge, covering the sky and grabbing at Lu Ming. Even the dragon's body, which was millions of meters long, looked like an earthworm under the dragon's claw. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he had not really broken through the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. There was still an attack. He twisted his body and rushed forward, wanting to rush out. However, he realized that the void was about to be locked down. It was as if cement had solidified, causing his speed to slow down to that of a turtle. The dragon claw continued to grab, locking onto Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge and he could only take it head-on. Man Ning, I'll send you out first. Lu Ming shouted. His divine power vibrated and he suddenly threw Man Ning out. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well send Man Ning away first and return the favor of her giving him the dream divine jade. From then on, they would not owe each other anything. Man Ning was thrown out like a bolt of lightning. In a few breaths, she flew out of the range of the dragon claw and disappeared into the horizon. Roar, Lu Ming roared. He no longer tried to escape. Instead, he charged toward the dragon claw. At the same time, various origin secret techniques were formed. Void-shattering sword, heavenly demon blade, sovereign's gate. There were a total of 11 origin source secret techniques. Regardless of their function, they all rushed out at the same time and rushed towards the dragon claw. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 11 origin secret techniques collided with the dragon claw, erupting with a shocking explosion. However, in the next moment, the various origin secret techniques shook violently. Bang! The void-shattering sword was the first to explode, followed by the heavenly demon blade. One origin secret technique after another exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Nestle, how can this dragon claw be so powerful? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The power of this dragon claw was stronger than he had imagined. The 11 origin secret techniques were destroyed in just a few breaths, causing him to suffer a backlash. However, Lu Ming realized that the light of the dragon claw seemed to have dimmed a little, and its power seemed to have decreased. This meant that the 11 origin secret techniques were still useful, and they had offset a part of the dragon claw's power. However, the dragon claw still grabbed toward Lu Ming. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Come on, I'll fight you! Lu Ming shouted in his heart. 9 dragon claws continuously stepped out, using the divine dragon aspect art. In an instant, 108 9-clawed dragons were formed and pounced toward the dragon claw. Bang! Bang! The 9-clawed dragon aspect art collided with the dragon claw, and it exploded continuously. 108 9-clawed dragon aspects continued to explode, and soon all of them disappeared. In the end, Lu Ming's body collided with the dragon claw. Boom! The sky shook violently, and a violent force swept out in all directions, as if it was going to devour everything. Lu Ming's body shook violently. At this moment, he felt an unimaginably terrifying force penetrating his body. Crack! He could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking, and the sound of his muscles tearing apart. The 9 dragon claws exploded instantly, followed by the dragon body. The dragon body that was millions of meters long was also collapsing and exploding continuously. In the end, Lu Ming could no longer maintain the primordial divine dragon body state, and he reverted to his human form. Fortunately, after a series of attacks, the dragon claw finally dimmed, and with a final bang, it turned into light and dissipated. However, Lu Ming's body was also falling downward like a meteorite. Huff! Huff! Fast, too fast. Lu Ming's body rubbed against the air, and he turned into a fireball, landing on a vast land. Am I finally here? This is the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Lu Ming muttered. However, he wanted to stop himself from falling, but he realized that the divine power in his body had dried up. Most importantly, his muscles, bones, and meridians were severely damaged, and he couldn't move at all. There was a large amount of divine power stored in the quantifying character art, but this divine power couldn't enter Lu Ming's body, because his meridians were too badly damaged, and they were almost shattered, so he couldn't use his divine power. It's over. My injuries are too severe. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. It was really too severe. His muscles, bones, and meridians were nearly shattered. Lu Ming could not even move or stabilize his body. The ground below was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming realized that he was indeed falling toward a piece of land. In the end, there was a loud bang and he landed heavily on a barren mountain. The ground shook and gravel flew everywhere. He had created a huge pit in the ground. Pooh! Lu Ming vomited blood. What a hard ground. At this moment, Lu Ming still had the mind to think about this. According to his strength, if he had smashed into an ordinary planet, he would have been able to smash through the planet and cause it to explode. But now, he could only smash a hole in the ground. Lu Ming vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were blurry and he nearly fainted. I can't faint. I can't faint. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He forced himself to stay awake and did not faint. The dragon race's mother planet had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. Who knew what the situation was now? Dozens of stellar years was too long. An ordinary star only had a stellar year's lifespan. After such a long time, no one knew how the dragon race's mother planet had evolved. If a desolate beast were to come, wouldn't Lu Ming be buried in the mouth of a demonic beast? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming whispered and struggled to get up. But the moment he moved, his body felt like it was being torn apart. The key point was that he could not move. No, my injuries are too severe. All my bones, muscles, and meridians have been shattered. Lu Ming sighed. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that even the star core had small cracks. The 11 star cores were filled with cracks. This was an unimaginable injury. Was this still a weak point? It was too dangerous. Lu Ming dared to bet that not many people below the third layer of the Divine Lord realm could barge in. The other 18 weak points are definitely not that dangerous. Otherwise, not many people would be able to enter. However, 33 years ago, those 18 weak points seemed to be very dangerous. Most of the people who went there died. I don't know how many people made it in. Lu Ming pondered. Don't let your imagination run wild. The most important thing right now is to heal your injuries. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then, he circulated the heaven and earth myriad Tao arts to absorb the divine energy in the outside world to heal his injuries. Immediately, a large amount of divine energy in the air converged on Lu Ming and burrowed into Lu Ming's body like tiny snakes. This, Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes in shock. There was no other reason. The density of the divine chi here was too shocking. It was ridiculously dense, many times denser than the outside world. Xianxia casually drove his cultivation technique, and the concentrated divine energy slithered into his body like tiny snakes. Moreover, not only was the divine energy rich, but it was also extremely pure. It was easy to absorb, refine, and transform into one's own divine power. It is said that the Dragon Clan's mother planet was sealed for dozens of stellar years before it recovered. This is indeed worthy of the word recovery. It is indeed worthy of being the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was born from the beginning of heaven and earth. On it, 49 primeval divine dragons were born. It was an unbelievable planet and one of the top cultivation holy lands in the universe. Back then, there were countless divine dragons living here. 5 claws, 6 claws, 7 claws, all the way to 9 claws. Countless divine dragons cultivated and reproduced here, scattering to various parts of the universe. Back then, the Dragon Clan relied on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to become one of the most powerful races in the primitive universe. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this planet was. However, this made Lu Ming overjoyed. The divine aura was so rich. To Lu Ming, this was undoubtedly great news. It could allow him to heal his injured body quickly. Lu Ming adjusted his breathing and constantly used the universe myriad Tao technique to absorb the rich divine energy between heaven and earth. The rich divine energy seemed to have turned into a substance and constantly entered Lu Ming's body. It turned into a warm energy that flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones, healing Lu Ming's injured body. His muscles, bones, and meridians were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about 10 minutes, Lu Ming's injuries had partially healed. He tried to move and found that he could already move. Although when he moved, there would still be bursts of tearing pain. Unfortunately, there were still many cracks on the star core and there was no sign of recovery. It was probably because the time was too short. Not good. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he felt that there were living beings rapidly approaching. They were surrounding him from all directions. At a very fast speed. Obviously, when he fell, it attracted the living beings on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. My current state. Lu Ming frowned. His current state was too poor. His star core was full of cracks, and he couldn't even use a trace of divine energy. I need to recover as soon as possible. Lu Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He continued to use the universe myriad Tao technique to heal his injured body. The more he recovered, the better. The more he recovered, the more hope there would be. The sound of breaking wind rang out, and after a dozen breaths, over a dozen figures appeared around the crater. Over a dozen burly men, both middle-aged and young, surrounded Lu Ming. Human race, no, that's not right. Lu Ming's gaze swept over them and he was surprised. These people were in human form and didn't look much different from the human race. They were wearing black armor and had powerful auras. However, what made them different from humans was that they had scales on their foreheads. Furthermore, there were scales on their necks. Those were clearly dragon scales. Furthermore, there was a faint dragon aura coming from their bodies. Dragon men, they're dragon men, but they're not the same as the dragon men outside. Various thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. The dragon men outside had the bloodline of the dragon race, but they had tails behind them. They looked more like beast men and were more ferocious. Some people said that the dragon men were a new race born from the union of divine dragons and humans. Others said that the dragon men were the descendants of desolate dragons and humans. But these dragon men looked more like humans. They didn't have tails behind them. Besides some scales on their bodies, they were no different from humans. Are they from beyond the heavens? They should be. That fireball fell from the sky. They must be from beyond the heavens. Legend has it that the people from beyond the heavens are all devils. They are heinous and will destroy us. This person from beyond the heavens should be injured. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. The dragon men were talking to each other. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Finally, their gazes fell on a young man. This young man was very burly, and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with the beauty of strength. He looked at Lu Ming, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The people from beyond the heavens cannot be left alive. They must be killed, or they will bring disaster to us. It's not that easy to kill me, Lu Ming said coldly as he finished cultivating the universe myriad Tao scripture. He looked around, trying to find a way to escape. Although he was injured, his soul power was still there. Hence, he knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest cultivation level was only in the third king god realm. The rest were in the second king god realm and first king god realm. If he had been at his peak, he could have killed all of them with one slap. However, his injuries were too serious. He would not be able to use much strength. He would be killed by these people. A tiger would be bullied by a dog when it was down. Oh right, I still have the primordial divine blood. I should be able to use it. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His injuries were serious. Although he could not use his origin secret technique, he still had the primordial divine blood. He immediately tried to communicate with the primordial divine blood. It went smoothly. A part of the primordial divine blood's energy flowed into Lu Ming's body from his heart. Roar, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Wait, the dragon's aura. He's not an outsider. Don't attack him. Suddenly, the burly young man's eyes widened as he shouted. Originally, the others were about to attack, but at this moment, they couldn't help but stop. You think I'm one of you? Oh right, I have the primordial divine dragon's blood. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In an instant, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he had an idea. As he controlled the primordial divine blood, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. A powerful dragon's aura emanated from him. Dragon's aura. What a powerful dragon's aura. He's one of us. He's also a dragon man. He's not from the outside world. Instantly, the black-armored dragon men shouted and withdrew their auras. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had made the right bet. Brother, what's going on? Why did you smash a hole in the ground? I thought someone from the outside world had come in. The burly young man laughed. There's someone from the outside world here. I was cultivating nearby. When I saw someone from the outside world land, I wanted to kill him. However, I was not his match. I was severely injured and fell from the sky. Lu Ming said. He had found a good excuse for falling and injuring himself. I see. Where's that person from the outside world? The burly young man and the others' faces immediately became serious, and they looked around vigilantly. That person from beyond the sky must have been injured when he came in. After injuring me, he left immediately. He shouldn't be around here. Lu Ming said. I see. The burly young man and the others. Brother, which faction are you from? I see that you're heavily injured. Why don't we send you back? The burly young man said. He had a good heart. I don't have any forces. I'm cultivating alone outside. So you're a loose cultivator. We're from the nearby Black Dragon clan. My name is Feng Zhou. Why don't you and I return to the Black Dragon clan first and recuperate? The burly young man said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. However, since the other party thought that he was a dragon man, he did not have any hostility. He seemed to be sincere. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, brother He. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. There were a few reasons why he agreed to the request. First, the other party did not have any hostility. Lu Ming's soul force was much stronger than the other party. His spiritual sense was sharp. If the other party had any hostility or killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. But Peng Zhou's attitude was sincere. That was why he agreed. After all, he really needed a place to heal. It was too dangerous to be alone outside. Second, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Autumn Moon and Xianxia. It was better to blend in with the locals and use their connections to find Autumn Moon and Xianxia. It was much better than searching alone. Based on these two considerations, Lu Ming agreed. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself. Brother Lu, let's go. Peng Zhou waved his hand and a battle sword flew out. There was a black dragon statue on the sword. It was quite domineering. The battle sword expanded rapidly, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Lu Ming jumped up and landed on the sword. He had borrowed the power of the primitive divine blood. He could still fight. Let's go back. Peng Zhou said. He controlled the sword and flew in a direction. The others followed Peng Zhou. Oh? They're all divine kings. Why are they flying so slowly? Lu Ming was surprised. He realized that Peng Zhou was in the third layer of the Divine King realm. The others were in the second or first layer of the Divine King realm. However, they were flying very slowly. Outside, a God King was flying at full speed. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to cross the universe and planets. It wouldn't take long for him to cross a galaxy. However, Peng Zhou and the others were many times slower. Maybe it has something to do with the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming muttered. Just like the primordial god spirit world that Lu Ming had entered previously, their flying speed was also greatly affected in that place. On the way, Lu Ming circulated his cultivation method and absorbed divine qi to heal himself. At the same time, he chatted with Peng Zhou. Multitasking was nothing to Lu Ming. He learned a lot through chatting. Peng Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon clan, a force nearby. He was cultivating outside when he suddenly saw someone fall from the sky. He thought that it was someone from the outer world, so he went to check it out. He happened to meet Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming found out that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was completely different from the current one. In the past, the cultivation environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely bad. The highest cultivation base of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only a peak heavenly god. No one had broken through to the Divine King realm. However, 100 years ago, the Dragon Clan's mother planet suddenly changed and erupted. Endless divine qi appeared and everything grew crazily. Countless divine herbs and natural treasures appeared. The Dragon Clan's mother planet seemed to have recovered. Everyone's cultivation base also skyrocketed. Divine King realm cultivators sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Currently, there were peak Divine King realm cultivators on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. As for Peng Zhou, he was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now, he was already a level 3 heavenly god. He broke through so many levels in 100 years. Lu Ming was shocked. Peng Zhou was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now, he was a level 3 heavenly god. In the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the highest cultivation base was only a peak heavenly god. Now, the highest cultivation base was a peak Divine King. This speed was terrifying and unimaginable. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and had many fortuitous encounters along the way. However, his cultivation base did not improve so quickly. In 100 years, their cultivation had soared so much. It was simply a miracle. Moreover, it was not an exception. Many people's cultivation had soared. Peng Zhou and the others claimed to be Dragonians and possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Lu Ming speculated that the reason why these people could improve so quickly was probably related to the divine dragon bloodline. However, it was only a part of the relationship. The others' cultivation speed must also be very fast here. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was originally one of the most magical planets in the universe. The cultivation environment back then must have been heaven-defying. Later, it was sealed by the Divine Dragon Clan and fell silent. After being sealed for so many years, it suddenly erupted. Therefore, it created an unprecedented cultivation environment. Lu Ming continued to speculate in his heart as his eyes lit up. No wonder all the geniuses in the universe rushed here, all wanting to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not to mention other things, this kind of cultivation environment was already a great opportunity. An hour later, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. In front of the mountain peak, there was a huge city. This city was the Black Dragon Clan. After an hour of healing, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. His muscles, bones, and meridians were barely condensed together. However, there were still many cracks and bursts of stabbing pain could still be felt. However, Lu Ming could already move freely without relying on the primordial divine blood. They entered the city. The Black Dragon Clan covered a large area and was the most powerful force in this area. As the minority of the Black Dragon Clan, Peng Zhou naturally occupied a huge courtyard with hundreds of rooms. He arranged for Lu Ming to stay in one of the rooms. Let's start healing. Lu Ming did not delay at all. After settling down, he immediately began to circulate the universe myriad Dao technique to heal his injuries. The divine qi between heaven and earth was like a small dragon that drilled into Lu Ming's body. It was too rich. This divine qi was constantly transformed into Lu Ming's divine power. A portion of it entered his muscles, bones, and meridians to repair his injured body. A portion of it entered his 11 star cores to repair them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His life force was very strong, and his physical body recovered very quickly. In just 3 days, his physical body was completely healed without leaving behind any sequelae. Unfortunately, the star core was still filled with cracks. Although he had recovered a little in the past 3 days, allowing Lu Ming to barely use his divine power, he could only unleash the power of a peak heavenly god now. However, the divine qi here is extremely dense. I'm afraid that it will take at most 2 years for the star core to fully recover and return to its peak state. Lu Ming thought. After 3 days of cultivation, Lu Ming was even more aware of the extraordinariness of this place. The divine qi was unbelievably dense. His injuries were really serious. Even his star core had been shattered. It could be said that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. This kind of injury, if outside, would be difficult to recover without tens of thousands of years. Problems with the star core were the most difficult to solve. But here, Lu Ming was confident that he could fully recover within 2 years. Now, with each passing day, his strength would recover a little. I need to quickly recover my strength so that I can protect myself. I wonder what are the other 18 weak points like. The other weak points shouldn't be that dangerous. Some people must have entered. The Winged Men clan will most likely enter from the other weak points. I must quickly recover to my peak state. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous if I encounter the Winged Men clan. Lu Ming felt a sense of crisis. He continued to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. After 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the first King God realm. After another 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the third King God realm. The recovery speed was gratifying. On this day, Lu Ming heard a commotion outside. It seemed to be very chaotic. Lu Ming frowned. This was Feng Zhou's residence. Feng Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon family. What had happened to his residence to become so noisy? Lu Ming decided to go and have a look. Lu Ming walked out of the room and passed through a corridor. He saw a group of people carrying a stretcher hurriedly inside. Lu Ming walked over to take a look and discovered that the person lying on the stretcher was actually Feng Zhou. At this moment, Feng Zhou's face was pale and his aura was weak. There was no fluctuation of divine power on his body. What happened? Lu Ming pulled a middle-aged man and asked. The young master was exploring the Black Dragon Valley. He was attacked by the dragon beasts. The dragon vein was destroyed. Sigh. The middle-aged man heaved a long sigh. Black Dragon Valley? The dragon vein was destroyed? Lu Ming was puzzled. I don't want to talk to you anymore. We have to take care of the young master. Then, the middle-aged man carried Feng Zhou into a room. He seems to be badly injured. Lu Ming frowned. Feng Zhou had just returned, so he shouldn't disturb him. Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. One day later, his cultivation base had recovered a little. However, he hadn't reached the fourth king god realm yet. At this moment, Lu Ming finished his cultivation and decided to go and see Feng Zhou. After all, Feng Zhou had brought him back to the Black Dragon family and allowed him to recover in peace. He was indebted to him. Now that Feng Zhou was injured, he couldn't leave him alone. When he came to Feng Zhou's room, a maid was guarding outside. Young Master Lu. Ming, the young master is resting. The maid stopped Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming came here, Feng Zhou had introduced him to Lu Ming. Therefore, the maid knew Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming was a friend that Feng Zhou had brought back. I want to see brother Feng Zhou and see how his injuries are. Lu Ming said. But, the maid wanted to say something else. Let brother Lu in. Feng Zhou's voice came from the room. The maid nodded and pushed the door open. Lu Ming walked in. Feng Zhou was sitting at a table in the room, drinking alone. His injuries didn't seem to be serious. However, his breathing was weak, just like an ordinary person. Brother He, what happened to you? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, my dragon vein was destroyed. I'm a cripple now. Feng Zhou smiled miserably, a trace of despair appearing in his eyes. A cripple? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yes, we dragon men have a dragon vein in our bodies. The dragon vein is the key to cultivation. Now that the dragon vein is destroyed, even if we have a star core, we're still crippled and can't use divine power. Feng Zhou said miserably and drank another cup of wine. Brother He, what's going on? I heard that you went to the Black Dragon Valley? Where is the Black Dragon Valley? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, do you know about ancient ruins? Feng Zhou asked. Ancient ruins? Lu Ming was surprised and shook his head. Feng Zhou didn't take it seriously and said, Brother Lu, you're an itinerant cultivator. Perhaps you don't know much. Legend has it that our planet is the planet of the divine dragons. We're all descendants of the divine dragons. In the ancient times, this planet was incomparably glorious. Countless divine dragons lived on this planet, and there were countless experts and powerful forces. Unfortunately, during the apocalyptic war, countless extraterrestrials attacked this planet, and countless divine dragons were killed. After the divine dragons were destroyed, the powerful forces of the divine dragons fell apart. What was left behind after the destruction of those forces were ancient ruins or ancient sacred grounds. Lu Ming knew very well that the world-ending battle Feng Zhou was talking about should be a battle that happened dozens of years ago when other races attacked the Divine Dragon clan. That battle directly killed a large portion of the Divine Dragon clan. Feng Zhou continued, Black Dragon Valley was inhabited by the Black Dragon clan in ancient times. Later on, the Black Dragon clan was destroyed, but the Black Dragon Valley remained. However, it has always been sealed. My Black Dragon clan is a descendant of the Black Dragon clan. 100 years ago, the Black Dragon Valley seal loosened, and we could enter the Black Dragon Valley. There are countless treasures in the Black Dragon Valley. After Feng Zhou's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood what happened. 100 years ago, the dragon race's mother planet had been revived. Some ancient ruins and holy lands had also been revived, bursting forth with boundless mysteries. Those that had been sealed began to loosen, and those that were previously inaccessible were now accessible. The Black Dragon Valley originally had many seals, and it was difficult to enter. However, 100 years ago, the seals loosened, and it became accessible. There were large amounts of treasures inside. The Black Dragon clan also relied on the Black Dragon Valley to rise rapidly. The cultivation of the Black Dragon clan members increased explosively. 100 years ago, the highest cultivation of the Black Dragon clan was only a 5th-level heavenly god. now, there were a lot of divine kings. However, the treasures in the Black Dragon Valley couldn't be taken casually. It was very dangerous inside. After so many years, a large number of dragon beasts had been bred inside. These dragon beasts didn't have intelligence, but their strength was shocking, and they were abnormally fierce. In these years, many people from the Black Dragon clan had died in the dragon beasts' mouths. A few days ago, Feng Zhou and some people from the Black Dragon clan entered the Black Dragon Valley to explore. Feng Zhou was seriously injured by a dragon beast, and his dragon vein was destroyed, becoming a cripple. Dragon vein? Lu Ming was curious. This was the first time he heard of a dragon vein. If the dragon vein was destroyed, one's cultivation would be crippled. This was different from the outside world. Perhaps, it was related to the Divine Dragon clan. Although Lu Ming was curious, he didn't show it. After all, he was pretending to be a dragon man from the dragon clan's mother planet. If he was curious, wouldn't he be exposed? Just as Lu Ming wanted to find an excuse to check on some of the dragon veins, there was a commotion outside. Young Master Huan, young master is resting. Feng Zhou's maid's voice came from outside. Get out of the way. I know that his dragon vein is crippled, but he is not crippled. A cold voice came from outside. Huan. Zhou frowned, then got up and walked outside. Lu Ming was curious and followed him out. There were 6 or 7 people in the yard. One of them was a young man who looked about the same age as Feng Zhou. He had a cold expression on his face. Feng Zhou, you're out. You look good and your body is fine. The young man smiled. Cousin, are you looking for me? Xianxia rode. Huan was Feng Zhou's cousin, the son of Feng Zhou's second uncle. Feng Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. Huan rolled his eyes and said. What's the matter? Feng Zhou asked. Feng Zhou, now that your dragon vein has been destroyed, you can no longer cultivate and have no battle strength. According to the rules, you can no longer be in charge of the Black Dragon clan. Why don't you give me the Black Dragon token? Huan said. Hearing this, Feng Zhou's expression changed drastically. He looked at Huan in disbelief and said, You want my Black Dragon token? Feng Zhou, it's useless for you to keep the Black Dragon token with you. Moreover, your dragon vein has been destroyed. To put it bluntly, you'll be a cripple in the future. What's the point of keeping the Black Dragon token? You don't have the qualifications to hold the Black Dragon token. Huan continued, but his voice was cold. You. Feng Zhou's expression was extremely ugly and painful. His dragon vein had just been destroyed, and Huan actually brought people to ask for the Black Dragon token. He found it hard to believe. In the past, his relationship with Huan was very good, like brothers. This time, the reason why he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed was entirely because of Huan. In the Black Dragon Valley, it was Huan who was chased by the dragon beast. Feng Zhou risked his life to block the dragon beast and saved Huan's life. As for himself, he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed. He became a cripple because he saved Huan. But now, in just 2 days, Huan actually brought people to seize his Black Dragon token. It was hard for him to accept. The previous patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was Feng Zhou's father. 100 years ago, the Dragon clan's mother planet revived and the Black Dragon Valley seal loosened. His father entered the Black Dragon Valley to investigate and was killed by the dragon beast inside. The position of patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was originally going to fall on Feng Zhou's head. However, Feng Zhou was still young and temporarily did not officially take charge. Instead, he used his status as the young patriarch to jointly manage the Black Dragon clan with the elders. Furthermore, Feng Zhou's talent was extremely high. As the number one of the younger generation of the Black Dragon clan, he was indeed qualified to inherit the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon token was the symbol of the Black Dragon clan's patriarch. It was also the key to entering the Black Dragon Valley. Only the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan can wield the Black Dragon token. Huan, you don't have the qualifications to wield it. Why should I give it to you? Feng Zhou coldly said. Earlier, he called the other party his cousin. But now, his heart was cold and he directly called the other party's name. That's right, only the patriarch can wield the black dragon token. But now that you're crippled, you're a cripple. You definitely don't have the qualifications to wield it. As for me, as the strongest genius of the Black Dragon clan, the position of the future patriarch is mine. Tell me, can I wield the Black Dragon token? Heichuan coldly laughed. Since he had already spoken, he no longer hid his ambition. You still want to seize the patriarch position of the Black Dragon clan? Don't even think about it. Peng Zhou furiously roared. Don't even think about it? Peng Zhou, don't forget that you're now a cripple. You no longer have the qualifications. In the Black Dragon clan, other than me, who else has the qualifications? Heichuan coldly laughed, revealing a ridiculing expression. I was injured by the dragon beast because I wanted to save you. You're ungrateful, despicable, and shameless. Peng Zhou loudly roared. Peng Zhou, don't talk nonsense. Heichuan loudly shouted. His eyes were cold as he said, you were greedy and wanted to take away the treasures you saw. That's why you were injured by the dragon beast. You actually said it was to save me. Heichuan, you're too despicable, too shameless. You. Peng Zhou was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were red and he almost vomited blood. He was obviously injured by the dragon beast because he wanted to save Heichuan. But now, not only did Heichuan not admit it, he even said that he was slandering him. Not only that, he even wanted to take away his black dragon token and said that he was despicable. He understood that Heichuan's previous good relationship with him was all fake, a pretense. This was an ingrate who would counterattack as soon as he had the chance. However, he would definitely not hand over the black dragon token. This was left to him by his father. He would definitely not give it to others. Master He, you tell me. You were at the Black Dragon Valley. You saw it all. Was it because I was trying to save Heichuan that I was injured by the dragon beast? Feng Zhou looked at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of Feng Zhou's subordinates. He used to work for his father, and later he worked for him. He was the only one who had seen the truth in the Black Dragon Valley. Sigh, young Master Feng Zhou, why do you have to frame young Master Heichuan? You were injured by the dragon beast because of your greed. No one will blame you if you tell the truth. Black sighed. You betrayed me too. Qi Zhou roared, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Peng Zhou, I know you want to pretend to be a good person, to pretend to be innocent, to pretend that you were injured in order to save me, to get rid of your own responsibility, but the truth is the truth, you can't get rid of it. Well, now hand over the Black Dragon token, and you can continue to stay in the Black Dragon clan. Eat and drink well, I won't treat you unfairly. Heichuan sneered. Everything was under his control. Today, he must get the Black Dragon token and take control of the Black Dragon family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking back to what happened in the Black Dragon Valley, he felt a wave of lingering fear. He saw a type of divine medicine, and his greed was aroused. He wanted to pick it, but he was attacked by a powerful dragon beast. Fortunately, that idiot from Feng Zhou arrived and saved him. Furthermore, the dragon veins had been destroyed by the dragon beast. This was truly great news. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't give the black dragon token to a despicable person like you. Kuo Zhou roared. Feng Zhou, don't be stubborn. Young Master Heichuan has already given you enough face. If you continue to be stubborn, even if young Master Heichuan doesn't make a move, I won't be able to stand by and watch. On the side, Heida shouted, taking the opportunity to perform well in front of Heichuan. You heartless bastard, get out of my sight. Kuo Zhou roared. Peng Zhou, you better face reality. Do you still think you're the #1 genius of the Black Dragon clan? You're a cripple now, nothing. If you don't hand over the Black Dragon token, don't blame me for being merciless. Heida snorted coldly. Relying on his master's power, he walked towards Heichuan step by step. At the side, Heichuan sneered as he watched. He had no intention of stopping them. Originally, he had come here today with the intention of directly snatching Feng Prefecture if they did not hand it over. Now that Blackie had made a move, it would save him the trouble of doing it himself. Master, hey, you dare? Peng Zhou roared and couldn't help but retreat. Stubborn, then I'll take it myself. Black shouted coldly and took a step forward. His body was like a phantom as he rushed toward Feng Zhou and clawed at Feng Zhou. With Peng Prefecture's current state, there was no way they could avoid it. Just as Black Dada was about to grab Feng Zhou, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed Black Dada's wrist. No one knew when the palm had appeared, because it was too fast. The one who made a move was naturally Lu Ming. He had been watching silently by the side previously. Although he didn't know the specific details, he could more or less guess some things through the conversation just now. Moreover, from the fact that Feng Zhou could save him and let him recuperate here, it could be seen that Feng Zhou was benevolent. Lu Ming naturally believed in Feng Zhou. Therefore, when Black Dada made a move, he did not hesitate to make a move. Kid, it's you. Black Dada was taken aback and looked at Lu Ming. He was very surprised that Lu Ming could actually grab his wrist. When he rescued Lu Ming back then, he also followed beside Feng Zhou and personally investigated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was seriously injured. Moreover, according to his aura, Lu Ming's aura was very weak. He was just a heavenly god realm trash. Now, he could actually grab his wrist. He was careless. Black Dada thought that he was careless. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all previously. Therefore, his wrist was grabbed by Lu Ming in a moment of carelessness. Now, get lost immediately. Lu Ming said lightly. What did you say? Kid, you're just a heavenly god realm trash. How dare you talk nonsense? I will suppress you first. Black Dada laughed loudly. Previously, Lu Ming was injured. His star core was cracked, and his aura was weak. He did look like a heavenly god realm expert. Boom, Black Dada exerted all his strength. His first realm of King God realm energy burst out like a storm, attacking Lu Ming's wrist. In his opinion, this attack could definitely break Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming would definitely show an expression of disbelief and despair. He could already see Lu Ming's expression. In the next moment, there was no movement. There was no movement at all. Black Dada's god power rushed towards Lu Ming like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. How could you? Black Dada opened his eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Trash. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he exerted more strength in his hand and squeezed. Crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded. Black Dada's pupils dilated rapidly. His face twisted. A moment later, he screamed in agony. My hand. Black Dada screamed miserably. One of his arms had turned into a fried dough twist. Bam, Lu Ming's palm trembled slightly and one of Black's large arms exploded. Black was sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard, creating a huge hole in the wall. He was embedded in the wall and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was crippled. His dragon vein was also destroyed. He was now a cripple. Thinking about that, his eyes were filled with despair. A moment ago, he thought he saw Lu Ming's disbelief and despair. However, after 2 breaths, he did not see those expressions on Lu Ming's face. Instead, he saw them on his own face. Life was unpredictable. It's really hard. Lu Ming muttered. He was not talking about Black Dada. He was talking about the wall of the courtyard. Although he had just used his second realm of King God realm energy, this kind of energy could break half of a planet outside. Ordinary meteorites would definitely shatter. However, in this place, he had only broken a small part of the wall. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was indeed extraordinary. It was even more extraordinary than the primitive god spirit world. Lu Ming had read about the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the illusory Divine Jade. It was one of the earliest planets in the universe. It contained countless secrets. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. On the other hand, Peng Zhou, He Chuan, and the others were stunned. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong that he could kill Black Dada in one move. Kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. He Chuan coldly looked at Lu Ming. End of chapter 3571. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.